And coming up today, put simply, we have one of the greatest guitar players of the generation. Now, where Rolling Stone or any of the guitar magazines puts together a list of the greatest, the most influential, the top 100 all-time guitar players, a name that is on all of those lists is that of George Lynch. Now, his band Lynch Mob are back with a new album this November. It is called Dancing with the Devil, and it is out on November the 28th. We're going to be talking to George about the album and his extensive career, including his time with the Boys at the back end of the 70s and, of course, Dokken. Also from Lynch Mob, we're joined by the bass player, Jaron Galino. Now, he grew up listening to George in Dokken and indeed in Lynch Mob before he fulfilled every kid's rock star dream by being on stage alongside the man that he hero worshipped growing up. Just a reminder before we get there that you can catch up with all of the latest content on the website www.therockandbluesexperience.com or on YouTube and Facebook. And if you missed some of the latest shows, there's some really good features with the likes of David Ellefson and Jeff Scott Soto. Steve Hackett is on. John Lee's founder member of Barclay James Harvest. And last week, Ronnie Romero, who's just released his excellent new album. It is called Backbone. So then, moving on. Talk to any fan of rock music who grew up listening from the late 70s onward. And when the subject gets to the greatest guitar players, the name George Lynch is high up on everybody's list of favorites. From his time with the multi-platinum arena band Dokken in the 80s, rising from the ashes of its collapse with Lynch Mob, George has continued to thrill audiences worldwide. Now Lynch Mob are back with a brand new album out November 28th. It's called Dancing with the Devil. I met up with George a few days ago to talk about the band, his career, and of course, the new album. But to go back to your beginning, that house where you grew up with your dad, who was the audiophile, if you like, listening to these reel-to-reels, and you listening to classical jazz and flamenco. Was there any rock and pop in there? Or was this, the instrument of the devil, I think you said?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I grew up in the era of the British invasion and everything that came after that. So it all led to rock and roll, sure.
So have you grown up in the 60s? It's Ed Sullivan, presumably, Sunday night, the show with the Beatles, Beatlemania. What did you feel the first time you saw the Beatles?
Well, I don't know how old you are, but I'm 71, and I was, in my maybe 14 years old when Beatlemania, they dropped that bomb on the universe. It was unbelievable. It was like nothing you've ever felt or seen before or since. It was such an insane, universal, worldwide phenomenon. I mean, it was just, you can't even describe it. So it was very exciting, and I think it moved a lot of people to play rock and roll. It certainly did me. I mean, that was my first guitar, music heroes.
Yeah, sure. So you've been playing for what? 60 years you've been playing. It goes right back to those lessons you used to have with Jim Taylor as a 10-year-old.
Right.
Was this the week's highlight for you? You'd ride the 5 miles. I mean, it's quite a bike ride, 5-mile bike ride. And you used to get there very early, get there an hour early, and you never wanted to leave at the other end either, did you? You'd hang around a bit afterwards.
Yeah, no, that was a treat to be able to go there, and I just never wanted it to end. So I had these 30-minute once a week lessons that, it was very frustrating for me because, I just wanted to consume and learn everything I could from them. And 30 minutes would just go by like that. I would try to extend it by getting there an hour early and hanging out an hour later and listening to him teach the other students and just sit in the music store and kind of practice what I had learned that day. And he was pretty much outside of any recorded artist, he was the biggest inspiration on my playing for sure.
And you reconnected as well, didn't you, years later when he came up and introduced himself?
That's right. Yeah, he was living in Tucson, Arizona, and came to a couple shows with his partner, and he'd become a aircraft mechanic for commercial airlines, and sort of let guitar go, I guess, which blew my mind. That a guy that capable and such a wonderful player, that wouldn't be a part of who he is anymore. That just, to me, was tragic, but it was sad. So we tried to connect, musically, and he had done some music, but he dabbled, but it wasn't he'd completely, he'd really lost what he had when he was 17 at the time he was teaching me, I think.
So,
and, he could have been a contender. I mean, because to me, he was like Clapton, he was, but good Clapton, the early Clapton, Cream Clapton. He was that, but a little more outside than that, which was cool, not so pentatonic. But he had that kind of vibrato in those hands, just old school hands, man. It just all came from the heart. And he had a couple shots at some bigger bands, and that he missed, he didn't get hired. And I think that crushed him. Then his life kind of spiraled down, and we lost contact. But
so everybody remembers buying their first album. It's that moment in your life, really, where you get to exercise real choice. And kids would always judge each other on your record collection, on what you've bought. And for many, I suppose it's the Beatles, the Stones, the Who. But yours wasn't. Yours was different because your mowing lawn money was spent on Jeff Beck's debut album, Truth.
Yeah, I can't say that was my first record. I don't remember what my first record was, but that was one of the early ones for sure. And that one, I lived off that. That was my food. That was my new instructor. I would just play over it. But not just that, play over the Hendrix stuff and the Cream stuff, play along with it. I mean, that was really how I learned, was just put these records on my dad's console stereo, and then I plugged my guitar into the headphone input. Somehow that worked. I don't know why that worked. The headphone input of the tape machine part of the console, and that amplified the guitar, and I had a little Jordan Boss tone which distorted the signal, so I would plug that in, and that plugged into the jack of the guitar. So I would get a distorted signal, and I would play along to the records over and over and over, while posing in front of the sliding glass door, which in my reflection, so I could make sure I knew how to look cool while I was doing it. That's pretty much how I taught myself.
There was a lot of aspiring bands coming through. You used to have those, the infamous school and backyard gigs at the time, Battle of the Bands. I don't know whether people still do that. Your first gig, do you remember it well? Southgate Park Recreational Hall at the turn of the 70s.
Yeah, I do remember that pretty well, because it was I had been asked to join this trio of pro guys in the town where I lived. And there was a drummer and a bass player, singer, and they'd heard about me, and there was a little bit of buzz about me in the neighborhood, whatever. And so they asked me to join their band, and I did, but I was way out of my league. I hadn't developed enough. I wasn't mature enough, and I was just sort of overwhelmed with the whole thing. And so I choked, and we had our big gig and it was packed at this big auditorium at the Southgate Park, and my parents were there, and all my friends were there, and all the band's people and whoever else, all the people for the other bands that we were competing against. And we got on stage. I'd never been on stage before, and I was completely lost. And they opened the curtain, and I'm standing there, and I froze. I forgot everything. I didn't know what to play. I didn't play. They started playing without me, and then the people in charge came out, and they just shut us down, and they closed the curtain, and that was the end of that. It was very anticlimactic, and they fired me on the spot, and everybody was disappointed in me, and so it was not a good experience. But it's some of the
band names around there were epic. We're talking about
Yes. Yeah, I don't know if that was my first band.
Yeah.
It was the first serious band I had was Tungus Grump. I had some other little attempts at bands maybe right before that. One was called Laura Lay. I had a couple other things that were just jams, jam
Yeah,
bands.
sure.
Kind of get together and jam at somebody's house. Never really didn't have any gigs or anything, maybe one or two, but usually the gigs were like high school, junior high sock hops or backyard kegger parties, things like that.
You
But the
talk to,
competition really was not only between the bands, but between the guitar players. So we'd have these cutting head sessions where, the hotshot guy from Downey and his crew, and then I was the hotshot guy from Paramount with my crew, and then some other guy. So it was really serious, and people took it seriously. It was pretty, and you'd get all psyched up, and and then we just have these riff offs. It was pretty intense, and our crew would all get around us and support us, and then he'd go for a while, then I'd go for a while, and and we try to determine who won. It was very competitive, and it really forced you to kind of get your chops up.
you talk to musicians about influences, and they usually rattle off a few, but yours were wide and varied as well. I mean, it wasn't just Beck, Page, Clapton, Hendrix. I mean, you can add on Alan Holdsworth, Soft Machine was in there, Albert King, Edgar Winter, Ritchie Blackmore. You had a huge range of influence.
Yeah, I mean, there's very few people I don't like to listen to or learn from. And, I'm no different than the average person who might emulate a smaller, fistful of influences. But my influences are more varied. So I think I just disguise my influences better because they just get homogenized into this big group of, this pot of just everybody. I mean, there's Schenker, there's Leslie West, there's Hendrix, there's Clapton, there's Beck, there's Holdsworth, as you said, then there's all these jazz guys and blues guys, and, pick little things from a lot of different sources and then reinterpret it in my own way. And that way it becomes sort of unrecognizable. Because I've never learned anything verbatim from anybody. I mean, I never really learned a song or a lick in a solo. I never learned Stairway to Heaven solo note for note or Hotel California or anything. I was never in a cover band, so I didn't have to. But I would play in the spirit of these people by playing along with them or remembering what they did and sort of bouncing off that. And I think that's what sort of led up to me having somewhat of a, my own style, if you want to call it that.
The Boys, put together by Michael White, who had an interesting career, it has to be said. Mick Grand, you, Monty, Zufel. This was in the 70s, and you were beginning to make some pretty big waves around that time. And Gene Simmons hearing about you and the showcase set up, along with, of course, Van Halen. But, you're making...
Yeah. And hey, listen, I don't begrudge anybody. I don't have any regrets. I mean, we ended up okay, but, listen, we're all huge Van Halen fans. I mean, and they were a catalyst band. I mean, they really motivated the rest of us and drug us, a lot of us along with them in their, in their tailwinds, so to speak. They opened a lot of doors for a lot of the Southern California musicians and bands that followed them, and Quiet Riot and Dokken and Rat and others. So, that was another one of those worldwide phenomenons that you get to see maybe once in a lifetime, like we're mentioning the Beatles earlier.
Did you know him well? Did you know Eddie well? I mean, when did you first come across him?
I mean, I didn't know him like Terry Kilgore did, where they grew up together and went to school together, and they were like this. I was more like, I knew him by just being in the circuit, being in town, playing shows together, running into him over at Carl Sandoval's or over at Charvel, or we'd have communications here and there, and then later. In the later years, we hung out. There was a period of time we were hanging out. We did a Monsters of Rock tour together. And we would hang out every night, most nights, a lot of nights, jam. And things like that. That was pretty cool. He gave one of my sons, a series of guitar lessons for a while. That was pretty cool. So, but no, we weren't like we weren't texting or calling each other, hanging out and going to family functions or anything.
So you and Mick went on to Exciter. This is where the track "Paris is Burning" came from. Yeah.
Man, you know a lot about me. That's crazy. I mean, you could do the interview. I'm trying to not get the light of the sun here. How's that look? Does that look
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, it's cool. Perfect.
Well, I was doing it in another building where I have a kind of a little setup, but and it has a tripod. So let's see. I'd like to have a tripod that way I don't have to sit there and hold this thing. How about that? How's that?
Yeah, you're cool. Yeah, it works. So Paris is Burning then, the Exciter. I mean, did you know when you finished up, when you first playing, but you're thinking, there's something here. We've got something with this song.
Well, maybe a little bit. I mean, I think everything you write, you think that and hope that, to a greater or lesser extent. I mean, right when it's a song is fresh, an idea is fresh, I mean, you think you've reinvented the wheel and you think that's it. And we've got there. We caught the dragon by the tail. Here we go. But of course, it never really happens that way. But at the time, we thought, that was one of our better songs. Yeah. And of course, we used it, in Dokken as well. So still play it to this day.
3 times. This is the period you get involved with Ozzy. 3 times you auditioned with him. First time Randy Rhoads was there, and then there's Brad Gillis and Jake Ely. I mean, some people might have wondered why, after the first 2 editions, you wanted to bother going back again. But was it really down in the end to you having your hair cut and Sharon not liking your green guitar?
Oh, it was those 2 things. Plus, I think it was just probably a personality thing too. And I think they really trusted Tommy Aldridge to kind of make the call. And Tommy made the call. And we talked about that afterwards and in later years, that, he was instrumental in really deciding that Jakey was the guy over me. And I have no hard feelings about it. And then he was probably right, and that's fine. And but those were the 2 things that were brought to my attention, was my green, what Sharon called booger guitar. And that guitar is now officially called the Booger. And then my lack of follicles, I guess. But at the time, when Ozzy came to my hotel room one day, I remember he was sitting there, and I couldn't, how he talks, I can hardly understand what he's saying. So I'm just nodding my head and wondering, trying to make a word out or 2. But what I did get out of it is he was, he was wondering about my hair, why my hair was so short. They were having a problem with that. So, but he was bald at the time.
It was partly due to the fact, wasn't it, that you actually had a job? I mean, you were working as well. I mean, you had a family to support, you had a mortgage to pay, and everything else. So, I
didn't have a mortgage. I wish I had a mortgage. No, I had. No, there was no mortgage. We actually, after that experience, and I've mentioned this in other interviews, but after that, when I finally got, kicked out of the running, and they gave me the word that I wasn't going to be playing with them. My wife and I went home that night and went home to a eviction notice on our apartment door. And we didn't live in a very nice apartment to begin with, but yeah, so we had to end up moving in with her parents and try to get back on our feet. So yeah, it was tough. But the other thing that I wondered about at the time was like, why didn't I just get a wig?
Yeah.
I mean, there was a store actually right across from where we lived in our apartments down the street in Bonnet Park. It was called Disco Wigs. And they, had the storefront window with all these, wigs that, maybe trans people would wear, or people with cancer or something. I don't know. But anyways, there'd be like bright pink ones, and this one and that one. But I could have got, I'm sure they had like a rocker wig, right? It's got one of those. And I wouldn't even have had to tell them. and they probably would have been fine with it. And then played a different guitar that didn't look like a booger, and done. They may have a problem with the songwriting, the guitar playing, the stage presence, anything like that.
Now, Dokken, usually when people start to talk, there's a tendency to veer to negative, personality clashes, etc. But what should really be celebrated here is that 81 to 89 period that delivered 3 platinum and 1 gold album and 11 singles inside the top 50 in the US. It was an incredibly successful band. That may have thrived on conflict, but the success was still there nonetheless. And it must have been an amazing time.
Well, that's the first time anybody's ever framed it the Dokken experience that way. So he's like, is Don really a dick? And what's up with that wig? I mean, who cares? He's not a dick. And, what's wrong with losing your hair as you get older? I mean, it's okay for Bruce Willis.
But the time,
actually, it's a sign of virility.
Of course. But the time delivered so many high points. I mean, Breaking the Chains lineup changed. One Crucier left. The classic lineup came together. You, Don, Jeff, and Nick. And people forget that the critics were on board as well. I mean, you got great reviews. I mean, Martin Popoff was one of the standout critics whose prose were devoured every week. And looking back at some of what he wrote, he said early on, about 83, 84, he said, this band is on a par with Van Halen for that live feel. And you can add the conflict between the guitar and the vocal, and it all packaged together to produce this great sound.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I've over the years, over the decades, I've had sort of, come to appreciate the better aspects of the experience. For one, the songwriting. I think that really stands the test of time to a certain extent. I mean, it was somewhat dated, but still pretty cool. There's very few bands I like that I would listen to or buy records from the 80s. And in retrospect, I think we did have something there, obviously. Numbers prove that. People still like those songs. I don't know if we're really on par with Van Halen. I don't agree with that statement, but that's very nice of him to say that. We didn't have David Lee Roth, and I'm no Eddie, so. But, we had a different thing, and it was cool.
And, you were always very open with your views to Don. I mean, there's plenty of quotes. I mean, one of the other ones I like, Don used people best he could, but not saying that, this is you, I'm not saying that derogatory, because we succeeded because of his mentality, but he did things that I personally couldn't do.
Yeah. Or maybe didn't want to do. So I'll let him do it, and I'll get the benefit from it. How about that? But I don't know how. I mean, we're all built different ways, and it's very strange how what is required for quote unquote success in almost any arena, not just rock music, of course. But I think if it wasn't for Don being Don, and Don, I don't want to use the word manipulate, but negotiating the labyrinth of what it took to get from the streets of LA to the stage, in the Coliseums and Gold Records, I can't, I benefited from it, and it wouldn't have happened without him. Absolutely. But it wouldn't happen without the rest of us either.
Oh, exactly. But I mean, you did seem to have it all there at that time. Huge tours with A-list bands. But the work rate, if you go back and you look at the amount of work that you guys were doing, it was literally non-stop. The pressure to deliver is constant. So anybody looking back then, I mean, there is no surprise that drugs and alcohol play a role, because how do you operate under those conditions?
Well, it was almost a prerequisite, wasn't it? It sort of defined the, it was, defined the roles that we were playing, and we felt some pressure to adhere to that. I mean, that's kind of a silly excuse to drink and do drugs, but, I mean, I guess another way to put it is that the culture that we were in gave you a pass because it was
sure
part and parcel of the role you were playing, and, being a rock star. So, we did that. But I would also say, too, that I've heard many other musicians agree with me on this, that you really couldn't disconnect that kind of behavior from the product. What we ended up, our output, what we ended up writing, what we ended up playing, our performances. They were intrinsically tied together in a way. And I would argue that our music was better because of it. And I know that sounds kind of silly, and it's hard to test that theory. But I've talked to many other artists, very big artists that we all know from generally that same area in time. And I can hear it in the music, and I think that's kind of the history of rock and roll. And you can't really separate the two. Not saying it's a good thing, but I'm just saying it is part of it. You can't deny it.
Back for the Attack, was this the high point? November 87. Again, looking back at the reviews, Martin Popoff talking about it in the length of the album, because it was quite long. It was 63 minutes. The variation, the sense of ambition I've seen like never before. This was of you. And of course, it included Dream Warriors, Nightmare on Elm Street, and of course the MTV videos. But this seemed to be the pinnacle.
It was the pinnacle. It was the end of the beginning and the beginning of the end. It was, we peaked at that point. But, musical mores and taste started changing after that pretty quickly. And if you didn't read the writing on the wall, I guess you were sort of doomed. So maybe it was the right time to end it, We had a good run, so maybe it made sense. But it was all internal strife and conflict that ended it. It wasn't any musical. There wasn't any musical or business reason why we stopped doing Dokken. It was just personalities. It wasn't even personalities, really. No, it was greed. And you see that so many other situations, Really, the conflict the whole time in the band really came down to one thing. It was how the money was split. That's all it was. It's just as simple as that. And I was the proponent and the bulwark that did not allow Don to take the lion's share of the money. One for all for one. We split everything in quarters, everything. And he hated that. But it was fair. And I think because if I had subscribed to his methodology, which was we split everything up unequally, or according to output, let's say, or songwriting volume, or notoriety, or your name recognition, or whatever, then I would have stood to do better than I was using my own formula. So, for instance, I wrote most of the music, especially the instrumental part of the music, and I took my quarter, I was happy with that. But let's say take something like Mr. Scary. I just obviously wrote that myself. There's nobody singing on it, but I gave everybody a quarter share of that, and I felt good about that, and Don didn't, and that's really what it came down to. So when he broke the band up, it was for the express reason of him wanting to keep all the money. That's it.
You've had a fabulous tour with Aerosmith. There's some grainy footage out there that you can still see of you guys performing on that Permanent Vacation tour, which was amazing. And then it's the Monsters of Rock Festival, the Monsters of Rock package. Now, I saw the other night on YouTube a behind the scenes on the day and live clips of the gig, and I don't think many people had seen it, judging by the view count. And anybody that wasn't there or never saw about it and just read about it would have thought that it was a bit of a disaster. But there's interviews with Don and Mick talking, live footage of you, some amazing live footage of you, and the band sounded pretty amazing at the time. So what do you remember about that, the Monsters of Rock? First of all, everybody was saying, oh yeah, Metallica were the big thing, but you looked pretty on fire on the stuff that I saw, rather.
Yeah, I honestly, I believe we were misbilled. I agree with people that criticize the billing. I believe Metallica should have been billed over us. I think that's the consensus is pretty there for that. But despite that, it was somewhat of a blur to me because, unfortunately, Don and our management and our business management people and agent, everybody flew out for in this conference hall for this big high-level meeting. They had an announcement to make. This is before the Monsters of Rock tour started. We were rehearsing for it. And the point of the meeting was Don and these bigwigs were announcing that Don was going to be leaving because he couldn't fire me. He tried. He couldn't find a way to fire me. So he found a way around it, was to quit, try to keep the name, and sign a new deal with Geffen and leave us in the dust. And this was revealed to us right before we were supposed to go to 36, however many shows it was, stadium shows, playing this beautiful slot in front of tens of thousands of people every night. And the thing that had always motivated us was we wanted to prove ourselves and achieve something. Mm-hmm. Well, they just cut, when they had that meeting, it just cut out all my drive, the thing that drove me to do what I do, so I just lost all my heart and I didn't care anymore. And I just why am I doing this? Why am I going out here in front of however many people? What am I trying to prove? What am I trying to achieve? Just these powers that be just declared this is a dead end. There's no point in this. And people explained to me, people were coming up to me, including Eddie. And when we were talking, he said, "What's going on, man?" He goes, you got to get out there and do it. I go, "Man, I lost something. I don't know. I just lost." He goes, "Well," and Pilsen would tell me this too. He goes, "Well, just do it for yourself. Because there's going to be a career after this, so do it for yourself to prove." I go, "I'm not built that way. I'm not a solo artist. I'm a band guy. My band is my friends, my family. It's my second family. It's always been like that since I was a kid. My band are my best friends, and we come up together, and we work together, and we achieve something, and we share that achievement, and it's beautiful, and it's the journey and not the destination. And the journey had become pointless, and so I played with my back to the audience and lost my heart."
So, Lynch Mob. Let us move on. Lynch Mob, up from the ashes. This is 89. Grunge hadn't really happened, so it's still a pretty exciting time. And you're talking about the fact that you've got the pick of the talent. Now, you said you're a band man. Did it excite you at that time to be in full control over everything, or was there a little fear in there as well?
It wasn't really fear. It was just I wanted to be very meticulous and careful about putting the pieces together. And we succeeded at achieving what we set out to achieve, which was build what I thought was almost the best possible band I could build, considering, the kind of music we were trying to make and the era we were working in. Unfortunately, we did not see what was the tidal wave coming around the corner. So there was, if I had perfect hindsight, of course, I would have got that record done quicker. And if I would have just beat Nirvana by another year earlier, we'd still be in the 80s, and it would still be, I think the record would have probably operating in a different landscape. But anyways, so yeah, we spent a lot of time putting our dream band together. And I say our because, there was a lot of people behind me. I was very fortunate to have, my pick of management, business managers, agents, publicists, radio people, a videographer. I mean, you name it. We had the whole machine, lawyers, whatever. Got what I thought was, it came down to singers. It came down to Oni and Ray Gillen. And Ray Gillen was my first pick, and Ray respected my desire to have him in the band, and we spoke and we jammed and tried to sit down with guitars a little bit and everything like that, and get to know each other. But at the end of the day, he said, listen, man, I love my band. So I respected that wholeheartedly. So I go, listen, dude, I'm the same way. I get that. So, yeah. So we got owning.
You said that you never worked with a singer who had all the components of a perfect vocalist. But how close was the man whose name Leonardo Gustavo Jimenez, Oni Logan, who appeared involved in 9 of your albums? So how close was he to being exactly what you wanted?
Well, from a singing standpoint and a writing standpoint, he was my dream singer. But there were other issues, obviously. Yeah. So that sort of negated a lot of the positive things that he brought to the table. And it was, if you don't show up at a gig, or you have a drug problem, or you can't sing in the studio and burn through all this time and money and being non-productive and just not showing up or not returning calls and just disappearing, for months on end, it makes it hard to operate and function in any viable way. So that was the problem, and it became unmanageable. So as great as he was, what good is it if he can't do it?
Sure. You got Mick in on drums. You had a great production team with Neil, who worked with Dokken on the most successful stuff. You had Max Norman, who produced all of Ozzy's early stuff, Blizzard of Oz, and the first couple of albums. And the result was Wicked Sensation, which was a top 50 US album. That was a pretty successful start, really, to go from one to the other and maintain a sort of equilibrium.
Yeah. Well, we threw a lot at it, a lot of time, a lot of money, and so it's somewhat ironic that, with the amount of success that we had, limited amount of success we had with the initial Lynch Mob record and touring and stuff, we went into debt, pretty serious debt. So as I said, it was an investment, but for an investment to work, you got to give it time to pay you back.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And so that's what really crushed me about the Oni experience, and not to disparage him in any way. I'm sure he would admit the same thing, but all this work and all this time and energy and money and the beautiful things that we created out of all this really meant nothing because we couldn't deliver because of the singer, and then the whole thing fell apart.
You moved on again for the second album. You got Keith Olsen in again, mega producer involved there. Rob Mason is in on vocals, and Glenn Hughes was involved with this as well. I mean, that was a bit of a master stroke.
Yeah, well, Glenn Hughes was there to be he was managed by Keith Olsen, and Keith had this propensity to just bring people in that he managed, quote unquote, that we paid, and so he made a commission off all these people he brought in. So he was hiring everybody and his mother to do all kinds of silly shit, and he had pinball machines and bartenders and ping pong instructors, and I don't know what the fuck. I mean, it was crazy. It was a zoo in there, because basically we had a number, and the producer, when he produces your record, he's the intermediary between the band and the label. And so they know the first, just like a divorce lawyer, the first thing they know is your finances. So he knew the budget, he knew how much money was there, and he was determined to get it all. So how am I, we had a $500,000 budget. So he says, okay, well, he says to himself, how am I going to get all that money? I need, the budget's $500,000. I need $501,000. He didn't tell us that, but he got it by doing those things. And one of the things was, you need a vocal coach in here. Vocal coach for what? For Robert Mason, just to guide him along. I'm not going to argue with Keith Olsen. Okay, it's X amount of money. For Glenn Hughes, which is my favorite white singer of all time in history forever anyways. So Glenn's just sitting there every day, comes in, strolls in, late morning, early afternoon, sits around for a few hours. Robert doesn't need any help. So eventually one day I'm like, listen, we're paying all this money, Keith, for Glenn. He's the greatest singer in the world. Why don't we just have him go in there and sing it? And they no, we can't do that. We can't do that. I go, okay, so there was one of the rare moments where I put my foot down. I said, listen, this is my money. This is my record. You had talked me into having this guy sit here. I want him to hear us sing a song. So I just went to Glenn directly. I said, hey, would you mind getting on the mic and doing this? And he did. And it was blood-curdling, hair-raising, goosebumps on everybody's arms. It was, fuck me, man. I'm like, I just put an instant smile on my face. I'm going, that's it. And the tape magically disappeared. And it was, I don't have a copy of it. The producer made a point of destroying all the evidence, which really pissed me. I don't even have that just to have it as a reference, to live with. I spent $500,000 of my own money. I didn't even get a cassette tape of that, which was the highlight of the whole experience.
So the question would have to be then, did you not consider getting Glenn Hughes in full time, or was he in the midst of doing something else?
Oh, I definitely considered it and thought about it and talked to them about it. But again, Keith shot me down and said no, because in Keith's view, and you sort of realize this now, is that he didn't want to rock the boat. This was just a gig for him. You don't want to talk about changing the singer in the middle of a record where he stands to make $500,000. So he just wanted to keep the status quo going. Don't rock the boat. That's a dumb idea. Don't ever bring it up again. You've got your singer. Let's just finish this record. If I was a little smarter and more forward thinking, I would have overrid him on that, but whatever. I mean, dude, come on. If that second record would have came out with Glenn Hughes, oh my God. It's not taking anything away from Robert, but Robert's amazing, but you know what I'm saying.
The music, the end product, the musical the style and the feel of the album went back to a more feel. And you weren't particularly happy with it, really, were you?
No, and that the direction of the second record was intentional, and we made a concerted effort to steer it back towards the Dokken path, and try to garner some of that, whatever that success was. It was, obviously I didn't have a crystal ball, and I was being very myopic in my vision at the time of just being focused 2 feet in front of me. Didn't see the storm coming. In retrospect, which doesn't do anybody any good, assuming that we had continued on the path that been a little greasier, been a little dirtier, stayed with Oni, and kept the Wicked Sensation vibe going into the 90s, that probably would have had a better outcome, I'd imagine.
You got Jeff back in 2015. You had Brian Tishy on drums. You put out Rebel, and you're back inside you're back in the top 40 in the US. More of a classic feel. There'd been dalliances maybe with a bit of new metal, but once you got these guys back in, did it give you a renewed impetus? I mean, I know you and Jeff have been friends for years and years and years, and I mean, you worked so well on 1,000,001 other projects, End Machine, etc., etc. But there was a feel about that album, and you just thought, yeah, this is it. This is more like what we need.
We made the right record. We had the right band. Unfortunately, we had the wrong record company. And the record company, to this day, will admit their regrets with that record. What happened was they were going through some kind of a distribution realignment. They had no distribution at this point when they put our record out. Basically, nobody saw the record. It got released into the void. And it was a crime. I mean, there's just no words. So, to this day, I was like, you don't get to always get that lucky and make a record like that. And I go, that was finally it. I just think that's all I really needed to do. Now I just need people to hear it. and realize that it exists, and they would probably like it, a lot of them, and it's very sad.
So let's bring it up to date then, 2025, and we have Dancing with the Devil. So why was now the right time for you to bring the curtain down on Lynch Mob?
Well, I think you can see a common thread throughout this interview that I make really bad decisions throughout my life. Horrible. You do not want me in charge of any of your decision making. I've never, so if I give you any advice, do the opposite. You'll probably have a better outcome. I don't want to be in charge. I shouldn't be managing anything or making any decisions about anything other than just playing my guitar and writing music. Having said that, I still try to do the right thing and be smart, but whatever. So we decided, I decided, I think earlier this year, if I'm not mistaken, that this was like the 35th anniversary, I believe, of the band. So
yeah,
maybe let's go out with a nice bookend and put out a good record and call it a day. And we called it The Final Ride, and the tour was called The Final Ride. And so I did that and sort of not, fire the band. I mean, we just all agreed to do this. So everybody went their separate ways. And then on the sort of, there was some momentum and some interest because of that announcement. So all of a sudden, my agent started getting all this work opportunity. So talked me into, as agents do, talked me out of quitting Lynch Mob touring. I said, well, just add a few more shows. Well, that's parlayed into, we just kept it going. So here we are. We're still touring. We're still putting out records. It's a different band than it was last year, but it's Brian Tichy's back in the band.
Yeah.
Andrew Freeman and Jaron Galino and myself. It's a great band. And why not, So people are like, well, you said you were retiring Lynch Mob. I go, well, I lied. I changed my mind. I'm sorry. Sue me. I'll see you in court. Me, my lawyer, Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe. I mean, what do you want me to tell you? So that's what it is. I make silly decisions, off the cuff decisions sometimes that aren't well thought out. Here we are.
But when you went in to make that album, and it was on paper it was going to be the final album, did that put more pressure on you because of all the significant legacy of the band over those last 3.5 decades? What you can't do is you can't serve up disappointment.
Yeah, I mean, you really can't compare then to now, because as I described earlier, you're talking about having the luxury of having a $500,000 direct record budget plus all the other money they spend on the records, multi-millions of dollars, huge major label, coming off all the Dokken success, different time, different place, different everything, your cherry pick the world's best engineers and producers and recording studios, spend all the time you want, spend years making the record. And compared to now, which is take every single one of those things I mentioned and just go look at the opposite end of the spectrum, and that's how we make records now. So I make a record now, I'll write the whole album and record it in 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
For a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of what we used to spend on records, Dokken or Lynch Mob records. And so to compare them is really not fair. They're two different universes. But I will say that I'm very proud of myself and the people I work with for being able to work so efficiently and economically. I think it's very healthy. And I feel actually very good about it, because I feel still guilty to this day about the wastefulness of the resources that we had and wasted back in the day, with some good results, obviously, but still, I think it was unhealthy. And so I like to work lean and mean now and just get in, do the work. We don't take 4-hour sushi breaks. We don't get high and drunk and just cancel days. I mean, we go in, we show up at 10 in the morning and we work until 6, 7 at night, and I don't get out of the saddle even for lunch, and we just work and work and work, and it's awesome. because you drill down, you get into it. You don't have the resources, but you make up for it with good ideas and good playing and showing up.
It's a great album. There's loads to like. There's a very diverse collection of music. And if you take from the beginning, Dancing with the Devil is exactly the start that you want, because it immediately hooks you in with that chorus. And before you know it, for the rest of the day, you're just wandering around going, Dancing with the Devil. I mean, it's just such a great track.
Oh, I hate that.
It's a real worm.
That song has been in my head, and I cannot get it out of my head at all. I'll go listen to, or whatever her name, some pop artist, anything, just to get anything else in my head, and I still can't make it leave. It's just, it's torture. I don't know why that happens. But I would say that, and I thank you for making that observation, and a positive observation about the record. But in listening to it now, I do have some regrets, and I am determined going forward with any record I make going forward now to kind of get rid of all the cheese, the light stuff, the major stuff, the happy stuff. It's just, I don't know why I go down that road. Sometimes I feel I need to do that when I'm writing to keep a record balanced. But then in listening to it, I go, man, it should have been all dark. It should have been all just badass, cool grooves and riffs and a little bit challenging arrangements with changes that kind of make you listen a little bit and dig in. But none of this easy pentatonic trying to be AC/DC with happy AC/DC stuff. I'm like, what am I doing that?
But there are moments here, because just when you think, so you've had Lift Up Your Soul, Love and Denial, which stay firmly in the realms of that, that infectious groove that is at the start of the album. But just when you think you know what's coming, you get the sing-along bit of Machine Bone, and then the atmosphere certainly just starts to change. Yeah, the vocal drifts off around 2:27, and then we get 2 minutes plus of instrumental on the end of it, and you're thinking, where's this going?
Oh, no. Well, I would agree with you. I make an exception for Machine Bone. I wish the whole Machine Bone, because I love the shit out of that song, and it gives me goosebumps every time I listen to it. I'm that guy who's driving down the street listening to his own song over and over again with the window. Is that old over there to his own music? What a narcissist.
Well, Follow Me Down delivered more of that signature guitar sound that we've heard many times before, but you just don't tire of hearing. But then this is the bit for me. We get this total change for the final 3 tracks. And maybe it's the best bit of the album, beginning with Gold Mirror, the 2.5 minute instrumental. And that's when things start to change, because there is a bit of a Led Zepp vibe going on there.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know hiding that. I don't know who you're talking. Maybe I have heard of this band. I've never owned records or anything like that, or heard their music, but I've heard of them. Of course, it's so funny. Let me just a quick aside. It's hilarious. So there's a certain record company that we deal with regularly, and there is a clause, and I'm not lying, I'm not making this up. There's a clause in the contract that says no Led Zeppelin influenced music allowed. And every record we all do, we are all influenced. It's impossible to not be influenced by it. What a ridiculously silly thing. And of course, there's a Zeppelin influence all over every record I've ever put out, as well as many other influences, but they've never called me out on it. But I just thought it was hilarious that, here we are. You called it out.
But then you've got Sea of Stone.
Mountain. It's Black Mountainside, which Jimmy Page plagiarized from someone else. So it wasn't a direct play.
Sea of Stones is similar in style, but with vocal, and is up there with the best tracks on the album, I think. I mean, obviously, it's all personal.
So in listening, re-listening to all this stuff, I had 2 regrets about. I'm sorry I put a negative spin on every point you bring up, but I just but I feel I need to be self-critical at this point because I'm sort of reanalyzing everything about this record. And Golden Mirror should have had a vocal, because that's what Robert Plant would have done. He would have sang with that. And then Sea of Stones, although I love it, just the hypnotic, atmospheric, dark thing that ends in chaos is cool. But I thought maybe a better way to end it would have been 2/3 of the way through, just come in with balls out, making the whole riff just heavy, real band. Just elevating it to that next thing that just makes you go, oh, shit. So I was thinking, I wonder if I can re-record that and do that. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. So
it's great as it is. But there's a very different feel to the album's closer as well, because The Stranger has got much more of a grungier feel to it, I thought.
Yeah, I'm going to be 100,000% honest with you. I don't remember every song on the record by name. You do these records, and a year later you do an interview about it, and I've done other records since then, and I don't really remember all the details. But if you'd hum a bar for me, I might.
So
the title refers to.
Yeah.
The Stranger. Do you know what that is? Well, it's when you sit on your hand till it's numb and then you masturbate. It feels like somebody else's hand. That's
The Stranger.
And I didn't invent the term, so don't get mad. Don't kill the messenger here.
So the album finishes. There is a bonus track on that as well. But how happy are you overall with the? I mean, I know you talk about being self-critical, but I mean, if you put that aside for a moment and you sit down and you listen to the whole thing, it's a great album. It's a really good album.
Yeah, I think it's a 50/50 album. I get very excited, genuinely feel that I nailed it on half of it. And then the other half feels sort of like, man, if I had all the resources that I could afford to just throw these 5 songs away, I would and start over, because now I know what I would really want to do. And that's the one huge problem with writing and recording records the way that we do now in recent decades, is you don't have that luxury of discarding anything. You have to use everything. Because time is money, and that's just the way it works. It is a business for me. It's my occupation. I need to earn money from doing what I do. And to make any money on tiny budgets, you have to be very efficient. And so there's no such thing as, oh, I didn't like that solo, go back and redo it. It doesn't happen. You have to get it right the first time. You have to write the right songs the first time. But next record, dude, we do this.
What is the future? I mean, you've got a myriad of projects. There's Heavy Hitters, there's End Machine. What is going to be next?
Well, I just finished the second Cassandra's Crossing record, which is, I hate to say this doing a Lynch Mob interview, but it's a better record than the Lynch Mob record, in my view. From what I wrote and where I, just coming from what I like personally, it's more like the record I wished I'd written for Lynch Mob. So that's being worked on right now. I mean, I finished writing and recording all my parts, and Cassandra's working on the vocals right now as we speak. We're going back and forth with that. This is coming out brilliant, so I'm excited about that. Then I got 2 more records in the pipeline I got to work on. One is the 4th the End Machine record. So I'm going to make sure that one is dark and mean and just groove infested and riffs from hell and all that. There's not going to be any lightness. Might be some weirdness, but no major chords or anything. Nice flowery melodies, none of that crap. But maybe in an Alice in Chains way, where it's over a dark riff, that works. But so we're working on that, and then I'll also be working on a Heavy Hitters record. It'd be the 3rd Heavy Hitters record that Jeff and I need to deliver for Cleopatra Records. We got that in the pipeline as well.
And tell me then, you've got all of that. What about Dokken? Now, Don's talking about bringing the curtain down. and finishing. And I've spoken to him many times. He's always fabulously entertaining, rather. And he did speak of a possible EP, a possible studio project with you. So if he gave you a call up, or you were speaking backstage, is it that something that would interest you?
Well, I mean,
do you see any value in it?
Yeah. I mean, we don't live far from each other. We both live in New Mexico. I still play with Dokken. I probably do about a dozen shows a year with him where I come out and play an encore. I play 3 songs at the end of the night. And Lynch Mob sometimes shares a bill with him. So, we see each other here and there and hang out, and everything's fine. I've been the number one proponent of us getting together and doing a new record for the last, handful of years. Mm. I'm the one ringing the bell. I'm the one that said, let's do this, guys. And of course it never happens because, there's reasons. But for Don to say he'd not be interested in doing that is I would like to do that. But an EP, yeah. I don't think there's any EPs. So, one of the reasons of doing it would be also to get paid.
Yeah. Well, it's true. Nobody's doing anything for nothing. And that if they get back in the studio and, Foreigners coming to an end at some time, as if Jeff got back in there and you were in there and Don was in there, would it create waves? Of course it would. Would people buy it? Of course they would. It's nature.
Well, that would be a good time for all of us, I think, once Jeff wraps up with Foreigner and Don's winding down Dokken, and we're all kind of slowing down a little bit for us to do this. And we would do it most probably with Mick's brother, Steve Brown, because Mick doesn't play anymore. But it would have to be a whole record, I think, I know you're not litigating this, and then you're not going to call George said to the EP, but the splits have to be 25% down the middle. But,
so tell me then, last thing. When you look back on this sort of extraordinary 6 decades that you've spent in the music business, what is your most memorable achievement? What has given you the most pleasure? The early days of when we were struggling. Those were the most beautiful times. Because everything meant so much, and you had so much heart, so much passion, so much drive, so much dedication, and you just were striving to let the world know that you existed and mattered. Your voice, your musical voice mattered, and you had something to contribute that people would appreciate. Now, imagine growing up as a kid with a dream, like every other kid, of becoming a rock star. And then imagine the dream comes true. Not only do you become a professional musician, but you end up in a band alongside one of the legends of the genre who inspired you in the first place. Well, that is what happened to Jaron Galeno, who is the bass player with Lynch Mob. And we met up a few days ago to talk about his journey. With the release of this new album, Dancing with the Devil, and your performances are clearly growing significantly in stature alongside of George, who was one of your heroes growing up. And this goes all the way back. Great story. I love this. Back to your 8th grade teacher that gives you a copy of Back for the Attack, by Dokken, and says, hey, go and listen to this guy.
Yeah, man, kind of mind-blowing. Even thinking back to it now, I remember that exact day getting the blank CDR cases. They were always like a pastel blue, or like real thin. And I was like, got 5 discs. I was like, oh, this is cool, man. So I remember getting those in my hands and just like couldn't wait to get home to pop them into the computer so I could put them on my MP3 player. It was like prior to driving and all that. So it's like not like I could put it in the car yet. But yeah, man, I just remember hitting play on that, and he's like, start with track 6, or is track 6 or 7, which was Mr. Scary, and he's like, start there, and then, go for, find your way around. I'm like, okay, cool, I'm listening to all heavy stuff, and before I could even get there, like, the first track that came on was Kiss of Death, and I'm like, holy crap, like, what is this? So, yeah, man, that's just, I couldn't have thought all these years later that I would be sitting here doing this, but let alone, reconnecting with that teacher and just feeling all those emotions come back after all these years. And, it's still a very special thing for me.
Can you imagine saying to your teacher, and yeah, do you know what? One day I'm going to play with him. And they'll be, yeah. All right. Come back and let me know when it happens. Your dad was the big music fan in your house, a big Deep Purple fan. Yeah. But you begin to find your own way with the likes of Iron Maiden. Slayer was a massive thing for you, Yngwie also, but you were a big skateboarder, weren't you? And all of these videos and films surrounding skateboarding had epic soundtracks to them.
Yeah, they all did. Whether it was music I loved or didn't like, it was always something interesting that, you wouldn't see on TV necessarily, or you wouldn't hear in commercials, whether it was like punk or new wave or metal. It was just like, I was addicted to these skate videos because as a skater, that was the thing, you're just kind of like, into the whole scene. But the soundtracks to it was always, a surprise, because it was like music you just never really heard unless you were exposed to it in one way or another, whether that was through family or digging deep, on the internet or whatever. But yeah, I mean, hearing Slayer in a skate video, on some like guy with long black hair, jumping off of crazy staircases and stuff, it just like the whole thing about it just kind of made it extreme and a little dangerous, even some of the lighter music, whether it was hip hop or, even just like acoustic, singer-songwriter stuff set to that tone of like extreme sports. It just really changed the way that I accepted music personally, because, with my dad, we listen to all heavy stuff, everything from early Deep Purple to, you name it, Yngwie, you named the icons for me, early on, but it wasn't until I really kind of, expanded on that with, everybody knows Ozzy Sabbath, but do you know about Heaven and Hell? Do you know about these albums? And, that was kind of the intro for me. So by the time I got, to that 8th grade mark or whatever, I was still a skater. I wasn't a musician yet. And, all I needed was like a friend or someone to kind of point me in a direction that was a little deeper or a little off of where I already kind of was comfortable. And, skateboarding and, my teacher, Tony Basilio, he was, monumental in that and kind of opening my eyes to the next tier down. It's like, okay, everybody knows the big four, Anthrax, Slayer, Megadeth, Metallica, but do you know Testament? Do you know Exodus? And that was really like a mind-blowing thing for me, because, I'm never a guy to go with the popular stuff, the hits and all that. I like the deep cuts on albums, but everyone knows Metallica, and you might know Megadeth because, they play Megadeth on the radio, but, to find Nuclear Assault or Overkill or any of these deeper, genre bands, it was just like, I felt like I was on to something way earlier than everyone else that I knew, So as an adult now, it's kind of funny because it's like, oh, everybody knows these bands, in metal. But as a kid, if you don't have somebody pointing that out to you, like, where do you even start, How do you?
And it's a big thing as well, isn't it? When you're a kid and you unearth one of these bands, you unearth Testament, for example, and you're the first one in the room or the first one in the class or the first one in your year. It's a big thing, isn't it? That, you take it to all your friends. Hey, you got to be listening to this. This is just fantastic because it makes you look cool.
Yeah, it's definitely that. And it's also, you become like a kind of a cult and a little bit of a gang. I remember going from 8th grade into high school into 9th grade and, meeting kids that had like the chain necklaces and their Metallica shirts. And I'm like, yeah, it's cool, man. But, have you heard Slayer? And I just remember one of my closest buddies, his name is Matt Ferry. He goes by Matt Slime now. He's a death metal maniac. But I remember, telling him about Slayer, and he was a year ahead of me. And he just thought, Godsmack and Metallica, these are the greatest, heaviest bands. I'm like, well, dude, like, check out this band, Slayer. And from that point forward, I think that's where I kind of shifted from skater kid to music kid. I started hanging out with these guys that could kind of play Enter Sandman on guitar and stuff. And it was like, well, this guy can play that. And my other buddy can play Angel of Death by Slayer on drums. Like, that's the craziest thing I ever heard. So I just felt like this calling to be a part of that. And to not only just be a fan, but to be, a player and contribute in some way. And so that's kind of that period there, the ninth, 10th grade area where I really like put my interests into playing music and being a part of that with friends, and really digging deep into the deeper stuff, King Diamond and just the stuff that your average fan probably doesn't really know, on surface level.
So you were a guitar man, first of all. This is what your ear is drawn to. But it was the fact that your dad had the bass in the house, because he used to be a bass player, didn't he, back in the 70s? This is why you end up playing the instrument, because it is there.
Yeah, it was there. It was kind of just like subconsciously calling me. But at the same time, all my friends, everyone either played guitar or drums. No one really played bass. So it was kind of just like this natural gravity happening, like, hey, everybody needs a bass player, play bass. I'm like, oh, I have a bass at my house, it's just kind of fell that way. But even with my dad's influence, he didn't really play when I started playing for the first time. It was just something he did back in the day and was just a fan now. So when I started to pick it up, I remember he got excited, and he plays now. He doesn't gig out or anything, but he plays almost every day at home. And
wow.
So he's like, I just I see you doing it, and it just makes me want to play and practice. And it's therapy. For most people that don't do it for a living, they do it for fun or enjoyment, and it's an outlet, if you will. So it's kind of cool to have it come full circle in my family.
You clearly had a sharp mind as well here, because you're looking ahead. Yeah, it's a cool instrument. There's some great players. But it's the fact you notice the fact that there is always a demand for good bass players, because there aren't that many of them. So the chances are you're going to be employed most of the time.
Yeah, I think, look, everybody out there wants a gig. There's a lot of people out there doing it, but, are you willing to sacrifice everything to get what you want? Are you willing to work hard and grind and do all the ugly work outside of just performing on stage to make that happen? I think, as I got older and toured, in my teens through my 20s, I quickly realized the value of what we do and how difficult it is for people to actually do it as they get older. Well, if I'm not famous by 25, I got to get a real job and have a family. It's just like, okay, well, if that's what you want to do, cool. And that's not saying you can't do that and still play music, but the sacrifices that you have to make to really get to where you want to be in this music world is something that's a lot heavier than I think most people could ever really understand. And for me, as a young guy, I quickly saw that, and I just knew, if this is really what I want to do, I've got the kind of personality and mindset where I obsess over things. I'm just like, okay, this is what I want. I'm going to stop at nothing to get there. And, that's roughly how we get here,
Influences as far as your instruments go, because there's some great players, great personalities. And obviously you mentioned Geezer Butler, but interestingly, there's Richie Kotzen in there, who's put out some incredible solo stuff. I mean, Nomad, the last album, was fantastic. But I think over and above everybody else is a guy who was on tour who I saw not that long ago, actually, Glenn Hughes.
Man, how can you not be inspired by that guy? God, I get the hair standing up on my arms right now. You're just saying it, man. It's that guy is just. I mean, it's my rock god. I mean, that guy literally it takes the words and emotions, just it sucks them out of you in a live setting.
Yeah.
As a singer, of course, obviously, but as a bass player too, man. Nobody really. I don't say nobody really pays attention to that part of him, but. His tone and just his style of playing, and I just always really love that, even from that California Jam, seeing those high watt speakers behind him and all that. It was just like, this guy's a badass. And I would say Hughes, Geezer, like you said, Kotzen, even Yngwie. I listen to some of those early Yngwie albums where he's playing bass on it, and it's just like, what the hell, but there's my guitar player mindset there. But then you got guys like Steve Harris and there's all sorts of good influences there. So I just try to make it a melting pot of all the things I like and transfer that to my hands and what I do.
So once the decision has been made by you to make music your career, I mean, you have been very, very busy. I mean, there's a multitude of bands. Thrasher, Midnight Helion, great name that. Not quite as good as Capitalist Death Machine, which is what I quite like. And then into Tantric Heaven's Gate, the live project. And the one that I found perhaps most interesting, and I was listening to it yesterday actually, was Mac 22.
Oh, right on.
Which the album was called Sweet Talk Intervention. Constant Denier, fantastic track at the opening of the album, and it's got I mean, 70% of it it's got. I saw somewhere it said Led Zeppelin. I didn't get that, but what I did get was a lot of Guns N' Roses. With a bit of Lenny Kravitz in there. So, and this was all to do with where you're from, basically, wasn't it? Philadelphia, and getting back to work with some of the guys that you knew. But you have been constantly working on all of these projects.
Yeah, for, the better part of 10 to 15 years. I mean, pretty much, aside from some of those earlier ones that you mentioned, Trasher and Midnight Hellion and all these things, like, I don't really have anything to do with those now, but all of those guys from those different projects are still a big part of my life, and doing other bands now, and some still doing those projects. But, it was around that 2010 mark where I kind of shifted into the rock scene more so than metal.
Yeah.
And most of the things that I've been doing since then, like, they all have circled back in one way or another over the years. So, like, we're doing a new Mach 22 album right now. It's all something we're doing on the side of all these other bands that we play in and projects that we do. So it's a labor of love, but I try to always surround myself with as much work and action as possible, because, it's those downtimes where I find myself questioning, like, what am I doing? Like, I got 2 weeks off and nothing to do. When you don't have a day job or a routine and you're off the road, it's like kind of a mental craziness. So that's a big reason of why I try to work so hard and surround myself with that.
So what's the story with the next Mac 22 project? Because it had a great sound to it and a great feel to it, that album. And you could imagine radio playing any one of the tracks on that album. It was just a great, no-frills, solid rock and roll album.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, it was produced by the late, great Jeff LaBar, and, I think in Philly, that sound is very prevalent. It's got a little bit of soul in there. It's got the Guns N' Roses vibe. It's a mix of a few different things that you don't really hear in the same band or music. Hearing those songs on the radio when we were younger, when the album would come out, the local 93.3 MMR in Philly would play the local shots. They would play local bands every month or whatever, and they would play that. I remember hearing one of those songs for the first time on the radio and just thinking, holy crap, I made it. I'm on the Philadelphia radio. But it sounded like it fit in the sequence of songs they were playing that night. It was just like, it just sounds like something that would be there. So I think that was like the first time where I realized, okay, I'm on to something, What's that?
Good album cover.
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, we're working on it slowly but surely. The singer Lamont Caldwell, he's whipping up some songs, and Sebastian LaBar's whipping up some riffs, and we kind of just send each other ideas and then put them together and kind of just chip away at it. I don't know. I think we're probably like 8 or 9 songs in right now. I don't know how many we're looking to really do, but it's coming together slowly but surely.
So moving on then, what is interesting about George Lynch and you is the fact that he plays a pretty big role in your house and in your life, because it's not you that is the only musician in your place. Your partner, Cassandra Carson, and her band, Paralandra, and Cassandra's Crossing, with George involved. Garden of Earthly Delights. Again, it's great album title and a great album cover, and the music was pretty good, obviously, as well. And he was saying that the next one is done as well. So, I mean, you have a house where music is a constant source of conversation, and I suppose George in particular is right up there.
Yeah, it's like you said, 8th grade was where it all started, and he's been like the focal point for me since then. Mainly at first it was based on style. I'm like, this guy's a badass. Nobody sounds like this guy. He's got that evil side, and it's just dark and ferocious. And to me, that spoke volumes, because that's kind of just like when it comes to music, that's the sound that I like. out of all the guitar heroes, I was like, this guy, he's the guy. But then it kind of came a little clearer to me as I got older and realized this guy works really, really hard. He's doing multiple projects all the time. He's on tour. He's doing things outside of music with helping the Indians, Native Americans, and doing all these different things. I'm like, when does this guy ever stop? Another guy like that, Glenn Hughes, million albums. So it's like, those were the things that I started to look at as I got older. And so George, for me, was always that guy, always on to the next thing and doing a million projects, whether people like that or not. I was a big fan of that because it's more content, more opportunity to hear things that you might not hear on a Dokken album or a Lynch Mob album. You might hear on a Sweet and Lynch. You might hear on a KXM. So, I was always drawn to that. And, my dad was into all the great music, but when it came to the 80s stuff, there were a few gaps. He wasn't, he was a 70s, 60s guy. So he knew Eddie Van Halen and he knew about Zach and stuff, but he didn't know all the heroes, So me turning him on to Lynch, Lynch became one of his favorite guys. He was aware of Dokken, but, at that point in his life, he was a little older and a little bit detached from what was going on. So to come around all these adult years later and to be going to all these shows with him and exposing each other, versus him just exposing things to me, it's a great way to bond. And, like you said, but
the fact that you've got your girlfriend is involved as well is something else.
Well, yeah, that's a whole separate story because, after years of following this guy, it just so happened that one time we went to a show and she happened to come, and she was a fan. Her father was a big Lynch fan, and they had a lot of Dokken and Lynch Mob going on in their house. So, for her to come with us and kind of meet George and kind of, make that initial introduction and the crossing of all these things that had happened in life up to that point, that was kind of the gateway into myself working with him and her working with him for sure. And like you just mentioned, the Cassandra's Crossing album, I mean, it's incredible, man. It's some of George's best work and some of Cassandra's best work as well. And the fact that they're even doing another one is just amazing. So,
I was listening to the Body Electric.
Oh, yeah, Paralandra are great, man.
Yeah.
Really special band.
It's different. It's not what you expect. When you look at it, you have a tendency, don't you? If you pick something up and you think, in your mind, you think you know what is coming when you put it on. But this was very different. Body Electric and Street Magic was the other album that they did as well. Excellent stuff. But initially then, you were in Lynch Mob for 4 shows. What is it, 7, 8 years later? You are firmly ensconced in the band.
Yeah. It's been about 4 years now. 2022 is when I got to sit in for the first time, and I just thought, hey, man, it's an honor to even get on stage with these guys, especially George, and I'll just go and have fun, and that's a highlight career moment for me. And the fact that it could go on any further than those few shows was mind blowing to me, and to still be here and kind of at the helm of whatever's going on now in Lynch world. I mean, I'm just every day I'm honored to be here and a part of it, and very lucky.
Babylon, the first album.
Sure.
Dancing with the Devil is the second. How much more comfortable did you feel in the recording process for the second album? Because you know the people a lot better. You know what is expected. You know what you're able to deliver. So do you feel that you are able to be artistically more open to deliver more?
Very, very much so. That first one with Babylon, it was like, I believe, probably a few months into being in the band, it was like I was kind of comfortable with the vibe, because I know George, I know what to expect from him, but in terms of what he expected from me, I can only go based off of what I've been listening to and seeing my whole life from his band, all the different guys that came before me. So I tried to stay within that, general ballpark, play it kind of safe. And also I had 10 days to receive the songs and then come up with my parts and record them and then be done. And, 10 songs, 10 days, it's not impossible. Obviously I did it, but it was a little rushed for my liking, and there was a few other things happening, within the recording process that were kind of hindering the progress. And so it was kind of one of those things like, just get it done. George says he needs it by this date, don't let him down, just do it and shut your mouth, kind of a thing. That's kind of where I was at mentally with it. So I felt like it was kind of rushed. So going into this one and, having a couple years on the road with Gabriel and Jimmy and, having a vibe, I wanted to make sure that starting on this record, I gave myself enough time to really take songs, pick them apart, write the parts that I felt were, appropriate, if you will, but also putting my own spin on it. And I feel like my style is much different than a lot of the guys that came before me, but still within that ballpark. So it doesn't sound abstract, but I definitely put a lot of heart and soul into this one, and I felt like I needed some redemption, if you will, because not that there's anything wrong with Babylon, it's a great album, but we had some production issues. I wasn't crazy about the bass sound that they had on there, and I just felt like, man, I hope one day we could just do one more album and I can get it right. And of course, I'm so proud of Babylon. It's my first moment with George, but to have a second chance and to really like make up for all those things that were personally haunting me, that was a big deal for me. So to have Dancing with the Devil come out the way that it did, I mean, I'm just like, on cloud nine with that. So I'm very, very happy.
Well, let's look at some of those tracks on there. And the title track, Dancing with the Devil, is a fantastic start. It's the perfect track to have as the opener because it immediately has got you reeled in with this chorus, which is literally you can't get it out your head for the rest of the day, and you're tapping away, and it's all you can think of. So it's a real earworm, isn't it?
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's like I feel like every time I have an album that comes out, the choice of which songs are going to be the singles are usually, I don't want to say my least favorite, but I'm like, I'm that's my least, interesting song to me. It's just kind of like whatever, because there's some really deep songs on this album and dark stuff where the playing is just insane. And I know that that's not the norm when it comes to the general liking, of a radio or whatever, a single. But I mean, the more I hear it, the more I love it, because I'm a kind of guy where I record and then once it's done, I'll listen to the mixes to make sure I'm good with it, but then I don't touch it. I don't listen to it again until it comes out. And this has been done since, almost at the beginning of this year. So when Dancing with the Devil came out as the single, I was like, oh man, this is great. I'll tease myself and get to hear that song, but I won't listen to the rest, even though I have it. I'm not going to listen to it until I either get the physical CD or until it comes out on release day. And so I actually got an advance copy of the CD yesterday at home. I was on the road, so I didn't, get to open it up yet. But when I get home on Monday, I'm going to crank it up and revisit all those tracks and get to enjoy it for what it is. So I'm very happy. And like you said, Dance with the Devil, it's kind of got that infectious thing to it. So yeah, I'm hoping the rest of it hits that way.
I said to George, it's almost like there are two albums in here, because Lift Up Your Soul and Love and Denial stayed firmly in those realms, the infectious groove, the chorus. And then just when you think you know what path this is traveling down, you get Machine Bone. So the atmosphere literally changes 227 into that track because you're thinking it's coming to an end. And then it stopped, the vocal ends, and then you get this 2 minutes plus worth of instrumental. And this is a turning point in the entire album.
I haven't listened to it really in the proper track order. I generally know it, but Machine Bone was one of those songs where it was kind of just a jam. We kind of like when I was tracking it, like you can kind of hear it, like what you hear on that song, at least coming from me. Like some of these songs George will send, they'll be 8 minutes long and we trim them down at the end, like, oh, there's too much space on this part, it just, it's kind of boring or whatever. But this one, it was like, I tracked it and just messed, like when you said 237 or whatever out, that whole rest of that was just like, I was just making it up because I'm like, I'll just put this in as a placeholder and then I'll see what Gabriel sings and then change it. And then it kind of just never changed. And that ended up being one of my favorite tracks on there. So, I'm really happy that, it's kind of used as that pivotal moment to kind of go to the rest of the album and change that feel.
And it's the final 3 tracks of the album, which could turn out to be people's favorites, because this is where I think you've got 3 tracks that could be on a completely different album. You get the beginning with Golden Mirror, which is the instrumental, 2.5 minute instrumental, which has got a huge Led Zeppelin vibe in it, and running right the way through the veins of this song. You know, I mean, it's a great track. I mean, and it's not a cheap takeoff. It's, you know, it makes you sit and listen and just get yourself prepared for what is coming afterwards.
Yeah, it's interesting to me because, you know, when George sent me, you know, it was just acoustics with some percussion going on, and I'm thinking, okay, cool, you know, I could hear Gabriel singing this and that here. You know, I didn't know it was going to be an instrumental at that point, but I felt, hey, this calls for like a Tony Franklin, like a fretless thing, like, you know. And I've never played fretless. I don't own one. You know, it was the whole thing. So,
Sea of Stones was the other track I wanted to pick out because it had a similar vocal and a similar vibe, but I think it was potentially the standout track for me, actually.
interesting, because that one was supposed to be the instrumental kind of just bonus ambiance thing, you know, for the European or Japanese release. You know, George was like, we need just another song. It could just be, you know, just some kind of vibe, you know. And so I was like, okay, cool. Well, that was the last one we got out of all the songs. And I was like, I'll put the fretless on this and just kind of do like something really just dark and like droney. And then Gabriel was like, I actually have some vocal ideas for this. And so that one ended up becoming a full song, and very different, you know, and enjoyable. So, you know, again, another pivotal moment on the album for sure.
And the Stranger, which is the final track, I know there's a bonus track in there as well, but the Stranger is the album closer. And this has a much more grungier feel to it than anything else on the album. So there's another twist and turn here on this journey, you know, this 50 odd minute journey. You know, you're ending with something that, you know, you simply haven't heard or seen on the album before that moment.
Yeah, it's definitely a dark and sludgy and heavy. And it's funny because a lot of these songs, when I got them, you know, there's no vocals or, you know, no rough idea of what's going to happen. So when I'm putting down bass, and I find this with a lot of projects and albums that I do, I'm hearing it without anything, you know. So I'm just like, I'm going to put this bass thing here, I'm going to do this and that. And I never really think, well, what's he going to be singing over this? You know, is this going to clash? So I'm always very surprised to hear kind of where it goes once it leaves my hands. You know, it's like, okay, do I need to go back and change this to complement the rest of the song? You know, I always get a little nervous about that. So The Stranger was one of those where, you know, I put the bass down and I was just like, I think this is going to be good, but I'm very curious of what the vocals are going to do to it. And Gabriel just came in and knocked that one out. So I think it's a strong track for a closer, and I'm really happy with the way that the track listing ended up going, and that being at the end, because you never know, you know, when you're recording, which one's going to be the first or the last song, and where the energy is going to go. So
the other bonus here, of course, is the fact that this isn't the end. I mean, when this was all being talked about a year ago, etc., it was, well, you know, this is the end of the road, you know, but it isn't. There's a bit of a restructure gone on here. There's going to be more, quote, of a revolving door. Brian Tishy is back in the band. So there is a future which must please you because you get to do more of the same.
Tell me about it, man. I mean, I thought I was hanging it up on a high note earlier this year on the Monsters of Rock cruise, and you know, the fact that George wanted to keep going was amazing. You know, I couldn't have thought of a better turnout for the end here, but now it's uncertain what the end is, you know, and to go from killer players that were in the band before to getting other killer players that I grew up seeing George play with, and, you know, seeing them play with other bands, you know, Tishy, Freeman. I mean, we got Scotty Coogan coming in for a few shows, and, you know, these are all guys that I grew up just listening to and seeing play and just thinking, man, one day I hope I get to play with guys that could really lay it down, like, you know, these guys. You know, these guys are the men of the genre, you know, and so to be up here on stage and doing stuff with them is just a really special feeling. And, you know, it's been a long time coming, I guess, career-wise for me. So getting to share that and be a part of that legacy is a huge honor.
So lastly then, going forward, what is the ultimate objective for you? Is it your own band? Is it doing solo projects? Or do you just want to be part of a band? What is it that is your career objective?
I don't know that I really have an objective, but to just keep moving forward. I think putting out new music, being a part of projects, whether it's a band or a solo project or whatever. I don't mind. I like doing it all. I don't need to be in charge. I don't need to write all the music. I like contributing to a group setting. And so, I just always try to dabble in 3 or 4 different things at a time as I go. And where the time allows it, I try to get it in. So I'm just going to kind of keep going on that path. And, if it's another Lynch Mob style situation, or if it's a new band that we put together, a super group of, just local guys, whatever, nothing is off the table for me.
Sharon Galino and Lynch Mob's new album, Dancing with the Devil. It is out on November the 28th. And that is it for now. Don't forget to catch up with all of the recent content on the website, YouTube, and Facebook, where you can also interact with us if you like. Once again, thank you very much for watching wherever you're watching around the globe. Until next time, from me, Tim Cable. Bye-bye for now. This album, then, is our love letter to the blues. Now, the last covers album you did was a big success, was your celebration of the history of rock, and you had some great tracks on it. Midnight Moses, Fortunate Son, brilliant version of Bitch, by the way, and Highway Star. So this is like a natural successor.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't set out to those songs that you mentioned are more in our wheelhouse, let's say, and we didn't set out to like try to prove anything or do something with this record. It was a kind of a pleasant surprise just that happened. We our agenda was to go to a new place to work, to create. And the reason for that is that it just opens up fresh ideas, like going to a new place that you haven't worked before. It's kind of like if you did a job and 2 years later you go back to the same place and you're supposed to do the job again, but it's supposed to be with different, it's supposed to be somehow fresh, and you can do it, but it's really nice if you have an opportunity to go somewhere new. So we picked the studio, Fame Studios, down in Muscle Shoals, and we went there to write, basically. And this blues thing kind of happened really organically, and it wasn't even when we got done recording all this stuff. It was just something, maybe we'll use a couple or something. I didn't know that there was going to be. We didn't know that there was going to be an album, but Marty Fredrickson had said, I think this is really cool. And then I thought, well, maybe we'll go and have, revisit some of the stuff or whatever. And he says, no, let's just make it what it was. It was live. You guys didn't plan it. You worked up the arrangements, and it sounds great. So let's just leave it. So that's what we did.
So you're there at the Florence, Alabama Music Enterprises, the Muscle Shoals studio.
Yeah.
Now, this venue
Fame Studios in Muscle Shoals. Fame Studios.
Yeah, it's hosted.
There is Muscle Shoals Sound too, which was a famous place. But yeah, this one was Fame, where Aretha Franklin kind of cut her first big single, and Etta James worked, and Wilson Pickett, and it was just like. It was like walking into a new dimension of time. This place is still got that 50s, 60s vibe to it.
What did it feel like? You stood in the same room where all these legends are played. It's like playing in the shadows. You can almost, you're breathing in the same breath, standing in the same places. Did you feel that your performance goes up a notch?
Well, I think that probably you get some of that happens. The thing you got to do is you got to get in a mindset where you can let go, and basically you can basically let those channels open so that things can happen. And I think momentarily here and there it did. There was definitely some some moments that were really, you know, I can't really define how they happened, basically. But then you get inside your head and you're thinking about it, you know. So there's this pressure too to like, okay, I got to deliver because these walls have seen some of the greats, so some legendary people, you know. So you got this a little bit of pressure too. But if you can find yourself letting go and open up those channels to let that stuff in, it's good. And
John Karawi called it your happy accident because basically, like you said, the project came out of these were late night impromptu sessions.
Yes, yeah, that's a good word, happy accident. It was coming from inspiration because, you know, during our time there, we were there starting to write, and we had a pretty successful first few days. And during this time, we realized that, you know, one of the agendas of the studio was to have tours come through because there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot of history. So we would be listening. We'd take a break. You know, we'd be in the middle of a recording, or they would never come in when we were recording. But like, if once the recording light went off, the door might open, and then it's like, okay, we're doing a tour, you know, and yeah. So we would take a break, and we heard this tour over and over every day, that talking about, you know, this is the piano where Aretha Franklin recorded I've Never Loved a Man. This is this is the microphone that Etta James used. This is where Duane Allman and Wilson Pickett were having a discussion about doing Hey Jude, covering the Beatles song, which is something that was Duane's idea, apparently. So we were talking also about, like, in general, going down to the Deep South. It's just cool there, and there's a lot of music history in not just Alabama, but in that area. Of course, the Crossroads being in Mississippi, and a lot of great Southern rock in that part of the country, which is you know, by itself is just really inspirational. But then you start hearing these tales about these stories about artists coming through there, and we decided, hey, we're set up. It's, you know, we're not set up to necessarily record a rock record or something, but we're set up. So we just started to have some fun, and we started with, maybe it was Crossroads, and we didn't want to do it like how Cream did it. We went back, and then we decided, well, Cream took the original version, or Cream took the version that Robert Johnson did, and they did it their own way. So let's do it our way, and it kind of went into that sort of creative zone. One song led to another.
Yeah, you had to decide what to do, because just playing a straight cover isn't going to generate any interest anywhere, really. So the thought was, on every track, the question at the back of your mind was, what would Led Zeppelin do? And as a template, as John was saying, is that we used When the Levee Breaks, which was originally recorded by Memphis Me way back. It's almost 100 years ago, that. So that's what you used. So that was a really interesting way, great concept.
Well, that was what we did with Crossroads. It was similar to the groove in the first track on Zeppelin 3. I'm spacing on the name of the song, but basically that was the basic groove, and I had this slide part that was kind of had that vibe to it. So it turned into a song that definitely had some influence of Zeppelin as well, which is fine, you know. But then there's other stuff that, like, you know, we took, I don't know where it came from, but, like, you know, some of the stuff that we did with songs like Black Betty, walking the dog. We just tried to find some different ways to do stuff for fun. We weren't, like I said, or like John said, there was not a plan to make a blues record. We were just trying to have some fun, and maybe one of these songs would end up being a promo piece or something like that. But each one has its... Sorry.
If you look at the people that have the most success with these, Vanilla Fudge used to have their own way of doing it, which was fantastic to listen to. And one of the great blues covers albums I saw of the last, 25 years was Honkin' on Bobo, which was Aerosmith. And that album reminded me a bit of this album stylistically.
Yeah, I love that album. I actually don't remember the track list of everything that they did, but a few songs maybe did they do I'm Ready? I'm sure they did.
Yeah, I think the opening track was Roadrunner.
Okay. And then I know they did I can't remember the titles of these songs, but Baby Please Don't Go. Sorry.
Right.
So yeah, so it was a cool album, and it was a cool concept, and it was kind of felt pretty new for the time when Aerosmith did it. And but I think they probably set out to do it, and they did it, and they polished it the way they wanted to do it. Ours, on the other hand, is a moment in time where we'd work up an arrangement that we thought sounded cool, and we just laid it down live. And there was once we got the arrangement together, there was really no polishing. We didn't go back and fix anything. In fact, there is some moments where there's mistakes and different things, but it's really from the heart. It was like, had I done preparation, I would have definitely played some different things. And sure. In hindsight, definitely would have played differently on certain things. But I was in the moment, and that's what came out. John was in the moment, that's what came out. And I wasn't worried about it, because I felt like, okay, under normal circumstances, if you're going to do something with a recording, then you go back and you revisit it, and maybe you make some changes, or updates. Update the whatever part you think you could do better. And this was like, nope, we're leaving it. It's live. That's it.
It's interesting because I don't know who it was that said it, maybe John again, who said, hey, listen, none of us were really blues aficionados. We didn't grow up listening to John Lee Hooker or whatever. I know that you used to grow up listening to most of your sister's record collections. I don't know whether they had a lot of blues in there.
No, it was the closest thing.
Jeff Beck.
Might have been Jeff Beck. Or some Peter Frampton stuff. Had a little blues flavor to it. But eventually, I think the biggest mark that was made on me as far as blues goes was Southern rock. The Allman Brothers and Leonard Skinner and stuff like that. So I really loved it, but I never considered myself that type of a player, and definitely an aficionado would know about where all these original artists, they would know about them, and we didn't know about them. We learned that music from our heroes, like I'm saying, like Duane Allman and Jeff Beck, and more stronger from Jimmy Page and Aerosmith and all these bands. We didn't realize, and the Stones. We didn't realize that they got their inspiration from these artists, and then they made their sound out of that. So we were influenced by the second generation. So we went during this time down in Muscle Shoals. It was just inspiring to hear these stories about the first generation of the blues artists or the jazz artists or the people that came through that studio. And that's where it started to get like, whoa, let's have a go, It's just that way sometimes, where you find yourself kind of going down a rabbit hole, and you're like, where's my guitar? I want I want to experiment, you know, and so that's kind of how it went down, you know.
The team, or the band, if you like, JC, you, David, Michael, and Sarah Tomic. Now, she was a really good fit because she's worked with the fabulous Samantha Fish, who is just such a brilliant artist. And she also worked with Steven Tyler's band when he was off doing his solo thing. So this was perfect for her.
Absolutely. It was just, you know, the reason that we were in between drummers, let's say, and Tishy wasn't available, and we hadn't started working again with Tommy Clufetus, and we only had this time frame where we could really go and write and do pre-production for the Light 'Em Up album. And so Marty suggested that, he goes, "Hey man, she's badass. She's a great player." And I'd seen her play, and she was amazing. See, I saw her play with Tyler. You could tell right from the get-go, her groove was really, really good. But she also has this, aside from having blues chops and all that stuff, she could basically do anything. She's hired, Marty hires her for all kinds of different stuff. You know, she could play anything from, like, obviously blues to you know, shred metal or whatever. You know, she's just a very talented percussionist, and so it was perfect for writing. And then, man, it couldn't have been a better fit for what we were doing. We just asked her, like, okay, if we took a, you know, like, for example, Black Betty was kind of was just trying to work up something that was that had a vibe that John could sing that same kind of thing to, but it was something totally different. And once I had a part for the guitar, she had a great groove that was kind of, it put it into this a little bit kind of funky blues, kind of a Texas blues type of thing, or almost like Stevie Wonder Superstition type of groove.
Yeah.
And then she did something completely different on, Crossroads or Going Down. It was like, it was great. Very creative player.
I've got to talk a bit about the choice of some of these songs. I mean, because there's so many out there, that finding the right ones that suit what you're trying to do. And you kicked off with I'm Ready by Muddy Waters, which was written, like so many of these, by Willie Dixon. So here he is, the father of the Chicago blues, on one of Rolling Stone's 500 greatest songs ever. So not a bad way to kick it off.
Yeah, that was, Karabi came with that one. That was a little bit later during the process, but I think we kind of toughened it up a little bit. It's probably got a little bit of an Aerosmith vibe to it, the way that we did it, if you were looking for some kind of, comparison or something. But it worked out really well, and it's a great song. And I was just thinking about, like, how we were talking about how to start it, and something like a Stevie Ray Vaughan type of thing came to mind for me, and that's how we started it. And then I think we reprised that section as well in the song. But it's just a fun song.
Yeah,
and it's a positive vibe, positive message, good way to start a record. Again, we didn't know it was going to be a record, but it turned out really well.
Boom Boom was another great choice. That is actually getting a deluxe re-release this month, actually, believe it or not. But John Lee Hooker, it was his only ever Hot 100 track. That the Animals did it, the Yardbirds did it, and I loved the story behind this. It was a bar in Detroit called the Apex Bar, and there was this bartender woman called Louila, and every night John Lee Hooker would come in late, and she'd look up, tap the bar and go, boom, boom, late again. And that was the story about the track. And he did it in the Blues Brothers as well, but it's such a good track.
I didn't. It is a good track. It's a great track the way he did it too. It's just, I mean, he made it the best. We took a little bit of a tip off of kind of a Suzi Q kind of vibe. It's what it turned out to be, a little bit like a Creedence type of vibe, which we love Creedence. But it is a great track, and I didn't know that story.
That's a brilliant story.
Yeah, that's really cool. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. When you hear about that stuff, it's like, wow, that's so cool. You know, it's inspiring hearing that.
And I don't know who it was that chose Black Betty, but the original of that was actually Leadbelly's version was a cappella. Right. It was nothing like Ram Jam, who had that moment in the 70s. And I mean, how many movies has that been in? Dozens of movies and TV shows, and it's on every 70s compilation ever. Everybody knows it.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is like I had heard, I've heard several people cover that, and they did it similar to Ram Jam. And some people were kind of wondering, like, well, why didn't you guys, do it like that? That a lot of people think that's a Ram Jam song. So of course they're wondering, well, and it's a great version how they did it. As you said, Leadbelly it was just a vocal that I guess he's made up coming home from work, or something like that. And it was about a person, so, but that was John again that brought that idea. This is basically what we're doing. We're sitting in the studio, taking a break, either for dinner or during a tour that they were, showing the studio, and we were talking about all these stories and stuff, and that's how the stories about. We were talking about Robert Johnson, about what he must have been going through. We talk about all those different songs and somehow Black Betty came up, and John said, just let's not do it the way that it was. And so as I said, I was working up a guitar part. Sarah helped with the groove, and it turned into something. We ended up, writing some changes as well, just trying to have it be not too far away from our wheelhouse, but like it turned out great. I love it, and it's such a, John delivers all of these songs in an amazing way. But yeah, that one was cool because the more people hear it, the more they go, oh, I really like that version. They don't mind that it's not Ram Jam anymore, because originally we did get some pushback about, like, why didn't you guys do it that way? Well, you can listen to that Ram Jam version anytime you want, but if you want to hear something different, this is for you.
Absolutely. There's so many B.B. King tracks you could have picked. I mean, you just got to look at his catalog. But the one that you did pick, "The Thrill Is Gone," was the biggest hit that he had, which was his first ever million seller.
Wow.
But again, there's lots of subtle changes and differences here, obviously, in the way that you've put it together. Yeah,
originally, we listened to the track, and originally I was kind of, I actually suggested it, and then we listened to the track, and I was like, I don't know what to do with this thing, because it's like, it's so amazing, and anything that you think of, I don't know, it was like sacred ground, to me, that song. Once I listened to it, I just brought it up, we listened to it, and it was like, And then John said, well, why don't we treat it more like how Zeppelin did "Since I've Been Loving You," or "T for One" in that, which maybe he didn't really even know, but it's a different time signature. It's in 6/8 or something like that, Yeah, it would be like 6/8. And Sarah immediately jumped all over it, and I just started to play the basically just some passing chords that were the same chords, but kind of playing them a little bit differently, and it just kind of came together like that. And then I had a part that I was thinking maybe we could do something different with the solo section, although the whole song is actually a solo, but in the middle section, maybe we could do this descending thing that I had. And we didn't end up doing that, but we stuck it on the end so that it was like, in putting it in 6/8 gave it a little bit more of a melancholy vibe than it already had. It made it almost like a little bit more of a sadder blues. And so we worked it up. We went through it a few times till we got it right. And John sang it really, really cool. And then Marty said, okay, let's wrap it up for the day. Marty Fredrickson, who produced the record. He goes, let's wrap it up. Well, if you guys want to, change anything on it, we'll do it tomorrow or whatever, but that sounds pretty good. And then we came in the next day and he's like, do you guys want to hit Thrill Is Gone Again? And we listened to it and I was like, oh my God. I was definitely in a zone right there. It was the end of the day before, and I was very relaxed and not really thinking, and I was hitting the melody that BB did, but I was doing it a little more delicately maybe, and there were some nuances, and I just said to Marty, I go, we can do it again, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to play it like that, because that was definitely, when I listened to it, I was overwhelmed by all of the nuances that I had never done before or didn't remember. I was just playing off the heart. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
And so I said, Marty, I don't think I can. He goes, fine. Let's just keep that guitar. He goes, it's a little out of tune in a couple spots, but it's fine. It's cool that it's a first take. I just said to Marty, I don't think I can do it the same way. And he goes, it's fine. Let's leave it. It's got a vibe. And of course, now I listen to it and I go, well, I could have, I could have done a lot of different things, but I like the fact I've never been in a situation where something that was so important to me was a one take. It's always been a situation where I would go like, this is very important to me, and I want it to be perfect, and I got to figure it out. But it really wasn't like it was. First of all, it wasn't like an agenda that this was going to be an album. So again, I just like, okay, it's got a vibe. So I'm like, let's leave it. I liked it as first take on that, and then I'll listen to it and I'll come back if we ever do something with it, and I'll clean it up. But it didn't need it. It worked out. And John, like I said, sang it. He sang everything great, but I loved, there's a part on the third verse on that is just, I think he says, the thrill is gone from here, and then goes, woohoo! And it was just like, wow, that's so cool. It was, like after a breakup, the way it felt, I don't know how he meant it, but the way it felt was after a breakup, all right, I'm free.
Keeping the momentum going is a tough job, and again, it's all about the choices and making the right choices. Born Under a Bad Sign was another great choice. This was, it's Albert King, obviously, but this was actually written by Booker T from Booker T and the MGs, who was working at the studio, wrote it with a guy called William Bell, and they gave it to Albert King. But of course, he's the most famous left-handed player, and he played a custom-made left-handed Gibson.
Yeah.
And Cream did this as well, obviously.
Well, it's funny, a lot of those songs weren't written by the artists. That some of them were, but a lot of them were written by other people, and you didn't know that. I didn't know that. I think what The Thrill Is Gone, did BB write that, or somebody else write that?
The Thrill Is Gone was Roy Hawkins.
Okay. Yeah, I knew.
First up.
It's interesting, but yeah, Born Under a Bad Sign is classic. It's cool because, these songs we've heard them done lots of different ways, but it's definitely a song that fits into our rock edge, you know. It's a blues track.
Yeah.
You can do it really bluesy, but it does fit in. So it's not so far outside, like what, you know, some of the other songs maybe are. But we just found a way to you know, play it that felt good at the moment, and I think we have a slightly altered intro to set it up, which was kind of cool because you didn't know what song, you know. It says you look at the title and then you hear it and you're like, what is that? And then it kicks in to the riff, you know. But
Sure.
that one, you know, we didn't take it as far as some of the other ones. It just felt really good like that.
We talked about Crossroads. Whose choice was Sweet Home Chicago, which is Robert Johnson's track, and of course, obviously made famous by the fact that it was in Blues Brothers, and Aykroyd and Belushi finished the movie with. I mean, it's an amazing song.
It is. It really is. It was a last minute thing. I don't remember who thought of it. It wasn't me, but I worked on it. You know, anytime somebody's got an idea, I'm automatically starting to think about how to approach it and trying to, you know, find a way that pleases everybody and myself at the same time. And so once we got the basic groove and the basic structure of the guitar part, then it's just a 1-4-5 progression, and it goes from there. But it's a great groove, you know, that Sarah laid down on that, and we cut it, you know, like all that stuff, we cut it together, so it's got a cohesiveness that you could send me that drum track, and I could try and play to it, but it's not going to be the same as if you're playing in the same room.
Yeah,
you know,
sure.
I can put a guitar part on it, you know, in a different studio at a different time, but there's something about playing together, and that song definitely, like all of them, benefits from that, being together.
Now you had there was Walk the Dog, which Aerosmith did, and then it closes with Howlin' Wolf's Little Red Rooster, which is another one that was written by Willie Dixon. Sam Cooke did it, but of course the Stones made it a #1 hit, but it was only in the UK. That was never released in the US as a single. So great choice. Whose choice was that?
David, that was the first, I want to say that was the first song he heard by the Stones or something like that. And he suggested, you know, I don't know how it would work, but maybe we could give it a shot. So it was one of the last ones that we did. There was basically, we had about, you know, I want to say 4 days, give or take, where we were working on this stuff just for fun, for us. And so that was like, there was one day at the end that was like, well, okay, we've got a bunch of songs. Is there anything else that you guys want to hit? And that's when David suggested it. And we did it pretty much right after that. We walked out the door, never to come back. So, you know, it was like a very last minute track. And I think that was one of there was a few that John didn't sing. We just kind of jammed through it. And then he must have, you know, he did the vocal in Nashville probably after we were gone.
So the title then, Michael Devin came up with it, basically looking for trouble, what people who were going to these bars and clubs and juke joints were out for. The devil's music, booze, and women. In other words, a good night out.
Yeah, looking for trouble. Yeah, Michael is an amazing addition to the band, and it couldn't have been, aside from, you know, when you're looking at the rhythm section, obviously it needs to be mentioned that Michael is an amazing bass player, blues bass player as well. He's very, I would say him and John were probably the most, you know, they would be considered the most educated bluesmen in the band. I play from my heart. That's how I always play, depending on the style of music. But Michael, he really knows those. He knows all those stories. He knows all the history. So anything that came up, he could always add in, and his bass playing on all that stuff is just incredible. He can be a very melodic player, so that if I'm doing something simple on the guitar, he's outlining it on the bass, and it really shows how important the bass is, because without it, it just doesn't sound the same. You know, it doesn't have the groove, it doesn't have the melodic sensibility to it, and so he did that, as well as he threw down some incredible harp on the album that literally he probably did all those songs in an afternoon.
Wow.
It was, once we started going on the stuff, and we decided, well, hey man, eventually we'll add some, we'll get someone to come play harp, and Michael's like, I'll play it, and of course for each song you got to have a different harp, different key or whatever, and so we ordered a whole set from the company, and FedEx came, and we cracked it open. Michael took about half an hour to break in each one before he played. Like, he didn't have to use, he probably used maybe 5 or 6 different harps, but he'd take his time and break it in as best he could for a few minutes, or while he's warming up on this track, and then he'd just knock it out in one pass. And that's everything you hear. One of the coolest ones, I'm Ready is really cool, and Black Betty is really cool. One take. That's what he did.
And the front cover, often overlooked, and just, I don't know, something boring or predictable, but this is a great front cover. The Monkey Lounge, or the Poor Monkey Lounge, in Marigold, Mississippi, one of the last rural juke joints on the Mississippi Delta. It's a brilliant choice. So who found that?
That I believe management, our manager David Edwards, put the effort into coming up with the, after talking with Michael about the title, I think he ran with that and did some research, and I agree. It's one of the favorite covers that I've ever been a part of.
Yeah, great.
It's really cool. There's little nuances that are stuck in, that you wouldn't think of, or you don't notice in the beginning.
It's one of those. Every time you look at it, depending on the angle that you enter a room, if you had that hung on you, you'd see something different.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. It'd make a nice piece of art in my studio here.
Yeah.
Actually, to get it blown up a little bit. I think that would be David Edwards. He's an integral part of everything that we do.
He's done a great job.
I don't know if we talked about him before, but he definitely is involved in every aspect of what we're doing together, and it's cool, having an outside person that really cares about the band and is got a vested interest. It's not like he manages other people. He manages this band only, and so he puts everything into it. It's really cool.
So here we are then, 12 years on from that debut release. 7 studio albums, 1 live, a best of, 2 covers, 5 EPs, 50 single releases, and 30 music videos made, plus all of these annual tours all the way around the world. So when you look at all that great body of work, what is there left to achieve now? Where do you go from here? And how do you keep it fresh and different?
Well, that's how we do it. We would get together and write, and maybe hopefully find ourselves in a different location together. That's always been helpful. That's what happened when we, when John took a little when John took a little break from the band, let's say, and Glenn came in.
Yeah, sure.
It was a perfect situation to go somewhere fresh. We didn't want to. It wouldn't have made sense to go right compose music where we had done it with John. So it was perfect to go. We went to the south of France. Then there's been several different studios that we worked at with Marty, including his studio. But we actually, of the records that we've done at Marty's studio, Light 'Em Up, and the first two that I was involved in, Make Some Noise, and Burn It Down. We worked in different rooms every time, and it really helps. But to answer your question, right now, we've been inspired by the reaction that we're getting from this blues record. I could definitely see it having an impact on the future of the band in terms of, direction and what we might want to. I mean, I think it's worth concentrating on the album as a whole, maybe at some point, tour-wise.
Absolutely.
And maybe approach the whole thing from a blues perspective, from a blues side. Have some other artists that are in the same situation come out with us and celebrate the blues that way. As far as recordings and stuff, you never know what's around the corner. And as much as you can plan what you're going to do or whatever, this album proves that good things can happen when you don't have any plans. So we'll just take it as it comes. Keep writing, keep playing. We got a lot more to do, personally and collectively. So we'll see where that takes us. But right now, promoting the album. We've got shows next month in the UK, and we'll see what happens. But I definitely think it would be a cool thing to focus on this album as a whole, and pay some, maybe do it start to finish, something like that, and record it.
That's a great idea. Really cool idea.
I'm sure somebody else had it before me, but I'm just reiterating what somebody else might have thought of. But we'll see what happens.
So I've got to mention, you've had this incredible 14 months. You've experienced every possible emotion, from fear, basically, to jubilation. Yeah, you'd always been fit and healthy, and then just before you go on tour last May, you spot this lump on your neck, and you've got no other symptoms at all. Now, thankfully, you do something which is completely sensible, which is what a lot of other people would have just brushed aside. You actually got it checked out, and this is probably the best decision you've made ever, really.
Well, it was worrisome to an extent, but I did what I read about it, and it said give it a couple weeks, because you have, so basically it's right here, and I still have, it's where the scar is, where they took out the lymph nodes, but basically I was shaving, and I found this lump, and it didn't, like you said, there was no side effects. It didn't hurt anything. And I read about it, and it said, look, don't stress, because a lot of times you get a viral infection of some kind, and give it a couple weeks. If it doesn't go away, then you should go see your doctor. And I just thought, okay, I'll give it a couple weeks. And we had some shows, so I was busy. So I got done with that, and then it takes a minute when you make a doctor's appointment to actually get the appointment. It's not like you can, unless there's an emergency, you got to go to the emergency room if you want it immediately. So it took me another couple weeks, and it was roughly a year ago, right around this time, when I got the word that it was cancer. And it was, it started with going to the doctor and him going, well, let's do some scans, and then they called for more scans and x-rays and this and that. And then eventually he recommended I go to an ear, nose, and throat doctor, and I had a biopsy scheduled, because it definitely, they were really concerned about whatever it was. And then the ear, nose, and throat doctor goes, don't worry about getting a biopsy. I see it. It's on your tonsil. So let me just take a piece. He took some pliers and pulled it right off my tonsil and sent it in. And of course it came back positive for HPV 16 square cell cancer, and it's a sexually transmitted cancer that a lot of people may get, but it just lays dormant. So you can have it for a long time, and it just
disappears.
It just never rears its head. It never turns into. And women get screened for it when they go get down. Their gynecologist will screen for HPV. It's something that's common where women can have cancer, ovarian cancer. So,
how difficult was it to stay positive? I mean, I did see a great quote from an unknown source who said, "You don't know how strong you are until being strong is the only option you've got."
Yeah, I think that is that's a good quote. It's interesting. I think for me, I probably tapped into some of that because I've got kids. So
sure.
The last thing of course I was nervous when I heard I had cancer, and it wasn't defined. They can't give you all the information that you want when they tell you you've got something. So your mind starts to go crazy a little bit, and no matter what anybody tells you, in the back of your mind that it could be, your time could be very limited, so you just gotta, unfortunately, you gotta wait. And when you've got, fortunately for me, I had a really great distraction, because when I found out about it, it was, like I said, a year ago. I was actually in bed with my wife, and my two kids were in the next bed over. We were in Texas at the Junior Olympics. My daughter was running in the Junior Olympics.
Oh, right.
And so normally I would never answer the phone in that situation. We're trying to get lights out. We're trying to get the kids to chill out because she's got a race next day, and they're making funny jokes and all this stuff. And we're like, calm down. And we're finally, everyone's calmed down, and my phone rings, and it's the doctor. And so I was just like, oh man, I better answer it. So he said, okay, it's positive. You've got cancer. Don't worry. We're going to take care of this, and I'll set you up. You got to start looking at finding the right physician that you want to work, the right surgeon that you want to work with, or whatever. So I had a distraction. I had my kids there. I didn't want them to be worried. So I just put on a strong face, and I told my wife about it. But, until I got the doctor's appointment, it was pretty scary, not knowing what it was going to be. Once I met with the doctor, I met with a couple of different doctors, and finally I went with Cedars-Sinai in Los Angeles, and the doctors were amazing. But once I met with these doctors, they said, listen, this is a common thing. It's very treatable. You're going to be, it's roughly, the staging of my cancer would be like 2 or 3, stage 2 or stage 3. But with this particular cancer, it's very slow. So it had been going for a while, I guess, and just finally had popped into the lymph nodes. So that's what I was seeing. It was on my tonsil, and my lymph nodes were now, it's called metastasized. So they were hot, those ones. So they said, okay, this is the plan. You're going to have to get surgery, and there's going to be surgery on the inside and surgery on the outside. And the one doctor I met with in UCLA said, I can do the outside one, but the inside one is robotic surgery, and I'm not. He goes, I'm going to have my colleague do it because I don't do that. And then when I met this amazing doctor at Cedars-Sinai, he was a younger guy, and super confident. Actually, I got a meeting with him from a family member, and because he wasn't taking patients. So when I got the meeting and he agreed to take me on, I was like, that's the guy. And he did. There was a possibility that there would be there's a nerve that makes it so you can raise your arm and stuff. And I was concerned about that, among other things, with the surgery. And he basically came in right after the surgery and goes, I saved the nerve, so don't worry. And I was like, yes. So that was the start of positive stuff, like I got the surgery.
How did you feel when it became public? How did it help your morale to see so many bands, so many musicians, so many fans from all over the world sending messages on Instagram or Facebook and just, sending out all this positive energy? Did it help?
Oh yeah. I mean, that's a true blessing that, you don't really, you don't know what people are going to think or say. And a lot of times that kind of stuff it's people want to keep it private. It was just unfortunate, that there was a tour coming up, and once I realized that I was not going to be able to do the tour, I just felt like I don't want to make up some excuse in case, in case it doesn't get better or whatever. I just wanted to be honest about it. But the outpouring of support and prayers and good well wishes was amazing. And I got to say, I have a really great group of people in my circle that always support me no matter what, but then some other people mentioned it, like, for example, Paul Stanley sent me good well wishes, and a lot of people found out about it from Paul. So it was like, everybody heard about it. And it really helps, I mean, I definitely my faith got a lot stronger during the whole thing, and I learned a lot of really important lessons for me that work. And but the greatest thing that happened was people sending prayers and well wishes, because it definitely made a huge impact for me.
Has it actually changed? I mean, you are at the moment, you're all clear. How has it affected how you see life on a daily basis? I mean, you get up, you get out of bed, you pull the curtains back, and it's just like, my God, it's great to be alive. I mean, do you view life in a different way?
Yeah, I do. It's I definitely will make my priorities are my family. So that's the first thing. I don't want to miss any time with when you for anyone that's got kids or children, they grow so fast and then they're gone.
Yeah.
So I decided, okay, while they're here under my roof, I'm going to spend as much time as I can with them when I have the opportunity. Like I've got hobbies and things. As an example, somebody called me this morning and said, hey, we're going to take a motorcycle ride up to Yosemite, and a beautiful area and a beautiful ride, a couple camping, and there's just no interest in leaving my family. I know that there's going to be some practicing, soccer practice or track. There's a soccer scrimmage on Saturday. I was like, I just don't want to miss I don't want to miss any of it. But the outlook on life definitely is, for me, is faith in my higher power, letting go, and just knowing that whatever's going to happen is meant to be that way. And enjoy every moment while you got it, because literally something could happen, God forbid, but something could happen, and you don't wake up, you stop breathing, and then it's over. So I'm definitely trying to enjoy every moment I can, as much as I can, while I got it.
And lastly, just a couple of things on a lighter note. I was watching a video the other day of the bands that should have been huge, but for some reason it didn't happen. And in the top 10 was Lion.
Really?
And that got me going back to have a listen to some of the stuff that you did with Cal. Mm-hmm. And Alice, Mark Edwards, and whatever. And there was some really good stuff on there. I mean, It stands. Why didn't it happen for them? I mean, because you did, what was it, Lovers Alive, which was in Friday the 13th. Then they did the Transformers theme. So you had two sort of massive, had some publicity. So why didn't it happen? Because Dangerous Attraction was a great album.
Thanks. We liked it. We put our heart and soul into it. It was that was a real. We're talking now for those people listening. This is 1985 when we got together, and then it was right at that time. Los Angeles was going crazy. Everybody was getting signed. Right. You had the first generation of bands like Van Halen and Quiet Riot. And then you had, all these bands getting signed, like Poison and Guns N' Roses. And Lion, one of the cool things about it was that Cal Swan was British. So he came over, and it should be noted that Mark Edwards was one of the people that kind of brought Yngwie over originally, and so Mark was in Steeler with Yngwie, and he was involved in getting Yngwie over. When Yngwie split Steeler and went to Alcatraz, and then later went solo, Mark found himself looking for a band, and he somehow found Cal in Britain from a band called Titan, which is part of the new wave of British heavy metal.
Heavy metal, yeah.
So long story short, once we started working together with Cal, Cal was very adamant about not sounding like the typical LA sound. He and I was all for it because he was into bands like I didn't even know about Whitesnake, and he loved Whitesnake. He loved Status Quo. He loved, of course, bands like AC/DC and stuff like that. But and then I definitely would love the British sound as well, starting with Zeppelin and the Stones and stuff like that. So our hard rock metal sort of sound was not the glamish type of thing. It was definitely more Thin Lizzy, Whitesnake, Deep Purple, a little bit of this, and that was what we were trying to go for. So we made this record, and so long story short, I'm going to cut to it. Nobody would sign us. Because we had a great following, but we were not like that sound that other people had in LA, and we got passed on by everybody. We did a showcase for all these labels. Nope, we'll get back to you. And it was like, no, we're going to pass. We heard that. Finally, there's a label that says, we want you guys, and it was called Scotty Brothers, and our attorney told us, unfortunately, guys, that's not going to work. If you guys sign a deal with Scotty Brothers, you're not going to make any money because the way the contract is, you're not even going to be able to pay me, the attorney said. You're not even going to be able to pay me. So, but that was our only option, was to do this. And the first thing they had us do was we signed it against our better judgment later, which we would have. But the first thing they had us do was this Transformers soundtrack, and that was cool. We finished the song idea together with the original writers, and then cut the song, and then the movie came out, and it was exciting that we were in a movie or whatever. But the big thing was doing our music, and we made that record basically from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. for about 3 months. We went in the studio and worked our asses off, and it was like a real band. And I had this is during a time when there was guitar players auditioning for other gigs. There, Ozzy had gone through a couple guitar players, and other things came up. But I was excited about my band, about Lion, and it just turned out that we that label didn't want to support us at all. But we did. They wouldn't give us any tour support, but they did get some money for a video for us. And then we did have a different label in Japan that sold the shit out of us. So we did really, really well in Japan, and we were getting MTV airplay. It was fun, it was cool, but we wouldn't get any tour support from the label, so we couldn't tour. And eventually, trying to get off the deal, we did another album. Nobody would still sign us, even though we said we were off the deal. So we wanted to prove that we were off the deal, and we put an album out called Trouble in Angel City, and that had kind of some older tracks and stuff that we didn't. You did
a Slade cover on that, didn't you?
Yes, Lock Up Your Daughter.
Was it Lock Up Your Daughters?
Yeah, and Cal loved Slade, by the way. And Lock Up Your Daughters is funny because. And he loved Whitesnake, and again, I didn't know about Whitesnake in the beginning. It was only until Slide It In came out, but Cal had all that early Whitesnake stuff that later would become important for me to have that background. But so we ended up breaking up. We were going to stay together and ride it out, but Mark got in a motorcycle accident and was basically broke his neck and was unable to walk and could not play. And that was, I had a lot of offers, but I never went for anything because I wanted to.
Slaughter you could have gone to, couldn't you?
Slaughter, Dio, Ronnie and I played together one day, and he offered me the gig straight away. And I just was like, what am I doing here? My band, I know that we can get through this, and it's my band with our music. And it wasn't until Mark got injured that I actually started doing other things, and it just led me down a different path. But yeah, so that's the reason that Lion didn't. We were not your typical LA band, and we got passed on by everybody. But
last thing, when you look back on this incredible array of bands that you've been involved in, everybody from those who mentioned to Hurricane. You had Kelly Hansen in House of Lords, and of course Dio, Whitesnake, Glenn Hughes, Dead Daisies. When you look at the catalogue of all that stuff that you've played, what did you love playing most live? Was it the Rainbow stuff with Dio, or the Dio stuff with Dio, or was it the Whitesnake stuff, the Deep Purple stuff? What got the best crowd reaction? I mean, Still of the Night must be up there, as must Here I Go Again.
Yeah, all those big songs are fun to play live, but I think for me the funnest thing is playing a song that you composed, because of course it's a blast to play say for example, I was in Led Zeppelin, but I wasn't Jimmy Page, obviously, so I'm playing Stairway to Heaven. It would be amazing, but it's still, there's nothing like playing a song that you wrote. And so I wrote songs with Ronnie, I wrote songs with David, with the Dead Daisies and everybody else. And so even though it wouldn't get the same crowd reaction maybe as Here I Go Again, a song like Forevermore got a really great, got a great reaction.
Brilliant track.
And that is, all those songs were created here in this room, like, or if David gave me a song to work on, I'd bring it back to this room. And David would come to my home, and Ronnie would come here. So it was, when you're working on a piece of music, say if I'm working on something with John, and we always would get together in Nashville usually, because that's where he is and that's where the studio would be. But you create something together and nobody in the world knows about it. And in the morning when you woke up, it wasn't there. But now you've created this idea of a song that makes you feel good. And then then you record it and still nobody's really heard it. It's a great feeling it's a great, powerful feeling that you've created this thing and you can't wait to share it with people. And then the next level is to play it live and get a good reaction. So when we do, there are songs like the same with Dio or Whitesnake, with the Dead Daisies, a song that we put in the set that we wrote, that it got a good response, and it felt great to get a good response in terms of the album, but then to play it live and have fans really excited about it, there's nothing like that. It's the best.
They've just done a re-release, Whitesnake, of the Still of the Night, the live shows that were recorded at Hammersmith, and it is fantastic. It's such a great show.
Yeah. It was a great day for me.
I went. I was there.
You were there?
Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, it was a great day for me because that was a famous place that I'd always heard Cal talk about. Hammersmith Odeon, the Marquee, all these places in Britain. And to be there and it's sold out. It was just incredible. It was a great night, and it was a nerve-wracking thing because it's being filmed, it's being recorded, and the whole thing just went by really quickly. But I'm really happy that they captured that show, because it was a very important time for me to go to that venue and play.
Welcome back from me, Tim Capel, to the Rock and Blues Experience. And coming up on this edition, the Yes theme continues as we weave our way through the magical musical odyssey of Billy Sherwood's life and career, from growing up in a house where his father could count Bing Crosby and Frank Sinatra as more than just passing acquaintances. Music was literally in his life from the moment his eyes opened on day one of his existence. Now, if you missed last week's show, then Yes drummer Jay Shellen joined us, and that is currently streaming across all of the networks, and it is on the website, which, as with YouTube, is where you can catch up with all of the previous editions of the show. Now, looking ahead momentarily to next week, the Queen of Rock and Roll, Suzi Quatro, is on the show. She has a fabulous new album coming out. It is called Freedom. We're going to be talking about that and her significant legacy. And talking about legacy, is Suzi talking about the cover version of MC5's Kick Out the Jams, which she's just recorded with Alice Cooper. Not as important as hearing you swear for the first time in your life. I've never heard anything like it. Kick Out the Jams with
Oh,
Alice
my God.
Cooper.
Well, I have to tell you about this. Richard wanted for the second cover on the album, Kick Out the Jams. And sure, I'm from Detroit. Sure, I love the MC5. And I couldn't feel it. And finally, he was insistent. He finally came to me and he said, Mom, kick out the jams, Alice. And I went, oh, now you're talking. Now I see it. Now I hear it. Two buddies from teenagers from Detroit going back to Detroit and honoring a Detroit. Now I get it. Okay, called Alice, totally into it. 5 minutes later, we are in Detroit recording it face to face. And his producer, although Richard produced, his producer had written out which lyrics he thought both of us should do, you know? And I said to Alice, why are you letting me do that intro, Kick Out the Jams, MF? And he said, I won't say it, you know, because you can't swear on air. And he said, because I'm a Christian and I won't say that. And I said, well, then you better make it work on camera. So I said, kick out the jam. And he went, Suzi.
Yeah. It was, and at the end.
Yeah.
He drops in the line, I'm going to can the can.
I had no idea he was going to do that. He surprised me. So that was good. Yeah, that was really good. What a great track. What a great cover.
And so at the end of that, where did this song Comes Down to You come from? Because this is the different song on here, because it almost feels like it's got this late 70s, early 80s disco feel to it.
Yeah.
So where did this come from?
We've been working on various things, and somebody asked us to do a track for a movie. So we did like a house music kind of track for that. And then we liked it. So we did another one, and that was this one. So we've played around with different bits and pieces. It wasn't for my next album, but then when we got to the end of it, Richard said, let's use that for a bonus track, because it's still on the same vein. It all comes down to you, which is what this album's about. And it's a bonus track should be totally different. And this is totally different.
Suzi Quatro, always fabulous company. And don't forget, also just released is the show we recorded with Lou Gramm, the voice of Foreigner. He has a new album. It is called Released. It is out mid-March. And so to Billy Sherwood. We met up last week and we delved back into those early days growing up in Vegas with parents who themselves had enjoyed significant successes in the entertainment industry and who mixed with the real legends of the golden era. Check out Billy's dad, for instance, Bobby as Ned Galvin playing alongside Frank Sinatra in the movie Pal Joey. That gives you an idea of where we're heading here. And that, by the way, is before we've even got to hearing about Billy's even more famous godfather, who was one of US TV's most famous and celebrated and successful personalities ever. He was the great Milton Berle. But let's not forget that all roads here lead to Yes. And the band head out on the Fragile tour in just a few weeks' time. You've had this incredible music-infused life, which basically begins the moment that you're born into the house that you're born into. I mean, your dad, Bobby, is this actor, musician, trumpet player, broadcaster, and your mother, Phyllis, is also a former singer. She plays drums. Your dad was basically... He was a guitar player from age 22 with Bing Crosby's band. I mean, this is akin to being in the Beatles at the time, isn't it? Or being in the Stones. This is like, he's the Keith Richards of the era with Bing Crosby. What an incredible house to grow up in.
Yeah, he was playing guitar before they were electric, before there was such a thing.
But with Bing Crosby, I mean, This is one of the people talk about the great voices. Obviously, they mentioned Elvis Presley, Frank Sinatra, Sammy Davis Jr., but Bing Crosby is right up there. So were you actually regaled as you were growing up with tales of Hollywood's golden era?
Well, I was so young that I hadn't quite grasped the depth of his career until I got older and realized all the amazing things that he'd done. But that said, as you mentioned, growing up in a musical family, basically, music was just such a normal thing going on in my world that I never really thought of any other way forward except that, okay, well, this is what they do, so I guess this is what I'm supposed to do. And I did have a passion for drums, which my mother taught me at a very young age. And so I played drums for years. as I grew up, and then sort of converted to bass around 16, I think I was, because playing drums was just too loud and it was annoying everybody. And my dear friend Jimmy Hahn, who's in Logic and the other bands, and said to me, just sell your drums, buy a bass. I'll show you some things to get your chops together. And then just play the Yes records, played all your favorite records. So I immersed myself in bass, and I did play to, many, many Yes albums. That became part of my rehearsal sort of ritual in the afternoon.
I was trying to imagine the scene in your front room with you playing with your Hot Wheels racing set underneath the grand piano, whilst you've got a full rehearsal with a Dixieland jazz band going on. This is just another normal day in the Sherwood household. Yeah,
it was. I mean, my dad would put together, depending on what the gig was for him, he would put together different units, and he often played with a Dixieland jazz band, which there's a clip on YouTube or somewhere that my brother found of me sitting in with that Dixieland band in Vegas at 14, and in my mind being Alan White, and with the wristbands and the whole 9 yards, and just kind of going for it. So it was a very positive experience growing up in a family that was so encouraging of music, because that was what they were doing professionally.
And you have to mention your grandmother here as well, the piano player, and especially the promo with Baldwin pianos cooked up, where they tie the balloons.
Crazy.
And she's playing piano.
Yeah, my cousin sent me some pictures that I'd never seen before. He's like, I just thought you might like to have these. I'm like, what am I looking at? He said, well, your grandmother and your grandfather were, as you know, in vaudeville, as I knew. But I didn't know the depth of that either, because I was young at the time, but figured out later. And she was a piano player, great piano player, and was endorsing Baldwin pianos back in the day, very early on in the day. And one of the promos was, we'd like to put you in a hot air balloon and send you 30,000 or 3,000 feet in the air and play over the fairgrounds or whatever they were at. So there's these pictures that are amazing of her shaking my grandpa's hand as she's getting into the gondola, and then off she goes. And these pictures, show the balloon up close, and then eventually she's at 3,000 feet, and the balloon is tiny up there in the air. And all I'm thinking is, this woman was crazy. I wouldn't do that if you had a gun to my head.
So it's no surprise then that your influences growing up were varied and included, the legendary crooners. There was soul, there was funk. Do you recognize this line of a song? It said, I got something that'll sure enough set your stuff on fire.
Yes, that is Tell Me Something Good by Shaka Khan. Yeah. And
that was one of
my favorite tracks growing up as a kid, because I had a wide variety of music coming at me as a young person, and for some reason, but long before I fell into the progressive rock, sort of mainstream rock genre of really loving that stuff, my first love was funk and R&B. And when I heard Shaka, that song in particular, it was so amazingly funky and cool, and just the feel was great. But what was really interesting to me, and I still have trouble figuring it out, is where the drum groove lies in it. It's sort of backwards, this drum groove. And I just remember being absolutely fascinated by that record, and buying the 45 and sitting there and playing it over and over and over. And it wasn't long after that I walked by my brother's room, because my brother and Jimmy were very close, best friends. I'm 5 years younger than them, obviously. And and I remember walking by the room one day, and they're listening to this Yes album called Close to the Edge. And Billy, you got to hear this. Come on in. And they play me Close to the Edge. I'm thinking, okay, what is this? I'm into it. And I just didn't get it. It freaked me out. The first 2 minutes of Close to the Edge is a pretty big ask.
Yeah.
Heard it, and it just freaked me out. And I looked at him and said, I don't get this, guys. I'm going back to Shaka, And then A couple of weeks later, of course, they're obsessing on listening to Close to the Edge, so I'm hearing it every day as I walk by the room, my brother's room. And then one day, a couple of weeks later, I walked by and I thought, wait a minute, that is pretty cool. And I went in and said, play it again for me, guys, and listened to Close to the Edge. And from that moment on, Yes became my favorite of all time. But I always listen to other things and have a pretty wide berth of what I like, but at its core is kind of R&B, Earth, Wind and Fire, Shaka, Parliament,
Well, Earth, Wind and Fire was your first gig, and is this true? As the story goes, that on that night that they were playing, your brother had tickets to see Yes on the Relayer tour, and you said, "No, I'm going here."
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
true.
It is true, and it's now that I understand what I missed. I regret it, but by the same token, I don't, because I got to see Earth, Wind and Fire in their mode, and they literally were on fire, and it was at the Sahara Hotel here in Las Vegas.
Yeah. Another one of the legendary venues.
Yeah, and it was just very fulfilling evening, standing there watching those guys. But then came home and that was right where I was starting to get into Yes and really enjoying them. But I realized what I'd missed, so I made sure I wasn't going to miss it again. And the next concert they came the next time around was Going for the One, where they played at the Aladdin Hotel. And I saw that concert. First Yes experience, I think I was 12. And it was just a life-changing thing as a young guy wanting to go into this, I should say play music, not go into the music business, because I didn't really understand there's a business attached to this. I just thought it's like something you do. You go to work and you play music. I didn't realize the depth of the whole thing. But saw that concert and of course was super into Alan White as I was still playing drums. But there was something about Chris Squire that just captured my imagination in such a large way. I was like, this guy, I don't know what I just saw, but it was mind-blowing, and I have to see more of this and understand what's going on here. And just got into Yes on a very, very deep level. And, never imagined in a million years that we'd be sitting here talking about this as a Yes, sadly having replaced one of my heroes, but here we are, and it carries on, and that's a testament to how great Yes is. And clearly I was right in falling in love with the band, because they're still here,
Well, you moved to LA initially in 81. Initially it was as a drummer, then as a bass player and singer with your brother's band, Logic. So that's in 81. So there's 3 years before that day that you're in the studio with Toto next door, and Jeff comes barreling through the doors. Hey, we love you guys. You're amazing. And they, you get hooked up with A&M Records, and they produce the debut album.
It was Steve Porcaro, and it starts with Jeff, as you said, walking into that room and watching us play, and we were enamored with Toto and how amazing they were. So when Jeff walked in, we hadn't really met Jeff or any of the guys really on a deeper level. But Jeff coming in and just kind of standing there while we were playing our song, and we kind of stopped because it was like, whoa, that's Jeff Porcaro. Oh. And he said, no, don't stop, keep playing. And we keep playing our song, and he's grooving, and then he splits. And we stopped again, and I thought to myself, did he like that? I'm not sure what just happened here. A few minutes later, he comes back with David Paich and Steve Porcaro, and the rest is history on that band. And
you did have some success with that. Lonely Man, the single featured in the film Prince of Bel-Air. You had opening slots with Supertramp. That must have been an experience, because they were right at the peak.
Yeah. Well, it was great. And, since that was my first professional record, kind of being young and naive, I was already picking out my house in Bel Air and looking at, well, should I get a Porsche or Maserati? I'm not sure yet. Let's see how this goes. But then, and we had those opportunities, you said, to do those shows, which was amazing. But then, sadly, as the music business, it happens quite often, there was this thing called regime change, as it's known in the business. All of the executives who signed us and the A&R staff and the lawyers, they all moved on to different places. So we were left at A&M with a bunch of strangers who didn't really know who we are, what we were about, and why we'd been signed in the first place. Because, that's how it is when you're signed by a certain group of people who are in place at a label. They're the ones believing in your music and your journey, and they're supporting it. But when it changes, the new people don't have an emotional investment, and certainly they have a financial investment. But at that point, I guess they figured they want to cut their losses. So we got dropped, and that was heartbreaking for a band that had been working that hard to get to that point.
Yeah.
And it was a bit of a shocker, and we tried to retool the band, and we renamed it and showcased again, but everybody in town knew it was really still us and all that. So we just kind of realized that this has run its course. It was a long trek from the beginning to where we got signed and then dropped. It was many, many years of a lot of hard work and slowing out. So we just kind of realized that it's time to move on, and that's when I met a dear friend of mine, Bruce Gowdy, and we wrote songs and trade and started that up.
Well, this was an experience. This is the beauty, isn't it, of youth? Because you can be knocked down, you can be, chucked out the equation, but you bounce back, and that's exactly what you did with Bruce, with Mark Williams, Guy Allison's in there as well, and you set up World Trade.
Yeah.
And so that's all front of house, back of house producing. You've got Keith Olsen. I mean, Keith Olsen was pretty much the number one producer of the era. Fleetwood Mac, Foreigner, Stevie Nicks, and had literally, when you were with him, had just turned Whitesnake from a British blues band into this, international superstar rock group. So the hopes must have been really high again, and you must have felt like you had belief and backing.
We certainly did, because we got a very large record deal, and the commitment from the label was strong. And the guy who signed our band, bless his heart, and happy birthday to him yesterday, is Derek Shulman, the lead singer of Gentle Giant, who remains a very dear friend and ally. And he signed World Trade, and we had momentum when our album came out. Our single was doing really, really well. I remember looking in the record report charts that used to get, we go to your manager every week and check out where you are. And I came in and was watching this thing climb. And then one day I came in, I'll never forget, and I'm looking at the same reports next week. And I'm thinking, oh my God, we're above ABWH and Trevor Rabin's Can't Look Away right. Something's working here, because this is our market and we're competing. And again, what happens is what happened to Logic, regime change. Derek becomes president of Atco Records, where he's got Yes without John Anderson, basically. Yes West, as it was known. Squire White, Raven and Kay, less with no singer. And ABWH was over on Arista at the time doing their thing. And I still was a believer that World Trade could survive that regime change. But I kept getting told from various business associates that it's already kind of doomed. But what had happened, that this is where the trajectory bumps into Yes in the way that started all this for me. Chris had heard the demos of World Trade and really liked them, and said to Derek, can I meet Billy? Can you arrange it? So we had a dinner, and Chris and I met and became fast friends, had an amazing time at this really posh restaurant. Chris likes to go to those kind of places. Burger kind of guy, but it was Chris's call. So we went to La Dome in Hollywood, which was where the Who's Who met to have dinner. And there we had a really lovely dinner, great chats, lots of great conversations about music and family and all, just history. And at the end of the meal, Chris said, "This is really fun. Do you want to get together and write a song?" I said, "Sure." So I got together with Chris the following couple of days later, and we started writing a song, which became The More We Live, and ended up on the Union album. And it was in that time period, you see, what I didn't realize was I was still in World Trade and on Polydor at the time. But what I didn't realize was going on is that they were sort of trying to align me to become the lead singer of Yes.
And it's not a surprise. I've got to say, I was listening to that World Trade album. I listened to it start to finish last night again. And it's traveled through time very well. It still sounds like a great record.
Yeah.
And I read a piece in one of the Hollywood papers from ages and ages back where you were talking about it, your performance on it. And you said, I actually sang so hard that I ended up in hospital on the debut album that we did.
True.
But it's easy to see why they would have said to you, or Derek would have said, this is the guy to replace John Anderson.
Yeah, I know. The thing is that everyone thought it was a brilliant idea, but me. I thought it was
yes.
a really bad idea. And I was young, and, I've always gone with my instincts in this business, and they've served me well, even in the face of, I don't know if you should do that. Well, I'm going to do that. And it flowers into other opportunities. And that's my dad's mantra was, Billy, take the gig. And so those words rang in my ear, except for this one gig that was being offered to me. I thought, no, I can't do this, because I knew that Yes was going to reunite the ABW side and the Yes West side. I knew they were going to converge. I could just see that, coming. And despite that, everyone was telling me, no, you should do this, you should do this. And I just did not want to do it, because I didn't want to be standing on the train track while the oncoming train, Yes, rolled over me and went, oh, well, yeah, forget about that guy. I wanted a career. And I started getting the sense that World Trade was going to lose its record deal, but I still had the conviction of, well, I did this when Logic broke up. I got back on my feet and got a record deal. Just do something else then. You know what I mean? But I wanted to be involved with Yes if they wanted me to be involved with them. And so that's where Chris said, we're going to put the More We Live on this record, come down and work in the studio. And we're going to put Love Conquers All on the box set. So I did a lot of work in that time period with Yes at Cherokee Studios in Hollywood. So this was around 1990, 91, somewhere in there. And worked with the band, and that was it. And I thought, that was my brush with greatness here, and what an amazing time it was. I'm going to go back to my world. And then they call back to ask me to come out on the Talk Tour and play, and I do that, and it was an amazing time. And again, I'm sort of inside the loop now, looking at my favorite band from very closely on the inside and seeing how things work. Even though I wasn't a legal full member, I was a sideman, but I was still traveling real close with this band. And the tensions were high. You could feel it. And when that tour was done, we got off the plane at LAX, and everybody went their own way without saying goodbye to everybody. I thought, oh my God, this is so bizarre. And then they broke up. And they reformed the classic lineup as we know. Keys to Ascension 1 was made. And I get called again, will you come mix this record? Sure. Love to.
I was just going to say that your career, even when all of this is going on, it's like there is never a down moment or a day off. Because if you look through I counted about 160 different projects that you've been involved with in terms of, lending production, and working obviously as a musician. But you had an incredible roster. You worked with Lemmy and Motorhead on Hellraiser for March or Die. You're on Air Supply, Toto. It just goes Def Leppard in 96. There are experiences, there are great life experiences being actually experienced almost on a daily basis with you. What was it like working with Lemmy?
That was really a unique experience. I've never met Lemmy, and I produced a record in 93, the Paul Rogers Muddy Water Blues record.
Grammy winner as well, wasn't it?
Nominated. Had an amazing experience working with Paul up close and personal, who was absolutely lovely. It was so much fun to work with him. Super talented guy, as we all know. So that same label was working with Motorhead at the time, and Phil Carson, who ran the label and hired me on the Paul Rogers record. Phil called me and said, do you want to jump into some Motorhead stuff we've got to do? I said, sure. And, I thought to myself, I've never worked with a band like this. It's this hardcore. He's the godfather of metal, right? So I went down to the studio, and I'll never forget, he's like, hey man, come in here. I want to show you the bass sound I got. And I walk into this isolation room where he's got the Marshall set up, and he plugs it and starts playing. And it's just this wall of coming at you. And I mean, to be fair, I was working with Pino and,
Pino Palladino, yeah.
Before that, it's this real clean, fretless tone, as you know. So we were to the extremes. It was like being dropped onto another planet. But I thought, well, this is art, and we're going to go for it and make some music, and we did. And it turned out really quite well. That track's super powerful back in the day. And it sounds just
great track. What did you do on Deep Purple, Slaves and Masters? Because I saw did you have an involvement with this as well?
I didn't work with Deep Purple on their record per se, but I may have inadvertently through some tributes. I'm not sure if I've done some work with them or not. It's funny because there's so many. After that Paul Rodgers record, my black book of people who I knew in the business and could call and say, hey, it just expanded into an almanac. There were so many versions of this thing. So I've lost track of exactly who and where I've crossed paths, but I know that it's a very long list of pretty much everyone I've ever wanted to meet and work with,
So that call from Trevor Rabin to get you onto the tour, and all of a sudden you're in and you're playing live. You're at Madison Square Garden. Yeah. Legendary venues. So what was the pressure like? Because you're a 30-year-old youngster from Vegas. The fans, well, we know what the fans are like, and they needed to be won over. Yeah. The good thing was, I suppose, that this was 1995, so there's no social media, internet barely existed, so there was none of the problems that you can hit today. But you, as a professional sitting in there, were there nerves? Was there a degree of?
I've never been nervous playing music live. I don't know what. Maybe it goes back to because I saw doing it, and it just seemed like, well, this is like what you do when you work. You just go out and do your thing. So I never had nerves, but I had a sense of awe in that I found myself, like for instance, doing the double bass thing with Chris on the intro of Endless Dream. Which was his idea. He came to me at rehearsal. He goes, I think we should do this double bass thing here. Don't you? I said, not really. You're Chris Squire. You got this. I'm happy to be playing my bits elsewhere, Chris. No, I want to do it. I think it'd be really cool. And I said, well, how are you seeing it? He's like, well, we could do it in octaves. You play 5-string, I'll play the floor, and we'll just create the 8-string bass sound, but we'll do it together on stage. And I thought, okay, sure. So, stepping out there and doing that with Chris on stage with Yes, as you said, Madison Square Garden.
Oh, wow.
I just would have these thoughts that I still have today when I play with the band. How the hell did this happen? How is it in life that I've managed to be standing here now? And this is what my life is. It's a dream come true in a sense. If you go back to my being a kid and just worshiping this band to actually being in it and doing these things. So there was always a sense of awe, and I was honored to be there and looking out at the Yes fans and their reaction to what was going on, which was very positive and remains so to this day. I think that's a large part of why the transition from Chris to me has actually worked and held, because the fans knew my relationship with Chris and how things developed and where things went to. And it just made the most sense. But I still find myself, on this current tour we're doing, Fragile, as I come out and start playing, the harmonics to the Fish and go into the Fish bass solo, which I've sort of modified and arranged in a way where I'm honoring Chris's stuff from the record, some of the way that he did it live, because he didn't even play it like the record live. You couldn't, too many overdubs, right? And then adding in some of my own bits, because it's heading into 11 years now that I've been playing bass with the band. So I've made this sort of hybrid thing that works really well, and the fans seem to love it. I'm always surprised, happy, and thrilled when the thing ends. It's like a standing ovation, and people are very into it, which I'm grateful for. And it's at those moments, and I hit that last note and sort of stare out into the crowd where I think, how did this happen? I mean, this is a twist of fate that I never would have imagined, but my whole career has kind of been like that, whether it's in the studio or producing people, or, I mean, you know, how often do you get a call from a record label and they say, we've got a new project for you? And I say, well, what's that? And, well, William Shatner, you know, we're going to want you to produce a solo album. I'm like, what? You know, so it's been a very strange, beautiful road that my career's been on, and it's been a blessing, and I don't take it lightly. And the most important part of my career has been this latter part where I'm there for Chris, you know, and living yes in the best of my ability, and just trying to keep the dream alive, which is what he wanted. And by the same token, that's what Alan told Jay, you know, keep this dream alive, keep it going forward. So here we are, but it doesn't make it any stranger. And those feelings, as you asked for, those are there all the time. It's really bizarre.
If you came back off of that period when you were talking about just then, where everybody waved goodbye at the airport and disappeared in different directions, and you then fast forward into the mid 2000s, 2015, you actually were then involved with 7 solo albums, 2 with Conspiracy, 4 Circa albums, 2 with the Prog Collective, that's right. So that made it 15 albums in 15 years. And how is it possible to maintain, because you obviously have high standards, how do you maintain that without going through burnout?
I mean, I have a passion for music that I wake up and that's what I want to do. You know what I mean? After I've had a lot of coffee and actually wake up and my brain's working. I will get inspired to go into the studio, and I've always, you know, my studio has changed over the years, as many people who own studios have. I used to have a quite a big 2,000 square foot building in Los Angeles, you know, with my and consoles, and, you know, where we made the Open Your Eyes record, and I mixed the Keys to Ascension record, those kind of things. But that has now changed to where I'm working at 30,000 feet between flights from London to Vegas on my laptop and mixing. And so it's become even more attractive to me because of the things I can do with the technology that I now have. And it keeps me inspired, and it makes me want to do more. So I don't know, I have a radical just desire to be in music, and either creating it or playing it live or working with other people. I often, you know, will do sessions for people who we don't know, but they're just pursuing their dream and wanting their band to get happening. And we could use your help. Could you mix this? Sure. I'm mixing a guy's thing right now, or doing bass sessions for people or guitar sessions. So I'm available and kind of known as a sort of gunslinger in different directions of this business. And I think that's also kept my motivations high, because I never know what's coming, and I'm always to do more, you know. And so when a label calls and says, do you want to do this? I'm like, yeah, that sounds good. And I, with the exception of saying no to yes as the lead singer, I don't say no to much in terms of working, because I love the challenge of it. Even if I don't know the genre, I jump in, you know.
I do want to touch on the period that was the most difficult time for you in your career, and personally as well. You were working on Citizen, and you wanted Chris involved. Yeah. And then he's on the phone saying, look, we've got this tour coming with Toto. I want you to, you know, it took him 2 calls to get that out. I want you to do this. 4 or 5 was it? But he didn't actually tell you the exact nature of the reason why. It wasn't until his wife called you afterwards to tell you. Yeah. How do you handle that? Because, you know, on one hand, you don't want to be stepping out there with everybody looking on and nobody knows the reason why you're there, maybe, or they don't know the seriousness of the situation.
Yeah. Well,
how do you balance?
We spoke about all this, Chris and I, in depth. I mean, when he first called, as you said, he called. We just finished the Prog Collective one record session that I did with Chris, which was the last bass session he had on this earth, bless his heart. And he was in top form. And I drove to Arizona to do the session. I had a little setup in the Hilton, and he came over and played. And stood there and played bass, and it was like, yeah, this is good. You know what I mean? And it was great to see him, and we had a lovely dinner and everything. And then I drove back home, and a couple days later, he called to make sure that the overdub was good. And I said, yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good. He said, okay, well, he starts talking about this tour that they've got to do, as you mentioned. And he's saying that he's disappointed because he's going to have to let everybody down. He can't do the tour. He's worried about the fans. He's worried about the crew, who are making a living and all these things. And I said to him, well, whatever this health thing is, you've got to deal with it. So just postpone the tour and you'll come back at it. You're Chris Squire. They're just going to have to wait, Chris, That's what they'll do. And yeah, okay, well, I'll talk to you tomorrow, and hangs up the phone. And then the next call is from his wife and says, you just talked to Chris? Yeah. I said, yeah. He said, she didn't really tell you what's going on though today. I said, no. What's going on? And she then told me he's got this leukemia. So the emotions were absolute shock, sorrow, sadness, and really, and that initial call when she told me that, I just wanted to support him and make him feel empowered to be able to confront whatever this was. And so the next time he called, he said, so she told you what's really going on, right? I said, yeah, man, you've got to go deal with this. He said, yeah, I know, but this tour. I said, Chris, the tour, forget the tour. You postpone it. There'll be time, just go deal with your health. Yeah, I will. And so this became the kind of conversations we had for 3 or 4 phone calls. And then finally on the 5th phone call, he says, I just feel so bad about losing this tour. I said, Chris, you've really got to stop this now and just tell everyone what's going on, and you can't do this. And he said, Billy, you're just not getting it, are you? And I said, getting what, Chris? And that's when he said, I want you to step in and take my place while I deal with this. And that was the sort of apex moment of, it's like when they say your whole life has flashed before your eyes kind of thing.
Yeah.
All of the Yes memories leading up to this, and from the first concert to all the tours we just talked about, and the records, and I was shocked and stunned and saddened and didn't really know how to respond, except I knew I didn't want to make him sad by me losing it on the phone. So I held it together enough to just tell him, look, I know people who've had this. My ex-manager of Logic recently had this and had bone marrow transfer, and he's still alive and kicking, and God bless him, Barry Morgan, dear friend of mine. Mm-hmm. He was at the LA show when we just played here, and he's healthy and strong, and so it can be beaten, and he said, yeah, well, I'm going to go for it. So in the meantime, do you need anything from me? And I said, well, I think it would be proper for the fans for you to explain what's happening here and why I'm about to do what I'm doing, because it's important to you, but it's also important to me that I don't want to be perceived as some sort of ambulance chaser, found out you're sick.
Absolutely.
And just called everybody and said, I got to have the gig. I'm the guy, I don't want that. He said, no, I'll deal with that. So he put out a statement to the press, explaining what was going on. And I told him, and it's got to be written in a way where you're explaining to people you're coming back, Chris. This isn't the end. You're gonna get around this. You're coming back. Okay, I will. So he did that. And then, from the time that first conversation I just described to his passing was 6 weeks.
That's incredible.
Everything started amplifying as we got closer to what was the tour coming up in my rehearsals with the band and his sickness. And, it all kind of came together at the end when I was rehearsing, which was very difficult to sit there and concentrate on actually, goddamn, wait, I'm learning these bass parts to go out and play for Chris. This is crazy. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. All of that pressure. In the mornings before I'd start rehearsing, I'd just go out for a walk. I lived by the desert at that time. Just to clear my head, I'd get up, just to sunrise and take a walk and get my head together. And one walk I came back from, I'd sat down, put my bass on, checked my emails as I do, and I see from management, it just says Chris in capital letters. And I knew that this is now going to be the message that he's gone. and opened it. It took a while to even click, but once I opened it, I realized what was going on and was devastated, absolutely wiped out. And it was the most difficult thing emotionally to deal with since my dad's passing, which was a long time ago. So I hadn't felt that kind of jolt of life reality hit me like it did. And it was really, really hard. And
you had literally 10 days.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'd been rehearsing up to that point, getting my things together. And fortunately, as I said, describing having played all these records as a kid, I didn't make it my life's work by the time I had a career going to sit down and play the relayer again. That's what I did when I was 16. But it was still all in there. And so it was an easier grasp to get going. But the hardest part was, actually doing it and feeling these, through rehearsals and onto the stage, these intense waves of guilt, like, why am I doing this? And also an intense sense of sort of duty and honor and motivation to actually do what I said, which was, when Chris said to me, just promise me you're going to take this. As we got closer to him passing, the conversations turned to more serious stuff. And one of the themes was, I really want you to get in there and do this and push us forward into the future and give it your all and really, go for it. And don't be sad about this. Be joyful and happy and go for it and do your thing and be yourself and make it happen. And I just thought, at the time, what an amazing thing this is from this guy. Because most rock stars who create their career, I don't think you're going to find them wanting to hand the keys to someone and say, here, take the car and go now. You know what I mean? It just doesn't seem like normal. But that was what was in Chris's heart to do. A, for the band, to keep it moving forward. But B, in the trust that he had with me to know, and we were talking about it as things were progressing in his health and deteriorating, he had mentioned to me in passing, kind of annoyed, that he's getting calls from so many bass players. It's getting annoying. Once the word got out that he was sick, in other words, that he was getting so many calls from bass players. And it kind of broke my heart. I thought, oh my God, that is so rude and so wrong. But
on every level.
Yeah. And it just blew my mind. And so the sense of trust and that he had in me to do it, all those feelings combined took me into the rehearsals where we're starting to get things together. And again, I'm just feeling guilty as hell for being there. And then we get on stage and it's like, and the one thing I did say to Chris is, you realize if this doesn't work, because he had an amazing sense of humor through those 6 weeks, which was another testament to what a guy he was. I don't know if I could have the same sense of humor as he did, but he goes, Bill, you're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. Because I said to him, how am I going to do this, man? The people are going to freak out when they see me standing there. He said, no, they know you are. You've been in the band and, around the band and produced. They know who you are. Don't worry about that. I said, well, I am a little worried about it, Chris, because if it doesn't work, it's going to be all my fault. Yes has crashed and burned, and it's my favorite band in the world. I mean, this is a destiny I did not anticipate. So he's like, no, get it out of your head. It's not going to happen. Don't worry about it, So, but those feelings carried on to the stage. I couldn't help it. And I must say that it's the fans themselves that turned the corner for me to be okay with everything because of the reception that I got, which was warm, welcoming, loving, and supportive. And of course, there's always going to be this handful of naysayers who, are convinced that it, you see no Chris, no Yes, no this, no that.
Yeah.
But the reality is, I've never believed that. I'm a fan of all the lineups that have been, and I'm one of the only Yes members who played with so many different lineups of different versions. So I believe that I've always believed there's a future for Yes. Even back when we were working on the Open Your Eyes record, people were saying, oh, just let it die. It's over. Yes is done. And I'd say, no, it's not. So I'm of that same mindset that Yes has an abundant future. And there's things that we still haven't seen happen yet, But the fans helped me through that period. And, it took years, to be honest, to shed those feelings. But the first couple of years were really hard, and I've grown much more comfortable in the role now with all that I know about why I'm here, and sort of the context of how I got here, and the hard work that I've done with the band over the years, and the reasons why I'm here. So when I see a guy who goes, who's Billy Sherwood? No Chris Squire, no Yes. I'm thinking, well, this guy just doesn't know who Yes is. You know what I mean?
But since then, things will recover. They always do. And Alan and Chris's legacy is in great hands. You've released 2 very good albums that have been exceedingly well received. Yeah. The tours continue at a pace around the world. So, the band and you are in a good place at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's strange to have now been in the longest running lineup in Yes history that has held form, because the band is known for switching gears quite often, and this one seems to be holding. I think that's a testament to the kind of friendship that we have, first and foremost, and the history that we have. I mean, I've known Steve now a long time, and we've gone through a lot of things together by virtue of when we were in the band together, or when I was producing, and we worked one-on-one on the Keys record in my studio, and when I mixed all their live DVDs, and then, but it's funny, as I said earlier, every time I've ever worked with Yes, I thought, well, this is it. I guess I get the sense that for some people who don't understand the history, that it's like I'm just always pounding on Yes's door going, let me back in, Quite the opposite. It's a little more like The Godfather, they keep pulling me back in. And so all that history there just makes it a much more richer, deeper experience personally. And so there's a lot of memories there that happen, I mean, I know the tour before this, we played a song from The Ladder called It'll Be a Good Day. And the last time I'd played that on stage, I was playing electric 12-string rhythm guitar, and Chris was playing the 8-string. But on this tour, of course, Chris not there, I'm playing the bass part, and I'm playing the 8-string bass part. And as we're playing it and it's working, and we all know it's working, I look over at Steve, he just gives me a look, and it just took me right back to the Ladder tour, like playing that. You know what I mean? And so there's these connections that kind of come in and reinforce the reason why things are the way they are. And I think that's the most unique aspect of my whole journey with this band, is it's not just one event. It's not just over here that happened. There's so many that there's trigger points that remind not only me of that thing, but of Steve of that thing. And when Alan was there, turning around looking at Alan, and then on the 50th anniversary, having TK there with us, was mind blowing. And I'm standing there playing, Yours Is No Disgrace, looking down the line, and it's Tony Kaye and Steve Howe and Alan White and Jeff Downs. I'm thinking, again, how does this happen? I don't know, but let's get on with it and play the music.
And you do know, of course, there's only 2 years left until it's Yes 60.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it?
60 years old. Would you like to celebrate this? Because it's worthy of a significant celebration, because there are few that have survived half of that and still have a global following and new fans from new eras. You got young kids coming up into the shows now to mix with the older people that are going in to see it. Would you like to see every member that is still around, everybody that has had something to do with it, come together for a Yes special event? One night, one place, everybody is there who is still around, and a celebration of everything.
I mean,
Yes,
it would be a glorious evening, but I dare say that the politics that go on in this town make what happens in Washington look like a picnic.
And lastly, then,
I think you're asking the wrong guy, because I'm the easiest guy to deal with, I think, around here. But yeah, I mean, it would be something to have something like that happen, but I don't know. I can't say, because I just know, I know my own history with the band, and I also know everyone else's history, not only from the things that we as fans know from the outside, but sitting at breakfast with each one of them and having a moan about this, that, and the other. I've learned a lot, which is probably why I've been able to navigate this crazy Yes landscape as long as I have, because I know where all the landmines are, and I can walk around them.
That's a great line.
Some people,
a great line for a book.
I'll hear some other people, and I just hear click, and I go, uh-oh. I just keep on walking.
And actually, last thing then, as you're only on a humorous note, we can actually mention your godfather.
Oh, yeah.
Who was a comedic legend. I mean, it's not enough that you have got band leaders, Bing's guitar player, your mother can play drums. You've got Milton Berle is your godfather.
I know. It's crazy. And
how often did you meet Uncle Milton?
I met him on many occasions when he happened to be in Vegas, or when I moved and my parents got divorced, so I moved to LA with my mother, and at that time they were still doing CBS specials and in Hollywood, and he'd be there and we'd go see them there. And he was always such a sweet and loving man. And, the last time I saw him was me and my brother, actually. We were working on tracks post-Logic, pre-World Trade Days, right in the middle there, when we reformed the band into the different name, and we made some demos with Greg Ladani and not Record One, I forget what it was called, Power Plant, was that what it was called? I forgot the name of the studio, but he owned a studio, The Complex, that's what it was called. It was a massive studio that George Massenburg had owned with Earth, Wind & Fire. I think they went in and created this studio. And they had not only recording studios, but production studios for film and television. And so for whatever reason, they were filming some television show there. And the second engineer, I'm sitting in the control room with my brother, and the second engineer comes in and says, "Isn't Milton Berle related to you guys?" I look at this guy. I go, "Yeah, he's my godfather. Why? Where's that coming from?" He goes, "Oh, he's down the hall. They're shooting." I said, "You're joking." So me and Mike, we went down the hall. We go in, and I asked the guy, "Is this Milton Berle's dressing room?" He's like, "Yeah, you can't go in there." I said, "Well, he's my godfather. I just want to say hello." And the guy goes, "Oh, well, of course." So he opens the door and says, "Milton, there's someone here to see you." And literally, it was like right out of a movie, because I saw the back of Milton sitting in the makeup chair. And when he spun around, he was in full drag with the bright red lipstick and and he's like, "Oh my God, how the hell are you guys?" And he got up, gave us a hug, and, started talking about Dad and Mom. "How's your mother?" And Dad was by then gone, but, he was really, really warm. And that was the last time that I saw him, and my brother as well, that we saw him. And it's such a vivid memory that because it was the last time, it just will never go away, that particular chance meeting that day. And it was really, really special. Yeah.
You never had, by the way, when you were growing up, do you ever have one of those moments where, I don't know, somebody comes on the TV and you look at them and go, "Oh yeah, I remember when he came round to the house." The door knocked and there he was.
The moment I have the most, because they run it all the time on these various apps that I watch, old films, is the movie called Pal Joey with Frank Sinatra, where my dad is the piano player and Frank's sort of confidant in that film. And, I'd see Dad in his vintage, looking very svelte and gorgeous, and he's playing great and playing trumpet and piano. And I'm just like, wow, it takes me right back to being a kid.
Frank you never met Frank, did you?
I did not meet Frank, no, but my dad and Frank were very, very close. Hence why he was in the film.
Yes, absolutely.
And the strange thing is, my dad was very close with Milton, and he was, when television was first created and came out of a box and you plugged it in and there was TV, brand new. One of the first shows on television was the Milton Berle Show, which was like a comedy variety kind of show.
Yeah.
My dad was Milton's sidekick on the show for years. And that is why he has a star in Hollywood and Vine. But the icon for the star that he's got is a TV, not a record. And when I first saw the star, I was slightly confused. And then my brother went, "No, man, that's from the Milton Berle show." And I was like, "Oh, wow, really? The trip."
He was the first one, wasn't he, Milton Berle, to get it? They gave him a 30-year contract.
Yeah.
30 years.
Yeah, and he went on to do a lot of things, Milton. And but yeah, it was a great memory of seeing him like that.
Have you done a book? Have you written a book? Really? This was the beauty of this. I mean, it's rare that you talk to people in this industry that have this unique upbringing and background and life story that you do. You've got a great book.
Yeah.
Fantastic book.
Yeah.
I'd buy it.
I wouldn't know how to go about writing it, but there's a lot of stories there. If I can get someone to figure out how to do it, you
would have a great book there, and that would be a bestseller.
Yeah,
for sure.
Well, maybe one day. I still have more to write about it first.
Well, that was Billy Sherwood. What a great story. Now, you can see him and yes, live in the coming weeks on the Fragile Tour. Check out the band's website for full details of dates and venues. And if you enjoyed this, don't forget, Jay Shellen was on the show last week, and that is streaming now. And that is it for this edition. Hope you enjoyed it. And thank you very much for tuning in. We will be back next week, remember, with Suzi Quatro. For the moment, though, from me, Tim Cable, goodbye for now. And so then to Graham Bonnet. We met up about a week ago to look back on a wide and varied career. And we begin part 2 today with Rainbow releasing Down to Earth. We were talking about those pranks that Blackmore was known for, and Don Airey running down the corridor, screaming because he thought a bloke in a hooded monk's outfit was in his room, and it was actually Cozy Powell.
Yeah, he would do that. It's typical Cozy, He would join in with Richie, but sometimes Richie got on his bloody nerves, But once in a while, if he can do a prank, so to speak, I can imagine that. But I talked about the threads on the door and all that kind of stuff. He would pull anyway.
There was a few conflicts, wasn't there, between Richie and Cozy. Cozy thought that you were becoming, or the band was going too commercial. He particularly didn't like Since You've Been Gone, and it was Richie, after Bruce Payne had introduced it, that was the one who was the driving force in getting you to record the record. What were your initial thoughts when you heard it?
Well, I didn't see how it suited the band at all, because Cozy was like, "Oh, I know that fucker." I saw his cursing, and spitting and throwing up about doing it. And I think Cozy put that down as the last thing he did, because we thought at first it wasn't going to go on the album, because it was too poppy. But when Cozy came over to my apartment later in London, he said, "You saved that album by doing that." And that song that Russ Ballard wrote just broke the band, suddenly on radio everywhere. Whereas they weren't before. I'd never heard of Rainbow, as I said. And I used to listen to the radio all day, Capital Radio, Radio 1, etc. And I'd never heard of Rainbow. And so suddenly, Rainbow's on the rainbow, on the right.
So the album comes out. It is this huge commercial hit. The best review I saw when this came out was a guy called Martin Popoff, who's very well known. And he said, it is a real corker. He said, it is imperative that you play it loud, jump up and down, preferably smashing yourself over the head with a tea tray.
Yes.
How about that?
He's in Australia, right?
Popoff he was in Canada and the US.
Oh, okay.
I think, but he was but he was legendary for his pro and legendary also for cutting people literally with a swipe of the pen. But I mean that was just such a great review because he said that Cozy Powell's drums were. He said it sounded like somebody that was hitting a tea tray.
Pretty much. In fact, that's what he did. I mean, Cozy probably played the drums the way he did in anger. Say, let's get this over with. He really hated it, But anyway, it turned us all around, Really good.
Well, then begins this incredible year for you of touring, the first major tour. And again, I was going back and looking through some old editions of Kerrang magazine and whatever, and there's a quote in there from you at the time saying, listen, I was scared shitless that I would not be accepted by the fans. And then September the 2nd, Lakeland Civic Centre, that was your first gig. What do you remember?
Yeah. Yes, I do. Because I was really scared because I'd never been on a tour before like this, the buses and all that stuff. And I remember when we were driving up in the bus, the band bus, that place, outside that place, what was it, the Civic Centre?
Yeah, it was the Lakeland Civic Centre. You were with the Blue Oyster Cult.
Yeah. Well, outside that place was a crowd that was like a big long caterpillar of people. You know what I mean? It was all leather. And people were holding up pictures that they'd drawn of every member of the band. And it was kind of like, look at that. I couldn't believe it. And we got into the dressing room and Cozy said, see what I mean? See what I mean? It's going to be good, mate. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. And I said, I'm so nervous. He said, well, don't be nervous. I've got to go for a piss. I don't know. He said, don't be nervous. He said, it's going to be great. And actually it was. It was really good. I went out there and the sound of that audience was like a shot in the arm of fucking adrenaline. It really was.
Yeah.
I was like, where? I couldn't believe how many people were there. Thousands of bloody people. And so I did my bit. And after we finished, Cozy looked at me and goes, oh, shit, you were fucking great. He didn't play very well.
You said...
I fucking get him. But he was really proud of me. I'd never done anything like that before.
And you did say that you loved the recognition and the fame when it first happened. People are recognizing you, want to talk to you, and everything from zero or from nothing to 100 in very, very quick time.
Yeah,
but you enjoyed it. You loved it. Did you do anything ridiculous, by the way, when there's a bit of money coming in? Did you make any ludicrous purchases?
No, never. No, I didn't really. No, I can't think. Oh, one guitar. I bought a guitar, which is really nice, which I smashed in the garden one day because I was pissed off with something or other and burned it. I was Jimi Hendrix. It was a really, really nice guitar, a Martin acoustic, and it cost like, I don't know how much, but a lot of money, and it was really beautiful. And I smashed it up in anger. But I didn't really make any. I don't drive, so I didn't buy a car. I didn't buy a house because I didn't have that much. All the money I'd made in Rainbow went somewhere else, not to me. It went to my manager and the manager of the band. So So my manager put an extension on his house. I put an extension on my penis. I mean, it was really, it was sickening. At the time, my girlfriend, she just said, you're being ripped off, Graham. Yeah.
It's not an unusual story, is it? No. But there was no time for you to stop and think, was there? Because you were in, you were right the way up until, I think it was December the 12th with the US tour. Then you're immediately back on with France, Netherlands, Then you're into the UK, February 20th at City Hall, Newcastle. This was where the famous Colin stopping for a pee and then getting lost in the van story.
Really? Oh, that's a new one on me. I don't know.
No.
I bet it's true, though, because Colin is... he'd probably been on the booze a bit. I don't know. You know, I don't remember that.
Well, the tour again, it was not all plain sailing, because there was the Roger collapsing on stage in Cologne due to flu.
Yeah,
and then there was the infamous incident. You must remember this in Munich when Richie and Coverdale met backstage.
Yes.
There was a bit of a set too.
there was, yeah. I thought that was in Wembley.
In Munich.
I was in Munich, was it? For some reason, I've got Wembley on my mind. Could we did 2 nights at Wembley Arena?
That was when they. That was when he didn't do the encore, and there was a mini riot.
It was a riot. Yeah, we had a riot, which was kind of groovy. You've seen that album with all the chairs on the floor and stuff?
Yeah.
That was that night. I thought people were going to fucking die. Throwing chairs in the air, and it was a riot. Yeah, it was a riot. Because
so did you have to?
The thing with David Coverdale, he beat him up in the hallway.
Richie.
Yeah, he
beat him up.
He hated him for whatever reason. I don't know.
Do you know what? There was a story at the time, because there was obviously this big rivalry between the two bands, Whitesnake and Red, who could sell out the most venues, who got in the charts higher. Some of the fans at the Whitesnake gigs used to wear these badges, and on it had "Keep Rainbow Away, Please," right? KRAP.
Whoa.
Yes. That was I saw that was in the book. That one came out. But again, you were having, I mean, all these jokes and the pranks again. You lost a suitcase full of Hawaiian shirts. There were where there was
yes. I tell you, I tell you what disappeared. My glasses, my shirts, my jacket, and usually my shirts and my jackets, because Richie didn't like the way I looked, and everybody was going, "Well, what do you mean?" you know. And he got the crew to go and get my stuff out of the wardrobe case and chuck it out. Put everything in the wardrobe case every night, you know. So I'd wear it next day or whatever, and it was all gone. I said, "Well, where's my glasses?" It's the crew. You know. But I found out later, Richie instructed them to throw away all my shirts, blah blah blah, etc., because he didn't like the way I looked.
These weren't your made-to-measure suits, though, were they? The Bobby Darin Taylor suits.
Yes, one was. I had a jacket, which was made by a tailor in London. That was what are you laughing at?
I'm sorry.
She's laughing over it.
Well, maybe.
Oh, yeah. I had this jacket, and I've actually got the pants from that jacket. It's still here. I've got it in the closet. It was done by a Savile Row tailor. Beautiful jacket, fitted perfectly. When you put your arms up, the jacket sleeve was still here, and all kinds of things. Yes, so that was thrown away. I was very angry about it.
Oh, absolutely. So would I have been.
Should we throw your gear away too? Do you know that Richie wore the same clothes every night over that tour? And then you just got one of the guy's girlfriends to iron it every night. And it was like crisp. It was this thin. This thin bloody, whatever it was, a spandex type shirt.
Yeah.
With the ties on it. And it was like, I touched it, it was thin as fuck. But they ironed it every night for him because he wouldn't wear anything else. It was his lucky outfit and the white shoes. So why wouldn't I throw that away? Why wouldn't I he was the boss, But to throw my gear away was, no.
What did you think when it was suggested that Richie wanted Carole King's "Will You Still Love Me" in the set?
Oh, that was okay with me.
I thought it would be, but did you think? Did you when he first recommended? When he first recommended, you think, what? Well, we're doing a heavy metal version.
Richie has my album, and that track, "Will You Still Love Me Tomorrow," was on that album he had. And I was in Richie's house one day, and he had a couple of people over to visit. They were having a drink downstairs in his bar. And I can't remember who I was with. Some of the girls, I think the drum tech's girlfriend or something. I was sitting with her, talking to her. And all of a sudden, my track comes on. And then it stops, and they go, and it came on again. And then again, Richie played it like 4 times. And I said to Rog, I said, what the hell's that about? He says he loves that. He loves that track. Okay. Brilliant. So we did it live, but it was completely wrong. I wasn't into it. I wasn't expecting it to happen. And it happened and that was on the, Monsters of Rock first, the Castle Donington.
Yes, yeah.
I'm going, I looked across at Rick. I heard this little ding, 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 ding. He's playing a D chord. And I looked across and went, what? And he goes, I don't know. I was going, what here? I was tired. And I thought, well, I'm not going to get all those notes and stuff. Because I thought, oh, bloody hell. Because this, there's lots of octaves in it, It's, oh boy. Anyway, we did it, and it went down fairly well, but it wasn't the way I normally sang it. But the audience liked it.
You went on to Japan a couple of nights, 3 nights of the Budokan. Yeah. What I particularly liked about them doing these tours in Japan when they were very big was because when you got over there was a Graham lookalike contest amongst the fans.
Yeah, there still is. Yeah, believe it or not, there really is. The Japanese are weird for that kind of thing, dressing up and in costume to look like somebody else. And we did a show, me and Bethany, for a birthday party.
Oh yeah, my birthday party.
Yeah, for Bethany's birthday party in Japan, and there were a couple of girls dressed up as me, and wasn't that
bad? There was a one-armed cozy drummer.
Oh yeah, and a drummer with one arm,
and he was good.
And he was playing Cozy's licks, but he was very good. But they all got. It was like a party, just loony. People getting on stage and singing whatever, But there were these. That thing is still going on. One Japanese guy we know has changed his name to Grassoon Bonnet.
He has an outfit. He has an Alcatraz tribute band.
Oh, and he has an Alcatraz tribute band too. Grassoon Bonnet.
Grassoon is good.
But it's kind of fun. Yeah, it's still there. The Japanese are probably the best fans in the bloody world. Because I see them every time we play there. I see people I've known for years, since 1980, 1979, and they still come to see the shows.
So you're moving into Donington time now. Your dad, Lou, said you look like a bunch of yobbos, like long hair and spandex. Well, I don't know what all this is about, and then you had them all along to Donington for the first Monsters of Rock, and they couldn't believe what they saw, could they?
Yeah, that's right.
Incredibly proud moment for you.
It was, yeah. And I remember Luke saying that. My brother was a bit like that too. He used to say, well, Graham, you sound like everybody else on this. I said, oh, okay. I said, no, I'm not. And anyway, Lou... after the show was, like next day or whatever, he said to me, I couldn't believe how incredible the band was, and the intricate playing, and how huge it was, the show, because the show was it was quadraphonic, so it's all the way, all around the fucking audience from back to front, so speakers everywhere, and he was just impressed. He was very proud of me. He really was, because I did the best I could for my parents and for my brother.
It was an incredible time. I was there. Okay, so that was It's pretty much one of the first things gigs I'd ever done. I've been to see Uriah Heep, and I remember I think there was 3 or 4 of us that got there, and only to see Rainbow. I mean, that was the thing. I mean, nobody knew who Riot were or the rest of it. Or Judas Priest, obviously, but I did like the story of Cozy. Cozy's great quote was my last show, literally, mate, is every man for himself when we get out there. But his pyros at the test event, the explosions were heard 3 miles away, and he blew the PA out.
He did, yeah. It was Jellic night, I mean, we had that big we had the big explosion at the end of the show, but not bloody Jellic night, for Christ's sake. So the PA had to be restored. Replaced.
Sensational.
It was a fucking bomb. Well, obviously.
And here's the thing. So, I mean, we were big fans. But back in the day, I was a big fan. And you were simply all set for a follow-up. And then it doesn't happen. You get in, there's only one song or part of it ready, and you do a bit of I Surrender, and then you're back home, and then you're like, well, no, I'm going to be doing something else now.
Basically, yeah. And
you said...
And Bruce Payne called me up. He said, well, Graham, if you come back, we've got another singer, and you can sing the songs you like that they're writing, and the other singer can do what he's writing or whatever. And I said, no, I don't think I want to do that. Be a 2-singer band. No. So you'd been offered ELO, you'd been offered the Suite, then you get offered, this is quite incredible, you get offered Black Sabbath before Dio takes it. So should you have taken that gig with Sabbath when you look back now? I probably would now, because Ron, he made like 3 albums with them, didn't he? Unbelievable.
I mean, the Heaven and Hell album was one of the great pieces of work ever.
Yeah, he did great, and it was something I kind of did kick myself over, but I just didn't think Black Sabbath, me, with the short hair and everything, but they knew what I looked like anyway. But
it was the voice they wanted. Did you actually meet the guys at all? I mean, did you go meet them? Did you?
Later, but that was just a phone call from one. I can't remember who called me now, but it was a phone call, and I know the guys now, kind of thing. But yeah. I mean, that was then. I didn't really want to be in a band again for some reason, and then things changed a little bit.
Yeah, Cozy invites you down to the country club, didn't he, in LA to watch this band called MSG with Gary Barden, and then says, well, do you fancy it?
Yeah.
That an offer you couldn't refuse.
Well, yeah, I mean, after the show was over, because I was up on the balcony, I remember, and he came up to me and said, what do you think of the shot? It was fucking great. It's great, man. Cozy, great band. Oh, what a player Michael is, And he said, I know. But yeah, he said, do you like the band? I said, yeah, I do. He said, do you want to be in it? What? So I said, what do you mean? What, do you want to be, the singer of this band? I don't know, I said, well, what about Gary? It's great. What's the difference? What is it? And he said, well, he's going to leave. And I said, why? He says, because we want you.
Well, that's
part of it. And the next thing I knew, I was meeting Martin Birch talking about production of the album.
It's funny, isn't it? Because at the time, they were managed by Peter Mensch and Cliff Bernstein, who just started Q Prime off. And Mensch wanted Coverdale. And I remember talking to Michael Schenker, and he said, "Yeah," he said, "I spoke to." He said, "We met, we talked and whatever, but Michael always wanted you."
Yeah.
It must be great to be in that position, isn't it? When you know that the people want you.
Yeah, it was incredible. Because I mean, I thought, why? Why? What's the fucking difference? You know, David Coverdale, yeah, do it fine. But I'd probably do it okay. You know, the band thing, but you know, David was in the band at the time. I think I'm not sure.
Yeah, Whitesnake.
He was managed by the same people in England, you know. And so I don't know what he was fucking doing. But I thought, well, he can do it. What's up with that?
So you've worked with Blackmore, you've worked with Schenker. You then set up Alcatraz, and you have this 18-year-old kid wandering one day that nobody had ever heard of, Yngwie Malmsteen. Yeah. And you were literally, stopped in your tracks. Mm-hmm. An incredible musician. Whose recommendation was it, or how did you find him?
He was recommended for us by a guy in the store. He said he'd heard that we were looking for a guitar player because we were putting a band. I wanted to put a band together that was like Rainbow, in the same kind of setup: keys, guitar, etc. And this kid said to one of our band, I can't remember who it was now, but he had a guitar player that would be really perfect for this band. And so I called him up. And I said, this is Gramm Bonnet. And he went, no. Who is this? Who is it really? I said, Gramm. I said, we would like you to come along and rehearse with us, We're at this, studio where it was. And he said, no, this is someone playing a joke with me. I was terrible at that, isn't it? It's not.
It's very good.
And so he came along, but before he came along, I said, he realized when I spoke to him again, he said, it's real, isn't it? I said, yes, it is real. I said, but could you do a favor for me? Could you learn a song called SOS? It's a Russ Ballard song, and also probably Since You've Been Gone. I'd like to hear you play those two. Not all the widdly stuff from Rainbow. So he came along and he played those songs absolutely perfectly, like I've never heard them play before. It was so fucking good. And then we said, okay, let's do, some Rainbow songs. And of course, when he played the Rainbow songs, he was perfect because he was a big fan of Ritchie.
Yeah.
And one of the shows in Sweden, he was at the show we did in Sweden. I remember it rained, and he was up in a tree. He said, I was up in a tree watching this. I said, when it rained and we had to go off because we might have been electrocuted because the stage was wooden, and so it was unsafe for, bolt lightning or whatever, So we had to get off and the show was cancelled. We did about 3 or 4 songs and that was it. He says, yes, I was there. So Ritchie was a big influence on, obviously on Yngwie. But he was the perfect fit for the band. He brought the band to life because it wasn't really happening with the other guys. But that guy did it.
Keeping the ego in check was a bit of an issue. You talked about stage etiquette.
Yeah.
The fact but you can understand the enthusiasm, but it's you describing moments where he would suddenly appear from stage left or stage right in front of where you were.
Yeah. He would do that. When I'm singing whatever, a verse to a song or something, he'd be stepping in and going, really good. Good move, man. Stage etiquette, he had no fucking clue, I mean, when it was his turn, I step out of the way. That's how you do it, So you can't have me going on stage going, while you're playing your freaking guitar. It's his show. It's your turn, But that's the way it should be.
You do have this.
And then Don has his solo. I mean, not Don. I mean, whoever was playing keyboards with us at the time, or trying to,
You do have this.
He was really, and of course, him being taller than me as well, and doing all this stuff that you can visually see. How he's playing, not what's going on in here.
Yeah.
and I'm a little bit shorter than him. He overtook the stage. You know, he wanted to be famous, and he was, and he is. Everybody knows who Yngwie Malmsteen is now.
Jan, it was, wasn't it, who stepped in when he heard that obviously Yngwie had left, and he heard that Steve Vai had left Frank Zappa and was looking around, and you step in there. So you've had Blackmore, Schenker, Malmsteen, and now you're about to get Steve Vai, four of the most incredible players. But Steve Vai, how would you sum up his talent?
Well, he's very unusual. The way he plays, for instance, is one thing. You know, I remember showing my mum and dad a video of him or something, because my mum and dad were staying with us in the States. They came over to visit, and we were recording the new album of Alcatraz at the time at Cherokee Studios. And I said, look at the way he plays. And Steve had this video where he was playing. I said, he plays it like a piano. I've never heard anything like it. Then he does this thing, it sounds like bagpipes. What's going on with it? I said, it's amazing. So they were like thrilled with what was going down. And so I always took, a tape home when we recorded something and played it to my mum and dad for their opinion. You know, they were just excited about this new guitar player. And he was amazing because he'd been working with Frank Zappa. He had a different way of looking at songs. You know, it didn't sort of go like this, straight ahead. There'll be a right turn or a left turn or somewhere down that way, you know. So it didn't go where you expected it. And I listened to what he was doing and I said, yeah, that's fucking great, Steve. So I would go to Steve's house and sit with him, in the afternoon sometime and go through all the ideas he had. And we hit it off straight away because then he would come over to my place and go and have a swim in the pool or something with his girlfriend. Then, now it's his wife. And play with my kids. And we just got on so well because we had the same ideas. Not that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There was melody and other melodies.
So from there to here, because from all of that, we get to where you are now. And we have the new album, Lost in Hollywood, this excellent live album. Now, first up, I have to say that what I really liked was the cover. It's very film noir.
Yeah, isn't it? Yeah.
It's a bit LA Confidential.
Those movies where it's like cartoon and real. What's his name? The actor in them.
Which film?
The style you're talking about.
Well, I thought it was reminiscent of things like LA Confidential.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, with Danny DeVito. I think Kevin Spacey was in it. Yeah. What a great film. But it just looks like that. And you've got the...
and I saw it on one T-shirt while we've been out playing. But it's very, it's very aggressive looking and whatever.
So whose idea was the design concept?
I don't know.
Oh, the new one?
Yeah.
Oh, we came up with that.
Oh, yes. The band came up with that.
Well, you and I.
Well, me and her. I actually went onto a T-shirt. I didn't even know that happened.
Yeah, I know. I asked Mario about that. He's like, well, if you want some for your own use, otherwise we can send you the design.
Yeah, I didn't know that she'd spoken to our record company about it. So
great design.
I was surprised because I thought, oh, blimey. I liked it too,
It was Graham's idea to have that kind of like gritty 50s, fiction vibe. And I like the idea of, like party buildings taking over like Godzilla or whatever. So.
Yeah, it is Sin City.
That's good.
So the other thing that is clear here from the off is the quality of the vocal. I mean, those two first releases, the two singles that have come out, Night Games, I think might be the first one, were unbelievably good. Now, I mean, it's rare. It's rare, isn't it, that you get people that have been able to, that can carry that level of quality for the number of years that you have. It sounded almost as good, probably as good as anything that you've ever recorded in a live space ever.
Wow.
Do you not think so? I'm looking at the comments, by the way, on social media. right? And
yeah, I've heard all these comments. I'm going, really? Because I thought I had a bad night. I'm being honest here. I thought, oh crap, because I couldn't hear very well the monitors and stuff, and I was tired, and I thought my voice isn't working properly. But Conrad, our guitar player, said, "You sounded fucking great." I said, "But I was crap." He said, "No, you weren't." And now you said that, I believe you.
No, seriously, there's no point in there's no point in blowing smoke at people's rear end, and it wasn't, and it is very bloody good. Actually, I've got to say, and for somebody who doesn't, because you always say, I don't look after my voice, I don't do warm-ups. Obviously, there's no alcohol or cigarettes. So people are looking around for an ingredient. Now, you don't do gluten, do you?
No, I don't warm up or anything. I just, and Don, I was talking to Don Airy about this. We're talking about warming up. And I remember he said, you remember when Ronnie Dio was asked to say, how do you go on stage? How do you warm up? He says, I don't warm up. It's a waste of notes. It's a waste of notes. It's a waste of my voice. I've got to save it for when I get up there. But, what were we saying?
He asked you about being gluten-free.
What?
Yeah, you were gluten-free as well, aren't you?
Gluten-free. I've been eating gluten for fucking years. I didn't know it was bad for my this, but it's never. It
causes inflammation.
What?
The doctor said it causes inflammation in your vocal cords.
Yeah, it causes inflammation, and I had no clue about this. So I've had an inflammation-ridden throat for 30 years or something. What the hell's gluten, for Christ's sake? What is it? I want to see it visibly. I want to physically pick it up and throw it like a snowball. But, do I ask for extra gluten back then? I don't know. It's a thing now. But I'm glad that I found out that anyway, But it's the voice thing you were saying.
Yes, yeah. The technique, so the vocal technique that you adopted, that you picked up in the early days that you carried with you. So you talk about involving, the head voice, moving the mic, or you closer to the mic, and then mixing it with the full body voice. There's a lot to think about to actually get right here.
There is, and I listened to all my old recordings because I thought, well, I'm not doing it well on stage. Let me see what I actually did when I was in the studio. So I listened to it and I think, well, where did my voice come from there? Did it come from here? Did it come from here? Or did it come from up here? And there's like 3 different places: the stomach, the lungs, the face, and the throat. That's 4. And it was kind of, okay. Where did I breathe? Oh, I breathe here. So I remember now how I breathe things, and that's why I sort of, hopefully, do the best I can. My voice comes out the best way by the way I breathe. I know that when a note that's probably a C sharp or a D or whatever is coming up, I go really quick. It's called a snatch breath. You go really quick like that, and then go for it. That's the way I was singing in the studio. But in the studio, I know that I had time off. We'll do that bit later. And on the stage, you don't have that. Oh, can I do that tomorrow? You can't. So I learned how to breathe by listening to what I recorded, and I try to keep my throat clean from any kind of, abrasive liquids, food, Yeah,
because you must know, you must be aware that if you look at the vocalists that are out there now, especially in this genre of music, age isn't usually very kind to people. And there's nothing worse than listening to someone who had a fantastic reputation, who produced wonderful music, who gave us so many incredible memories, but who simply has gone on too long. But that's obviously not the case with you, because the voice. I'm looking at the opening tracks on that album, this new album, "Eyes of the World," "All Night Long," "Love's No Friend," "Making Love," "Since You've Been Gone." I mean, it's one epic track after another, and you can't dial a performance in on any of those. Can you?
No, I mean, doing those songs one after another, it's hard to catch up a breath, because none of them are like, la, da, da, dee, la, da, da, da. None of them are laid back, and there's plenty. I left my heart in San Francisco. And there's no, like other crooners or whatever singers. There's a breath, but these songs are full on. Since you've been gone, that's one breath. The notes are all following each other, and then suddenly the chorus comes up, so you have to sing higher. So it's a low impact aerobics, basically. So you got to work out as well. When I finished a show, I've told Bethany a million times, the back of my legs ache, my bum, and not my throat, but my back and my bum and my legs, because you don't realize how much you use your body just to produce a certain note, and it's difficult to do sometimes, Do I use falsetto? No, I don't want to. I've got to make it real, and sometimes it doesn't bloody well work, You might get one of those.
And how do you feel, here we are in 2025 going on into 2026, that people are going to go out and buy this because people still want to watch you and people still want to hear you and listen to you sing these tunes? It must be a great feeling, actually.
Yeah. I mean, it really is. I'm just surprised that I'm, not still doing this. I know I'd always sing till the day I fall over, whatever I was doing. But it's wonderful to see the audience who now are sort of mixed now. There's very young people, more girls as well, we've been playing to, more women, more young people in there. Some of them are like 15, the babies. Incredible. And they're so praiseworthy, it's like, what the hell? They come up to me and the band, how do you do that? And then the older guys go up to me and go, how the fucking hell do you do that? I said, I don't know. I just do. And I've been just lucky. I've got my granddad's lungs. I didn't borrow them. I have the same shaped lungs as my granddad, which is a lot of air. And I have the same shaped face as my dad. And it's sort of the two, the combination seems to go very well. But I remember granddad, he had lungs. I remember he used to take his shirt off at the farm. Shirt would come off, and he was shaped like a greyhound. Had a big chest here, very narrow hips. I'm the same, and long arms. He had very long arms. But so, thank you, Granddad Bonnet. He gave me the body I have. Thank you.
So, last couple of things.
Your body.
Last couple of things. So this is due out in the early part of December. So what are the plans for you in the medium term after this?
Yeah. Come here.
What do you say?
You might want to know our plans. I will now introduce to you the lovely Bethany Heavenstone, who manages the band, gets all the flights together, and she can tell you exactly what we're doing. That's okay.
No, that is absolutely fabulous.
She's in the freaking band, for Christ's sake. She is our bass player, but she's also our freaking manager, which is horrible.
Not by choice, by the way.
Not by choice. We had to do this.
Foisted upon me.
Yeah. It was.
No, I do like the coming back to your story, just picking up the bass because it happened to be left by your boyfriend after he moved out, and that's how it all started. And you end up with James Brown's widow in the. I forgot the name of the band now, but
Dangerous.
Yeah, that's it.
It's funny, I've got James Brown III staying with us right now. Her son is living with us right now.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Kid, when you already have so many.
Yeah. So tell him what's happening.
Okay, so
what are you doing
for 2026? Obviously, we've got the live DVD coming out on my dad's birthday next month, and then we're currently working on a 4th studio album, which is going to be magnificent. Gramm did a duet with Bruce Dickinson.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, he's done a great. Yeah, he's very nicely and very. I'm just over the moon that Bruce actually sang on this. And do you know something? He said to his company, his manager, etc. He said, "I never do things like this. I've never done this." So for him to
such a treat
come into and do the session, it's just magical. Because I love him. I mean, he's a great friend and a fucking great singer. You know,
these two are, they're sort of rediscovering each other, but there's such a huge, mutual admiration society between the two of them.
Did you know Bruce back in the day? Because I know Rainbow did tour with Samson, which was his he was in for a while.
Yeah.
Before he left. So did you know him from back then?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, Samson. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that right. Absolutely. I mean, we kept a relationship together, but only by, sort of long distance,
Yeah,
and
sure.
We saw him play with the band, with his real band, Bruce. We were just, fucking hell, that show. Have you ever seen?
Yes. Yes.
Where did that bloody monster come from? When the plane flies over, it's like, what the hell?
I love the plane.
It was just so funny. And I told somebody yesterday about, seeing him after all these years. This is how he is. It's just like, he doesn't give a fuck, The show was over and people waiting to see him in the, backstage or whatever. And Eric, he comes out of the shower with a fucking towel on his head and one around his waist and probably on his shoulder. And he looks over to me and goes, "Hello, Graham." That was his introduction to Bethany.
That's first time I saw him.
So is this an original piece of music or a reworking of something?
It's original.
It's an original piece.
Yeah.
Fantastic. What's the timeline for the album being released then? Next year? Latter part of the year?
Late spring we're shooting for.
Cool.
Fingers crossed. So we also have Kai Hansen has committed to a duet with Gramm, guitar and or vocals. I don't know yet. He's very busy with Halloween, but he's on board. Yeah. We have a couple other people recording. I would so love to drop a couple names right now, but I can't. It's not 100%. So there's one situation that is so incredibly interesting, unbelievable, and it's just going to knock everybody out if it happens. So fingers crossed for that. There's a couple songs that Russ Ballard wrote. He wrote 3. Graham's not crazy about the third one. I like it, but we can
two of them are really outstanding.
Record.
Yeah.
So when the album comes out, it's going to be amazing. We have the same guy mixing it that did Day Out of Nowhere, and it's just it's going to just blow people's minds, I hope. And subsequently, consequently, I've been booking shows like crazy, mostly in the EU. I'm going to try to maybe sneak back to the UK. I wish we could do the US. It just is too big, and it just doesn't work for us for some reason. We want to do Japan and Australia, so I'm just hounding people.
So when we do actually go out, what's the first thing we're doing next? Playing live?
I can't say because I don't have accurate information. I will know within the week of a festival that we're doing.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, that's good. The first one. And then from there, we're headed to Norway. I want to try to get Sweden in there. It's been we're coming up on 2 years since we've been there, so it's time. Finland is later in the year. We've got some Swiss dates. We may be doing a tour on a nightliner with 3 bands, and I'm going to be the only woman. No. Oh my God.
That's going to be horrible.
Don't say that.
God, 3 bands. It's enough with 2.
No. Well, anyway, it is. So we've got a bunch of stuff brewing, and if you know of something, by all means, throw it at us. We'll do that too.
Yeah.
So go on then. After this incredible life as a performer that you've had, what's given you the most pleasure? What have you enjoyed the most, apart from your partner? Meeting your partner.
I'm going to do that. You took the joke away, didn't you? What was the question?
What's given you the most pleasure? What have you enjoyed doing?
In my life?
Yeah, as a performer.
That's what I want. That's what she said. That is what she said. God.
Just got what you said.
You know, one thing that, well, it sounds silly. One thing that gave me the most pleasure was playing for my mum and dad.
Donington, yeah.
And that was my gift to them, because they'd never seen me play live. And that was very special. And my brother was out there and his wife and a few of my friends, but my mum and dad never seen me in that kind of setup, you know, and it's so fucking grand that day. I'll never forget it. And that was very pleasurable. And like I said, I'll never forget it.
Brilliant.
It's a big part of my life.
So last thing, why have you never recorded an album of 50s rock and roll or stuff like? I always kept thinking when I heard your voice, why didn't he do something like the Walker Brothers? You know, like do a No Regrets? Because your voice is obviously so suited to all of this. How come you've never just done it as a throwaway project?
In fact, you know, Russ Ballard is. I mean, he's very much like me. He's got that kind of 1950s voice, whatever.
Yeah.
He loves that song, Be My Baby, you know.
Oh, yeah.
And when he came to the studio, when I was recording a song called SOS that he wrote, he said to me, Graeme, have you ever thought about doing Be My Baby? You know, I said, no, but I love that song. He said, so do I. And we went down into the studio and he started playing it. And that afternoon, we actually recorded it and put it on an album. And it turned out pretty well. You know, I love all that stuff. And it's something I would love to do that. You know, write some of my own sort of 50s rock and roll stuff, but also do some, you know, old ones. Because I love all that stuff. You know, the Platters and, you know, Fats Domino, et cetera, especially the Platters and... oh, God, who else can I say? The Ronettes. I love all the Ronette stuff. Be My Baby.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Do you know that Brian Wilson, I should say, before he went into the studio, he would always play Be My Baby on the piano. That inspired him. Be my baby. He always played that. And you listen to a lot of his songs, you can hear that's what influenced him was the Ronettes kind of thing, Phil Spector, blah, blah, blah. Because he experimented with instruments in the studio a lot of people wouldn't even use. You know, that, for instance, a kneecap. But, you know, Phil Spector had 2 drummers, 2 bass players, It was all a very different sound.
And Phil Spector nicked a few little ideas off a bloke called Joe Meek. Remember?
Yes. Joe
Meek.
Bloody hell, yeah, you're right. That's a name from the past.
Well, do you know, the only reason I mentioned that to you is because I was talking to a guy the other day called Leo Lyons, who was the bass player and founder member of 10 Years After, the blues rock band from the 60s and 70s. And they began when they came down from Nottingham, which is where they started. And they signed a contract with Joe Meek in 1960 when he was just getting, beginning to get very famous. But plenty of stories there.
Yeah, blimey.
Yeah, for another day. Well, that was Graeme Bonnet, and do check out that new album as well, Lost in Hollywood. There are a few video releases that have come out already, and he is clearly still capable of performing at the very top level. Can't wait to hear as well Bruce Dickinson's contribution on that next studio album to come next year. And that is it for today. Don't forget, if you want to get in touch or catch up with anything, then head to the website, www.therockandbluesexperience.com, or the Rock and Blues Experience YouTube or Facebook pages. Plenty more to come as well before the holidays, including a catch-up with Jeff Downs talking about what's going to be a really busy year next year for him with a new Asia album on the way and, of course, a huge Yes tour going around the globe as well. I hope you can join me for that. Until next time, from me, Tim Cable. Bye-bye for now. Here we are about to welcome this fourth album that you've put together in 8 years, which is remarkable after 7 decades performing as you have been. And you're arguably in the most productive period of your entire career. So what is the key ingredient, not only to this longevity, but to maintaining the quality of what you do?
Well, Tim, I think underneath it all, I've been clean and sober for like 55 years. I talked to Eric Clapton about this, and I think that has a lot to do with it, because back in 1968, I was living in chaos, and I don't know if I would have made it through my 20s. So I just put down the cigarettes, the drugs, the alcohol in 1968, and I haven't looked back. So I think that has a lot to do with, clarity of my mind and my body. And, I went into like a spiritual 12-step based program. And I think it really helped my life a lot, because I've been married 60 years. I have 3 daughters. I'm a grateful guy, and I'm relaxed, So I hate to say this because I know how difficult the lockdown was for a lot of people. There was agony and misery through it, but it was one of the best times of my life. I became so creative. I couldn't go anywhere. We were like in our houses. So I wrote. I was writing the best songs of my life. I seemed like I stepped under the spout where the glory comes out, or under the wellspring of creativity, and these songs just start flowing. And one day Joe Bonamassa came over. He said, I want to play on that. And that started it, because I know how to record I know how to make a record. I know how to make a good record. I want to transmit this enchantment to people. I want to, this delight. I want people to go, oh, yeah. So I try to make one of those records. But to have a guy like Joe Bonamassa play, I found out how limited I am, because I don't think in those terms. I didn't even think of a slide guitar player on Blues Coming On. And then Take It Back, the way Joe plays. And then I thought, this is a great idea. I'm going to ask artists to contribute to my songs. I'm going to make the record. I'm going to send it, because I listen to a lot of music. And so sitting in my truck, listening to what I've done, new songs are recorded and the tracks with the musicians, I'm thinking, Mark Knopfler would sound good on this. Hey, Susan Tedeschi would sound good on this, So or Sonny Landreth, and so that's what I've been into. It's been a very, very creative time in my life. Thanks for noticing, because and I'll tell you one other thing. I don't know. This is crazy. I've always been on somebody else's schedule. So making albums were like pulling teeth or agony at times, because I was always waiting for somebody to stop talking for 30 minutes and having to do this, and I had to get ready when everybody else was ready. Yeah. This isn't like that. I'm doing it on my terms, and I'm ready. I sing the song. And it's just been wonderful. I've had a great time. It's like a lot of fun doing these albums, I'll tell you.
You said previously that you didn't pick the collaborators before the song is done. You write it and then you think, I think I'd like to hear them on it. Now, is Girlfriends different? Did you write this specifically with the cast list in mind?
No, same thing. I wanted, the way I think of it is I want to write a great song. The blues genre is just very guitar driven. It's all about guitar. It's a lot of guitars, and which I love. That's why I'm in it. I just love guitars, right? So there's nothing wrong with that. But I wanted to, maybe contribute something a little different with the lyrics. Like for instance, I had this word. Well, let me tell you that when I had this word soul force. So I said, I'm going to write a song about this because these girls that I wanted to do an album with women because I had a great time on Blues with Friends and Stomping Ground, the last two albums. I had a great time with Samantha Fish, and I had a great time with Ricky Lee Jones. I just loved working with the girls. It was a lot of fun. And there's something about when a beautiful girl walks in the room who's talented, the atmosphere totally changes. It just totally changes. So it's the feminine genius, So I thought, I'm going to write these songs. I'm going to come up with a concept. And I start out strong, like I thought that I could dazzle by distraction. And how could she resist my kind of action? And I end up strong with the concept, and I wanted to write every song like that. And so I got my friend Mike Aquilina to help me out, and we honed out these songs. And you're right. What I do is, let me put this light on so I can see. Hi. I get these songs, and you're right. I finish them off. I sing the whole thing. And some I had where they were conversational, like sitting across the table talking to somebody or on the phone or together. But I didn't want to make it boring. So I changed it up a bit. Some girls played guitar, like Susan Tedeschi on Soul Force. She killed it. She played guitar, my only regret is, and we both agreed on this, somewhere in the future, we're gonna sing together because I just love the way she sings. I love the way she sings. But you're right. I finished the song, and when I'm listening to it, I'm thinking Rory Block belongs on this song, or Christine Ullman, because I know these people, and I know what they're capable of doing and how much information and beauty and truth and good music is in their head. Like a girl like Christine Ullman, she is steeped in the history of rhythm and blues. So when you give her a song, she just kind of just gets inside of it and gives you herself, and you don't have to tell I never told any of these girls anything to do.
Yeah. In fact, do you find now that you are almost sat at the head of the table, right? You're the one that others will maybe come to for inspiration, maybe for guidance or to share thoughts. And if you are the one that is getting in contact with them, there is no shortage of people that are just like, are you kidding? Absolutely. I'm there. What time? Everybody wants to come and be involved. It's almost like, and I don't like using this term, but I do think it fits. You are the godfather. You are a man sat at the table and people are being brought into the room and say, I have a song for you.
Well, to be honest with you, I was like, I never felt like that, but never. I mean, that would kind of
like it now because
that would feel insane to feel like that. I always feel, because I'm calling up these great musicians, but I'll tell you, I get such a wonderful response, especially from Eric Clapton, who he said, you were one of the guys who got me into this, and when he, Tim, this is very strange. The people I ask to play on my songs, sometimes I think they play better on my songs than they do on their own.
I like it. You talked about the female, the feminine genius on every track here, but you also have gone into the significant influence of women in your life, beginning with your mother, whose influence loomed large over the whole family, your sisters, your daughters. There has always been the influence of women around you.
Oh yeah, my mother was, she was the hub of the family. She had 2 jobs, and she was a strong woman. She just worked hard. She was a worker, and then I have 2 sisters, and then I got married to Susan Butterfield, who kind of saved my life in a way, because I was a train wreck. And we have 3 daughters. And so I always had a lot of women around me, and I have 4 granddaughters. And so it's just, and I say there's a friend of mine who talks about the feminine genius, and I thought, wow, he put a name to it. That's what it is. And it is. It's just, and sometimes they don't have to say a word, It's just incredible to have finished this album with these women. It was a lot of fun, I did a song with Rory Block called "Don't You Want a Man Like Me," because in the blues genre, there's a thing I call bragging rights. I'm a man. I'm the hoochie coochie man, the wanderer, king of the New York street. These bragging rights. I just love it because they're over the top. Mannish boy, but muddy waters. That kind of thing. Yeah. So I wrote this song called "Don't You Want a Man Like Me." The kid is here. So Rory Block is a wonderful blues artist. Another one who is so steeped in the blues. She has so much to draw on, So she gave it her all. She comes in the studio and she does this incredible, just contribution to, delivery. And her husband comes out of the booth. He says, "Dion, don't play this for your wife. You should get in trouble." Because she sounds like Meg Ryan in what was it, Harry
Met Sally.
Yeah, when it's like, what is she? I'll have what she's having.
In the notes of the album, Darlene Dove's talking about the influence you had. Again, this is another part of this. These people queuing up to lavish praise. Yeah, you heard about what Eric Clapton said. She was saying that you're part of my musical upbringing. Clapton was talking about my musical wake up. Again, when you read these things, how much of not inspiration, but how good does it make you feel to know that you've had this influence?
You hit something. Something very personal there and very deep inside me, and it sounds almost trite to talk about, but let me try to put it together. I'm glad I lived this long because I've never asked for help, and when I started asking people to join me and they were happy to do so, Tim, it made me feel so good. I can't tell you. I've always I grew up in a world where I thought you should never ask for help. It's my mother had such pride. Don't ask anybody for help. You got to do it yourself, that kind of thing. You got to earn it. You got to, all this pride, So I started asking for help, and it was amazing. I sent the song to Patti Scialfa and Bruce Springsteen because I love the way Patti Scialfa is the Jersey soul girl, man. So I send her this track called Angel in the Alleyways. And she sends me back, I think it was about 48 tracks, and I forgot. But it was numerous tracks. It could have been more. But because this was the only song I sent out just with my guitar and just with the guitar. There was no bass, no drums, no nothing. I wanted her to, I thought she was going to do harmony, and I wanted her to hear it very clearly, what I was doing. But she ended up designing and producing the song, and every verse is different. And so when you get something like that back from Bruce and Patti, I know this is it's almost embarrassing to say, man, but you feel loved. You feel like, wow, they really gave me time. It wasn't like with Eric Clapton, the same thing when he played on If You Want to Rock and Roll, the song is called. I called him up. I said, Eric, you sound 19 years old on this song. He said, Dion.
Standing up, he said, didn't he?
Yeah, he said, I stood up. And I took that up like he really wanted to do a good job, and he did. He wanted to put effort into it.
But you know what? If you're ever having a bad day, or you wake up and you're just not feeling great, all you've got to do is look down the list, really, haven't you? I mean, Bruce Springsteen was talking about you being the real link between, or the only link between Sinatra, rock and roll, and the blues. Lou Reed, of course, talking about your voice, saying, listen, once I heard it, it was in my head forever. But I think the greatest quote was from Bob Dylan, wasn't it? When he said that, your voice takes its color from all palettes. He's never lost it, and his genius has never deserted him.
Yeah, Bob Dylan complimented my songwriting. I thought, wow, I'll take that. Yeah, what could I say, Tim? It makes you feel good. And that's a beautiful thing,
Yeah, too.
Life is about giving. I'm not saying there's not a place, there's a time to say no, but I've just been overwhelmed with these last 3 albums. The friends I've made, I never really had many conversations with Mark Knopfler or Peter Frampton.
Oh, yeah.
I became like friends with these guys are great guys. I mean, they're not talented, and it's humbling. They are so humble, they're like so unassuming, and and Mark Knopfler was all in, like wanted to help. So it was fun working with him, and I love his sound. I was just so overwhelmed by that,
I know that Van Morrison's involvement with the Friends album was the first time you said in 57, 58 years that you'd impressed your wife. What did she think of Girlfriends?
Well, she loves the songs, and she knows some of these girls, and she just gets so happy to hear us, collaborating together, like Debbie Davies and Christine Oman and Lori Block, and some of these girls, I've been fans forever, like Sue Foley. So Susan is like, she's happy for me, she's like part of it,
You did mention that when guys, musicians, it doesn't actually have to be in music. Whenever you get into a room and there's women there, there is a different vibe. Men are different creatures. Is there just the obvious, simple reason for that?
Well, on some level, maybe, but my friend, my co-producer, Wayne Hood, he's married to a beautiful girl, a singer, blonde, tall, gorgeous girl. And when I wrote the liner notes to this album, and I call them the feminine genius, he said to me, Dion, I know exactly what you're talking about. He says, when I walk into a rehearsal hall with musicians alone, but when I walk in with Erin, my wife, the whole room changes. He says the room changes. So I know exactly what you mean. He said, at some level, I think we're all trying to impress, or like get their attention, or, at some level, it's amazing.
This love of the blues, which, when I look and listen to interviews you've done in the past, I'm amazed. It still surprises some people. They're like, oh, you've done a blues album. But this has been a lifetime's dedication. After those early years when you were listening to Louis Prima, I'm trying to imagine the scene. It's like a nighttime radio. Radio is a big thing then, isn't it? Yeah, you're in your bedroom, you've got your transistor radio on, and you've got this radio station in Virginia pumping out blues. And what was it? Hank Williams, Honky Tonk Blues, and then Jimmy Reed, Baby, What You Want Me to Do. These were the moments that were defining moments for you as a kid. This is what hooked you in.
Absolutely. Tim, I don't think I've ever changed. I think I'm pretty easy to understand. Because when I was, 11, 12, when I heard Hank Williams, I never heard it. I'm from Bronx, New York City. Nobody listened to country music in Bronx, New York. I didn't know what jambalaya meant in the 50s. Honky Tonk Blues. I had no idea even what it meant. So I got hooked on Hank Williams. I started collecting his records. When I went on tour with Buddy Holly, I was playing him the back sides of Hank Williams 78s.
Yeah.
And he didn't even know what they were. I knew about 40 Hank Williams songs by the time I got on tour with Buddy Holly. So, then I heard Jimmy Reed. So I always say I wanted to communicate like Hank Williams and write like him if I could, God, the golden standard there. But I wanted to communicate like Hank Williams and roll like Jimmy Reed. And
you had a record shop, didn't you, just up the block, a place called Cousins, which was run by a guy called Lou Cicchetti, who you got to know me. And the guy he would call you, wouldn't he, whenever there's anything you thought that you'd like. He'd say, hey, you got to come listen to this, and you'd be straight up there.
Well, I don't know if he thought but he would call me whenever a new Hank Williams record came out or a new Jimmy Reed record came out. He would get it for me, and I would run up there, and he took a liking to me. But Tim, all my life I've been trying to transmit the feeling that Jimmy Reed and Hank Williams gave me as a kid in here. I wanted to design something and put something together physically so I could transmit it to others. All my life, I'm still doing that. All these years, it's just a passion, because it took me into a place that we don't experience on this level. It took me to a transcendence. It took me to a higher reality, a place of delight and pleasure and enchantment that that I don't experience on this level. So, and it stayed with me, it got me on a road, and that's what I'm all about. No matter what.
71 years, I reckon, if the dates are right, 71 years since you got up on the stage at Maguire Dix Lakehurst Army Base, Fort Dix. as they called it, and you did Cold Cold Heart, Jambalaya, and Hey Good Looking. And at the end of the night, you got a guy with a great name, by the way. Was it Yodi Bart gave you $20, and you're like, well, I got to do this for my life. This is what is this? I've sung 3 songs, and I've earned more money than my dad makes.
Well, my parents were paying $36 a month rent, and they were arguing every day about getting it together because, my mother because back then when I first went on tour with Bobby Darin, my first tour, or I would say 1959 with Buddy Holly, I remember that firemen and policemen made about $80. They were highly paid. They were paid good. Well, they were paid about $80 back then a week. So I was making much more than that a week, So I was like, nobody in my family ever won like that. But yeah, it really, that motivated. That felt good. But I was never. It was never for the money. I never really got, hey, I should go there for. It was always about the music. It's always about the song. When the song is right, the whole band is good looking. When the song is right, nobody even cares.
Did the real directional change come that day that you sat with Aretha Franklin at the piano when John Hammond comes over and says, hey, you got to listen to this, and handed you that stack of Robert Johnson records?
Yeah, I was recording at Columbia, and John Hammond's office was maybe 5 feet away from the door that Bob Mercy used to record Aretha and myself when we were very young. I was the first rock and roller signed to Columbia Records, and she was there, and they were giving her a lot of Al Jolson songs, So I got on the piano and started playing Drip Drop, and John Hammond across the way came in, and he said, you really have a flair for the blues. So I've been doing it since back then, but I really never connected where it just never connected until about 20 years ago when I was being interviewed by Terry Gross for NPR. And I was punctuating my story with some of the songs I grew up with. And a friend in New York heard me, and he said, Dion, you got to do a blues album. And I did. It was called Bronx and Blue.
Yeah. That got Grammy nomination, didn't it?
Just with my guitar. I did it in 2 days. And when I played that record in my truck, I thought, oh my God, this comes out of me so easy. I don't even have to think. It's like, it's right in the center of my being. It's like breathing. Yeah. I'm not even aware of myself. It just comes out. So I thought, this is really the foundation of everything I've done, and I went, and then, when I look back and I see I was doing Ruby Baby, and even Billy Gibbons told me that. He said, Dion, when I was a kid, he said, I went to the record store. I got Ruby Baby. I got The Wanderer. I got Drip Drop. They're all blues songs. He said, and I even think Run Around Sue is a cleverly disguised blues song. So he was, I just never connected to the genre or I was just all over the place.
There was a lot of reluctance initially, wasn't there, to you playing the guitar, especially from the TV and the record company execs in the earlier days. Basically, they were saying, look, lead singers don't play the guitar. Put the guitar down and just sing. You're obviously glad you never took the advice.
Yeah, it was like that because, I was just looking to make a record. I was looking to just do something creative. And when I got down to this company, they put me with this group that I really didn't like. That I didn't identify with them. They were older guys, and they were kind of square, And so I said, listen, if you want me to sing with a group, I'll get some of my friends in my neighborhood. I'll recruit some guys in my neighborhood. So I did, because I knew guys in my neighborhood used to always hang out near the jukebox and sing harmony and do stuff in the pool room. So I got 3 guys, and we went down there, and we named ourselves Dion and the Belmonts, and we started out with doo-wop stuff. And I was just trying to make a record, but I kind of lost myself. My love was just getting that guitar and selling a song.
Yeah.
And somewhere in that mix, it got to me. I said, I love doing this. And because they were, talented guys, and friends. And I just had to move on. I wanted to, I had something, I was hearing different stuff in my head,
Your definition of the blues, and it's good to touch on the spiritual aspect, because you said, when asked the question, it's the naked cry of the human heart longing to be in union with God. And I know a lot of people were quite surprised, think, oh, the Bible is the source of the blues. Now that is interesting, but as you said, everybody in the Bible has got the blues, including God, from having to deal with us every day of the week.
You said it. That's it. And everybody's crying out. They if you read the Psalms, they're all crying out to get some peace and connection and union. It's quite remarkable. You say, wow, I'm not alone. People have. I like what Bonnet says. He says, I'm on an ancient track of wisdom. I said, yeah, I could see that. There's like a thread from way back there. If you could get on it, and make it part of your story. There's a lot of sanity in it. There's a lot of, foundation building, and that kind of, it helps get you through life,
Yeah, well, I mean, you said when you were growing up that you were quite a weird kid. You loved the music. You also loved reading about God and wanted to know, obviously, why you were here. The answer to the big question. Why did that mean so much to you? Why were you seeking that answer at such a very, very young age, when kids are like, girls, music, and fast cars?
Well, that's what it was about to me. Chuck Berry was writing about, school and fast cars, cars. But I was like always kind of philosophical.
Yeah.
It was like, love came to me, and I knew it would. And when she kissed me, I was born. Then she said goodbye, and then I knew right away I was born to cry. And I was writing these crazy. And then when I went on tour with Buddy Holly and that fatal plane crash, I think I remember that I was on that bus the next day thinking, why am I here? Why is there something rather than nothing? Who am I? Where am I going? What's this all about? I was like asking questions, like I had more questions. It just unsettled me. I was like, guys, I was so close to these guys for 2 weeks who were having such a good time. I was 19, very impressionable. So it threw me on this road of searching and just searching, like I still haven't found what I'm looking for. Like Bonnet,
it's a song title there.
It says, everybody's got a hungry heart. And it comes out of St. Augustine. He said, we're restless until we rest in God. And St. Augustine said something great. He said, when you're singing, it's like praying twice. And I get that because, look, number one, if what I have is a gift, there's got to be a gift giver. So the thing is that when you're using the gift, when you're writing, when you're, doing what, the gift you've been given, we're in the middle. We're connected. We know exactly who we are. When I'm in the middle of that song, it's like I'm roller skating. I'm like, yeah, I get it. It's like praying twice. Your mind and heart are raised to a higher level,
Yeah. You mentioned the Buddy Holly and the plane crash. It's the 65th anniversary, of course, in the first week of February. How does somebody, we won't go over the story again because it's so well known. We don't need to do that. But how does somebody come to terms with this, especially considering how young you were? And did it turn into basically a lifelong grieving process with that lifelong unanswered question? Why me?
Yeah, I don't think I ever really, it just never went away, so to speak, until 2009 was the 50th anniversary, and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame called me up and said, Dion, we're going to bring a camera down there. We want to hear your story, because we were out at the, we were out at the 50th anniversary out in Clear Lake, Iowa, at the Surf Ballroom, and we were listening to people, and nothing made sense. Could you tell us your story from your perspective? So they came down, and I told them the whole story. It's on YouTube. It's I think it's called Buddy Holly True Story, or Buddy, But they wanted it for the archives for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So I went from A to Z. I told them the whole story. No one's ever asked, and you who asks and you sit down and talk for an hour and a half, but this was the first time I did it. And then when I went out with the president of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame at the time, Terry Stewart, and Avery Friedman, who was sitting next to him, he's a lawyer from Cleveland, we went out for lunch. And at lunch, I started crying. It was like, it just broke. It was like, cathartic, or I don't know the word that you use for that, but
no, that's right.
I felt like I could breathe finally. For some reason, it put a lot of things at rest. So I was very happy they did that. I never had the opportunity to do that, so it did linger, I miss those guys on a lot of levels. They were just great guys, and great artists and songwriters and brothers and friends. And, and I just want to make them proud in what I do, Someday I'm going to see, in my faith, relationships never end,
Yeah. Mind you, I suppose one quote that you've said in the past fits perfectly, I suppose, into that, where you just said, I just feel like I've had an angel guiding me on a higher reality, which would fit.
Well, I don't know. They say you have a guardian angel. I don't know.
Yeah.
All I know is if I have a guardian angel, he must, 3/4 of the time, he must be going, oh, crap, not this again. Help me out, this guy.
Let's end on some of a few lighter moments. There's been obviously so many great stories about you down the years, and one of the most asked questions. Who was Runaround Sue? Now, firstly, it obviously wasn't your wife. I can't believe anybody who put that out there, because they obviously had never listened to the lyrics. If you'd have clocked him one. But there was a great story behind that, wasn't there? Because she, Runaround Sue, with the loose morals, ended up phoning into a radio show you were on one day, and you find out she married a rabbi and had 6 kids. Now, is that a true story?
That is. You know, I don't want to mention her name, but her name didn't rhyme with anything. That is a true story. Thanks for reminding me about that. I forget the guy's name that was interviewing me. He called himself, I don't know, something with the keys. Anyway, you know,
but that, you must have been sat there thinking, no, this can't be real. She can't be ringing up. She's just actually told everybody who she is.
Yeah, no, you know, she didn't know that. I don't think she knew the song was written about her, but you know, and I didn't know her that well, but it's a story. You know, she was
great.
She was very close in the neighborhood, you know, and I just thought, you know, her name didn't rhyme with anything. So it just, the way we wrote it was like that, you know.
And tell me, what happened to Jackie Burns, who obviously was the subject in the Wanderer? He was the Wanderer. So did he know, first of all, that song was written about him? Did you ever tell him? And whatever happened to him?
I think he's gone now. You know, I think he passed away. But Jackie Burns was kind of like he was bigger than life. You know, he used to walk down the neighborhood with his tank top and his curls drooped in front of his forehead, with his tattoos, Flo and Janie and Rosie, you know, and just, you know, he had this gait, you know, this, you know, and he attitude. He was worth the song, you know. But you want to know, I don't think he ever knew the song was about him, you know.
Bruce Springsteen said about that song that if people get it, if people really get what that song was about, then they'd find out what a man should be. What did he mean? I mean, I know that the lines in it's basically about going nowhere. It's not a song that glorifies anything, but it's about going nowhere. So what did he mean by that, about what a man should be?
Well, a lot of people think they listen to the verses. You know, it's like, I'm the type of, it's one of those bragging rights songs. It's so over the top. It's ridiculous, you know. I got Flo on my left arm, Mary on my right. Janie is the girl that I'll be with tonight. And when she asks me which one I love the best, I tear open my shirt and I show Rosie on my chest. Yo, I'm the Wanderer. And then Springsteen got the lines, I roam from town to town. I go through life without a care. I'm as happy as a clown with my 2 fists of iron, but I'm going nowhere. And then he goes right back into being a jerk, you know, but the Wanderer, he for one moment, he sees himself, you know, he knows he's going nowhere. And, it's not that happy, you know, back then. I guess if somebody did it today, they would do it in with a different arrangement, not in a major key, you know. But back then, everything had to be happy and up, you know. So, but yeah, he was onto it. He thought if you see yourself accurately, you know, that guy, the Wanderer, is a thin veneer of a man.
Yeah,
he's really not. You know, he's not going anywhere. You know, he doesn't. There's not much to him. You know,
and that line that you mentioned in the song, the 2 fists of iron, stop, and I'm going nowhere. The I'm going nowhere was very nearly 2 fists of iron and a bottle of beer, wasn't it?
Yes. You know, I'm glad. Wow, am I glad that radio wouldn't have played it if we said that. Back then in the 50s, if you said bottle of beer, they wouldn't have played it because it was going out to teenagers. Well, what they did is they made me write the line and change it. I think it gave it much more depth, and I think it made the song really work for me,
And my favorite quote about you, or one of the favorites, Little Richard's mum. I'm just trying to imagine the scene. She's sitting there and you're in the room and she turns to you and just says, "You got soul, son. You can groove." I mean, is that one of your favorite quotes about you?
Well, Little Richard's mother. It's you don't forget stuff like that. She really she really made me feel good. She was talking about the song Ruby Baby, and she felt I sang it with a lot of soul, and she complimented me, and I was just delighted. I was like, if Little Richard told me, I probably would have forgotten, but his mother told me. See about women, the feminine genius,
So you like to take people on a trip. You like to write songs that are worth listening to, that spark your imagination. So you've arguably, in these last 3 albums, produced more in there than you have done for years before. So looking to the future, obviously it's difficult to predict what's going to happen, but what are your plans? What would you like still to achieve? And I know Bob Dylan might be in there somewhere. A collaboration with him would be good.
Oh God, he's he's something special. I've always looked at genius as someone in his particular field, what they're doing and what everybody else is doing. And there's the distance between what they're doing and what everybody else is doing. And with Dylan, he's just remarkable. He's a remarkable person. Some people are born that way. So, I would love to do something with him. It's just, I just think the world of what he does. I'm, one of my favorite artists.
Have you already got plans for what's coming next? I mean, are you looking at, or do you not do that? Do you just sort of take every day as,
Tim, we have a play that's going to open on Broadway this year. We're just negotiating for the theater right now. We picked the theater. We finally did. And it opens up in the fall. And we're going in with The Wanderer, the play The Wanderer, and it's got rock and roll street history. It's got action, the gangs, like the Young Sopranos. I belonged to a gang when I was a kid. And romance, because I met my wife when I was 16. She was 15, 14, We're still together. I've been married 60 years. So
how did you do that, by the way? How did that survive? Because not only has your career and your singing career survived everything, you've actually had one marriage. I mean, that again is completely unheard of.
You got to ask her. You got to ask her. She's she's down to earth. She comes from she didn't come from the Bronx, so she's very much close to the earth and close to what's real, and it's always kept me in a beautiful place.
They could almost use you as a role model, couldn't they? If this is the way to do it, this is how to have a successful career.
Now you want to know the truth? If I didn't know me, I'd probably be impressed, but I know me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I get. Well, you said one. I mean, this was another one of your quotes. If you unzip the top of my head and look inside my brain, you would see a very peaceful place. Married for 60 years.
Portal.
Lives
Portal.
Like good food, love family.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Well, I give a lot of credit to the 12 steps. They gave me a design to live. I didn't have that. I didn't have a design I didn't have a blueprint, and they're designed to lead you into union with God and to open you up to your Creator, which is a very, which is the most courageous thing you can do as a man. Open up. I love open people.
Welcome back from me, Tim Cable, to the Rock and Blues Experience. And coming up on this edition of the show, we're going to be talking to Steve Hackett on the eve of his extensive US tour. And he's just released as well new dates for 2026 in the UK. Now, just a reminder, don't forget to check out the website at www.therockandbluesexperience.com, where you can find all of the content that we have recorded over the years, including exclusive content only available on the website. You can also interact on the site, plus, of course, on Facebook and YouTube. And there's also a new audio show which is going out weekly across all of the streaming providers. Moving on, Atomic Rooster are back with their first studio album in 42 years. Circle the Sun is out in the next few weeks, and if you are a fan of the classic Rooster sound of the halcyon days from the 1970s, then this will absolutely not disappoint you. Steve Bolton, who joined the band in 71, and drummer Paul Everett joined me recently. And here's a clip where we got around to talking about that very first US tour that he went on, where a good time was had by all, especially by Steve. So, how did a kid out of Manchester, or out of Lancashire, rather, how did you get on sampling the high life of being a rock star in the States back then? I mean, the experiences.
I got to give it a go.
It's a miracle in it, Steve.
I got into all sorts of trouble. We had 2 nights of the Whiskey A Go-Go, 3 nights, I think. I missed the first one completely. I was out tripping my bollocks up in the Hollywood Hills, And then, it was just, it was great,
Steve, who gave you a lift to the gig?
I bought a guitar while I was there on Sunset Strip at Hollywood Guitars, and I bought a Strat. Subsequently got nicked. It was a bit of a dog whip, and I was out there because I saw that everyone thumbed a lift on Sunset Boulevard. So I went out and I got a guitar in a plastic bag, and I'm thumbing a lift. And this car pulled up with these 2 guys who were obviously high as kites and drunk and stoned. And one of the guys was the drummer from the Buffalo Springfield, Dewey Martin.
Yeah.
They kind of kidnapped me, and we went up in the hills, and it was that 24-hour party. And I thought, shit, I should have been playing at the Whiskey Go-Go last night.
What happened then when you rolled back into band camp the following day? Were they like, where the fuck did you go to?
I don't know. I think I got away with it.
What was your first experience of meeting and seeing Alice Cooper then? Because this was something that was completely out there, really.
Yeah, we were signed in America to Elektra Records, and Jack Holtzman was the head honcho, and he was great, and he had his young son with him, and he took us to see Rick and me to see Alice Cooper when he was doing the thing with the guillotine on stage, and we were kind of in a backstage area. There's a big sort of area. And Alice was running to the stage, the band had gone on, and Alice saw Rick and me, and he came over, he did said, Atomic Rooster, guy, I saw you guys last night, amazing, And Jack Holtzman was with his young son, who came up on Facebook a few weeks ago. Now he's now grown up, so I just said, hi, do you remember me? I was in Atomic Rooster. He said, bloody hell, I remember that. I remember that incident with Alice Cooper and my dad. Yeah, but Jack Holtzman is the man, he signed Arthur Lee and Love and The Doors and the whole deal,
Brilliant tales, great stories told by Steve Bolton and Paul Everett on the show, and you can watch it in full on the website, YouTube or Facebook. Now, Damon Johnson is out on tour with Lynyrd Skynyrd at present. One of his best friends in the music industry is the award-winning producer and songwriter Marty Friedrichsen. Now, Damon was sat at home one day when the phone rang, and on the other end of it was Marty with an offer that he simply couldn't refuse.
So, I just, look, I'd already been in the business long enough that it was getting harder to just blow my mind. I'd already played with Alice and written with Sammy, and Stevie Nicks had recorded one of my songs. And, I'm starting to feel like a pretty good mid-level musician. But to get that call from Marty, and it was funny. He goes, well, would you be okay playing rhythm guitar? And I said, sure, man, whatever you guys need. I said, who's going to play lead? He goes, Jeff Beck. And I think I might have physically sort of fallen out of my chair. And I said, oh, my God, Jeff and Steven. He goes, well, there's more. He goes, we're going to have a guest bass player on Sweet Emotion. I said, who, John Paul Jones? He goes, better. I said, Geddy Lee. He goes, better. Incredible. And Sting was so wonderful, Tim. He was so wonderful. We had one rehearsal in Las Vegas the day before the show. And I'm a fan, deep fan of Sting, studied his songwriting for decades. They said, what's it going to be like with Sting? I said, well, I tell you one thing, he's going to be on time. So we can't be late. We have to be there early. Sure enough, man, 1:45, in walks Sting with his bass on his gig bag. And he had his tour manager with him. And he was very workmanlike. He was very professional. We're talking about a legend. We're talking about one of the icons of all rock pop music of all time. Yeah. Of all time. He was just another working stiff just like me. And he came straight over and introduced himself, and he said, Damon, I've got some questions about this bass part on Sweet Emotion. Could you work with me? I said, of course. Anything you need, Sting. So we just had this wonderful interaction. And Tim, there was a moment the next night before the show. The first person who came to me was Steven. He goes, hey, Damon, I've got you turned up in my right ear because I want to hear that riff, man. You're playing the riff great. So I said, okay, cool, man. Awesome. Then Jeff Beck comes over. He says, Damon, will you cue me on when the talk box comes in, on the intro? I said, no problem, Jeff. I got you. Just look over at me. I got you. Then Sting comes over. Damon, don't forget, nod at me in that middle section when we go back to the riff. I said, Sting, I'm going to be standing just off your left shoulder. You look over at me. I got you. And the lights go dark. And Tim, I just remember looking down at my boots and thinking, who has my life? Who ever in the history of music
It's amazing.
has an experience like this, man? And we opened the entire show. It was this big event they have over here called the iHeart Radio Festival. And it was in the MGM Grand, arena. And we were the opening act. And it's filmed live. It's just insanity. And here I come, man, from Alabama, from the chicken farm with my Les Paul.
Is this Gertrude? Is that Gertrude, by the way?
That was Gertrude. That was Gertrude.
Just before I get to Lynyrd Skynyrd, I just want to mention one more thing that you did, which is so out there, and it's just another ordinary day, and there's a phone ringing, and it's Marty Friedrichsen's on the phone. Look, we've got a one-off show in Vegas. Steven Tyler is going to be singing. Jeff Beck's going to be playing. Sting's going to be there as well. And there you are on stage playing Sweet Emotion with, this collective that people would, literally, they'd sell their soul, wouldn't they? That, they're on the crossroads of life and they really think about shaving off a few years if you could get in and play with these guys. But what was that like? I've seen the video. It's
incredible. Just incredible, Tim. It still just feels like some kind of a dream. It just feels like it wasn't even real. And I'm so grateful to Marty that he thought of me in that moment. And the timing of it was perfect because I was between Alice and Thin Lizzy. And, Marty had been very essential in some of Aerosmith's latter-day radio hits. He and Steven wrote the wonderful song Jaded together. That was just the two of them that wrote that.
That was Damon Johnson there. And look out this November for his new album with brother Kane, his first band who created a bit of a stir back in the 90s. Marty Friedrichsen produced them then, and he's back to produce this new album as well. Now, just before we get to Steve Hackett, I just want to mention that on the next show, John Lees, one of the founding members of Barclay James Harvest, will join me. They've got a new album out in October. It's called Relativity. Great band, Barclay James Harvest, weren't they? And an incredible history as well, which we're going to be delving into, including that really rather momentous day when they became the first Western band to play live in the old East Germany in front of, on the day, nearly 200,000 fans. And so on to Steve Hackett, who steadfastly remains one of the most creative forces in progressive rock. This year, he celebrated a 50th anniversary of his debut solo album, Voyage of the Acolyte, which was released whilst he was still in Genesis. And not counting the 6 studio and multiple live albums he did with Genesis, his career has been a constant source of musical discovery and enlightenment. Over the years, 30 studio albums have been produced and 22 live, and let's not forget as well the live shows, which remain a feature of the music calendar. Now, Steve is about to hit the US on an extensive tour there, and he has announced new dates for the UK in 2026. A perfect time to catch up with Steve and talk about what continues to drive him to create and to look back on some selected moments from his solo and his Genesis career. Here we are then in 2025, and this musician that still has the same level of joy and enthusiasm that you did on day one. And I'll quote you here. The quote was, I'm still in love with the idea of music. I adore it. It sends shivers down my spine. It keeps me sufficiently young to tour with gusto. Now, these are very strong sentiments.
Well, is that a question? Yeah, I think I would reaffirm all of that. It is the very air that I breathe. It's the oxygen that I need that gets me up every day and motivates me greatly, and inwardly, wouldn't it be wonderful to be, a 19-year-old wannabe with the ability to be able to do what I can do now. It's funny, ambition is a strange thing. When you start out as a kid, you just want to own a guitar that's a little bit too expensive, and your nose is pressed up against shop windows in Shaftesbury Avenue and Charing Cross Road, things that you can't quite afford. So that the ambition is, yes, to get the equipment. Then once you've got the equipment, then you're thinking, oh, I need a band to play with, and so the ambition shifts. You get a band. Oh, wouldn't it be nice to have a record? Wouldn't it be nice to have a hit record? Oh, wouldn't it be nice to not just be playing Down the Dog and Duck? Wouldn't it be nice to be doing the Albert Hall? And all these various things came to pass, and lo, they did. But in the book of Genesis and beyond. And it's still going on. So it thrills me and surprises me that people are still interested. And it must be because, it can't be because I'm young, because I'm not, but because the music is timeless and ageless. And the subtext of all music, I suspect, is to heal people. And I think it's a great ambassador for peace, and it does things that politics or politicians no longer do. So it's a symbol of hope and healing, and the world needs lots of that at the moment.
Is it literally the first thing that comes into your mind the moment that you wake up in the morning? Your eyes open, the curtains get drawn back, and are the first thoughts, musical ones? What can I create today? What can I listen to?
I usually wake up with either a riff or a song or something going on in my mind. I'm just coming to, and there's something there going. It's like the pulse. It's the beat of the heart. There's the pulse of something going on, and it's usually a short little sequence of notes, and then I have to go and try it out. So something happened this morning. I tend to write it down because. If I don't write it down, even the simplest things, I will forget it. I wasn't like that at one time. I could remember whole things, and even with the band, we didn't used to write things down, other than basic chord sequences, and the rest was left to memory. I'm no longer like that. I need to have it written down. I need to be able to read it, then memorize it. But the process goes on unconsciously. I wake up with music on my mind, like a sort of form of almost like agitation. I realise I'm not going to get any more sleep. It's the tapes are whirring, as it were, in olden speak, and I have to get going. Was it like this for Chopin? One wonders. I've got to get on the piano, man, he said, and sorry, ain't got time for breakfast. Got to do this, and they lock himself away for 3 days and. Come out with something magnificent at the end of it. I think Beethoven was the same, wasn't he? Where people would bring in food and clothes because he wouldn't wash and change and do stuff. Complete obsession. So I'm a bit more socially integrated than that. I do. I'm clean. I shower every day. Clean socks. It's important, but nonetheless, the idea of, I must dedicate some time and effort to the humble pursuit of making music.
The beauty of this business, where you are, and you've been in 5-6 decades, is there is always a noteworthy anniversary somewhere. Yes. And as you announced the new tour for 2026, and you're off to the US in the next couple of days, it's actually 50 years this month that Voyage of the Acolyte appeared, your first solo album. How do you look back at that period?
Well, very fondly. It was because it was the first solo album. It meant that I was in charge for the first time. Most of the time, within a group context, you need permission to breathe, sir. Permission to riff, to plug in, to do anything. You're going with this consensus that moves incredibly slowly. I think the older musicians get, but the nice thing was that decisions could be made very quickly. My brother was not yet a professional musician, so it was his debut. I was just talking to him a few minutes ago today. It was his debut, and all those ideas that we had where we were literally living at home, sharing a bedroom, and we're going, this could be a good flute part, this could be a good guitar part, why don't I do that? Why don't you play guitar, I'll play harmonica, or I'll play guitar, you play flute. And there was this hive of activity going on even then, and my father was painting paintings in the living room, So he was equally committed in his obsessional way. And in this small flat that we had near Victoria, it was a hive of activity the whole time. So finally doing Acolyte, we could only get nighttime sessions. We were recording in Aviation House, had a studio downstairs where Fleetwood Mac did a lot of their early stuff, and Deep Purple did a lot of their early stuff too. Lovely studio, but there was a noise restriction because it was a government building. There were offices above, so after 6 o'clock you could make as much noise as you wanted. I do believe that when Fleetwood Mac were recording Green Manalishi, they used the car park as an echo chamber and put a PA in there, so that Peter Green was singing into something that was filling the car park. This is 3 a.m. in the morning. Nobody told the night watchman, so he got freaked when he just heard this ghostly voice going in a way that it does. And Green Manalishi. But what was wonderful was here was a studio. It was all for me. Of course, we worked all through the night, and we were very young, and we did it on very little sleep, and so I wasn't very healthy at the end of it. But I was, a proud father of a new album, and the process was really amazing. It was lovely to work with Mike Rutherford and Phil Collins outside the auspices of the band, and point them in a direction that they lapped up and just immediately knew what to do. I hadn't realised quite how quick they were on the uptake of things, because I was showing them things with a difficult time signature, possibly at 3 in the morning, going, it goes like this: 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 da, 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 da. I mean, all this kind of stuff. You had to be sober to do any of this proggy stuff. So it's very proggy, it's very classical, very classically influenced, but my brother sounds absolutely wonderful on it. It's as much about the flute playing as the guitar playing, I think. I wanted to give him a fair run at it.
When it came out, and it was as well received as it was, it made the Billboard 200, the top 30 UK albums. Yeah. So did this validate completely your view that the future was you as a solo artist?
Yes, I was sufficiently encouraged. There were people who were saying to me, we like this better than Genesis, and just as well. People were saying that. Sufficient to be able to support a solo career, two or so years after the event. That's what I did, and I was working with people, outside Genesis. But, these days I choose to celebrate live much of what we did with Genesis. I'm seeing them this very day, the Genesis guys, if I didn't mention it earlier, as there's a playback of the Atmos of Lamb Lies Down on Broadway.
Yes.
Another album which is 51 years old this very day. It's extraordinary stuff.
Second project was a big undertaking because you've left the band, and it's partly due to the fact that you're recording this in the US. You're at Cherokee Studios, the old MGM studio, Elvis and Sinatra, Bowie had all recorded there, and the equally famous record plant, and then the cast list of people that you have involved.
Yes.
Richie Havens, you have the Kansas alumni, Steve Walsh and Phil Earhart. You've got Randy Crawford. So the pressure must have been really on here.
Yes. It was greater because I came to realise that when working with Genesis, which had been really my only fully professional situation, we had our own language, we had our own reference points. And when I was talking to the Kansas guys, I didn't know the name for a shuffle. We called it a chug in Genesis, That was it. So all things that were slightly... the Beach Boys, God only knows, we referred to as a chug, those McCartney-esque things. And gradually I learned as I went along, talking with other people. I mean, working with Richie Havens was extraordinary because he basically just took over, which was fine. I played him one song and we recorded it. I mean, I don't know how the man worked with no sleep, but he arrived and he suggested, okay, got the backing track, so but come out onto the studio floor with me so you're a few feet away so that you can give me feedback on this. So there I am, and he hadn't really learned the song, but it didn't really matter. Again, very, very quick on the uptake, and we had a kind of telepathy, which was wonderful. And then at the end of it, he said, oh, have you got any other songs? Again, all-night session. I said, well, you must be tired, need to go to bed. He said, no, I don't get tired. Have you got another song? Flip side of the cassette that I had sent him, said, well, I got this one rather apologetically called How Can I? How do you feel about that? He said, yeah, let's do that now. Okay, fine. So what you do is you play guitar and I'll do percussion at the same time. So he's got a maraca in one hand, tambourine in the others. Yeah, two maracas, one tambourine. He's got a cigarette in his mouth. He's got a trilby hat on, and I'm doing this. And luckily, I managed to get through the backing track without a click and all this sort of stuff, and get to the end of the song. And then he said, "Yeah, so I'll do a vocal." He does this amazing vocal. I put on another guitar high up, like a sort of mandolin sort of area, and then I added a guitar synth, sounding rather like a squeeze box. It's very homegrown, but it's got a sweetness with his voice. So beautiful. Yeah, it was. It's a strange mix, actually. It's possibly not the best mix, but it's got a sort of demo feel to it, and probably all the better for that. But that was him driving my ideas, but him driving it. And when I've played him the final album, he said, I've been trying to sound like this for years. He loved it. He said, all those voices on Icarus. He said, yeah, sounds great. He said, so he was asking me how I did it, and I was trying to figure out how he does it at the time. And he was just the most, how best to describe him? The most unstarry, larger than life. But he just, a couple of guys went to pick him up at the airport. He insisted on getting in the back of the van. He'd just flown in from New York. I believe it was the same day that we recorded not just one track, but two tracks. Most guys would be falling over. But he was absolutely lovely and a huge ambassador for peace and love and many other things that we sadly need today. Interesting to see that Paul Weller has recently just covered a song of Richie Havens, a song that's from an album that Richie did called The Well, and I believe it's the opening track. And it is so much about peace and love. So I'm thrilled that he's doing that,
So were you relieved or surprised that the fans literally followed you right from the off? Those first 8 solo albums, all charted, in most cases in multiple territories, 5 in the US, which is a notoriously tough market to break.
Yes.
What was your favourite of that era? I mean...
oh, my God. Doing Acolyte was more a case of the Immaculate Conception. I knew the guys very well that I was going to be working with. Apart from Sally Oldfield, who was a joy to work with. And that was lovely. I'd heard her and Mike, they did an album together when they were very young called The Sally Angie, and it was released on Transatlantic Records. And her voice was spectacularly good on it. I gather that when she was at school, she was best friends with Marianne Faithfull.
Wow.
And they, in a way, they had a similar sort of English songbird trill to their voices, fast vibrato, very lovely. So I gather they must have sung together in the school choir and what have you. I guess Marianne wasn't always a wild child. But, there was this beautiful thing about it. The second track on the Sally Angie is absolutely beautiful. It's got lots of what influenced me and John: harpsichord, guitar, flute, courtesy of Ray Worley. Very English, English Rose come to life sort of stuff. It was a very happy time doing that. It was rather more complicated doing subsequent things, because once you're running your own show, you've got to find funding, you've got to do this, you've got to be band leader, you're wearing many more hats. Whereas when I was still in Genesis doing something on the side, it was very much easier. But I loved working with all the people who were on it. Nigel Warren Green, who John had been at school with, playing cello. His brother Christopher, they were to acquire the rights to reboot the London Chamber Orchestra. And during the 1980s, I think it was, Virgin were getting right behind them doing that. It might have been the 90s, actually it was the 90s. And so they were making hit classical records, classical repertoire, everything from Benjamin Britten to Albinoni doing this stuff. So, I was able to, chart their progress, guys that had been at school with John. So it seemed like there was a connection with the classical world, and I've still retained that connection now. Even though I've never been properly schooled in classical stuff, it's probably a good thing, because had I done that, I might have just been recording Bach for the rest of my life. Nothing wrong with Bach, the greatest. Bach is the greatest, but I did an album many years later called Tribute with 6 pieces of Bach on them. That was by far and away the most difficult stuff I've ever had to play. And it's typical me to start with the most difficult piece imaginable written for solo violin, the Chaconne. I thought if I can record that, then the rest will be possible. So I started with Everest, fledgling mountain climber that I was, and the Chaconne went very well. A beautiful commemorative piece about his first wife, I believe, who died suddenly, and hugely beautiful piece of music.
I touched on those first 2 albums because that is where it began.
Yeah.
But since then, 30 solo albums have been produced. Plus, let's not forget, 22 live. If you add in the 6 Genesis studio and the 3 live, when you sit down to plan tours, because, we're announcing this 2026 tour of the UK this week, and you're off to the US as well in the next couple of days. How do you build a set? And do you ever, once you've decided on the set, do you ever, when you're in mid-show, think, or during the tour, think, no, I want to change things around? How difficult is it?
Well, I think it's a doggy who's come up here. This is extraordinary. And he's got one of those collars on. It's really funny, and he's eating up all these nuts I've put down for the squirrels there. The important things in life that are going on. Meanwhile, the dog has got other concern.
The squirrels are out in their hundreds, by the way.
Right. I've played with this dog, throwing around a ball for it to catch and stuff like that. One of those Springer Spaniels, completely nuts out there. Anyway, so planning a set, I have to rationalise it, because there's an emotional side of me that wants to just do the latest, possibly the most complicated stuff, and I know that's difficult. I'm also dealing with, changing personnel within the band as well. So we have a new drummer, Lale Larson, will be playing keyboards, and Felix Lerman on drums. So I've got a United Nations of a band. We celebrate the best wherever they're available from. Flying in the face of current politics, where we apparently seem to be only able to celebrate what's local and decry the rest. I often go at choosing a set with blind panic, thinking, what are we capable of playing? What am I capable of playing right now? I can do these ones practically without rehearsal. But there are lots of things that I have to learn from scratch. And I hate doing that. You know, I love putting together new songs spontaneously where I'm adding things as they come to me. But by the time I've got to deliver this in a concrete kind of way, you know, it's rather more difficult. So with rehearsals, it's best to get it underway as soon as possible. And I put it off, and then I figured, I really got to knuckle under and do this so that I'm match fit, so that I can show the band and not be the odd man out.
The tour's going to feature Genesis as well. And for those who don't know, and there can't be many, but it is still a tale of the times, and it is such a quaint story almost now about how you became involved, running the ad in Melody Maker.
Yes.
And then getting the reply from Peter Gabriel. I mean, so many musicians and bands did exactly that. Advertise themselves, advertise bands. How did he reply? Was it by letter or was it by phone call?
No, it was phone call. Yes, I was lucky. I mean, this was a combination of 5 years of ads in the back pages of Melody Maker.
Right.
So it sounds like it's, I just put an ad in, and then Pete phones up and says, why don't we do the party right here? That's the Hollywood version. The real version is that it was 5 years of ads, and my ads were rather more humble. You know, blues guitarist, harmonica player, seeks work. Not too many bites there. Then it's over time, as music changed and as I became a tad more articulate, I think, I was making all these claims about sound like a music professor. And I'd really done very little. Everything was aspiration. But on the day that you decide to fake it to make it, on the day that you decide to become a master chef, even if you've never dissected as much as a carrot, that is an important time. I think that the goal is important. Perhaps the dream, is the most important thing. You must have that, and then things will fall into place. You've got an aim. There's a destination, and the idea is to try and get a band that's one of the best ever. That was my intention. This band I joined, I've been involved with a number of outfits. We've done the odd gig at cricket pitches or pleasure boats down the Thames and stuff like that, and it's all gone nowhere, the whole sort of semi-pro scene and what have you. I thought, let's aim high. And then, having gotten that band, let's try and up the ante, up the game. Let's push everyone to do stuff that's more virtuosic. Let's try and rearm the band. Let's get this, let's get that. Let's expand the keyboard arsenal. Let's get a light show. Let's pay attention to presentation. And I was rather hoping that it would be rather more disciplined than what I encountered when I first saw them. It was interesting, but I thought, there's lots more we can do. So I made myself very unpopular within the band immediately by telling everyone what was wrong with it. I had no diplomacy whatsoever, but maybe that's what it needed, and so I doubt they've ever forgiven me.
Those venues and the circuits back then, these days, of course, people want to become famous on social media and go straight to Wembley Arena.
Yes.
Can't imagine them at the Resurrection Club or the Farnham Maltings, Cheltenham College. And you actually played at Eton College back in 1971.
Yes. Funny,
I
isn't
mean,
it?
that must have been incredible.
Yeah. When I played Eton, it sounds all very, yes. Oh, have you still got the regimental tie, the wing collar? And I was literally signing wing collars afterwards. But we played a number of public schools, private schools for the Americans. And we played Stowe. We played, it might have been Cheltenham Ladies College.
Yes, Cheltenham College is on.
That was one of the worst gigs ever. We were looking forward to this, thinking that all these schoolgirls are going to go nuts for us. It was all the boys' schools where they went nuts because they were incarcerated. And one of the gigs we did, I think it was Stowe, I believe a Charterhouse were on the bill as well. One of their number, I believe, had been at that school. It may have been Roger, I'm not sure. But playing the Cheltenham one was a disaster. I think the girls have been told not to look at us on stage. They were too shy to even look at us or to applaud or to do anything. They all sat there absolutely, resolutely disinterested in the band, completely embarrassed to look at these young men, hairy young men on stage. Someone must have read them the Riot Act and said, "Now, girls, I want you to know that all these young men, you must never speak to them. You mustn't look at them. Don't encourage them. They'll only want your virtue and nothing else." I don't know what they told them. I have no idea.
The favourite album of yours, of Genesis, will probably be included, perhaps, with Selling England by the Pound. I know you've already done a tour, but I do love going back to look at the reviews of these, and that one in particular at the time. Listening to this is like experiencing time travel from a lone voice on a British hillside to corporations taking over. You don't get people who write reviews like that anymore.
No, well, I think Lennon picked up on the band round about that time.
Yes.
We started hearing him saying nice things. It was a watershed album, I think. The title helped us gain an American audience. The fact that we were purporting to be all things English, selling England to you by the pound or by the dollar or whatever, doesn't really matter. But I don't think there's a weak track on it. I would say, to end with Foxtrot, its predecessor, a year earlier, I would say again, there's not actually a weak track on any of this stuff. It's just degrees of interest. You may be more interested in Water of the Skies than you are Timetable. But nonetheless, Timetable has got some intriguing moments on it, and that's the predecessor. Whereas Selling England, of course, has got this extraordinary first track on it for a start, with all of its time travel and a kind of collision of genres, perhaps.
And I must mention, because you're talking about tours, and we have the 2026, but first 2025, and an extensive US tour. This was the time that you toured the USA for the very first time. What was it like for you to experience the culture and the lifestyle?
Well, I think that the first time I was in New York, I'd been told a day or so beforehand that there'd literally been some sort of police thing going on, and that police had their guns out and they were chasing some guy up the stairs in the very hotel that we were going to stay in New York. That was the Gorham. And so I remember approaching New York with some trepidation because the stories of violence were legion at that time, and I thought I was entering a war zone, and the Americans didn't really understand us. They didn't really get it. I mean, I remember having this conversation with Michael Palin a couple of years later, and Monty Python. I said to him, because I was having dinner with him and a number of friends, I said, strangely, the other day I saw Monty Python in Dallas. I was watching English humour in Dallas. What do you think they made of it? And he said, strangely, Python broke out of Dallas. That for some reason the American southern states seemed to get it before the East Coast or the West Coast. Don't ask me why. But you wouldn't have thought of them as closet Anglophiles. Hardly. But America didn't understand Genesis. Whenever there were those tinkly little 12-string passages, Americans would shout it down. They would shout out, "Hey, we want a boogie, boogie! Oh, where's the boogie band? We're off to the bar." That's what we encountered. So I dreaded doing the quiet moments in shows in those days. Since then, the Americans have become more anglicized and are ready to take the fact that, yes, here's a quiet moment, but that means it's going to be loud in a minute. You can get dynamics into the songs. You can do it now, but then they just wanted to party all night. And what they really wanted was Leonard Skinner, Sweet Home Alabama, the perfect band for everywhere in America at that time. Nothing wrong with that. That's fine. Springsteen, same thing. Not known for the quiet passages. That's the important thing. But over time, of course, I hated doing the quiet moments, but we had to weather that to get to the next stage.
I was going to say 6 nights you did at the Roxy in LA, which was this new venue that was part owned by David Geffen. Did you meet Geffen when you were out there? And
I don't remember meeting him, but he may well have been there. We did 6 shows actually. There were 2 shows a night. So, but I think it might have been the same 500 people we played to every time. Yes.
For somebody who has achieved on the face of it pretty much everything, is there still something left that you want to achieve that you haven't?
Oh, well, lots of things, I think. Yeah, give me another 50 years to do it. That's my ambition. Yeah.
Well, that was Steve Hackett, and we could have gone on a lot longer there, I can tell you, but there was a pressing engagement he had to leave for. Steve was meeting up with Mike Rutherford, Tony Banks, and Peter Gabriel for a playback of the Atmos edition of The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway, which is just released in the last few days in one of those rather epic-looking box sets. And that is it then for now. Don't forget, you can catch up with all of the content, including features with Leonard Skinner, Greg T. Walker, Blackfoot, Damon Johnson, Toyah Wilcox, who is in fantastic form, and most recently Atomic Rooster. It's all over on the website, www.therockandbluesexperience.com, or on Facebook or YouTube. That is it then for now. We will be back next week. Until then, thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to your company again next time out. From me, though, Tim Capel, bye-bye for now. Joel Hoekstra's 13 released that 4th album, From the Fade, this February. And once again, teaming up with Joel is a real A-list cast. And it includes Vinny Appice, Derek Sherinian, Jeff Scott Soto, Tony Franklin, and Girish Pradhan. I met up with Joel from his home this week in New York, and we looked ahead to the release and back over his career, and after, of course, the recent retirement of David Coverdale and Whitesnake, we looked back and shared a few memories of his time with that legendary British blues rock band. I wanted to start with what was something of a poignant moment from the last few weeks, and it was MTV closing down. Now, that might not mean much to, today's generation, but this is what got you into the music way back when in the early 80s, AC/DC, Back in Black, Angus Young. So it's a bit of history that's been erased.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it had kind of lost its purpose, but I mean, initially, MTV's that was a cool thing growing up as a kid. We didn't have access to the artists other than getting Circus or Hit Parade or Magazine or whatnot if you were into the 80s bands like I was. And so MTV, as you mentioned, I mean, in the very early days of that, they didn't have a whole lot of videos. And so seeing AC/DC on there and just kind of waiting for that video to come back on and then looking at Angus Young and going, that's who I want to be. I want to be that guy. Now, I didn't know I was going to be about a foot taller and not look anything like him. But nonetheless, I appreciated his showmanship and energy. And that's what brought me into playing guitar, Back in Black specifically.
It was like a seismic revolution, wasn't it? You'd rush home from school, there was all sorts of programming on. You could see there was live bands, as we went on, you had the headbangers, but it gave you a sense of belonging, really.
Yeah, I mean, I would say I stayed connected to watching videos on there as long as they did it.
Yeah.
I mean, throughout that entire period, really, all the way from the beginning through when they kind of stopped showing music videos on MTV. It's a bit odd, but okay. I mean, I think MTV was great. It exposed a lot of really blew a lot of bands up, gave bands their start and beginnings, and just that mass exposure of television.
So after MTV, for you came the red Electra Westone guitar, didn't it?
Yeah.
They had some great model names, by the way, back then. The Pantera, the Raider, the Spectrum, the Thunder, and the Villain. So what did you have?
I don't even know the model name of that guitar. It was to me, so the story is when I went to my parents after seeing AC/DC on MTV, told my parents I wanted to play guitar. And so my stepmother had an acoustic and they said, start on that, prove that you want to do it, and we'll get you an electric. Because I wanted an electric, of course, right away. And then I was with a teacher who was teaching me to read the notes on the high E. And I was like, man, but you know how it was back then, man. You just looked at these guys like they were gods, and like maybe that's only attainable through some kind of magic or something, these rock stars playing like that. And so I was just about to quit, really. And I went over to my friend's house, and he had an electric guitar, plugged it in, and started playing Crazy Train, and my mind just, exploded. I said, where'd you learn that? And he said, oh, you have to go to my teacher. He teaches rock stuff. And so that was
at the Mall. The shopping mall.
I went in there to that teacher, and he said, yeah, you should get him an electric, to my parents. And so got me an electric guitar, but I had to still prove that I was going to play to get an amp. That was the funny part. Yeah. So he gave me this tip about plugging into the auxiliary input of the stereo. The next thing you do, the home stereo, no distortion on it whatsoever, was all the way up with me playing the riff to Paranoid 10 million times because it was probably the only thing I knew. That was the first riff that I learned was Paranoid.
So did that guitar got the debut in that first gig that you did at the talent show at the Eisenhower High School? Because that's where you went to school. That was what you were playing?
That is where the drummer from my first band went to school, and I was no longer playing that guitar. I had moved on to my second guitar, which is a Kramer Beretta. Very, very, Eddie Van Halen, single pickup, EMG, Floyd Rose. So that felt very fancy and high tech compared to the Electra Westone. So sadly, the Electra Westone is no longer with me. I mean, I had this question earlier today. I sold it to get the Kramer Beretta, essentially. I mean, we were not at the stage where we were going to buy multiple guitars yet. It was kind of like I'd been playing a couple of years, and it was obvious I was playing all the time. But it was like, let's, sell that one and get you a new one. But while I was in a period in time during the 1990s, I was back in the Chicago area where I grew up teaching a lot of guitar. The area where we sold that guitar, some new student came in and they had this red Electro West tone, and I was like, that might be my first guitar. And I looked at the frets, and the frets were all just worn to. I went, that's got to be my first. I mean, because who else plays one of those guitars that much? Isn't that's like the guitar nobody plays, right? When they own it, right? So, I just thought that's got to be my first guitar, but there was no real way to verify that. So it remained with that kid, and that's the last I've seen of it. It was back then. But I still do have that second guitar, the Kramer Beretta, which I played my first gig with, as you mentioned, at Eisenhower High School at the talent show. The drummer went to Eisenhower, which was like, specifically like Blue Island, Illinois, very southwest suburban. It's like where Enough's Enough is out of too. Oddly enough, if you know Chip, he was always a cool guy and came out to our gigs when we were younger because the drummer was friends with them, and so that was a fun thing for us. He was a star, and we were just kids.
Do you know what? There is a trait when you talk and you interview musicians over the years, and I've spoken to hundreds and possibly thousands of them over time. You always find that there's something that runs through all of them, and they all started playing with older guys in their teens, sneaking into bars when they were the youngest guy in the band, and that was you as well, wasn't it? With
yeah. We did we had a cool all ages club in our area that you could play regularly. So we did a lot of shows there. But there was a lot of that stuff where we'd book a gig in a bar and they would have to say, I was the youngest one in the band. And so they'd say, look, our guitar player is only 16 or whatever. And, and they would just say, back then things were a little looser, and they'd say, just get him in the back. And then, as soon as you guys are done, like he's just got to get out. That's all. He can't just be like hanging out. So things were a little looser. I'd go in and do the gig in the bar at 16 or 17, get myself.
Do you remember what you were doing on the 30th of September 1983?
30th of September 1983. No.
That was your first gig, your first live show at the Chicago Pavilion, Iron Maiden, on the Peace of Mind tour with Quiet Riot.
Yeah. Okay, all right, that makes sense. So, wow, that's amazing you looked that up. So that's 1983.
83, yeah.
So I was 12. Yeah, my mom let me go to an Iron Maiden concert at 12.
You see, this is the thing here. You had cool parents. I mean, I've got to say, if I'd have actually broached the subject with mine, is it okay if we go and see Iron Maiden? I mean, it wouldn't have even been a discussion, But parents in the US seem to be a little bit more relaxed than the repressed parents that we had over in Europe.
I mean, I can't comment to that overall. That's obviously we're speaking in generalities with that. I mean, I think my parents were, probably pretty relaxed about all the arts and everything, being classical musicians and whatnot. Sure. And so it was just, he's just going to see a rock band. And I was going with a friend, and, a friend from church at that. So that'll show you how.
But there you go. That's the word that immediately gets them on the side. Where does he come from, your friend? Oh, yes, he goes to the church on a. Oh, well, that's fine. You can go. We'll drop you off and pick you up.
Right.
I love it.
Yeah. So that is probably what got me off the hook, is going there with a church friend and stuff like that. And like, okay, it'll be fine. The other kids are going to this or allowed to go to this, so I guess he should be too.
So that was then. 2026, the here and now. Coming this February is album number 4 from you. This is Joel Hoekstra 13. And this is a third album from you guys in 5 years. Now, if you add in everything else that you've done recording-wise in that time, because you did the re-record with Whitesnake and Restless Heart, you did Iconic, you did Revolution Saints, you recorded with Schenker and Graham Bonnet. This is prolific, because that isn't even taking into account the Trans-Siberian Orchestra annual tours and everything else you've done. How on earth did you find the time to fit this in and maintain the quality? Because that's the big thing.
I just work every day. So it's just, I don't really take days off. I'm always doing something productive musically to keep moving forward, whether that be what we're doing right now, which is promotional in nature, but still I view it as moving forward. But I do have a session when we're done. So do some recording tonight, but that's just kind of how I roll every day and see where it all takes me. And certain things stick and certain things don't, but yeah, I've had a good, obviously live run between, I suppose the way that kind of built was, a Kathy Richardson band locally in Chicago, yes. Jim Peterick's World Stage. Jim had founded Survivor and the Ides of March, for those that don't know, so wrote all those Survivor hits. And
he still does that, just released the World Stage.
Yeah, absolutely. So Jim, in a lot of ways, what Jim would do, Kathy Richardson, she's the singer for Jefferson Starship.
Yeah.
She did really well locally because, she's a very talented woman, but I joined her band, and then Jim usually kept an eye on who was in her band and went, well, let's have him in to do some recording and whatnot. And then he started to have the World Stage shows once a year where he'd invite the guests out. So here I was, just a local Chicago musician, but when the guests would come out and you get to play their hits with them, or even sometimes their newer music, it was a very long list. Kevin Cronin from REO Speedwagon, Don Barnes from 38 Special, Rick Emmett from Triumph, Kip Winger, Alan Parsons. So, a lot of very talented people, and that's just the beginning of the list, honestly. It was a lot of people that I got to meet through doing that, and one of them was Kelly Kagi, the drummer from Night Ranger. So eventually that led to... to sort of draw the two parallel roads happening, is Kathy had gotten a role as Janis Joplin in this show called Love Janis. It was a show about Janis Joplin. Right? So I joined the onstage band for that in the New York run. So I moved to New York, but I was still flying back and doing the World Stage gigs. So I would get off the plane and I would play these 36 songs or whatever. And they're only annual. You do it like once a year, a big blowout, and Kelly was always there. And so it just so happened that one of the years where I did it, found out that Jeff Watson was no longer playing with them and Reb Beach was kind of filling in, and just kind of talked to Kelly about maybe playing with them at some point in time. And as it turned out, like immediately thereafter, Reb needed to miss a show, I believe, to play with Winger. And so they were looking at like different options, like, well, what do we do? Cancel the gig, play with one guitar, get somebody to fill in for Reb. And Kelly said, I know this guy, from Jim Peterick's band, and he plays a gold top and he does the 8-finger technique. And so that just kind of got me my in with them, basically, through doing World Stage. So Jim deserves a lot of credit for giving me that exposure to all these people locally in Chicago. And so, that I'll stop there, because obviously I have a very long story. But to get to the point where I was playing Love Janis 8 shows a week in New York City, in an odd stage band, small theater and whatnot, nothing like insane, but I did get to meet a lot of people through doing that. And Jim Peterick's World Stage kind of led to Night Ranger.
So getting this band back together is key here as well, because from day one with Dying to Live, there's been a solid core of people. Derek Sherinian, Jeff Scott Soto, Vinny Appice, Tony Franklin's been back there. Girish is back for his second stint after he was recommended to you by Frontiers a couple of years ago after his time with N Machine. So there's a family feel here. You all know each other extremely well.
Well, I think the way things are with the current like model of the way a lot of these things are done. If it's going to be, for me, it's an artistic outlet. It's an opportunity to create the music, write everything in it, like the lyrics and the vocal melodies and the riffs and everything. So it's done mainly out of, I guess, an interest in having an artistic outlet, and it'll sound self-important, but like part of my legacy overall, to create my own music. So I have 3 instrumental albums that I put out initially that were totally different. That one kind of fusion-y, one kind of got a little proggy, and then one was a fingerstyle acoustic CD. And those were largely instrumental, some exceptions, but largely instrumental. So what happened is, as my name built in the rock community, when I had Night Ranger and Rock of Ages and Trans-Siberian Orchestra all kind of happened in a small period of time where they were all happening at the same time, suddenly I had all these fans, and they're going to listen to my solo stuff, and they're going, well, what the heck is this? Like they said you should make a rock solo album, and that was something I always wanted to do. And so I thought, well, here's the opportunity, right? So it started with Tony Franklin, and he recommended Vinny, and I thought that sounded like a great idea because I was interested in doing something that was more or less like a nod to my musical roots, I guess, why I started playing the early days. And I grew up listening to Vinny's drumming. So having him on board was great. And right at that point in time, Russell Allen was joining Trans-Siberian Orchestra. So was exposed to his singing and realized this is the perfect guy. I was looking for somebody who could sing the Dio style, but also meets Lou Gramm, meets Paul Rogers. Like soulful, ballady at times, but power of Dio, was what I was, I guess, looking for overall for who would be the right fit with those musicians. And so Russ agreed to sing Dying to Live, and Jeff Scott Soto agreed to do the backing vocals, and then Russ's schedule became problematic, and Jeff basically sang lead on the second half of the record. And so that initial Joel Hoekstra's 13 had both of them singing lead, Russell and Jeff. And that kind of turned out to be the only thing that people had anything negative to say about the record. They liked it a lot, but they were like, there's 2 different lead singers. So when I went to make Running Games, the decision was kind of go with Russell singing the whole time, no matter how long it took him. But it did take him a very long time. And so when it came time to Crash of Life, I went, man, like I can't, like I'm having birthdays waiting here. I spoke with Frontiers, as you already mentioned, and they recommended Girish, who from his band, Girish and the Chronicles, I guess in more of his natural voice is a little bit more of what I would
Sebastian Bach,
a young Sebastian Bach, kind of the high screaming and real metal, and I thought sounds great, but I really like my initial description of what I'm looking for with this. So as it turns out, he's a real chameleon. I think on Crash of Life, he delivered some incredible vocal performances. And it's actually kind of nice because it's a little different than what I was expecting out of the gate. But I feel like he's able to bring some of that stuff to the table as well. And then with this From the Fade, same thing. I mean, I think that, if anything, this album by default kind of got heavier. I think a lot of it had to do with me filling in with Accept a couple years ago when I was writing.
Very interesting. Very interesting you say that, because as I was starting to look at the album and this progression in sound over all of the albums up to where we are now, you talked about Dying to Live as just figuring out where the project was going and what you wanted it to be. Running Games, focusing more on the formula, melodic hard rock, and I think you said at the time, from Sabbath heavy to Foreigner melody. Crash of Life was perhaps more melodic, but here there is very distinctly a more heavier feel to this from track 1. And yeah, it absolutely. You're like, wow, this is different. This is very different. It does move into a melodic arena, but the kickoff of this album is like, wow, it's like in your face. It wasn't what you were expecting, and that's a good thing, isn't it? Because who wants predictable?
I have to tip my cap to Frontiers. They've gotten behind everything I've done. I think as long as they've given me full artistic freedom, and obviously I try to keep in mind something that they'll enjoy having on their label and right within those guidelines to a degree. But I mean, I still feel like the melody is there through this record. There's always a melodic hook, but it is distinctly heavier than the other records, and I think. A lot of that's just like the theme, but because it did begin with guitar riffs. I guess I do attribute that to I was listening to a lot of more metalish kind of riffs and playing a lot more metalish riffs with playing with Accept at the time. So some of that just kind of bled over, and I guess I was in that kind of mood, when I was writing a lot of the riffs.
Because you put this together when you were out on tour with them, didn't you? Were you writing stuff?
I feel like the riffs for this came together right after, and so I wrote the riffs like right after playing with them, and then got everything started. I believe I would need to. Man, I don't know. You know my timeline better than I do.
I've got to say though that song "You Can Give" was a perfect choice because. This is another real skill that people don't realize, do they? About being a musician, being in a band, being a rock star, if you like, is when you've got all of these songs together, is getting the running order right. And
this one was a lot of similar. It definitely got more of a focused sound, like Running Games did. Running Games was The other complaint I suppose I received about Dying to Live, the only slight request I received from Frontiers was that they thought stylistically it was a little all over the map. And that we did leave the heaviest track off of that one. Killer Be Killed became a bonus track, and that was very metal. And I had gone from very metal to songs like Start Again or What We Believe that were not heavy. So there was quite a span there, but I like that. Personally, I like that. But I focused Running Games a little bit more for what they were asking for. And then Crash of Life, I feel like floated back into a little bit more diversity. Like there's songs that You're Right For Me that are almost kind of Zeppelin-y, bluesy. There's songs like Don't Have Words that are AC/DC-ish. So I'd say a little bit, but just trying to wear my influences on my sleeve. That's all I'm trying to do with these. And so when it comes to this, it steered heavier, it veered heavier. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. I guess we'll find out,
And a great ending, right? Because your time with Whitesnake and David Coda and so on, the way that he used to structure albums and put albums together, there was always a softer feel to the close of the album where there was things kind of fare thee well, and stuff like that. Yeah. That you would think, I really like this, and it's a softer finish. And like I said to you, I only got the album a couple of hours ago, but there were two tracks, The End of Me and Quite the Ride, which were two of my favorite tracks on the whole album, actually.
Cool. Well, The Enemy is the heaviest one, I think, on the record, probably, yes?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Just edging out the opening track for that. But again, there's just when you think after listening to the opening two tracks that this is going to be a really heavy album, and then it steers back to a more melodic feel. But what there isn't is anything that's predictable. When you put something on, you know what's coming, really. Yeah. But there's twists and turns, and it keeps you listening, and that is ultimately what the game is, isn't it? You want people to listen more often and longer, and there's a lot to enjoy, I thought.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, I really haven't heard a whole lot. I haven't gotten a lot of feedback on the record outside of the two singles that are up right now. So as far as people doing a full-length listen to the record, it sounds like you're about as close as we've gotten here. Like you've obviously had to skip around a little bit with your 25 minutes that you've had. But yeah, I think it'll be interesting. Yeah, and regardless, like it's made as, like I said, more of an artistic statement or I guess, a portrait in time, like where I was, like artistically speaking, and not really a money-making operation for me. It's more a labor of love and just something that's done for the, I love all the gigs I've had and everything. That's great to be like, man, Joel, you've been able to play with Night Ranger and Whitesnake and Trans-Siberian Orchestra and Cher, and I've had certainly a lot of great gigs, and that's really cool. But it's, we all got in this to make our own music, and so I feel like it's necessary along the line. I mean, my instrumental albums when I was beginning, those were being made when I didn't have all these great gigs. And so once the great gigs happened, then it became, I was known as that guy. And people really didn't you can't pay them to listen to those instrumental albums, those early ones. I mean, you just can't. So there's some open-minded musicians that know about it, but that like it, but in general, I can post those and people just don't listen. They just like ignore that's even, let's just ignore that occurred. But so, and look, I like to make a difference between Joel Hoekstra, which those were, and Joel Hoekstra's third, that's my rock side project. There's a lot of people that don't understand that. They'll refer to it as like the album name and say like, yeah, I have 13. And it's like, well, Joel Hoekstra's 13 is like that's my project. That's my rock recording project.
You talked about yourself being the dictator with the writing and the riffs and putting the whole thing together. Production, Chris Collier, part of the family as well, who's been there since day one, and he's got a fabulous resume. I mean, it's a who's who, isn't it, of the rock world? And he worked a lot with you with Whitesnake as well. He worked with Mick Mars, Lynch Mob's recent album, and Unbreakable, which was a great album with Dave Ellefson and Jeff Scott Soto. So again, having somebody there in engineering and production that you don't have to explain everything to all the time, but just instinctively knows what needs to be done. It relieves a lot of pressure.
Well, Chris is fantastic. He's very fast, and he everything he does sounds great. But I'm a big pain in his ass because I'm like I micromanage, and I'll give him like 10,000 notes on a song and then every listen through that list will get shorter and shorter until they disappear, and I finally decide like, okay, I think I can let go of this. But that's typically the way we work, and he knows that, and we get on great. I give him all the credit in the world because he's able to deal with listening to me and all my requests. But he's a very talented guy, and he's really engineered everything I've done since I found him on Dying to Live, and he came to me as a recommendation from Jeff Pilson, who obviously knows what he's talking about, and gave me a good partner to work with throughout that. And that includes like even down to the stuff I was doing during COVID, like a lot of the collab jams, the version of Abracadabra that I did with Arnel Pineda from Journey and Billy Sheehan, that's up online and got a gazillion views. I mean, 2.5 million on Arnel's channel and over a million on mine. It's like over 3.5 million people have watched that, which is incredible to me. We just did that for fun during COVID. Just nobody made a dime off any of that. We didn't release the song, nothing. I guess the other stuff he's done for me, Stormbringer, it was another collab jam. I did a version with Dino Jalusic, and
I heard that.
And that's where I kind of reunited with Virgil Donati, who drummed on my instrumental records. And Virgil's like this just absolute virtuoso phenom, from another galaxy level player. And so having him on that was great fun to reconnect with him. And Virgil is definitely more solidly in the fusion world. He was playing with Alan Holdsworth, et cetera. So having him in and playing a Deep Purple song was like, awesome.
But what we've got here, right? So we've got a great product here. Now, back in the day, it would be followed by a tour videos, but today's market completely different. Tours need huge money to finance, and then there's a lining everybody's diary. But there are the odd festivals and the hard rock cruises to do. So, is there any chance that you could put a band together if you couldn't get all the guys involved with the record out to go out and play some of this stuff live?
Yeah, I would say never, but it's very challenging, as you said. And the thing is, you need to work out ahead with stuff like that too. And I do feel like financially, I would lose my ass, putting it out there, quite frankly. I mean, it's just like, we would draw. I think we would get some people out. Now, getting Girish over from India too is another thing, and then getting everybody's schedules coordinated so they're not booked up. Yeah. Else. We did do one show on the Monsters of Rock cruise, as you mentioned, so it has happened, and that was, I believe, at the time, Only Dying to Live had been made when we played that set. And Russell and Jeff Scott Soto were both on the cruise, so it's that obviously for me was like, hey, the lead singers are there. I should probably try and just get Vinny on. And as it turned out, Tony wasn't available, but my friend Dave Z from TSO, the late great Dave Z, he was our bassist. He was not only a great bass player, but good backing vocalist too. So paid off having him. He really did his homework. I mean, we went in and rehearsed once and did a show. So, I mean, it was like to get backing vocals together. And not only that, I should definitely mention Paul Taylor too, from everybody, but known from Winger, I suppose, probably the most. But Paul's a great multi-instrumentalist, so handled the keyboards and second guitar on that, and sang backing vocals. So he really helped it immensely in that performance too. But it was cool. It was a fun set to be able to mix up with some validity, playing Black Sabbath or Dio and Whitesnake in the set with Joel Hoekstra's 13. So if people were having a harder time sitting and listening to music that they're completely unfamiliar with, to be able to mix in stuff like that and hear it done well, I think was a lot of fun. It was a fun show.
The great thing about being you, right, is that there appears to be very little chance, if ever, you're going to get bored. Now, there have been teasing posts about new product coming this year from Revolution Saints, Dean Castronova, Jeff Pilson and you. And also, there have been the odd post hinting at things maybe with Iconic, which was a great album. I mean, that really didn't get the credit and the coverage that deserved. Nathan James and Marco Mendoza, Tommy Aldridge, and Michael Sweet. That album, Second Skin, wasn't it? Was an amazing album. So, what's the situation with those? Are you releasing new material with Revolution Saints or Iconic, or have you got anything planned this year?
I mean, I've done the guitars in full for both of those, so I think we're just waiting on mix and then just promo for each. And as far as timeline goes, it's a bit up in the air still. I think we've maybe solidified that with Revolution Saints and are still working on that with Iconic. As far as getting everybody
still the same band, Iconic, still the same lineup.
Yeah.
I mean, it was incredible lineup. I mean, Tommy Aldridge is just. I mean, you can't take your eyes off Tommy Aldridge, can you? When he's out there on stage, but Nathan's voice needs to be heard more.
Yeah, Nathan's incredible. I mean, everybody in all these projects everybody you're speaking about are very talented people. I feel very blessed to be making music with them all, and that's and to have Frontiers give me the opportunity to do that. Not only that, but those guys have been really cool with me from day one with this Joel Hoekstra's 13 thing, in terms of helping me, I guess, fulfill my vision of releasing this with some success, to have some people hear it, not just have it be something I make, and goes largely undone, but giving it a really artistic freedom with it, and just say, no, they've pretty much liked everything I've recorded. I've never had a song where they've said, no, not that one. They've been supportive of me, in short. And they've been supportive of me with bringing me in on those projects as well, and giving me, I suppose, more exposure and more opportunity to make music and meet more people. So they've been very good to me.
Just before we conclude, I've got to mention the retirement of David Coverdale and Whitesnake. A bittersweet moment, really. because I thought we might see one more album out of him. But you must have some fantastic memories of being involved with what was one of the all-time greats. I mean, he just was. He had it all, really. I mean, you joined up in 2014, didn't you, when they were prepping to go on the Purple tour. So
recording the album, this is the earliest. So yeah, it was like joining the band and then go right into recording the album. Yeah.
I mean, what was it like when you walked through? I mean, you were coming out of what a great band in Night Ranger, but Night Ranger were primarily an American band who, the coverage around Europe and so on was maybe not as it should have been. There was, there was never much promotion, but Whitesnake was a real different animal, and the catalogue, and you're walking straight in to play all these amazing Deep Purple classics, and it was the first time you went out on tour as well in Europe, wasn't it? With them, and with
Whitesnake,
Def Leppard and Black Star Riders. So what was it like for you meeting the DC for the first time?
So I actually met David one time where Night Ranger opened for Whitesnake. So we met very briefly, just said hello. I forget, I must have been introduced by Doug Aldrich, because Doug and I have always been friends-ish, He's been a very friendly guy over the years. We've kept in touch. And I think when we did that show together, he maybe introduced me, said hello, and that's about it. I mean, nothing much. I doubt we made much small talk. I can't really remember. That was a year or two before 2014, so we're getting, a little far back. But then as far as joining, DC and I clicked right away. I felt like he was just looking for talented, inspirational people that were going to show the proper respect and show up and be professional and whatnot. And I feel like I got a lot of that out of my system by that point in time. I went through some period of my career where I had a lot of fun with drinking and whatnot and hanging out. But I by the time I joined Whitesnake, I was a little bit more focused on the music is what matters to me, and obviously the right working environment, being with the right people. But we clicked right away. We got along.
What was it like when you landed in the UK and played for the first time? What was the significant difference, if indeed there was any difference, to playing in Europe to playing in the US?
I think that the UK is, it's just like with Night Ranger when you'd go to Northern California and play. It's like, that's where you start to figure out that national acts or international acts still kind of have home bases, where it's like, oh, the shows matter more here. I see the way it goes. Like when we play Northern California, the gig and with Night Ranger would always be more important. And same with Whitesnake. When you go to the UK, it was all of a sudden everything was like the audiences were bigger and there was a little more energy, and it was like, oh, okay, I see the way it goes.
You came back and had a big involvement in that final album, Flesh and Blood, and co-wrote some of the classics on there. Good to see you again. Trouble Is Your Middle Name was a great song. Gonna Be All Right. Hey You. Well, I Never was another one of yours. After All, which was one of those unexpected tracks in there. And If I Can't Have You. I mean, that was a significant involvement in what was, as we now know, the final album. It was a great album to sign off with.
I think David had put out Unzipped
yes.
Before Flesh and Blood, and Unzipped was something where he had showed me the general idea of what he had for oh my goodness, I'm spacing now on the name of the ballad that we talked about. But what is it? The oh my goodness, really?
On Flesh and Blood.
Yeah.
After All.
After All. My goodness, I'm so sorry. So After All was the first song that we wrote together, where David writes on a little acoustic, and so I've got this, and so I kind of dressed it up a bit and maybe stuck some additional parts on it. I mean, he had the idea was there. It was really David's. I forget what little sections I wrote of it. But technically, that was kind of funny because you join a band like Whitesnake, you picture the first song you co-write together being like, slamming like hard rock track. The first thing he and I wrote together was After All. But it wasn't too long after that. I think it might have been when I was out during that. We were out there specifically for me to do some stuff for Unzipped. That may or may not have been on there. I can't remember, but we did a lot of my acoustic versions of a lot of stuff, and maybe I forget. I think it's all Doug on Unzipped, but we did a lot of work with that stuff, with the acoustics. And then there was a day where he just said, let's, get out the Les Paul and let's like plug you in and let's enough of this acoustic stuff. And we just had a metronome going, and I was riffing, and that's, I think, where we came. Trouble Is Your Middle Name came off of that. I was playing that, and he was guiding me towards what he liked with it.
And he did the videos as well. I mean, because the videos, very tongue-in-cheek. I mean, people maybe don't quite get how good his sense of humor is, actually. Because he does have a great sense of humor, doesn't he?
Oh, DC's got an amazing sense of humor. Amazing. Yeah, I mean, it is funny.
Shut up and kiss me.
Yeah, shut up and kiss me. But I mean, it was very Whitesnake, the name and title.
Such a great track.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, my time with David, and we still have a great camaraderie. He still texts on the band thread on a regular basis. I mean, every day or
What
two.
was your favorite song playing live of theirs when you used to go out on tour? What was the one that you, or was there one? Here I Go Again, Still of the Night.
There wasn't. I can give you like my favorite like magical moment with David that I feel like I had during the making of the Purple album. Most of the acoustic stuff went down to me playing the version of Sail Away that's on there, or Soldier of Fortune. And so when I went to do the basic guitars for Soldier of Fortune, like the initial pass, the foundation track to layer upon and whatnot, David also sang. And most of what is on the record is what he sang right there in that pass with me. So it's kind of a cool moment. It was just two of us playing, me playing acoustic guitar and him singing. And that was kind of like a moment where I went, you know what, this is special right now. He's a legendary guy, and to have the opportunity, and then even as it would turn out, there was a mix of that later on that came out that was just the two of us were shown in the video with string sections. So there is like a video that's out that's Soldier of Fortune with just Joel Hoekstra on the Hook City strings, I think, with David. So that's the kind of thing that I just go like, I mean, would I have ever seen that as a kid? No, absolutely not.
I got that. Lastly, we've taken your career up to date. So where do you see yourself in 5 years' time? I mean, is there anybody that you would love to collaborate with that you haven't collaborated with yet? Is there something you'd like to do which is completely different, to, the rock and melodic hard rock?
When it comes to music, I just try to move forward every day and work every day. And it's funny how life kind of has a way of putting you where you belong with all these things. So as long as you remain active, and when things do get inactive, you create action. It's very easy to do. I mean, any of us at any point in time could say, you know what, why not? I think I'll make another collab jam video. That stuff was done out of downtime, which is funny because that's the stuff with Dino Jalusic, the Jane cover. That stuff's got millions of views, and like
it's a great track as well.
All of those things, yeah. And I remember thinking I did it that night alone in my apartment, and thinking I was tired from teaching 6 lessons, and I was like, I probably could have done better. Then I remember thinking a lot of people are probably going to see this though, but had I foreseen that millions, I probably would have like gone at it a little bit harder. I probably had a better pass in me on that, Jane. I feel like I just was like, I feel like I settled a little bit on it, but nonetheless, people will like it a lot. So, you never know. You never know where you're going to end up. I guess is my point. If you just stay open to working with people and creating. Some stuff sticks and has a way of like pulling you in and going, this is a great opportunity here. And next thing you know, but the main thing is staying busy with music and working with it. If you shun it, then I think it shuts down in a hurry, you know? So my thing is to stay active and stay busy with it all the time.
Well, that was the always engaging Joel Hoekstra. The album From the Fade is out on February the 27th this year. Look out for that. And as we said, look out for further updates from Revolution Saints and Iconic through the year. Two great bands with new albums on the horizon. And that is it for this edition of the show. Don't forget, head over to the website or YouTube or Facebook channels and pages to catch up with anything you might have missed, including of late great features we did with Graham Bonnet, with George Lynch, with Atomic Rooster, and the legendary British blues rock band 10 Years After. Thank you very much for watching. I look forward to having your company again next time out. For the moment, though, from me, Tim Cable. Bye-bye for now. Welcome back from me, Tim Cable, to the Rock and Blues Experience. Coming up on this edition, we have the Queen of Rock and Roll herself, Suzi Quatro, who is preparing to release a brand new album. It's fabulous. Well, it's called Freedom, and she's also about to head out on tour in support of it as well in April. Now, just a reminder, you can catch up with all of the recent content on the website and the YouTube channel, as well as finding clips and mini features across all of the social media platforms, including Facebook group, Instagram, and TikTok. On the website today, a brand new feature with Louisiana blues sensation Jonathan Boogie Long, who has a new album out. It's actually out today. It's called Courage in the Chaos. And if you are new to him, do look him up and give it a watch, because he is a spectacular player. And also, there are two great features with Yes members Jay Shellen and Billy Sherwood. Now, Yes, of course, preparing to hit the road on the Fragile tour later this month. Here's a clip then with Yes drummer Jay, who was given the task, all very easy, really. We asked him to name who was the greatest drummer of all time. Before we wrap it up, who was the greatest drummer of all time?
Oh, wow. See, so many things. That is so tough. That is so tough. I don't even know if that's answerable, because the amount of drummers that are flashing through my mind right now are ridiculous. Yeah. I think one of the most underrated, Barrymore Barlow with Jethro Tull, to me, just used to blow up. I mean, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. I was very much focused on Neil Peart and, but you know what? God, dare I say, am I allowed to do a smash up?
Oh yeah, obviously.
Of two?
You can two it.
Okay. I would smash Alan White and Phil Collins.
Oh, very interesting.
And Billy Cobham.
Wow.
Well, four. Sorry, Tony Williams.
Yeah, that's all right.
Tony Williams.
Brilliant.
That's about as best as I can do.
Well, Jay Shellen there. He and Billy Sherwood features are available on all platforms to watch now. And so then to Suzi Quatro, whose popularity is as strong as ever. The music remains fresh and vibrant, and live, she still has an enthusiasm and energy of somebody half her age. Now, we met up recently to look ahead to the release of the new album, Freedom, and back to Detroit, the city where the story began. Home is where the heart is, isn't it? Detroit has produced so many music legends: Franklin, Hooker, Ross, Madonna, Alice Cooper, you. Many cities claim to be the greatest music city. LA does it, Nashville does it. But is it Detroit? Do you think it is Detroit?
I don't think it. I know it. I think, you say that Detroit is the most important music city in America. Just Motown alone. Motown.
Yeah.
Okay, White Stripes, Iggy Pop, Alice Cooper, oh my gosh, Madonna, me, MC5, Mitch Ryder and the Detroit Wheels, Grand Funk Railroad. I can go on forever. Iggy Pop and the Stooges. Tell me when you've had enough. It goes Eminem, Kid Rock, not nonstop. It is the most important music city in America.
And from that, you had a very strong family background.
Yes.
Which is where all of this began. 5 children. Your mother had this incredible giving nature. I mean, she was a strong Catholic. We know that. But she took in, 9 orphaned kids over that time as well. I mean,
unbelievable.
This is a very warm and strong family unit.
Yes, very, very warm and very strong. And my mother was, she was one of a kind. It's funny because it's just how the universe throws it. I was practicing one of my tracks for my new album because it's going into the set. And before I could switch the music off, another track came on, right? Something I haven't heard for a long time. Something I wrote about 1.5 years ago and laid down in the studio. And it was called Oh Mama. And you're talking about my mom. And it's so strange that this is where the interview started. So she wanted to be heard today. She wanted to be heard. Mama, you're heard.
You always knew you'd be famous, but early on you weren't really sure what it was going to be. Acting, singing, or
even
I love
even comedy.
Comedian.
Yeah.
Red Skelton. Tell us about Red Skelton. Your mate. This was your first professional rejection.
I wrote it. I know. I wrote him a letter. I said, "Dear Red," it's so fun. Dear Red, like I know him. Dear Red, my name is Suzi Quatro. I live in Grosse Pointe, which is a suburb of Detroit. I'm very funny, and I think you should hire me for your show. And he never wrote back, and it was my first professional rejection. But I survived that.
The light bulb moment.
Yeah, it was.
So many kids in this generation was the Ed Sullivan Show Sunday night, and this is when Elvis came on, and your sisters screaming at "Don't be cruel," and you're what, 5.5,
5.5,
and you're like, what's going on?
Yeah.
But it was the moment, the spark.
It was. I was, like I said, watching her scream and wondering, why are you screaming? Because I'm too young. Then I looked at the screen, and I remember it like it was yesterday. I kind of fell into the screen, and through my little 5.5-year-old brain ran the following thought: I'm going to do that. Crazy at that age. So I always had a sense of my destiny from very, very young.
The Beatles, though, this is when you decide you're going to get the band together. Mm-hmm. But I'm just wondering here, because you were a little bit slow to get up, so you end up being left with the bass because it's the last instrument there. If you'd have been first up, what would you have picked up?
Well, the fact that I didn't speak means I didn't have a preference, because I'm not a quiet person. So I just was listening to everybody do that. And I was a percussionist trained and a trained keyboard player. So piano is a percussion instrument. So, and bass is the note of the drums. Okay. So when the universe throws it at you, when I put that bass on the first time, I'd found my instrument and I knew it. I just put it on and I went, oh yeah, this is me. A lot of people say I look like I was born with a bass in my hand because it's that natural, you know?
Your dad was a musician and he had all of this kit around. And the first thing he gave you was this 1957 Fender Precision.
When I tell musicians that, I see them look at me like they could murder me. I mean, how lucky was I at 14 years of age to be given that bass as my first bass? And the best thing is, I didn't even consider that there might be smaller basses, lighter basses, smaller necks. I didn't think about this because I said to my dad, do you have a bass? He said, yes, I do. And he gave me that. So I actually learned how to play on the hardest bass there is. So no wonder I ended up a good bass player. No wonder.
And she had the bongos as well.
That was my first
the
instrument.
Christmas present that you found.
and me being me,
told him.
I did. I said, Dad, you know, I was searching for Christmas presents because that's me. And then I went and told him, Dad, I found the bongos in your room, you know. So what an idiot. But that's me. I'm honest to a fault. I don't know how to lie.
Didn't your mother tell you that? Don't ever lie because it's written on your face, written all over your face.
She actually did me a favor, I think, because she made me an honest person. She made me believe that I can't lie, so why do it? So I don't. Even though I get in trouble all the time because I say, did you do that? Yes. You know? I did.
You found a great band name, by the way, when you're shuffling around with the dictionary. I loved it, the Hedonists. But you decided in the end to go for the dictionary definition of what that was, i.e. one who seeks pleasure. Hey, the pleasure seekers.
What a great name.
Two great names.
And what a great way to come to that name. We love the Hedonist. You know, and then we read it. But the funny part about that is we were sitting around the kitchen table discussing the name for this band. And some, you know, we went hedonist. My mother's at the sink. But the pleasure seekers, yeah. And my mother just turned, this Catholic woman, and she went, She went, no. We went, what? You don't call a teenage all-girl band the pleasure seekers. And so then I said to my mom, I tell this story on stage. I said to my mom, well, do you have another idea? She said, yes. Call yourselves the 5 Little Chickadees. So we stayed the pleasure seekers, but it was funny. I said, you kidding?
Your first songs on stage, what a great trio. Twist and Shout, Louie Louie, and Loopy Loo.
all 3 the same chords. So we knew 3 songs at the first gig.
And you were 14.
14.
As well, weren't you?
And I remember looking down at the first gig we did at the Hideout. It was the teenage club in the neighborhood. And he let us go on and play 3 songs. And I remember looking down at the crowd. And again, a pivotal moment in my life. I looked down just before we started the first song. And in my brain, I went, oh, I'm home. On the stage. I'm home.
There's so many great, memorable nights in the 60s. Your parents never did find out about that night you spent with the Blues Magoo's bassist.
but somebody did find out, and they give me a little slap on the face. I called my eldest sister's first husband out of 7. By the way, you don't even go there. Don't even go there. It's a whole book on its own. And I called him in the morning. I said, can you come get me at such and such hotel? And I was still high because this Blues Magoo's guy had given me a joint and I'd never smoked in my life. He said to me, have you smoked before? I said, yeah, I hadn't. So I waited for 5. I'll tell you the rest of the story. I was smoking with him, completely underage, like 15 years old. And I said, oh, that didn't work. Give me another one. I had like 4. And then it hit me. And then I was gone. The poor guy took pity on me. He just took care of me till the morning. I went, oh my God, I hear my mom coming. Oh my God, the police. I was completely gone. Then I called my sister's husband who managed the band, and I said, come and get me at the hotel, this hotel that I'm at. And he did. And then he gave me a little smack across the face. He said, don't you ever, ever do that again. So I did get caught. So then again, I didn't lie. I arrived down in the car still high, What an idiot. And I'm not a drug person. I'm just not. I'm not a druggie. But that was the era, where everybody smoked pot.
But the moment that changes it, or the moment it all changes, you did that festival with the Pleasure Seekers. Yes. It didn't go down particularly well. There wasn't much reaction. So you leave that and Cradle
came in.
And you brought in your little sister, and it literally, it kicks off from then.
Yeah, it's completely different. We decided we needed to drop the show band thing, which is what we were. Different costumes, trading instruments, dance steps. That's what we were. We were a classy act. And we needed to go more for the festival type of tie-dye T-shirts, blue jeans, barefoot, jamming, and writing our own material. So we decided we needed a complete change. My little sister came in, very, very good voice. She was opera trained, actually, very much into the 60s sounds, like the Led Zeppelins and all that. And I was taken off of the front duties because she was coming in. She was main lead singer, so I went back. And I became, in that 18-month period, excellent on my bass. Because I wasn't doing both then. I was just playing. So I was able to really, really, really master the jamming. I started doing solos and blah, 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 blah. And then when I did go solo, the original Suzi Quatro, that was the front of the band, bass player, front of the band, came together with the bass player from Cradle, and we were ready to hit the big time.
Elektra see you and offered you a contract. Mickey Most rocks up with Jeff Beck and Cozy Powell. What did you think? You're there, and 2 of the biggest names in music are there as artists. Beck and Cozy Powell.
I know. My brother found out that they were in town. They were there to record at Motown, and he got them to the gig that we were doing. And I remember I was Attitude City. So remember, I'm not singing all the songs. I'm only doing 2 or 3 songs a night. When I got up to do mine, I remember going, here's one I wrote. It was called Brain Confusion. And then I went into going to a party at the county jail. Done playing, and Mickey just went like this. Called me to the back of the hall. We sat down, and he said, how would you like to make an album? And me being me, I said, who are you? I knew who he was. And he said, I'm Mickey Most. I said, so what do you do? I knew what he did. And he said, I produce. I went, who have you done? I'm playing all this dummy. Anyway, he then asked me to go to the Motown studios with him, which I did. Looked down at the pit from the studio, and I see James Jamison's bass against the wall. So me being me, I went down, picked it up, and started to play to showing off. And I was going, dum, ba-da-da-da-da-bow, Sissy Strut, down, ba-da-da-da-bow. Jeff comes down, plugs in. Cozy comes down, sits at the drums. I am jamming in the pit with Jeff Beck and Cozy Powell. It's a moment I will never, ever forget. Ever. Wow.
You've always had, haven't you, these psychic leanings. And there was the woman, Mrs. Beasley.
Yes.
Who told you would go to England. She told you would have a blue sports car, which you did with your 280 SL. Very nice car. But we never got to know what the number 5 and Roses was.
No, I still. But the song that I told you about with Mama, there's roses in it. I said, looking at the pink rose, the one you left behind. But 5 roses. I don't know what that is. Maybe it's still to come. Because it was my future. So, yeah, I'd like to know what that was. Everything else happened, but not that.
Did you ever go back and see her after you became famous?
No, I never did. She was quite an old lady when I did see her, Mrs. Beasley. And I had the little booklet that she wrote in for a long time, but I lost that somewhere on my travels. But yeah, I used to look at it and go, wow, and everything. Flick it over. Everything came to just the 5 roses, 5 red roses.
Takes something to get onto a plane at the age you were at and fly to England, completely different country.
Yes.
You arrived in magnificent yellow hot pants into England. Mickey picking you up in a Rolls Royce and then drops you off. And I did actually go online yesterday to check whether this place still exists.
Oh,
Aston House
Villas.
Yes,
does it?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, my God, I have to go back there. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, you've made me need to go back. I'm going to go back there and walk up into that place again. Oh, I need to do that. Oh. Boy, oh, boy. I want to do that. I didn't know it was still there. Okay. Aston House Villas. That was where I stayed for about a year. Yeah. Wow. All by myself.
Brings back some memories.
Yeah.
But it wasn't all, it wasn't all great times. I mean, you hit literally rock bottom on that debut gig with the Kinks, and your amp blows up after literally minutes. But you've got no roadies, nobody there to help you.
No.
Mickey gave you a real hard time. What do you call it, though? Character building.
He really did give me a hard time. He made me cry. But he also made me cry, but he also made me very determined. After that, I thought to myself, I will show you. You watch. See, that's how you get me. I do get hurt easy, but then the strength comes through to survive. So I'm a bit of both. I'm a dichotomy.
The image you wanted was leather after seeing Elvis in that 68 comeback special. Mickey was like, oh, it's all been done before, but he does come up with the suggestion, doesn't he, for the jumpsuit?
Yes, but me being the naive person that I can be, I honestly had no idea that it was going to be sexy. I know it's so funny. I just thought that because I jump around so much, that everything would stay in one, I wouldn't have to tuck stuff in, and it would just, and I thought, it's a really smart idea. And it wasn't until after my first photo session with the jumpsuit, and I went into Mickey's office, and he had the contact sheets. And he had one of those little eyeglasses where you study the contacts. And he said, oh, Suzi, I'm picking out which picture to use for the image. Come have a look. And I took the eyeglass and I looked at it and I went, oh, dear. I went, I said, oh, my God, I'm going to have to go to confession. I had no idea. And I saw the sexy of it. And I didn't know this. So what you're seeing in those pictures is sexiness, but somebody who didn't know, which is why it's even more sexy in a way.
Garrett Mankiewicz knew.
Yeah, he knew. And he said to me, I was telling somebody this yesterday when I was doing my interviews, when we were taking that first photo session, the record wasn't out yet, but we're doing the image shots, with my jumpsuit on, my first jumpsuit. And I'm standing there, and Gerard gave me an order. I'll never forget it. He's snapping away, and he went, okay, now give me that Suzi Quatro look. And I did. That's iconic shot. I didn't know I had a Suzi Quatro look, but I responded to his order. Give me that, and I had one. It became my look. I didn't know it was there. But when he said it, I knew exactly what he meant. It's a strange thing. Yeah, a strange moment.
Nicky Chin and Mike Chapman, you've had a long-lasting relationship with those guys over the years. For that year with 48 Crash and Devilgate Drive, I mean, these guys literally could not stop producing hits, could they? They had 19 top 40 hits.
Unbelievable.
That year.
Very, very prolific writers, and they kind of defined a generation, really.
Absolutely. But when you return to the US after you've had this string of hits, you are the headline act, and this was fantastic. Your support, Kiss, Blue Oyster Cult, ZZ Top, Rufus.
Fantastic. Even Johnny Winter. Edgar Winter. Yeah, I told Gene Simmons that when I did that show with him. We did that rock and roll show. And I said, do you remember supporting me? He said, yes. Yes, I do. And I offered him on that show to give him some bass lessons. He didn't hear me.
But what about ZZ Top were...
They're the best.
Yeah.
They were the best. Because we were coming on after them. They were supporting me. And one of the roadies came back to the dressing room and they said, you got to come out and hear this band. And I stood on the side of the stage and I just went, wow. You want to talk about boogie? That's boogie. That's boogie. What a great band they were. They were all studio players, you know.
Fantastic. And still, Billy Gibbons is about the coolest thing on two legs and sunglasses.
Absolutely.
You got all shook up out. You're in Memphis. Elvis is on the phone, wants to meet. I'm not ready. What did that mean? I'm not ready.
I wasn't scared to meet him, but in my little brain, I'd had a year of hits, and I wanted a little bit more than that before I met him, if that makes sense. You know, I thought it was a little bit premature. Just give me another year of getting used to this being famous and all that, and then I'll meet you. But I didn't. But I wasn't supposed to meet him. I wasn't supposed to. He's been on my shoulder since the age of 5.5.
It's incredible because you've gone back to your hotel after you've done that audition for Happy Days, and you're getting the call to say that you've got the gig, and the moment that happens, his death is announced on TV. You recorded with the Jordanaires, didn't you?
Singing with Angels, which is my tribute to him.
Singing with Angels. Yep. And the other one, which was incredible, was the fact that you ended up with this guy called Nudie, who was his personal trainer, who was doing all your clothes in Happy Days.
Crazy. Crazy. And that was when I came back after he passed away. And I came back in December to film my first episodes. And the producer brought this guy up. So I've had so many epiphanies. And he said, he's going to be making your clothes as Nudie. He's a personal tailor. How does this happen? But the final one, you don't know the final one, which is great. I think it's the final one. I can't say for sure because things always happen where Elvis is concerned. We were recording Singing with Angels. Took a little break. The Jordanaires are there, James Burton, you know. I'm part of the Memphis Mafia. They all have adopted me. I know everybody. And so we're outside taking a break from the recording. And James Burton came up and he said, what are you listening to on my headphones? I said, this is the album that Singing with Angels is going on, that I'm working on, my new album. I said, you want to hear some? He said, yeah. Put the headphones on, walked away. 10 minutes go by, he comes back, takes the headphones off, and he says, I have something to tell you. I said, what? He said, you have what Elvis had. And I went, my mouth dropped to the ground. I don't even care if he was lying. He said it. He said, and I said, what? And he said, well, I can only explain it this way. Whatever you do is you. Mm. What a compliment. What a compliment. And I know what he means. What Amazing. He means is you're unique. Because I know that's why Elvis wanted to meet me. He saw that. And his last girlfriend, Limit Thomas, said they used to go in Rodney Bingenheimer's and sit up in the VIP room and watch videos of me. So I don't think there was anything sexual in it. I think he found me unique.
It's great.
Yeah. Oh,
Henry
I'll
Winkler
take it.
found you unique, didn't he? He found your sense of humor when he sent you on stage.
A page
before
early.
Your cue.
Yeah. He did it on purpose. He came backstage and I was ready to make my entrance as a leather Tuscadero. The audience is there. You know, important moment for me. Never acted before, although I always knew I could. And he went, how you doing? And I said, I'm a little bit. He said, no. He said, I've been watching you. You're going to kill him. Go. So out I went. And I sauntered out there as leather Tuscadero, you know. And I'm doing really good. I get you my mark for the cameras. You know, you're marked. And the director said, excuse me, Miss Quatro. Like somebody threw cold water. I said, what? What are you doing out here? I said, well, that was my cue. He said, no, you got another page. I went, fine. Walked back off. Henry was on the floor laughing. He did it on purpose. And he said to me, now, what else can go wrong? Go enjoy yourself. And I came out to thunderous applause, and he did indeed take my nerves completely away.
I loved the intro that Ralph Mouth gave you just as they went, hubba, hubba, hubba.
And I'm still good friends. We email all the time with Anson, Donnie Mose, Henry, and Ronnie. We have maintained our friendship, which is great.
Do you think we could ever do a return to Happy Days with all of you that are still around now?
Well, we're trying to. It's always my schedule. The lady that arranges these meets has been trying to get me to come to one for ages. The boys want me there. It's just a matter of me being able to get to America at the place that they're doing it, at the time that they're doing it. So we are trying.
I'm talking about film something.
Oh, film something would be great.
Go back to Arnold.
Oh, wouldn't that be great?
It would be hilarious. It'd be fantastic.
Be wonderful.
You did a lot of acting then in the 80s. You've had all these mammoth hits in the 70s, loads of it. Annie, Get Your Gun, absolutely fabulous. Dempsey, a Makepeace, alongside another television genius that was George Cole in
he was
Minder.
Great. And I did Midsummer Murders too, Ab Fab, yeah.
The radio show. I mean, you literally, your profile is through the roof. And it appeared that music had a more of a back seat to the acting. I mean, we were just seeing your face and something everywhere. But back to the here and now, you've been on this fantastic run of form. 2019 and No Control. Then we had this Rocking Devil in Me, which is the first time you're teaming up with your son.
That was
Richard,
our second outing together. The No Control.
Your second outing, sorry. Yeah. And that was your best album since the 70s. It was absolutely fabulous. And you're thinking, well, how are you going to follow that up? And you come out with this collaboration with Katie Tunstall.
That great
Face
album.
to Face, which was also, and you can see it in the amount of coverage that it got, the chart positions, et cetera, et cetera. So when you're planning and you enter the planning stage for this album, what was the objective? What did you want to produce?
To go full circle. My son was very insistent on it. He said, we need to return you to your roots. And so it's a very rock album. I want you to feel like you did when you first began, when it was all brand new. So we kept it very much rock and roll and all about, like the single says, being comfortable in my skin. It's full circle. It's the 14-year-old Suzi shaking hands with the 75-year-old Suzi and saying, we did it and we're still doing it. And it's all about freedom. The name of the single, the name of the album, Freedom. It's called Freedom. It's important personally, and it's important in this world we live in today. If you haven't got freedom, you've got nothing.
And it's amazing because I put it on and played it back to back a couple of times, and you're sitting there making the occasional notes. And from the outset, it feels like it's sleazy Detroit rock and roll, and your voice rasps and crackles with this vibrance as it delivers all of these messages. We had Freedom, the single. Then there was the one and only Little Miss Lovely, the one and only. She's the one,
Very, very, very tongue-in-cheek.
Is this you, Little Miss Lovely?
Yes, it is, because I'm a dichotomy. Positively negative. She'll break your balls, no messing around. Oh, there's some great lyrics in there. And that's going onto the stage. That Freedom and Little Miss Lovely, because that's the next single, are going into the set. So I've been practicing that, cementing the lyrics in my head. Yeah, I love Little Miss Lovely.
Born to dominate, the strong survive.
I know.
Life is short. Choose to be yourself. This had another huge anthem feel.
It's a really good song. For a long time, the album was going to be called Choose Yourself, and that was going to be the title track. But when I started listening to the master mixes, Freedom kept jumping out at me and smacking me in the face. It had to be the first single. Had to be. And it had to be the title of the album. But Choose Yourself is possibly one of the best lyrics on the album.
Mm.
And woman's
Hanging
song,
Over Me. Hanging Over Me, yeah, has got it's got a bit of Nashville swagger,
yes,
to it, bluesy,
it does,
rock and roll.
Yeah,
the 5 o'clock shadow hanging over me.
Very, very. It's funny because that was one of the ones that I came out with my bass line, my melody, my words, and Richard said to me, "Mom, first I was going to call it 5 o'clock shadow." He said, "No, Hanging Over Me is a better title." I said, "I agree." And then he said, "Now you need to go back in, look at the lyrics again, and dumb them down." And what he doesn't realize, I haven't told him yet, I have to break it to him, was I was able to dumb down the lyrics and say it exactly the same. So that was really clever.
Going down, I mean, one great track literally follows another here. Usually, you know, when you're moving to the middle of a, you know, there's the odd bit of filler thrown in so as, you know, people might not notice, but not here.
No.
Going Down, song covered by many. Freddie King obviously did it. Joe Bonamassa has done it. Jeff Beck has done it. What drew you to that song?
Well, Richard wanted to, because I always do 2 covers on every album. Richard suggested this, and I said, why? And he said, because you will sing the hell out of it. And I actually did go in there and do it in one take.
Wow.
This is one track that if it doesn't feel right, it's not going to work. It's a groove track. So yeah, that was great to do. I haven't done that kind of track for a long time. Really good, yeah.
Now I can imagine you. This is Here's Your Boots, and I can just imagine you actually with the lyrics telling someone, "Listen, here's your boots. Walk away. Take your baggage to just get out. You know, not my shoulder to lean on. You know,
exactly. Here's your hat. What's your hurry? You know, it's very cheeky, this song, and it's a nice way to tell somebody to get the hell out. With a smile on your face.
There's loads of lovely, deep bass with the lyrics and the voice to suit it. It's got a great feel.
Yeah, it does.
I Can't Let You Go again. I mean, there's a little turn there. It's a bit of country there, bit of country in that, blues and rock. So the 3 blending into one. And it has got, by the way, your fabulous scream at the end.
It's funny because I throw them in whenever I feel it, but I remember Richard saying to me, "Mom, we need a scream here." And I said, "Which one do you want, number 23B?" And he said, "What's 23B?" I said, "Can the can." I do have a good scream.
It's a great scream.
I've been doing that since I've been 14.
Shakedown, and then No One Held My Hand. And if anybody has followed your story,
my story,
then you know it's your journey, finding fame through the darkest of nights, and you know, you just imagine you sitting back at Aston Villas or mansions rather, down in Earl's Court, coming back after that gig with the Kinks where it all gone wrong, wondering whether it would ever happen.
Yeah, unbelievable. And that was actually Richard's title. And he's not a title guy. I am. But he said, "I got this title, Mom. I want you to write your story about how you did it all by yourself." And I thought, yeah. And he had written some lyrics down. So it's the first time he tried his hand at that. And out of it came this song. It's good because it's very clever because it goes to the chorus right away. You're nearly at the chorus within a few seconds, you know. So it's a good song. And I like what it says.
Take It or Leave It. Again, you've got this real pounding drum beat and the bass rolls in. And again, some great lyrics in this. Take It or Leave It. Don't judge. Play the game, whatever it is. Sparkle and fizz. What can you say?
Just don't judge.
Sparkle and fizz. I like that.
I do too. Just don't judge. Take it or leave it. See, I mean it.
And do you know, at the beginning of every song, I was going, right, well, where's the ballad? Well, this has got to be the ballad. Woman's song. But it isn't.
Well, it is and it isn't.
Let's get back to where we belong. Yeah. It's a slower song, but it's a slower song.
Not a ballad, but if there is a ballady type, it's Choose Yourself and this one are the 2 quieter ones. I think it's hilarious. And actually, I had no choice. I have never done gender my entire life, okay? I'm not a gender. So I'm 75, and this non-gender person has written a woman's song. I'll probably never write another one. But if I was going to write one, it was going to say something. Richard calls it the most dangerous song on the album because of what it says.
Yeah.
It's important.
Well, it's not as important as hearing you swear for the first time in your life. I've never heard anything like it. Kick out the jams with
Oh,
Alice
my God.
Cooper.
Well, I have to tell you about this. Richard wanted for the second cover on the album, Kick Out the Jams. And sure, I'm from Detroit. Sure, I love the MC5. And I couldn't feel it. And finally, he was insistent. He finally came to me and he said, Mom, kick out the jams, Alice. And I went, oh, now you're talking. Now I see it. Now I hear it. Two buddies from teenagers from Detroit going back to Detroit and honoring a Detroit. Now I get it. Okay, called Alice, totally into it. 5 minutes later, we are in Detroit recording it face to face. And his producer, although Richard produced, his producer had written out which lyrics he thought both of us should do. You know? And I said to Alice, why are you letting me do that intro, Kick Out the Jams, MF? And he said, I won't say it, you know, because you can't swear on air. And he said, because I'm a Christian and I won't say that. And I said, well, then you better make it work on camera. So I said, kick out the jam. And he went, Suzi.
Yeah. It was, and at the end.
Yeah.
He drops in the line, I'm going to can the can.
I had no idea he was going to do that. He surprised me. So that was good. Yeah, that was really good. What a great track. What a great cover.
And so at the end of that, where did this song, Comes Down to You, come from? Because this is the different song on here, because it almost feels like it's got this late 70s, early 80s disco feel to it.
Yeah.
So where did this come from?
We've been working on various things, and somebody asked us to do a track for a movie. So we did like a house music kind of track for that. And then we liked it. So we did another one, and that was this one. So we've played around with different bits and pieces. It wasn't for my next album, but then when we got to the end of it, Richard said, let's use that for a bonus track because it's still on the same vein. It all comes down to you, which is what this album's about. And it's a bonus track should be totally different. And this is totally different.
So you must be ecstatic with the outcome. And what you said right at the front, Richard said, listen, we're going to get it back to where it all started, how it all began. It absolutely delivers that. Full stop.
This is a rock and roll album. It's everything you expect from Suzi Quatro. The only difference is I'm 75 now.
But how many of these songs are going to make it into a live show? Because could you ever envisage doing here's the show, and it's going to be, we're going to play the old album in its entirety.
Oh, you'd have to.
A couple of the hits.
Yeah, you'd have to
you could,
but you'd have to let the audience know that that's what they're going to come see. Is the album, and then at the end of it, you do 2 or 3 of the biggest hits. Yes, yeah. I would love to do that. Oh, to play the whole album would be brilliant. Oh, yeah.
So why didn't you?
We should. Good idea. I'm going to put it out there.
It does. I mean, seriously, if you put it on, it comes down to you, has a slightly different feel to it. But I'm just thinking about playing, if you're doing 12 songs.
Yeah.
And then you'll do the hits at the end.
That'd be brilliant.
And it'd be fantastic, because I'm not being funny. It's like going to see, people say, I was going to see Deep Purple, and you're thinking, oh God, they're not going to start with Highway Star again. I just wish they'd do something different. And half the people there, and there's fear from some of the artists. And God, if we say we're going to do that, no one will come.
Oh, I think they would.
But if they listen to the album, I think
sure they will. Sure. Once the album is out, that's not a bad idea. I'm going to put that into play and see if I can make that happen. That would be good. Maybe even do a stream. A stream of the whole album. That would be brilliant.
Well, I know your views on retirement, which is why I haven't mentioned age or retirement once, and I'm not going to. So, what is next after this? I mean, you've got a tour coming up, so you're going to be extremely busy. So is there anything left that you would like to do? Somebody you'd like to collaborate with? Some place you'd like to play?
I think my next,
you'd love to do?
I think my next album is going to be Suzi and Friends, so I will get a lot of people involved in that. I'm at the moment working on a screenplay for Grave Undertakings, and that is, we're going to try to get that made into a 20-part TV series. And there's also working on a screenplay with the same guy for my life story, a 2-part movie. So that's in the future. I'm working on my...
Who's playing you?
I don't know. I would love to digitally do it myself. You can do it. They have people playing themselves younger now. The people, they just do it digital. But I don't know. Whoever, if I don't, I'm going to play a part in my movies for sure. But whoever does play me, I will pick them because it doesn't matter how good of an actress they are. They need to have the vibe. And don't ask me to explain what it is because I can't. I just know it when I see it.
So, all in all, that you're in a pretty good place, really, aren't you?
I am. And I'm happy to be here because I have freedom.
Well, that was Suzi Quatro. The album Freedom is out this month, and do give it a listen. It's easily the best thing she's done since her 70s heyday. That tour as well kicks off in April. Check the website for all the details. And that is it for this edition. Coming up next, we're going to be switching track to the legends of thrash metal. Nige Rocket from Onslaught are back on the road across the USA this month. We're going to be talking about that and the rise to power that began over 40 years ago in the city of Bristol and why the music still resonates today. In the meantime, as we said, do check out the YouTube channel, the Facebook group, and the website for more exclusive content. Until next time then, from me, Tim Capel. Bye-bye for now. Welcome back, everybody, to the Rock and Blues Experience. Now, if you're a fan of Yes, then you're going to be in the company of two members of the prog rock icons on the next two editions of the show. Today, it is Jay Shannon who joins me as we look ahead to the upcoming Fragile tour and back on his varied and highly successful career. On the next show, we're going to be in the company of Billy Sherwood. Now, that will be coming midweek next week. Also coming up, the queen of rock and roll, Suzi Quatro, who has a brand new album coming out in March. It is called Freedom, and I can tell you it is a full-on rock album and the best she's done since the 70s heyday. Now, here's a clip from that upcoming feature as we look back on a day that she would never forget. Elektra see you and offered you a contract. Mickey Most rocks up with Jeff Beck and Cozy Powell. What did you think? You're there, and two of the biggest names in music are there as artists. Beck and Cozy Powell.
I know. My brother found out that they were in town. They were there to record at Motown, and he got them to the gig that we were doing. And I remember I was Attitude City. So remember, I'm not singing all the songs. I'm only doing 2 or 3 songs a night. When I got up to do mine, I remember going, here's one I wrote. It was called Brain Confusion. And then I went into going to a party at the county jail. Done playing, and Mickey just went like this. Called me to the back of the hall. We sat down, and he said, how would you like to make an album? And me being me, I said, who are you? I knew who he was. And he said, I'm Mickey Most. I said, so what do you do? I knew what he did. And he said, I produce. I went, who have you done? I'm playing all this dummy. Anyway, he then asked me to go to the Motown studios with him, which I did. Looked down at the pit from the studio, and I see James Jamison's bass against the wall. So me being me, I went down, picked it up, and started to play to showing off. And I was going, Sissy strut, down, Jeff comes down, plugs in. Cozy comes down, sits at the drums. I am jamming in the pit with Jeff Beck and Cozy Powell. It's a moment I will never, ever forget, ever.
Suzi Quatro, always fabulous entertainment. Now, she'll feature in an exclusive interview on an upcoming show. Now, the voice of Foreigner is Lou Gramm, and he's back for one final album and set of live appearances throughout the course of this year before he hangs up his mic after, 56 years. The album is called Released. It is out this March. We met up last week, and here's a clip from that feature with Lou talking about the night that he and the band jammed live on stage with Jimmy Page and Robert Plant. But it does remind me of a quote talking about you, which appeared in, I think it was Circus magazine in the States. And they were describing your voice, and you just said, Lou Gramm, a voice that Robert Plant might envy.
Did you know I performed with him in Jimmy Page?
Yes, you did, and you did a whole lot of love, didn't you?
Yes, it was in Birmingham, England.
Yeah.
What a treat that was. We didn't even know they were there. We came off. We played our final song and came off to rest a minute before we went out for our encore. And there they were sitting in our dressing room. And I had never met them before, but I met them and they were buzzed about how great we sounded. And you know, they're old friends of Mick's. So they were hugging each other and laughing and had a drink and all that stuff. And then Mick says, "You're not leaving, are you?" And they said, "Well, we hadn't intended to," you know, giving him a look like, "Come on, invite us." And he says, "Come on, get your guitar. Let's go up on stage. What do you want to play?" So we played Lucille. And then we played Whole Lot of Love. And then we did Jukebox Hero.
Brilliant. That reminds me of Mutt Lange, when you went in to first lay your vocal track down on that, and he'd come off of working with AC/DC, and he wanted you to sing the opening line to that in the same manner that AC/DC would have.
Yeah, real high and screechy. And I said, Mutt, I says, there's some qualities of this song that roughly could remind you of AC/DC. I says, but if I start that song in the stratosphere, where am I going to go from there? I've got to sing that high Jukebox Hero. You think I can get higher than that to sing it? And he goes, well, he says, you know, I says, with all respect to AC/DC, we like to start our songs a little, you know,
lower down the scale.
Lower down the scale and a little mysterious, you know, and then move up the scale and hammer it down on the chorus. And he goes, oh yeah, I understand. You know, it was like I hurt his feelings or something. But after I recorded the vocals, he came over to me and he goes, I see exactly what you mean. Great job.
The great Lou Gramm. And if you missed it, you can find the show on the website and YouTube channel now. Back to today and prog rock icons. Yes, who, as we move on toward their 60th anniversary, are as busy as ever with a multitude of projects on the go and a live calendar that has hardly got a free week in it, beginning with the Fragile tour that arrives in the UK this April. Jay Shelton took over on drums after the sad passing of Alan White. He's enjoyed a long and prolific career since he first took to the road with Al Wilson supporting the Ohio Players back in 1979. We met up a few days ago to look back on his career and ahead to a bright future with Yes. You've never really been defined by the music, have you? Since day one, you've had this really eclectic range of tastes, from Herman's Hermits, the Monkees, the Beatles, of course. And your first obsession, this is after the babysitter is playing Hard Day's Night, you get Rubber Soul, and eventually all roads lead to the very famous birthday cake.
Oh my God. How did you know so much? I'll tell you that's a lot of detail right there. Yeah. The Beatles birthday cake. I was studying piano at the time. That was my first instrument. And, but I was banging on pots and pans and, coffee cans with pencils and all of that. And, that's the record I wanted was Rubber Soul, saved up enough allowance. And on my 5th birthday, I had that Beatles birthday cake. And I think that kind of cemented the deal for me. I guess.
I love it. I don't know what a Beatles birthday cake looks like, but...
I have that picture. I think I'm going to have to post that picture sometime. Because I do have it.
You should. It has to be done. There was a family influence as well. The rancherita music, the flamenco. You and your dad taking you to all of these jazz gigs because he's a pianist and a classical guitar player. So there's music permeating through your early years.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that definitely formed the whole direction, I suppose, of where I was going to go. Because I was involved in a lot of sports. You know, I was always very athletic in that way, but music took the forefront. Definitely.
So you've gone through that, and then came the exposure to people like John Bonham, the jazz fusion with the Mahavishnu orchestra as well. There's everything going into the melting pot. So you can imagine you at this young age, you know, you're trying to work it out, you're trying to find a direction, but it was a beautiful time to be there with all of this music.
Absolutely. Yeah. I was into Return to Forever, Al Di Meola. I grew up listening to Jack DeJohnette, Philly Joe Jones, Joe Morello, and big band drummers even from before that, Dave Tuff, and Chet Atkins, flamenco, as you mentioned, Johnny Cash, you know, just it's a plethora of things. And, but my father was a scientist, so I kind of that kind of is in my DNA, I guess. And so fusion and progressive music was mathematically just really intriguing to me, and the sounds that were coming out, that those became, you know, my melting pot, as you put it, of rock and roll, melody, Elton John, Three Dog Night, you know, these kinds of bands, just superb players and just the gorgeous music and melodies. But then on the flip side, I was diving into, you know, some of these, you know, the techniques that were almost sounded like magic to me, you know, in drumming.
And it's funny, isn't it? Everybody seems their first stop with music is classical piano. And your journey there took you to your lessons, these classical piano lessons, and you're wandering through the drum store, this guy, Nick Lucretti, who you end up hanging out with. And he would end up teaching you as well as Randy Castillo. I'm just trying to imagine what the journey was like to the lesson.
Oh, it was amazing. It was amazing. I mean, I was just big enough, you know, to reach up and open the door practically, because I started at such a young age. And so my mom would drop me off at the door and just give a little nod to Nick, and I'd walk through the drum shop and I'd stop at every shiny object on the way, and especially the marine pearl finishes on the drums, Slingerland and the Ludwigs and, you know, all of that. Yes. And so he would have to, you know, grab me by the hand and get me back to my piano teacher's studio. And as soon as I get out of the studio, I just wanted to get right back to the drum shop. And soon enough after that, he gave me a pair of sticks and set up a little drum for me in the shop and started showing me things. And when my mom came to pick me up, he said, "Listen to this." And then I played her, you know, a little ditty that we worked on. And he said, I think he really has a talent for this, and obviously a love for it. So I got a drum, and then that's how it all, started. And I continued with lessons with Nick Lucchetti, another instructor there, Harlan Goldberg, and then another one, Kenny Batat, which taught me a lot of percussion, Latin percussion, and also flamenco playing, things like that.
That first full drum kit, it was secondhand, wasn't it? You got it from a garage sale, and you had to trade your piano. Now, this must have taken some doing, getting the agreement of your parents to trade in this piano where you were learning classical piano and become a hooligan.
I know.
On the drums.
Yeah, I was relegated to the garage, right? At first, but as it started developing, and we had a band, my buddy Lawrence Dominguez on guitar, and we would switch because I knew I wanted to play drums, but he also wanted to try it too. And I said, well, great, give me the guitar. So we would switch doing Zeppelin songs. But in the end, when he picked up that guitar, it was obvious he was a guitar player, and it was obvious I was the drummer. So we just let that go. But soon enough, I was able to graduate to a proper drum set that I got from Nick. And then I was allowed to set up in the den. And so as long as grades were kept up, and between when I got home and between when my dad got home from work, I could play. And a funny story, one of the things that I was doing back then is with Topographic Oceans. I always had an audience. It was my Chihuahua, little dog, and she would just set up right in front of me and sing with me while I played. But fortunately, I had headphones, so it wasn't too distracting. But I had a record player behind me, and I had one of the four sides of Topographic on the player. And before I would play it, I would say, hey, Alan White's not going to be able to make the show tonight. Does anyone out there know how to play Topographic Oceans, right? And I go, I do. And then I drop the needle on the record, and then I would play as if I was filling in for Alan when I was 13.
I love that. That's a great story. It's something that many have done. Yeah, usually it was with the hairbrush in front of the mirror pretending to be a front man. But you discovered Yes when you were, 13, which would have been 73, around the time of Topographic Oceans.
That's right.
For something like that to make such an impression when you were so young.
Yeah,
and because it isn't a trendy band. It wasn't, a 4-minute pop song. I mean, this is serious music going on here.
Mm-hmm. Well, in that melting pot between rock and fusion, there it was. And I was listening quite a bit to the Yes album, Foxtrot, Musical Box, PFM, and all these progressive rock groups. But Fragile, that locked it in for me. I mean, that was special. So I had a firm kind of moment there, and I felt like I could express a bit of my rock and roll feelings, but also with the precision of playing complex rhythms. And there's great melody there. So it just checked all the boxes for me, really. So I continued on that path. And when Yes Songs came out and Alan had joined the band, that was a mind blower for me for two reasons. I'll go back just a little bit because one of the moments that I knew the drumming was going to be my ticket, my thing, is I was just playing with my sister. We were very young, and Instant Karma came on the radio, and I'm listening, and it's got this nice shuffle, and I'm kind of half, listening, but I'm going, oh, this is really good. And it's John Lennon, of course. So, this is amazing. And then all of a sudden, those iconic fills that Alan put in that just stopped me dead in my tracks. And I had to know what that was because it was such a feeling change thing that affected me so much. So I had to know what that was. So I ended up getting a copy of that and learned what it was, but didn't quite understand it. Many, many years later with Alan, he explained it, because that was a pop-up session. Basically, it was a phone call and he just ran over there and boom, the whole idea was to just create this track that would be recorded, mixed and released, bam, within, by morning kind of thing. And he said, I was in the middle of experimenting with the concept of playing fills that don't make any sense to the groove. So if I'm in a swing groove, my fill is going to be a hard fill with no swing, right? And possibly even in a note denomination that doesn't make any sense, or accenting it that way too. And then if I'm in a straight feel, I'm going to work on doing swing fills and triplet kind of things. So really breaking it up. And that was the mindset he was in when he tracked with John on that for the first time they played, and he threw in those fills. And he told me, he said, well, it's going to be a make or break moment. And this is where Alan was so courageous, and he continued to be courageous throughout his whole career. He went for it. He felt it. He trusted it, and he went for those fills. And he looked over at John, and John, he said, mouthed to him, keep doing that. Right? And that was instant karma. That coming full circle and knowing exactly what was in his mind when he did that and how much that affected me just kind of made just another connection, for me and my
You're
path.
only a teenager. You're 16 years of age and you're getting out on tour with Al Wilson.
It was Al Wilson, and I was the drummer of his soul band.
You're 16 years of age when you get out doing this. Again, how did your parents react to this? Because you're still school age. The Ohio players are a big act.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, it was a short run of a tour, and the bass player had to be declared my legal guardian. And fortunately, the dates centered around New Mexico, where I was from, so it wasn't like I was going out for a long, long tour. They were fine with it. It was amazing to me because the other thing about that particular gig is, one, I've listened to a lot of soul. I loved R&B, and in fusion, there's many drummers, Lenny White, Jerry Brown, and they've got the funk. Billy Cobham, I mean, come on, Alphonse Mouzon, Ronald Shannon Jackson. I was into all these guys, and man, it was funky. So I loved to funk it up and just sit that beat. And so at our first sound check at Tingley Coliseum, I didn't even know this, but the sit-in drummer for the Ohio Players was Floyd Sneed, one of my favorite guys from Three Dog Night, right? Mm-hmm. So he comes into the green room later and says, "Hey, young blood, man, it sounds awful nice out there." He says, let me give you one little clue. Kick your kick drum like you're kicking a brass band, right? Like you're kicking the brass.
Yeah.
And he said, then you've got the pocket, right? And what he was saying is I was playing a little bit more English style, from Bonham, et cetera, and that kind of thing, where the snare is on the beat and the kick is a little lazy. So that changes your exact time. If one's a little lazy, see, it gets a little bigger, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so then it's got that feel. And he was cluing me in to really nail that kick and then drop the snare back. So it was just leaning in a different direction. So I got after that, and that was like when I started discovering how you can really manipulate so much of how people are feeling and how a song can groove and move just by simply, even body language will do it. Just how you're moving. So I pay attention to a lot of drummers in their body language as well. If I'm, trying to achieve some kind of sound.
It's interesting. LA is the place to be, isn't it? And you're there in 81, and you're really very quickly part of the scene. You're on the tennis court with Tony Kaye, having a game here and there. Pete Banks playing in his band on the Strip, in the Central, which then became the Viper Room. It's an incredible night. Every night, who is ever on at the Roxy or the Rainbow or the Whiskey always ends up down there. So you're jamming with John Mayall, Elton John's band, King Crimson are in, Bill Bruford drops by. And the name that I did love that came up on I have no idea where I saw it. There's a list of all of these great rock alumni, and then it says, and Dudley Moore.
And Dudley Moore. He was there all the time. It was one of his favorite hangouts because it was run by Tony and Keith. And they were English roadies. And so it was very much a pub, style hangout. And Dudley Moore would be in there quite a bit and holding court in one of the round booths. And I was called Young Squire. And, and so it was immensely, uniquely just some of the best memories of my life. I mean, really, you got Tommy Evans, you got Joey Molland, you got Dee Murray over here, you got Dudley Moore. Then on other nights, John Mayall and Robin Ford. There was just so many people, and I was a house drummer. So I rarely got a break. And one time I did take a break because I was kind of enamored with this one young lady. And so we had gone off into the back room. And so I was needed on stage, and the back door opens up, and Chris Squire said, Young Squire, you needed up on stage here. And he throws me over his shoulder and parades me through the room over his shoulder and plops me down on the stage to continue the jam.
That's fantastic. You ended up going out on tour with ZZ Top on the Eliminator tour now. I mean, this is just the stuff of dreams. I mean, they had gone from being, primarily a band that is known in and around the US and around Texas and the US, and great band, to being international rock icons. Everybody knew them. What was it like?
Well, the group I was with was Danny Johnson and the Bandits.
Mm-hmm.
And Danny Johnson was a guitarist. He played with Rod Stewart, Stevie Nicks, Rick Derringer. He had a band called Axis with Vinny Appice. And great guitarist. Oh, that band was had so much groove and a lot of attitude. I love that band. I was so happy to be in that band when I got in that. We were basing out of Shreveport, Louisiana, and ZZ Top had heard about us, semi-infamous, and they asked us to pick up opening for them on about 7 shows or so, something like that. And so there you have it. We hopped on, and we were playing. That was definitely the first time that I had ever played to 30,000 people in the largest arenas in the southern area. So Yeah, there was a couple surreal moments going on there.
But it seemed like every day there is a member, because your band Ritual and The Offenders, which was Randy Castillo, you opened in this fabulously named place called Mr. Lucky's in Denver. You opened for a little known band over there called The Police.
Yeah, I know. They were upstairs, we were downstairs. And also UK came through there. Yeah.
I mean, that's quite incredible. Did you have much interaction with Sting?
No.
Apart from meeting him on the stairs?
That's about it. You nailed it right there. It was just kind of, hey, mate, how'd you get it? They're sounding good, man. This is great. It's fun. I'm getting a drink. I'll see you later.
So you just imagine this lifestyle you have because you're hanging out with Ozzy a lot. You were a bit of a magazine magnet, weren't you, at the time, because you were going out with Lita Ford.
Yeah.
What was it like hanging out with Ozzy Osbourne? What was your relationship like with him?
Oh, it was just casual in a, buy a drink kind of thing, but Randy and I were very close. So, God, I don't know how would you say it? Sometimes I would say I'm almost like the Kevin Bacon of the music scene over here. I'm like one or two removed from so many things. Ozzy was always just, he was one of just those kind of people when they're in the room, there's a presence there. And it was always fun loving and very, kind of gentle and like just a great guy. Just a great guy. Yeah.
Kevin DuBrow introduced Robert Sarzo and Tony Cavazzo. They recruit Kelly Hansen and you, and Hurricane is born.
Yeah.
And I mean, in between that, we've not even mentioned Badfinger and Tommy Evans, who taught you how to drink with a glass in each hand.
He did. And that serves me well to this day, knowing how to properly, take care of yourself in a pub.
But that era, 85 to 91, was full of some great bands that for one reason or another just failed to make the cut. And I was talking to Doug Aldrich recently about Lion, which was a band that he was in that were right on the cusp, and Hurricane was another. I mean, if you had the debut album, Take What You Want in 85, and then came Over the Edge in 88, you got Bob Ezrin in as a producer, you got a tour lined up with Extreme, who are this very, very hot band at the time. So what could possibly go wrong?
I know.
A question you asked yourself many times.
Yeah, I suppose we didn't knock on enough wood. Well, it's all comes from those days. Motley Crue, Poison, Stryper, all the bands were kind of coming up, and there was these indie labels, Green World, Enigma, and so their A&R people would grab a band early and then start working it. And then a parent company would be kind of sistered to this indie and eventually would pick up the band. So it was almost like a developmental system, kind of thing.
Yeah, sure.
So, yeah, we saw many mistakes happen at critical moments, particularly with debuting on Headbangers Ball.
Yes.
A video, it's a very big spot, and they got the video wrong, So things like that. So it was a bit of a surprise because we were in the middle of our Slave to the Thrill tour with Doug on guitar, and it was extremely successful. We did a entire Z-Rock simulcast United States tour, and just riding high, and basically Enigma called it quits. So it got passed on to Capitol at that point. And we had just started or finished our first tour, and we were scheduled to go out, like you said, with Extreme. And Capitol just said, well, pretty much kind of, let's just bring all the soldiers home and we'll decide what we're going to do, how we're going to launch the next, so that's kind of what happened. And it just,
it's a shame, isn't it?
Yeah.
But fast forward, you're on Billy Sherwood's debut solo album, The Big Piece, then Chris Squire's Conspiracy, and then you with Asia, working with Jeff on Silent Nation, replacing Chris Slade. And those relationships built with Jeff, Chris, and Billy lead you to being Alan's choice standing on that Topographic Drama Tour back in 2016. How much pressure did you feel at that moment? Because Alan had been with the band for then 42 years, 44 years. I mean, they'd only ever had two drummers.
Yeah.
So how did you cope with the expectation and pressure?
Well, all those factors did. It certainly helped. I mean, my experience with Jeff in Asia, we always said we'd be, playing together again. Working with Billy and Chris, of course, that kind of thing. But also, I knew Alan from pretty early on, back in, the 90125 days with Tony Kaye and that kind of thing. Yeah. So we were familiar, no doubt. And so when he asked me, really, in my mind, to tell you the truth, there wasn't much pressure at all, because he asked me to do this for him,
Sure.
So in my mind, I'm helping out my mentor, my guy, my friend, my hero, really. So I'm just going to do the best I can, and I've got this because it's in here. And I just approached it that way. And like I said, it just kind of felt like home, from all these years of working with all of the individual members over the years, that it felt like home. And of course, continuing on after 2016 with Alan, it was a beautiful partnership. And my whole thing about it was I'm in support of Alan and the music and the guys to just, carry on, make this sound as perfect as I possibly can, and not really put myself that much into it. I wasn't inserting my ego or anything like that, which isn't really my nature anyway. And we had so much fun doing that. And it shifted a bit, of course, when Alan passed, and my conversation with him, just saying, you've got this now, and I know you're going to kick ass. And, love you, brother, really. And at that point, it did change for me a little bit, but I still really, I'm honoring those who crafted this music before me. That is my thing. I love every bit about it, the notes, the passion, the energy, and that's really what I'm, doing. And it's inevitable. Some of me is going to spill out into all of this. So I don't, I just let it flow. Kind of like Alan let that fill flow in Instant Karma, right? Maybe it's all about karma.
Well, there was a quote of yours, actually, which summed up very succinctly what you just said there. And the quote was, play to serve the music. It is not about personal identity.
Yeah.
So that sums it up beautifully, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's the way I feel. The music speaks to me first. What I hear comes to me and it speaks to me. And my body just reacts immediately, and I just don't get in its way. And it may not be the final take, but there's something beautiful in that thing. And oftentimes when I'm working with Billy and we're doing sessions and so on and so forth, he'll just say, okay, well, here's the track, and he'll put it on loop and go get a cup of coffee. So I'm just getting familiar, right? Mm. And then in a few minutes, he'll come back and it hits the talk button, and he'll say, all right. And I'd say, okay, ready to go. And he goes, well, no, I got it already. So there is something to that, you know, but, yeah.
We, as you said, lost Alan back in 2022, and you took over, which was his wish. And you've appeared on the last two very well received albums, Quest and Mirror to the Sky, and the tours are continuing at a breakneck pace. And so we have Fragile arriving in Europe, having appeared already in the US.
Yeah.
And this, of course, was a standout album at the time. It was Rick's first album. It was Roger Dean's first album where he put the cover on. So where does this stand amongst your favorite albums as a fan and as a musician playing them?
It's certainly at the time number one in all my collections, right? It captivated really my imagination more than anything else. And then, of course, Alan joined, and then there was this whole thing. So there's many, many favorites, but still going back, Fragile and Close to the Edge, and you know, it's a huge part of what I am influenced by as well. Yeah. And to be able to do Fragile, we've done, of course, songs individually from the record in our set. But when you put them in order, it changes the approach in a certain way because you start hearing the record in your head. And so in a lot of ways, as Billy put it, well, Jay, you're going to get your bill on. And I said, yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun because there's some tracks on that record that you literally have to get your bill on because they would not sound correct, you know, and fortunately a big fan of that as well and put in plenty of hours studying his work as well. So getting to do this is a particular joy for me, really. I mean, I'm thrilled and I'm so glad that we're bringing it to you guys over there. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's a great set. It's a great set.
The reviews at the time, I found a review from, it was either Village Voice or somewhere like that, and it was summed up like this. And it simply said, vibrant, soothing, tumultuous, placid, and instrumentally brilliant.
Wow.
What a great review.
Yeah. That's a lot of good words strung together.
And so tell me the last thing then, before we wrap it up. Who was the greatest drummer of all time?
Oh, wow. See, so many things. That is so tough. That is so tough. I don't even know if that's answerable because the amount of drummers that are flashing through my mind right now are ridiculous. Yeah. I think one of the most underrated, Barrymore Barlow, Jethro Tull, to me, just used to blow. I mean, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. I was very much focused on Neil Peart and, but you know what? God, dare I say, am I allowed to do a smash up?
Oh yeah, obviously.
Of two?
You can do it.
Okay. I would smash Alan White and Phil Collins
Oh, very interesting. Yeah.
And Billy Cobham.
Wow.
Well, 4. Sorry, Tony Williams.
Yeah, that's all right.
Tony Williams.
Brilliant.
That's about as best as I can do.
Jerry Shellen, the epitome of relaxed cool. Now remember, if you're a fan of the band, on the next show coming out midweek next week, the always highly engaging Billy Sherwood will be guesting, and it's not to be missed. Billy was on great form, and we covered a wide range of subject matter. Now, don't forget, you can catch up with all of the latest content on the website, www.therockandbluesexperience.com, or on the YouTube channel and Facebook pages. Thank you very much for joining me, and I look forward to having your company again next time out. For the moment then, from me, Tim Cable, bye-bye for now. We are now 3 decades on from your recorded debut. I don't know whether you realize this. Sometimes it doesn't quite compute, but your debut, Stranger in Us All, where you wrote 4 of the songs, you sang on Ariel, you sang on Black Masquerade, you sang on Wolf to the Moon and Hall of the Mountain King. Did you think at that time that this is going to be the beginnings of what has been a very fruitful and successful career?
No, and anything that I ever think about planning to happen like that never does. And then the things that I think I'm never, ever going to do, somehow life makes me take a left turn and wind up right in the lap of whatever that thing is that I have fear, or it's such life lessons. When I was in university, I pushed off taking, speech taking, public speaking taking until the very, very last courses, because I was terrified to talk in front of people, in front of large groups of people. Sure. So life says front and center stage for you. So you can learn your lesson. No, I never would have thought that. And again, time goes so fast when you say 30 years. It's mind boggling how quickly you blink and decades just go by so quickly. But I remember those days like they were yesterday. And honestly, like everything in my life with Richie, everything has been this very natural evolution. So I honestly, at that point, just thought I was helping out my husband to be, but boyfriend, I guess, at the time, I lived in, whatever we were, defying definition. But when he had called me up and saw that I was, a closet poet with my journals and my poetry books, and always kept them locked in a closet so no one could see them or read them. And he knew that I would be singing around the house or around the hotel room when he was traveling. And so when he was having a hard time coming up with lyrics, or the writer was the band was having a hard time, and Richie called me, and I was at home, our home, and he said, "I'm going to fly in a professional lyric writer tomorrow. We're getting the plane ticket now, unless you can come up with something for this backing track." And back in the days, we didn't have cell phones, so we would play the tape recorder over the phone, and I'd listen to it. Brilliant. And I took the ferry up to see them in Massachusetts, where they were staying, and it was an hour and 15 minutes on the ferry. And in that time, with the sunshine on your face on the top deck on the ferry, and the wind in your hair, and listening, just hearing the music for an hour and 15 minutes, just came up with 14 verses, and drove on to the other side after getting off the ferry. And I said, "All right, well, on my notebook, here's what I came up with, guys." And the producer took my notebook and circled the 4 that he liked the best, and the other 2 he pieced together as the chorus, and said, "Cancel the plane ticket for the other lyric writer. We've got it."
It's brilliant. And since then, 11 studio albums with Blackmore's Night, 3 live, 6 compilations, 11 singles, 14 videos, and now 3 solo albums, plus guest appearances for other people, and raising a family, multiple global tours. There's really been a time when you haven't been producing something musically?
No, I like that you just added musically at the end of that too, because when you said producing something, I was thinking dinner as well. Very important in my household, obviously, keep everybody going. But no, I've always got something going on. Always got something going on. Even, and I almost can't stand to just have the quiet or the silence. As much as I need the silence, you need the silence to create. You know, so when there's so much happening and so much going on and so much melee and bedlam and chaos because of the household with what's going on here, you know, it's those quiet moments that I take in my car, from the 5-minute vacation trip from here to the drugstore where I'm picking up, you know, local sundries or something. And then coming back, I say, oh, for 5 minutes, then my brain just kind of relaxes, and then lyrics start to come in. And, yeah, so even in those quiet moments, it's always happening. There's always some sort of creativity going, which is great. I feel blessed because of that. I mean, the fact that I can create music that certain people, they don't just listen to, they feel so deeply and they really relate to, and it moves them, and has done for, as you said, 30 years, where people have written to me that they've used our music not only to get married to, in birthing rooms. Doctors use it, you know, when they're doing heart surgeries. I mean, someone contacted me the other day that they have an animal charity, and they rescue dogs that have been used, fight dogs. And they said the only way that they could get their dog and transport the dog in a car from place to place is to play the Lullaby album that I had put out. And that relaxes the dog completely. So it just like sits down in the back seat. It's incredible, the magic that music has and the connection that you can have to people through music. I think people know me better through music than probably people that I've met face to face. Sure. They see me on different levels, very vulnerable levels. And that's how you have to go into those deep, dark parts to bring them to the sunshine and illuminate them in order to create and bring them to the world. And it's very vulnerable, but so worth it. So worth it.
So, Sea Glass, the third solo album. Now, each of the previous set albums has been very different. Reflections, Starlight, Starbright, and Sea Glass. What were you looking to create as a solo artist that differs from what you do with Blackmore's Night?
The process is completely different with Blackmore's Night. When we're working on those songs, Richie will come up with the melody line first on acoustic guitar. Mm-hmm. And I'll be pottering around the house doing what I need to do to keep everything going, laundry or whatever, helping with homework. And he'll call me in and he'll say, you know, I've got this idea for a top line. Can you sing it? And that's how the process starts. So I'll hum the top line, and then I'll take the idea of the music and go away someplace, maybe go outside and do some gardening and see what pictures the melody line paints in my head, and then try to translate that into lyrical content and what becomes a song later on. But when I'm doing my own, everything comes out at the same time. So I could be walking along the beach or doing anything and going through the woods, or, you know, trying to just take time out, and a song idea will come, and the melody and the words all come flooding out at one time. So the process is very different. But I also found that, you know, of course, when we're doing Blackmore's Night, I know other people have said before, well, Richie had nothing to do with any of these songs. And I said, no, because then it would be a Blackmore's Night song. It'd be a Candice Night song. I mean, he's always in the other room if I needed his help, as I asked him to play guitar on 2 tracks because I am not proficient really as much on any instrument. But when you want that rolling, amazing, incredible guitar, the acoustic guitar that only Richie can do, and he can make a song like Sea Glass sound like the ocean waves are rising and falling just by playing that guitar. I have to come in and say, honey, can I bother you for a second? And he come into the other room, and sure enough. So it's always nice to have him there. But he is very much the captain of his boat. And when he comes into a studio for Blackmore's Night, he knows how he wants the songs to sound. And if they're not sounding that way, he'll take pieces and parts out and put other pieces and parts in. So it comes out exactly how he wants it to sound. And I do my bit where I write the lyrics and I sing and do the backing vocals and play 9 medieval instruments, but he steers those songs where he wants them to go. So, these songs, I don't think it's really up to him also what songs go on the Blackmore's Night album. He's very interested in where the Renaissance flair is and the medieval, and so he has very strong ideas and what songs go where. And so I kind of, just sit back and watch the genius at work. I mean, it's really incredible how his process is, and how I've learned so much from him just by sitting and watching him. And when he asks for my participation, I'm there to say, yes, maybe this or maybe that. And we work together. But other than that, I'm sort of the co-pilot in his journey. So when it comes to my songs, I'm very aware that they're songs that are from my heart. And if I waited for them to be chosen for a Blackmore's Night album, it might take years and years for that to happen. So since we've had basically a lull since Blackmore's Night last album, since 2021 when we did Nature's Light.
Yeah.
Out a couple of anniversary editions, which are always fun to do, remixing, remastering, new vocals on certain things. But we're 4 songs in on the next album. So I thought, it's been 10 years since my last solo album. And although Richie loves songs like Promise Me, he would have loved to put Promise Me on the next Blackmore's Night album. I said, well, I don't really want to wait that much longer to put this one out. So if he does choose to do that or redo it on our new album, I'm sure it will be in Richie's style, which is fine because it's, he interprets things in such a different and interesting way. But I'm glad I was able to put out the songs the way that I've heard them, the way that I felt them in their own form before anybody else has pulled any puppet strings and changed them to their own vision.
It's interesting. You've said in the past that depending on the time of the day, your emotions are completely different. So what is your favorite time of the day to create?
Yeah, that's hard. Well, I heard once that there was an old philosophy that said that when you're out there in the daytime and you see the sky is a false boundary. The blue of the sky is like a false ceiling.
Yeah.
And at night, when you go out, it's limitless. You are at one with the skies and the universe and the stars and the planets, and your creativity just grows immensely. And I do find that to be true. I find that I'm very creative at night, watching the phases of the moon or just being outside in the night sky. There's something so incredibly mystical about that, just being enveloped in this cloak of darkness and feeling like you have no boundaries. So I would say anytime after I put the children to sleep, which from 11 o'clock on, because they're night owls, as they have musicians hours, unfortunately, and school, which doesn't work out at this point. But I just feel like the night is so freeing. It's so silent. It allows you to get in touch with your own inner spectrum, your own being. And it's calming, it's peaceful, but it's also invigorating, being able to just be out there and be part of something so much bigger than you. So I always find, it's not like early night. It's got to be deep within it. It's about 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning where I feel that.
It takes something to do that as well, to keep your mind fresh, because you described your average day as up at 6:30, school run, then the pick up, the homework, the cooking, more collection and delivery of children from play dates, clubs, classes, then putting them to bed. And then after doing all of that, it's like, I'm now going to go and sit, from 9 until 1, 2 o'clock in the morning and create something. Yeah, exactly. See, fatigue doesn't affect you.
Oh, I'm very much fueled on coffee, and if we could get an IV drip of that, I would be incredibly happy. And I'm going to make a little correction. I'm up at 5:30 in the morning because my daughter is now in high school, so I get even less sleep. And my son goes the hour after that at 6:30. So that's all sorts of fun for us in the morning. And then I spend my hours at night up with Richie. And we are up until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. So my plan is, as I do, I do go to bed about 3 a.m. And then I try to sleep for those 2 hours. But of course, as a woman, my brain is constantly ticking. So I probably clock about maybe 1 hour of light sleep there. But I do plan on, when my children go to university, just to sleep for about 3 years straight. So don't call me. Don't call me. Don't knock on my door. I'm shutting my ringer for 3 whole years. I hear that's not going to happen, because the bigger the kid, the bigger the problems. I hope that's not true. But it would be nice to clock some sleep at some point. You just keep going. I always find that it's incredible what you can accomplish when no isn't an option.
Sure.
And really, in my world, trying to keep up with everything and knowing that I'm such an important cog in the clockwork of what happens here. I often say to Richie, I'm like, it's an interesting position to be in, because no one would thank their hand. And yet, if you didn't have your hand, you would surely miss it, because you know how much you need that hand in order to do everything. But no one gives the hand credit. I'm sort of the hand in in everyone's relationship here. They just kind of know that I'm here, I'm supportive, I'm taking care of everything. And it's hard. And that's one of the reasons when I recognize that in so many other people that are working moms. And I say working moms because all moms are working moms. We're really 24/7.
Sure.
We're doing it all the time. No matter what age your child is, always doing it for the household and your family. But that's why when I wrote Unsung Hero, I wrote it for my mom, because I got off the phone with her at 2 o'clock in the morning, and she's another one up all night. We used to say we just change her batteries once a month, and she just keeps going like the Energizer Bunny. But dealing with people, overseas, then she calls Australia, then she's all over the place doing business and running a worldwide corporation. And I hung up with her, and I wrote this song so quickly, like instantaneously. And then later on, when I was in the studio listening to it, I started recognizing part of myself in the song. And the more I heard it, the more I recognized a lot of myself in the song. And it became sort of like a self-portrait. And then as I played it for other people, like my backing vocalist or my violinist, they thought exactly the same thing. They were all going through the same thing. And it's a hard job. It's the most challenging job in the world, but it's also the most rewarding. And every stage and every step is a blessing, and you just keep going and keep doing what you have to do. And thank goodness I like a challenge. Thank goodness, because it just keeps coming up.
The album, you described it as songs taken straight from the pages of a journal, an album of experiences and journeys. It is very, very personal. Did you realize at the time just how much of your emotion and your feelings that you were actually revealing on this album and in these lyrics?
I didn't make a conscious thought about it. I think those are the things that just inspired me so much. Again, when I write, it all just comes out as one flow. It's very different than when someone says to you, here's my melody line, here's, the song, I'm thinking maybe a Renaissance fair or another drinking song, to swing their beer mugs too. So, when you kind of step into the world of, beyond the veil of what they're visualizing, and you take it on as your own as well, because it is part of you too, but you kind of disappear into this other world. When the world is solely and 100% your own and coming from your own soul and the depths of your heart, and it's fueled by emotion and love and loss and experience and your own personal journey. It's really, someone asked me the other day, do you write better songs about happiness or joy, when you're happy and you're joyful, right? Or when you're sad? And, appearing as this very, they say Richie and I on stage, the light and the darkness, the yin and the yang, and appearing, to the world as this very sort of light-filled person. And I'm always very but very positive. But I find the layers of melancholy and the layers of the depths of sadness such an incredible catalyst to be able to write. Whereas I find happiness is sort of like you're experiencing it, so you don't take the time to stop and write, or you're, it's just, it's there, and you're happy, and that's great. But those different layers of like colors of blue, the darker they get, it's kind of tricky to explain, but it's just these different layers of melancholy where I can really get into the depths of my soul. And of course, having experienced loss, when this album, it's been 10 years. Within that 10-year period, we all lost 2 years to COVID. We were all enveloped in darkness in that period. And one of the good things about it is that because we all went through it as a worldwide experience, we can all relate to each other, and we can't just say, only that section of the world, so I don't get it. We were all quarantined, locked in our homes, not allowed to hug people, not allowed to go to concerts where great energy was. We all went through it for a good 2 years, and it ate 2 years of our lives. Previous to that, I lost my dad devastatingly. He fought cancer for a year, so brave, and he was an incredible light in so many people's lives and just the absolute backbone and strength of our family. And these songs, a lot of them came from those experiences and those journeys. And so it's great that you can get something positive like a song out of it. It's so cathartic to be able to write those words down and have a melody line and put it out there in a 4-minute or a 6-minute span. Something that affected you so much for so long and still does somehow fits into that little window of 4 to 6 minutes, which is incredible.
Angel and Jezebel.
Yes.
First of all, the word that Jezebel is such a fantastic. It's one of those words, one of those names that you heard when you were growing up. Your parents or your grandparents describing somebody of loose moral fiber who lived down the road. But you've got. So 2 versions, the rock version and the back porch version. You've got a sister as well, haven't you, who's 7 years younger than you.
Yes.
You have been quick to point out here that this isn't about you portraying yourself as the angel.
Definitely not.
What does your sister think of the track?
Actually, it was my sister's husband that called me and asked me if I needed to make a confession about anything because he needed to know if this was in any way, shape, or form about his wife. And I put him on the straight and narrow about that. And I said, I am, honestly, if she was a Jezebel, I think he would know better than I do. But I feel like we all have a little bit of angel and a little bit of Jezebel within all of us. It's that balance. It's the dichotomy between the two that keeps us human, but it is an interesting psychological experiment to see which one that poor boy would be drawn to, and we all know there's the girl that guys seem to bring home to mom, and the girls that guys don't, that they just like to have maybe that are intrigued by them. We know the girls know what's going on here, but it was just an interesting, fun little storyline brought on by the simple idea of my sister does have the dark hair and she has the dark eyes, and I'm the blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl in the family, and but as far as similarities, that's as far as it goes with that. Although, interestingly enough, my backing singer, who has the long dark hair and the dark eyes as well, her name is Jezebel.
No.
So on stage, you have her and I standing there, and it's like, and whenever I sing that part, I kind of look over at her, and she loves it. She's loving that moment.
Your children's voices heard here on Promise Me as well. Not the first time, by the way, is it that your daughter Autumn has offered contribution? She was behind Ghost of John, wasn't she?
That's right. That's right. She was.
So how do they feel about it? Do they like to be involved? Or when you go to me with a suggestion, is it something they want to do?
Well, at that point, when I recorded Promise Me, that was in 2021. So it's been a while. But I'm so happy that I captured their voices in that innocent way that they were back then. A year in the life of a child is like a lifetime. So you see them go from tiny to, they were toddlers, and turned to teenagers in the span of making this album. And now I'm the shortest one in the whole household, which is very strange. But I have a 14-year-old and a 13-year-old, and my son, who's 13, his voice has dropped probably to where yours is at this point. So him singing that at this point, I don't even think would work out, though he does have a great voice. And so at this point, I think my son is, he's too cool to sing on mommy's stuff anymore, although he does love Dark Carnival. That's his favorite song on the whole album. His favorite.
Great. It is a great track. It's an instrument. And it had, I was listening to it, it's got that sort of mythical Eastern thing going on, but it did also have a feel of Shadows of the Moon, of that album.
Yeah, or even, I find even, it's a very strange thing. When Richie and I first moved into the house, of course, every once in a while I would attempt to try to play guitar. I don't play guitar. I can't play guitar in any way, shape, or form. And he has no patience to teach someone who can't play guitar. So if you don't pick up on it right away, and I just don't. So I said, you know what? I was brought up playing piano. What if we get a piano for the house, and that way I can at least tinker on the piano a little bit, because that I'm kind of familiar with. I'm not proficient, although I am playing on Dark Carnival. That is me playing the piano on Dark Carnival. But so I can get out what I need to as far as demos and things like that, or work out songs. And so we went to a place down the road. We read in the local penny saver, just a little paper they used to have, where an elderly couple was getting rid of their furniture because they were moving to Florida. We live on Long Island, New York. So we went there and they said, listen, we're going to apologize. The piano is not a great instrument. The soundboard is cracked, but it's more, we can't just get rid of it because the family has sat around this for decades and, all sang songs at the most wonderful occasions, and we can't just leave it behind. We really want to make sure it has a good home. So, of course, we stepped up and said, we'll give it a good home. And so we took the piano, we put it in downstairs off the bar room, the dungeon bar room. And it's very dark down there. And the first time I went down there to play it, I remember, because it is off the dungeon bar room. Richie always said he didn't want a studio in the house. He wanted to be the first musician who only had a bar and no studio. He had only a dungeon bar room here, literally with medieval torture devices hanging on the walls. Hardly any lights down there at all. The walls are all very like stone, and which is why my children will never have any fear, because if you're brought up in a house like this, then you're the Addams family at the end of the road. So no, you just don't fear anything anymore. So we put the piano off the room down there, but it's very dimly lit, to the point where if there are any bulbs, Richie will color them in Sharpie marker. So it's even more dimly lit. You just can't really see down there. And I was playing, and I looked up, because that one room is surrounded by windows, and I saw a reflection behind me of a man standing there in a jacket with a hat. And I thought, oh, Richie came to hear what I'm doing. So I continued to play. And then when I finished, I looked up and he was gone. And I went, he didn't even say anything. Well, maybe he didn't want to disturb me. And so I came upstairs into the den and I said, hey, how come you didn't say anything? And he said, what do you mean? And I said, well, you were just listening, weren't you just down there? And he said, I haven't left the couch all night. So now I think that the piano came with its own ghost that just appears when I'm down there. And for some reason, when I'm channeling what the piano wants me to play, I come up with these sort of like European, like Eastern European though, melodies. So Black Roses came from that. Alone with Fate came from that. In Time, off of my first album, Reflections. And of course, this is another one, Dark Carnival. This is where it just came out, just from that piano. So somehow I am channeling some Eastern European spirit that has come with my piano that gives me these wonderful songs that I probably would not normally hear here on Long Island, New York. You're not going to hear those kind of scales. So, but that's the source of that. I have to give credit to the piano, credit where it's due.
I want to just touch briefly on your vocal and how it has changed over the years. And how do you feel when you listen back to Shadow of the Moon? And I did it earlier on today, which had this very, very innocent feel. And then hearing this depth and quality and timbre of what you produce now. How do you feel when you look back then and look and listen to what you do now? Somebody said, by the way, your voice, I remember I saw this, you have a voice that could make angels weep.
Oh, that's beautiful. I love, when you sing, and I tend to, honestly, I tend to just close my eyes and just try to channel the songs to the point where even in concert, I will often just close my eyes in a song that I am feeling so much. And I even forget that there are people out there watching, until or you'll finish a song and you'll open your eyes and the audience will just be deadly silent. And at that point that you've sort of cast a spell through your voice, through the most primal of instruments, the very first instrument ever existing, before drums, the voice, which, can strike these incredible chords, these deep emotional chords in people, and can bring people to tears. And it's just amazing because it's not like a power that you have. It's like you're part of that spell as well. It gets cast on me as well. We're all together. We're all feeling that same energy and that same vibration, I guess. But listening back to the earlier songs, and keep in mind, I had never formed a band. I was never the one saying, I'm going to be in the music industry. I mean, I wanted to be in the music industry, but probably doing what you're doing, not doing what I'm doing.
Well, you did, didn't you? You were working for the radio station.
Yeah, I did. I was working for a year and a half, but I was in different departments seeing where I could fit in, where I could help, because I just needed to be around music. Even in college, I had my own radio station where I was at my own radio show where I was like playing all this rock music and the rock candy cafe, I called it. So I had my hour there. But I loved music so much and still do. So to me, it was my breath. It was my religion. It just meant everything to me so deeply. And I just never had the confidence or thought that I would be the one front and center stage. And so when Richie asked me to sing some of these songs, I didn't have the history of the stage performance or that persona. I just was being me. And I still am me to date, but my voice was not. Your voice is a muscle. And so it wasn't trained to the point where it is now after all of these years. As you said, 30 years being on the road, singing, whether it's backup or collaborations or front and center or solo or Blackmore's Night. And I've just pushed it further and further and further. And I think it's just warmed up so I can still hit the high notes, but I think it has more of a comforting, calming, stronger quality than the innocence at the beginning. Although at the beginning, I felt like those songs, perhaps when we first started, needed that innocence. It almost feels like a different person, but it's a different application. But I feel like they were true to that time. So it's interesting to hear that girl back then, like looking at scrapbooks or, photo albums of you 30 years ago. It's the same thing for me.
And what about the potential to take this out live? Blackmore's Night working on a new album. Would you like to go out yourself with your own select band of musicians? I know you were at the Long Island Hall of Fame the other night, and you were performing there. Would you like to take this out and take it on the road for a few select dates?
It's interesting. It would be an interesting thing to do. What I actually did, we had about 6 dates we were doing with Blackmore's Night here. We did Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, some in New Jersey, a couple of them upstate. So I opened for my band. So I had the violinist on one side and the rhythm guitarist, backing vocalist on the other side, and the 3 girls, the ladies of the band, which is also a great visual because you have the red-haired violinist, gypsy violinist on one side, and you've got the dark-haired Jezebel, as we said, on the other side, and then the blonde girl in the middle. And the 3 of us just went out and we played a couple of songs off of Sea Glass. We did Promise Me, to which every time my children came in the audience, or my sister brought her littles there, or my violinist had her little girl there, they would come up on stage and they would sing that part at the end that you would hear on Sea Glass. So we would always have the children's voices within it, just showing that message resonates to the next generation and hopefully continues on, because it really is, even if you don't have children, it's a strong spiritual message for people to follow those words and that path. And then we did Unsung Hero. And the audience loved it because it was sort of like a sneak preview of what the album was coming out, that was going to be out, which is out now. So they were able to hear a couple of songs that hadn't been previously released off Sea Glass. But it is an interesting concept. It's so easy to be able to just grab the girls, go out there and do it, and then go back off stage and come back on 2 minutes later and sing with your band as well. Everybody's, consolidated and there. And as far as like doing it on my own, it's an interesting concept, and I'm still thinking about how I would work that out with travel and band members. It might be easier to open for someone, but always in the works. I'm thinking all the time. So I'm never going to say no. It's definitely a possibility that I'm thinking about at this point.
And lastly then, what is the secret of your success with Blackmore's Night and you and Richie living together and continuing to work together and, this relationship which has just blossomed to even greater levels over the course of the years in an industry which, let's be honest, things like that don't usually happen. So what is your secret? How did you make it work for this length of time? Because you might well have only been married for, 12, 15 years, but it goes back decades.
Yeah.
So it's unusual. So why and how did you make it work?
Richie and I have had our meet-iversary. My daughter calls it our meet-iversary. 35 years ago. 35. Because it took us so long to get married. I'm like, I'm not ignoring all of those years before and starting from scratch now. That's a lot of years of service before that. So I need credit for the day that we met, and then it blossomed and bloomed into, like a natural relationship, like they should. Friendship, and then more than that. And then I moved in, and then he took me on the road, and it just blossomed from there. I think it's important to recognize the differences between you and your partner, to know that they're not psychic, that they can't read your mind about your own needs and things that are going on in your head. The sounds are so loud sometimes in your head, the voices, you've got so much happening. Sometimes we forget to verbalize what's going on before we sort of lose our temper. And then why doesn't anybody understand? It's like, because you didn't talk about what's going on. And I think it's really important to recognize the differences between you and the other person. Don't try to force them into your happy place or your world. Just know that they are with you spiritually, with you, in your life. For example, I love to travel. Richie hates to travel because he's been doing it since he was 16 years old, living out of his suitcase. He can't stand it. He'd rather sleep in his own bed than sleep in a loud hotel. And I get that. If I dragged him with us, he would be miserable and ruin it for everybody. If I stayed at home, I would be miserable and ruin it for everybody. So you have to recognize, okay, honey, I'm going to go do this. He has peace and quiet in the house. I go have my adventures with the kids. I come back, and we all get to share the excitement of what we just went through. And that's just one example. But relationships they're like a garden. They don't just bloom and blossom just because they're there. You have got to get your hands dirty. You have got to pull those weeds out. You have got to tend it. You've got to water it. Communication's important, but also leaving people to have their silence and their quiet is important. Recognizing that and understanding the differences doesn't mean that they're different than you to the point where everything has to split completely. It just means they're different humans than you are. Nobody's going to be like you are. And I think trying to force people to do that is not a great idea. So there's a lot of different ways, and I'm still learning. We're all still learning, as humans, as we're evolving, as we're getting older, as we're at different stages of life. We're not the same people we were 5, 10, 15 years ago. And you just hope that as you're growing and changing, you don't do it separately to the point where you don't come back together. I try to explain to my kids, like, even I talk to them about trees, and I say, we're all, because they're very different. My son is all sports all the time. My daughter's all music all the time. And I try to, and they have a hard time connecting. And I said, if you look at a tree, we're all coming from the same root system. Your roots are your ancestors. That trunk of the tree, that's your family. And it's okay to go off on different branches because we're still all so connected by that trunk of the tree. And that's
There's a song there.
There's a song there. There's another song there. Exactly. I've got more of them. They're in here. They're all in here. I need to get them out again.
I gotta say one final thing, because I know we have slightly overrun, but it would be remiss to conclude without just asking how rich he is. I mean, you did drop something of a bombshell on the world a few weeks ago in an interview. Yes, and the new album's coming out and whatever. And yes, Richie had a heart attack a year and a half ago. Sorry?
Well, I have to say though, okay, so he does this thing called Tales from the Tavern. Because
I've seen it.
I can't get him to write a book as much as there you go, like me trying to force him to write something, even though I would love for him to write it and the world would love him to write it. It's not his comfort zone. And he says to me, a lot of the stories that I know maybe aren't the nicest things about, people. And so I can't sure. everything. And he doesn't have a filter. So once he starts talking, everything. And so he says, I'm not, that's not my medium. I'm not comfortable with that. He's much more comfortable playing the guitar than he is talking to people. So I get that. So what I try to get him to do after he's had a few drinks and he's comfortable is, hey, you want to take some questions from people? Then I sit on the bar and I crack my neck like this so I can read the words that are this tiny on the screen, and I'm reading to him as people are sending questions in, and he's in his comfort zone down in the Badger and Pussycat pub downstairs in our minstrel hall here, and so he's happy down there, and people get some information and some news. So he actually did give that information out himself. I would never say something that he has already put out there. So although I got more of the attention for saying it, it actually is when you listen to Tales from the Tavern, he did say that himself. So, but
so is he in a good place? He's in a good place though, yeah?
Oh, he's in the den watching television and having coffee right now. It's 2:00 in the afternoon. So this is musician's morning. This is musician's morning for us right now. But he just woke up. He's walking around the house. There he is right there. Hey, Rich, say hi. Hi. He's live, folks. He's still there. I don't have him locked in a cage. I promise you. He's just enjoying. He's living his best life. He's playing with the cat. He's playing his guitar. He's watching his TV. The weather is starting to change to springtime. He's going out for his walks here. And last night he came to me and said, I just wrote a new song. Do you think we should get the producer in? I said, yes, let's get the producer. I'm waiting on you. Let's do it. Let's do it. So, we will be heading into the studio again. Look, he's 80 years old. We're all going to go through health issues, health problems. He's the youngest 80 years old that you'll ever see. I mean, honestly. And whereas
he doesn't look it, does he? Let's be honest.
He doesn't act it. Let's be honest about that.
I love that. Welcome back, everybody, to the Rock and Blues Experience. And coming up on the show today, we are going to be in the company of one of rock music's most legendary voices. Lou Gramm is going to join us as we share memories from the last, 6 decades now, and talk about his solo return with a fine new album. It is called Released, and it will be out this March. Now, just looking briefly ahead, if you're a fan of Yes, then do look out for the next show, because we're going to be joined by Billy Sherwood and Jay Shellen as the band prepare to bring the Fragile tour to the stage in the UK this April. And don't forget as well, you can catch up with all of the previous editions of the show over on the website. Go to www.therockandbluesexperience.com or the YouTube channel at the Rock and Blues Experience, and of course on Facebook as well. We recently caught up with Thunder's Danny Bowes to talk about the release of the remastered edition of Thunder Live. And whilst we were on the subject of live gigs, he recalled the night back in the 1970s when he and an equally young Luke Morley went off to see Steve Marriott and his All-Stars live down the Old Kent Road at a very famous boxing venue.
We went to see Steve Marriott one day when we were kids. Pre-mobile phones, pre-social media. It was in the 70s and it was a hot summer. And I remember I got a phone call from somebody who said, have you heard Steve Marriott has got a band playing at the Thomas à Becket in the Old Kent Road. Thomas à Becket was the famous boxing pub.
Yeah.
Above it was a boxing gym, but below they used to have bands on. And I said, you're joking? He said, no. Steve Marriott. It's called Steve Marriott All-Stars. They're playing at Thomas à Becket. It's a secret gig. It's tonight. I said, you are joking. How am I going to get there? I don't care. I have to get there. So I rang Luke and said, have you heard? And he said, no. I said, right, I'll see you up there. So he and I basically went there on the bus to see Steve Marriott's All-Stars. And I'll never forget it. It was chocker. Absolutely chocker. There wasn't, you couldn't get a fag paper in the room. There were so many people there. And they played the set. And I never forget, he came on and he said, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're blind drunk. and then you could see people looking around and say, is that the name of the band or is it the state of the band? And then a bit later he said, that's what we call ourselves because we are. And honestly, there was a point when they finished the show, they disappeared, and then we're all screaming for more. They came back out to do the next song, and the drummer sat on his drum stool and then fell off backwards. And Steve, never forget it, Steve Marriott said to him, get up. He said, I can't. He said, get up. He said, I can't get up. He said, get up or you're sacked. He said, you have to sack me because I can't get up. And that was exactly what happened. Honestly, we saw him in the pub and he was just absolutely imperious. I mean, it was just, so on top of his game, such a fantastic presence. Even with the alcohol, he was just brilliant.
Well, it's good to see Danny in such good form. And you can see that feature in full on the website and YouTube now. And Brian Greenway from Canadian rock royalty April Wine was on the last show. They, of course, are heading out on a mega arena tour with Triumph shortly. Now, here's a clip with Brian recording the day that the band took the stage in front of, 100,000 people or so in Germany to play their set. And in their set was a version of the King Crimson classic 21st Century Schizoid Man. And watching from the side of the stage was Robert Fripp and the whole King Crimson band and entourage. 21st Century Schizoid Man, whose idea was that? Because it's a great version.
Oh, thank you. That was Steve Lang. Once again, my friend Steve Lang, the late Steve Lang, unfortunately. But I even went to high school with him. So, looking back at my life, at important people that influenced me, that got me where I'm going, he would be one of them. So when Steve got into April Wine and I got into April Wine, we were messing around in rehearsal and waiting for Miles to come in, and Steve started messing around with the song, and we all sort of knew it, bits and pieces, and we started picking it up, and we said, oh, we should learn that, So we did, and when we recorded it, Nick Blagona, the engineer at the studio, he had been on the original King Crimson recording, but he listened to the session and he said, so he knew how to construct the song. You just didn't record it, you constructed it. And so we did the basic track. I think it was in 10 segments, and then layered on the other rest of the instruments. And he said, congratulations, because you did it in 10 segments. King Crimson, I think they did it in 6. And I said, oh, okay, then we're not so bad. Once it was done, and when I went to sing it, I said, Nick, the vocal is pretty interesting on that song. How do you want me to sing it? I'm not Robert Fripp, and I don't sing that way. He says, Brian, I want to hear teeth. So he got it. And then when we played in 1978 in Midsummer's Golden Night Festivals in Nuremberg and Wiesbaden, Germany, King Crimson was on the show, as well as
Jethro Tull
and Neil Young and Michael Schenker and Cheetah. And King Crimson was on right after us. And we all had little trailers behind the stage. Neil Young had his own big stage, a huge concert stage. There were 2 huge concert stages. It was incredible. I've never seen anything like it before and or after. And we had little caravans, like you see behind a little Austin Mini or something, as dressing room trailers. The whole band could not fit in it at the same time. And they had little signs on it with written in Sharpie, King Crimson, April Wine. So we're all hanging out together. And I asked Tony Levin, I said, are you guys playing 21st in the show? He says, no. Good. I said, well, because we do a version of it. He says, we're anxious to hear it. So when we were playing it on stage, everyone from King Crimson was up there, including Robert Fripp, who's sitting on the side of the stage like Robert does,
It's a great story, that, and there's plenty more in the main feature. It is out now on the website and YouTube. And so then to Lou Gramm, who without doubt is one of the all-time great voices of rock music. In fact, he's one of the all-time great voices of any music. He's preparing to release a new solo album. It is called Released, and it will be out in March. And it really does keep the legacy very much alive with a collection of fine AOR FM radio rock. We met up this week to share a few tales from the last 60-odd years and to look forward to the album's release. I wanted to begin with what was your moment of enlightenment, really, like so many of the generation that it came on Sunday night, the Ed Sullivan Show, and seeing the Beatles. And it is impossible, isn't it, to comprehend just how many kids of your generation would be inspired from seeing them. And that's how it kicked off for you.
Yes, it did. And I'd heard their songs already. I already liked their songs a lot. And I think they had 3 singles out by the time they played on the Ed Sullivan Show. And ladies and gentlemen, the Beatles. and quick flash to the stage, and they started right in. I think it might have been Love Me Do first. I think they played. Then they played I Want to Hold Your Hand.
And you wanted to be a drummer as a kid when you were growing up.
I was a drummer.
You were in the school marching band.
I was in the school marching band, and even before that, when I was about 12 years old, my dad went to his brother's house, and got me a set of Gretsch drums that his brother used to play. They were a 1936 set of Gretsch drums. The bass drum was huge, and the tom-toms clipped on the rims, and I had to put the seat way up so I could even play them. It was crazy, but I loved it. And a couple years later, I got a set of drums that fit my size a little bit better.
The singing, the moment that you find a voice in front of an audience is also a great story, because you're in your band and you step in to sing Stop in the Name of Love with your band. So you do the one song and everybody is fabulously impressed.
Yeah, the audience loved it, and I really enjoyed singing it. And from that point forward, I started singing a couple more songs with the band. We had a lead singer, and he was very good. But I sang harmonies to him mostly. But eventually I got 2 or 3 songs to sing by myself. And I felt fantastic singing them. What was a little difficult was putting the emotion of the song to the audience from behind a big set of drums.
Not an easy song to sing, by the way. That.
No, I know. It actually is a very cool song.
So it sounds like you had a musical home as well, didn't you? You grew up, your dad, Benny, was a trumpet player. He was a band leader. Your mother is a singer in Benny Goodman's big band. I mean, this is incredible. So you've got music around your house from the time you're old enough to hear.
My dad played lead trumpet, and he played with he just played a 12 piece horn band, and the audiences loved him, but they started saying, "You need to get a singer. You need to get a good singer so you can have a voice and some great lyrics to these songs you're playing." Because they weren't playing original songs; they were playing all the hit songs from that era.
Sure.
And they auditioned about 4 or 5 girl singers, and the one girl that they got to sing with them ended up being my mother.
It's a great story. It's a great story. So, I mean, it's a great time for you to be growing up as well in the 60s and 70s. I mean, you saw some incredible gigs. I remember seeing that you saw Free open for Dr. Hook and the Medicine Show.
Yes.
The New York Academy of Music.
Never made sense to me, that billing.
What did you think first time you heard Paul Rogers singing?
Blew me away. And Andy Fraser on bass, and Simon Kirke on drums, and Paul Kossoff on guitar. You know, that's before Paul was not as ill as he later became.
Yeah,
sure. He was still playing great, really great. And they brought the house down.
And so who were your vocal influences at that time? I mean, after you've discovered this amazing voice, who were your influences, if indeed you had any that you modeled your career?
Oh, I did, yeah. It was definitely John Lennon. Mm. It was Steve Marriott, Steve Winwood.
Yeah, some great names, icons of the industry. Now, Black Sheep, some people may forget or may not know even how close you came to breaking the big time. They were the first band on the Chrysalis record label, and that debut album was extremely well received at the time. I went back and looked over some of the reviews that I could find. You actually did a Paul Rogers song on that album as well, didn't you?
I don't think so. What was it? Do you remember?
It was Woman.
Oh, yes, it was Woman. Yes, we did.
So you're touring with some rising and some really established stars. And I was looking back 52 years ago this month, you were with Hall & Oates at Alex Cooley's Electric Ballroom.
In Atlanta.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Peter Frampton at the Academy of Music.
Yes, that's right. Later on, we toured with Kiss.
This was it, wasn't it? This was the moment, and that infamous night. You've had this fabulous gig, haven't you? Where you've got the standing ovation and rave reviews. And you're asked to go back on stage.
And we played one more song, and then we changed our clothes and sat down in the audience and listened to Kiss, and they were great.
But that wasn't the end of the story, was it? Because it was that night on the drive home.
The guys in the band and we had a band station, a big Pontiac wagon. We took off and headed for home. And it started to snow as we were driving home. And I got into my house about 5 a.m. At about 6 a.m, I got a call from the head of our crew. And he said the snow turned to ice, and somewhere between Albany and Syracuse, they slid off the New York State Thruway off the road, and the truck tipped over. And I says, "Are you guys all right?" He says, "We got some bumps and bruises." He says, "But we're all right." He says, "The thing is," he says, "we had a semi come, flatbed pick up the truck and bring it to a gas station. The gas station wasn't open, so they parked it. They just put the truck down in the driveway, and they left. So the truck's here, the gas station's not open, we're freezing, and we don't know what to do." So I says, So I got dressed. I told him I'd come pick him up. I got dressed. I turned around, picked up Bruce Turgan, the bass player. We went back to where they were, somewhere between Albany and Syracuse, and picked them up. When we got there, we tried to get the back door open to see what the equipment looked like. It was jammed. So we took the guys back, dropped them off at their house. They had a good Christmas day, a little tired, but it was okay. But the next morning, Monday morning, a couple of us went back to where the truck is to see if we could get the door open, and the guys at the gas station already had it open. And what we saw was horrendous. We saw the legs of the B3 torn right off. You know, the legs that come out on it?
Sure. Yeah.
Torn off. We saw the drums, the cases broken, and the drums laying out in the bottom of the truck, and they weren't round, they were oblong. Because other heavy stuff fell on top of the drums. So they were not round anymore, they were oblong. The Marshall amps, the mic stands ended up going through the bottom of the amps and spearing the speakers, and the heads that were on top of the amps fell off, and it was just crushed glass from the tubes.
It's incredible.
So we were sick. We were supposed to be in Florida by the 28th of May to do our next show with Kiss. We were on the whole tour with Kiss, and that was going to sell us a lot of albums because of our first show with them. We got a standing ovation. We felt that the rest of the shows would be very good for us.
Sure.
So we didn't know what to do.
But nobody saw the potential there and just said, "Okay, guys, we'll give you some money. You can go out and get some kit." I mean, it looks now obviously tremendously short-sighted.
Well, we talked to Kiss's tour manager, and he said, "Ask your parents if they could front you some money." He says, "If you're on this tour, you're going to sell a lot of albums. You're going to make a lot of money from touring. You could pay them back." And so we asked our parents, but at that time, in America, it was a bad recession. People were digging into their savings accounts just so they could make their mortgage payments and stuff. So our parents said, "Listen, we'd do anything to help you, but we don't have any money now." So then we talked to his tour manager again. He says, "Look," he says, "Capitol just spent a lot of money making an album for you guys. Tell them that they're throwing a lot of money away because you're going to be making a lot of money on this tour and record sales too. Why would they be so short-sighted?" So we went back and had this girl at Capitol that we knew to ask the higher-ups if they could just front us some money until the end of the tour. And she said she would get back to us by the end of the day. Well, she called about 7 at night, and she says, "I don't know how to tell you this, but they're not going to do that, and they're dropping you from the label."
Oh, it's unbelievable. But out of tragedy, of course, comes the stuff of legend. You know, Trigger, which becomes Foreigner, the debut album.
Well, let me proceed this by telling you that Spooky Tooth played in Rochester at the Auditorium Theater. And Black Sheep's manager was a representative for A&M Records, which Spooky Tooth was on. So we got tickets to go see them and backstage passes to go meet them after the show. So met all the guys. I knew some of their names and stuff, you know, and I met Mick for the first time, and I had the 2 Black Sheep albums under my arm. So we talked to a bunch of the guys, and when they were getting ready to go, I gave the 2 albums to Mick. I says, "Thanks for talking to us. You guys sounded fantastic. Here's a couple of our albums. This is what we're all about. I hope you enjoy them." So about 6 months later, after the truck crashed and stuff, my dad called me while I was hanging out with the guys in Black Sheep trying to figure out what to do. And my dad called me. I went outside and I says, what do you want, Dad? He says, "Some guy named Mick Jones just called me to have you call him." So I called him, and he says, "Hey, Lou," he says, "this is Mick. I remember meeting you." Yeah, I said, "Yeah, Mick, how's it going?" It's going okay. He says, "I left Spooky Tooth." He says, "I'm starting my own band. I have management. I have a great place to rehearse, and we're starting to write songs, and we're going to send demos of the songs out to record companies and see if we can get signed. He says, I loved your vocals on your Black Sheep songs. He says, would you consider coming to audition for my new band? And I said, Mick, I says, that's a great offer. I says, but I can't just walk out on my band now. We're just about to break up, but I can't just leave. I said, I have to see this through. Can you wait about 2 or 3 weeks? He says, I'll call you back in 2 or 3 weeks. So he called back, and by that time I told the guys that I was going to audition for Mick Jones' new band and this and that, and they said, go get him, Lou. You're gonna make it big. I just know you are. So I went to the audition. I sang "Feels Like the First Time," "At War with the World," and "Woman Oh Woman."
Mm-hmm.
And I never sang the songs before, so they had the instruments all recorded and the drums and everything. And Mick would sing me the melodies of the songs, and he had a lyric sheet in front of me, so I would follow along on the lyric sheet. And then I went out and I ran through each song about 2 or 3 times, and then I sang it for real. And Mick was going, "That's great, Lou." And then we moved on to the next one. So I sang 3 of them like that, and those 3 songs were the ones they sent. My audition was the songs they sent to the record companies to garner a deal.
It's a great story. And you headed out, after the album came out, you headed out on that Around the World in 42 Days, which culminated with those shows in London. And the DVD or the CD, I was watching the film of it the other night, it's fantastic. Brilliant sound quality. I mean...
What film was that now? Is that the one?
It was the London show from 78. But you guys were off and running within minutes of that album going out. You're in that, you're out on that festival. What was it? The Big Day Out on the Green with the Eagles.
Day on the Green.
Yeah, Hart and Steve Miller. I mean, what do you remember about
and Fleetwood Mac and the Eagles too.
Yeah.
Yep. And so we were in the dressing room at about 7 a.m. and the promoter, Bill, what was his name?
Bill Graham. So
he came to our dressing room, and we were supposed to be on at 8 o'clock in the morning. First band on. So he came to our dressing room about 7:15, and he took Mick and I onto the stage while they were setting up our equipment. And the whole place was empty. And then right at 8 o'clock, he says, "Watch this." And you see the doors, the big doors open, and people are running onto the field, with their backpacks and drinks and everything. And they put their blankets down and sit down, and that was their spot for the whole show. And by the time we were getting off the stage, it was over half full already.
So for that early in the morning?
For that early in the morning, it was incredible.
I'm not going to delve too deep into those peak years because the stories have been told 1,000 times, and I want to move on to the solo project. But there were a couple of simple mission statements that you almost had at the time that kept things simple. And one of them was always steer clear of politics and social commentary, but obviously relationships and feelings, that's okay. And another one of your quotes, which was, "We try to make things simple, catchy, and timeless." And as we saw over that decade, you stayed true to both of those statements.
Mission accomplished.
It was, wasn't it?
Yes. And I think that first album was a home run, all things considered. It got a lot of airplay.
Incredible times and achievements. What, in your opinion, do you think was, this is the impossible question, really, but which was the best foreigner song? Which did you like to sing the most?
Early on, I liked Hot Blooded. We were playing this huge festival in California. I can't remember what the name of it was, but we played our whole first album, and we were still working on the Double Vision album. And we played the whole first album, and we were coming off the stage, and they kept on wanting more. And so the band had a huddle. What are we going to play? and Mick says, "Let's play Hot Blooded," but they've never heard that. He says, "No time like the present." So we got back on stage to answer our encore, and we played Hot Blooded. The only thing was, I hadn't done the vocals yet, and I had 2 verses done. I didn't know what to sing for the 3rd verse. So we did the 2 verses and came to the 3rd verse, and I sang the 2nd verse again. But that gave us a standing ovation. People went crazy for that because they never heard it, but they loved it.
So let's move on then to the new album that's released, the solo album number 3 after Ready or Not and 89's Long Hard Look, both of which, again, people may need reminding, had significant success at the times. Now, these songs on the new album were written in the sessions for those albums. So did they need much work to complete?
They needed a last verse, and they needed a guitar solo, and some vocal ad-libs at the end, and some guitar riffing at the end. But a majority of the song was finished, mixed and mastered.
Yeah.
So we just had to touch it up and get those parts mixed and mastered, and the song would be complete. So that's what we did. We didn't replay the whole song. We picked up where we left off.
And you said as well that about it being a nostalgia trip, but this is a good nostalgia trip. Some of them aren't good nostalgia trips, but this is a good one because this is absolute classic AOR. A couple of plays in, and you feel like you've known the songs all your life. I mean, it does. I hate to say this, but it is like going back to 1982. 83, and it's like, well, here's the new Foreigner album.
That's a compliment.
Well, it is.
Sounds like a follow-up to 4.
You've got the single then, Lightning Strikes, which was the second track. Walk the Walk. Now, I love Walk the Walk.
Isn't that a cool
great? It's a fantastic track, and it's got a real feel, I have to say, it's got a feel of Dirty White Boy.
A little bit.
A little bit. It has, doesn't it? But each track is very subtly different. They don't blend, and it's not literally, AOR after AOR. There's lots of subtle differences. Long Gone.
That's a cool song.
Yeah, I'm looking at the lyrics as well because I'm long gone, down the road again, places where I've been, people that I've seen, made me who I am.
I really love that song.
Great stories being told in all of them. Heart and Soul, and then Long Hard Look. And again, this has got another great line on it because when you see me now, you'll know what it took.
Yeah, I like that. I hope that a lot of those songs get AOR airplay.
True Blue Unplugged. Because
that was a song that was on an earlier solo album, but it had regular band instrumentation, and I love the song, but I didn't feel that the first version of it allowed it to reach its best version, and so we recorded it again, this time using a grand piano that was outdoors.
Yeah.
So the natural acoustic vibe of it was just spectacular. And then we had, I think my brother Ben, who's my drummer in my band, played percussion. And I can't remember what else other than the vocals, But it sounds so much better on this album than it did on the other one.
There's a lot of deep philosophy going on here as well with the lyrics, talking about how had enough of my yesterdays and the mistakes I made, had enough of the dark side of my life. So embracing the future then, and there's still a lot to do. Yeah.
Yes.
And for me, the next track, which I imagine you would have been sat down having an argument about which track to release as a single, because Time Heals the Pain has got huge hit written all over it.
I think so too. We're talking about that for the third single.
Yeah. I mean, it's just got radio airplay written all over it. And again, you're talking about the AOR field. When you get to it's track number 10, which was Word Gets Around. This then reverts all the way back, I thought, to the 77, 78 time with a classic 70s foreigner rock song vibe.
Right. I agree.
There's nothing in here that is going to disappoint anybody. It's great to listen to, and your voice is on fantastic form. The voice is ageless, really.
I don't know if I told you this early in the interview, but I think 37 years sober.
And that's key.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's funny. Do you know, I was talking to another legend of the music scene from New York, Dion DiMucci, and I was saying, how have you managed to keep your voice in such? He just said, at the end of the 60s, I gave it all up. That is the key to the longevity. But it does remind me of a quote talking about you, which appeared in, I think it was Circus magazine in the States. And they were describing your voice, and he just said, Lou Gramm, a voice that Robert Plant might envy.
Did you know I performed with him in Jimmy Page?
Yes, you did, and you did a whole lot of love, didn't you?
Yes, it was in Birmingham, England.
Yeah.
What a treat that was. We didn't even know they were there. We came off. We played our final song and came off to rest a minute before we went out for our encore. And there they were sitting in our dressing room. And I had never met them before, but I met them and they were buzzed about how great we sounded. And you know, they're old friends of Mick's. So they were hugging each other and laughing and had a drink and all that stuff. And then Mick says, "You're not leaving, are you?" And they said, "Well, we hadn't intended to," you know, giving him a look like, "Come on, invite us." And he says, "Come on, get your guitar. Let's go up on stage. What do you want to play?" So we played Lucille. And then we played Whole Lot of Love. And then we did Jukebox Hero.
Brilliant. That reminds me of Mutt Lange. When you went in to first lay your vocal track down on that, and he'd come off of working with AC/DC, and he wanted you to sing the opening line to that in the same manner that AC/DC would have.
Yeah, real high and screechy. And I said, Mutt, I says, there's some qualities of this song that roughly could remind you of AC/DC. I says, but if I start that song in the stratosphere, where am I going to go from there? I've got to sing that high Jukebox Hero. You think I can get higher than that to sing it? And he goes, well, he says, you know, I says, with all respect to AC/DC, we like to start our songs a little, you know,
lower down the scale.
Lower down the scale and a little mysterious, you know, and then move up the scale and hammer it down on the chorus. And he goes, oh yeah, I understand. You know, it was like I hurt his feelings or something. But after I recorded the vocals, he came over to me and he goes, "I see exactly what you mean. Great job."
And lastly, then, I mean, I know there is a tendency for people to veer onto negative territory, but I always like the lighter moments. And yes, looking back at some of these stories, is your favourite tale of your foreigner times when you were on that journey from West Virginia to Michigan and you left Mick at a gas station overnight for 4 hours? And it wasn't until his mother rang you realized he wasn't on the coach.
That was amazing. It was from Myrtle Beach to Seattle. That's how long it was.
Oh,
Carolina, right? Myrtle Beach, Carolina. And then we had to travel after the show from Myrtle Beach and be in Seattle for the show the next night. Everybody was on the bus after the show, cleaned themselves up and everything. We're ready to go. We're watching a movie. Some of us nodded out. Somebody was playing cards and stuff. And so after about 3 or 4 hours, the bus driver said that he had to pull in and top the gas tank off. There's a great little 7-Eleven there. Why don't you go and get some snacks and stuff, and we'll be leaving. So everybody in the band got off the bus and went into there. We were buying snacks and stuff, and the bus driver was putting gas in the truck. Then we came back and got on the truck. We started going again. Now, when we got off the truck, Mick had his curtain pulled over his bed. In other words, like a do not disturb. So when we came back on the truck, the curtain was still pulled there. So we assumed he was still sleeping. We drove all the way, 3/4 of the way to Seattle, and all of a sudden, our tour manager was Kevin, Mick's younger brother. All of a sudden, Kevin picks up his phone. He goes, "What, Mom? What?" He goes, "My God in heaven, I can't believe this, So he says, "Hang on a minute." So he goes, "Guess what, guys? When we got off the bus and did our shopping, we came around the front. While we were coming around the front, Mick got out of his bunk, pulled the curtain over the bunk, got out and went around the back. So as we were getting on the bus, he was going in the 7-Eleven. And the driver just pumped the gas till it was full, got on the truck and says, "Everybody here?" And we saw that the curtain over Mick's bunk, and we said, "Yeah, let's roll." So what we found out later was when we had to go back and pick him up. It was another 3.5. We got to Seattle. It was another 3.5 hours back to get him. Another 3 hours back to back to where we were. And when we got there, we had 20 minutes before we went on, and we hadn't slept all night. So when Mick got back on after he cooled down a little bit, he says he went in there and was going to buy some snacks for himself. And as he was looking around, he saw the bus pull away. And he reached for his phone. Wasn't there. Reached for his wallet. Wasn't there. So he asked the guy if he could make a long distance call. And the guy says, "To where?" And he says, "England." And the guy says, "Oh yeah, I'm going to let you make a long distance call, collect to England." And Mick says, you don't understand, that was my tour bus. I'm Mick Jones. I'm with Foreigner. They left me here. And the place was packed. And the guy gets on his little microphone. He goes, "Hey guys, we got a special guest here. Mick Jones, a lead guitarist from Foreigner." The guys in his band pulled away with the bus and they left him here. And you can hear you can hear the laughing from the people in the place, But he let Mick make a call to his mother and told his mother what happened. And then his mother called Kevin, his brother, on the bus. And Kevin goes, "He's not?" And then he goes over and pulls the curtain back and nobody's in the bunk. So we went 3.5 hours towards Seattle before we found that out. Then we had to turn around and go 3.5 back to pick him up. Then 3.5 and 3.5 to get to Seattle. So by the time we got there, it was less than a half hour before we went on. We weren't showered. We weren't changed. So we're all trying to change, get our suitcase out and change in the bus. It was mayhem. So when we went on, we were a little tipsy and sleep deprived, and we played the show of our lives.
Lou Gramm, and the album release is out in March, and it looks like it's going to be his final year. He did say when he came off air that come the year's end, after performing with Foreigner as part of the 50th anniversary celebrations, he will be, quote, hanging it up after 56 years. It's going to be a very hot ticket, that then, indeed. That is it for this edition of the show. Don't forget, up next, it is Billy Sherwood and Jay Shellen of Yes. And also keep an eye out too for Suzi Quatro, who will be coming in as well. Well, thank you very much for your company. I look forward to welcoming you all back next time around. Until then, don't forget to head to the website or Facebook and YouTube to catch up, and if you want to get in touch. But until next time, for the moment, from me, Tim Cable, bye-bye for now. I was trying to think of how to sum up your status or where you are as this guitar hero, and I came across a great quote, and it said, "I can't think of a greater guitar icon than somebody who has the musical intellect to change what was there before and take music in a different direction." Now that, to me, seems to sum you up completely. And that, by the way, was Jimmy Page.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. It's hard for me to think that. I mean, somebody like Jimmy or, and Jeff Beck and Jimi Hendrix, those guys really made a change. Because I think these guys had very few manuals to resort to do their thing. Somebody like me had a lot more library books to find to create my own thing. So I really think the credit goes to people like, obviously way long ago, Charlie Christian and Les Paul and Wes Montgomery and all these guys. If we're considering blues rock and rock guitar, I mean, you think about what the small amount of information Jimi Hendrix had and Jeff Beck had to create this whole new thing. And, I think also in the 80s, obviously, or late 70s or 80s, Eddie Van Halen, when he reinvented the way you approach the fretboard. I think those kind of people made more of a monumental change. I mean, I have my own little things that make my signature. But I think I had a lot more manuals to resort to create my own thing. That these pioneers really of blues rock really deserve a lot of the credit, I think.
The guitar in particular is an instrument that can intimidate. I remember a great quote from Lemmy, from Motorhead, saying, he was asked, "What did you learn from Jimi Hendrix?" And he said, "Yeah, well, I learned give up the guitar and actually rely on bass." But the opposite true for you then, growing up. It was a source of great inspiration. The first guy that I think I'm right in saying that had a big effect on you was Floyd Edwards before it moved on to all of the Beatles, the Stones.
Well, Noki Edwards.
Yeah.
I think maybe. Was his name Floyd?
Yeah, his name was Floyd Noki Edwards.
Oh my gosh. Well, you just taught me something I never knew. Floyd Noki Edwards. Well, absolutely. Because he was a great guitar player and he, great sound, and when I grew up in that period, guitar was pretty much, wow, listen to that. That's a sound you've never heard before, and nowadays you've heard, it's like if you went to the grocery store and somebody, oh, look, we went around across the world and got this kiwi fruit. Oh my God, a kiwi fruit, and nowadays they out of kiwi fruit, we can get them anywhere. I mean, it really is a little bit like that, you know what I mean? It's like that was the burgeoning beginning, and you heard Noki play, and then when I heard the Yardbirds, and I was like, wow, some of that guitar playing, I was like, wow, it sounds like a saxophone or a violin, and that really, and it's just a great sound, it lured you in sonically so that you were interested in hearing what somebody had to talk about. But initially, it was the sound that oh wow, and then that gave you the desire to be attentive to what they had to say.
And that obviously led to Hendrix, Cream, and the Yardbirds. What was interesting about your approach, even in those very early days, was the fact that your ear was open to everything. James Taylor, Joni Mitchell, Simon and Garfunkel, Stevie Wonder was a big influence. So you have all of these big mixture of sounds rather than just the one style.
I think they all, if you look behind the curtain on all of them, it's just good music, and it's deep technique, but the technique is subordinated to create good music. It's the fuel, but it's not the focus as much.
You listen to a varied selection of music because I think you said at the time, if I only listen to guitar players, then you'll only ever emulate a guitar player. That is why I was open to everything.
Yeah, and I started on piano, so my first love was all sorts of piano music. And my dad loved music, and when I was really like 3, 4, 5 years old, I would see how he would just laugh and cry over. He'd be transported by music, and I thought, wow, what is this music thing that's so magnetic and so uplifting to my father? And so I when I 3 years old hearing Elvis Presley, and Scotty Moore, and you start at that was your 0 point of starting. Oh yeah, guitar's supposed to sound to be played like that, and so it's a good alphabet to be introduced to music in.
You had 6 years, didn't you, for playing the piano from the age of 5 before you got that guitar. And you've said on many occasions, you said, listen, every guitar player should learn how to play the piano.
I kind of feel every musician should. And it doesn't mean they have to become a great pianist, but I don't think they have to, but I think it's an opportunity, because when you sit at the piano, if you were building a house and you had a chance to go up get a balcony view and look, oh, here's the property, here's where I want to, you know what I mean? You can, like send a thing up to take pictures of it, so you could, you know what I mean? And with the piano, you have the ability to get a balcony view of, wow, the bass and the rhythm and the lead, and you can kind of, and it doesn't quarantine you into the limitations of the instruments much. I think a piano's laid out one of the most unlimited instruments there is. You can play chords, you can play 3 parts at once, and you certainly can do that on guitar, like people like Doyle Dykes and Tommy Emmanuel and Richard Smith. Those guys can play 3 parts at once on the guitar. But I think that the piano really is a great writing instrument and a great balcony view tool to kind of see what you're trying to do. Plus, it doesn't, like if you just only myopically look at your own instrument like you were mentioning, you're going to be more, you're not going to keep an open mind. You won't be introduced to such an open mind that you would if you look at it from a different dilated viewpoint,
This is actually then, when you think about it, your 60th year playing guitar. It's 1965. I mean, apart from the fact that whatever you do in your life, you're obviously doing well, because you don't look anything near some 70 years of age, I've got to say.
Wow.
But what do you remember about that day that you picked up the Fender Music Master?
Oh man,
that was the first one, wasn't it?
Yeah. And before I did that, I was like looking at all the catalogs. Of course, I wanted the Jaguar. That was the swinging surf instrument. You see these guys on surfboards, Jaguars. Oh, that's it. I mean, I got to get a Jaguar. But I started on a Music Master. And that was cool. I mean, just the paint and the case and the way they smelled and the whole persona and advertisements that Fender did. It was like a whole nother generation of swinging
Was it
60s.
a Christmas present or a birthday present, or just because you were a talented musician?
Well, as I just hounded my dad to go to J.R. Reed Music Company downtown Austin and say, "Come on, I want to buy a guitar," and so he finally relented.
And the first song that you learned to play, "Cheating Heart" by Hank Williams.
Yeah, that was before I got the guitar. My dad took me over. Well, no, my dad took me over to a friend's house. It was the first time I ever got to even pick up a guitar, and he had a Stella acoustic, and he was teaching me "Your Cheating Heart."
Brilliant. Now, like so many kids, certainly it seems prodigies of the time. You used to sneak out the house when nobody was looking, when you were in your teenage years, down to the Jade Room on a Tuesday night to sit in there and just sort of stay out of the way of everybody to just watch. I mean, for somebody that young, because you were quite young, getting in there and sitting down and seeing all this live music for the first time. I mean, how did it make you feel?
Oh, it was great. There was a guitar player named Johnny Richardson, and he was great. I owe a lot to him on learning to play guitar. I don't think if he knew it, but I'd go down there Tuesday night and hear him play in this band, and I'd just marvel at his playing. He's one of the best players in Austin. And it was just, I was 14 years old, but the club would let me in if I'd just stay in the back, and just like... listen. They didn't want me up at the bar or dancing with all the older women, I guess. I don't know. But,
I love it.
Yeah.
When you think about it, the young talents and those prodigies, not many of them got to do what you did. Literally within 12 months, you're already in a band, Mariani, it was at the time, and you end up jamming and hanging out with Johnny Winter. I mean, most kids would have been so starstruck they wouldn't have been able to actually speak or pick an instrument up, but you're up there jamming together. And
well, I got to, that was a big highlight for me, getting to meet him. It was great. And I'd seen him play live before. He was amazing. When he first came out, he was so raw blues too. He played just a guitar straight in the amp and sang, and it was just very, very different for the time,
Yeah. And what was it he said about you? He said, when I heard him play when he was 16 years of age, this is him talking about you, I wished I'd been able to play like that when I was his age. The compliments and the superlatives being offered up for you right from an early age. I mean, some people it would have maybe affected, or it would have added increased pressure, but it didn't seem to do that to you. But for somebody of his stature to say that must have made you feel like you're walking on air.
It was a great night for me when I got to meet him, and he played my guitar and stuff, and I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. Yeah.
Now, when you think about it, you're one of the hottest talents around. You're being written about. Everybody had heard about you. Everybody who knows you are. This is the era without social media as well. So, you're having to do extraordinary things to get into magazines, on radio and television and whatever. Did the fact that you were likened by so many people to like a young Jeff Beck or a young Johnny Wood, did that intimidate you at all? Or did you just feed off of it?
Well, I think you go through a period where you kind of live in your own legacy, and like, oh, I'm this, I'm that, and then all of a sudden, if you're lucky, you get that whole thing cracked in half and busted, and realize, wow, what the heck was I thinking? It's like, I mean, it's okay to be confident. You got to believe in yourself. You got to love yourself. That's kind of that's the compass by which we perform in life and love others and do everything. So that goes without saying. But I think if you keep your eyes open a little bit, and you get that bubble gets burst pretty easily. You don't have to look very far to hear great musicians that have explored certain musical terrain that you can only dream of, and so you have a choice. I think you get it. hit a fork in the road as you're growing and learning, and you go, well, you can just retreat to, your closet and believe whatever you want, if that's what you want to do in this potential illusion. And you can think this or think that, but if you really keep your eyes open, you go, my gosh, like you don't have to look far or listen, to hear just incredible, stuff that people have done, and if I come up, oh, look at this thing I'm doing, this is cool, nobody else done this, and then all of a sudden I'll hear somebody, oh, not only have they done it, I did it 30 years ago, I did it twice as good as I did, and that's the reality. So it's just whether you want to live in reality or live in your comfortable bubble, and that's pretty limiting, and at some point if you can break that, you remain a student, you remain childlike, not childish, but childlike and a student. And I think it's essential. No matter what job you do, no matter what you do, it's really, it's the best place to be, because you're open your eyes and you're seeing what reality really is, instead of having to go and retreat into this thing,
You worked as a session player with some real A-list talent, Cat Stevens, Carole King, Christopher Cross. How did that enhance your musical education at the time? Or were you viewing it as just something that you had to do?
No, it was great. I've always loved, like you were mentioning, Joni Mitchell and Bob Dylan and Simon and Garfunkel, Bert Jantz, and the list. It was, and Stevie Wonder, of course, as songwriters. And there's such a list of people that just write great songs. And so working with Chris or Carol or Kat I was able to be a observer to great songwriters, and that was huge for me. I remember sitting around once when Carol started just playing piano by herself, and she went through all these tunes, and they were all like #1 hits. I was like, wow, did you write that? And there's stuff, she wrote like 50 #1 hits that, and a lot of them she never did herself. She wrote them for other people. The Goffin and King, the Brill Building.
Yeah.
And she'd do this song, and I go, oh, wow, I remember that. And every time, just over and over, it's like she wrote them all. I was like, I didn't know you wrote that, It's amazing, But, so it was great to be a fly on the wall and see people like that. And it's fun I enjoy backing other people up. I actually enjoy it. I think it's not a matter of wanting to be center stage, but you want to feel like you're being utilized,
Yeah, I get it.
So at one point I felt like, well, I guess I'll just go study guitar and do my own thing, and try to learn more,
So tell me, you read a lot. You've had a career that's been going back six decades or so. And sometimes you see parts of the story and you think, well, I wonder if that's true. So did it really happen that in 84 it's Prince that sees you on that TV program, Austin City Limits, and he's the one that recommends you to Warner Brothers? Is that folklore, or did that actually happen?
It supposedly happened, but I don't know. I never talked to Prince. I never met him. But that's what I was told. And I kind of don't take it I take it more as folklore, because I don't know. But I do know that I had been talking to Warner Brothers for 3 years, and it was like nothing was going on. And then the very next day, they're like, okay, we're going to, it's like, wow, somebody flipped the switch. I don't know why, all of a sudden, it's like they went from, well, we don't know what to do with you two. Oh, we want to work with, so I don't know. It could be. That's what I was told.
Well, so Touch Papers lit then. You signed on to Warner Brothers. You seemed like you were picking up Grammy nominations literally on an annual basis. I think Zap was the first one. The music press are all over you. Again, at this time, with that spotlight on you, was there pressure for you to produce? Because the debut album got incredible reviews.
Yeah, I think it was. The first album we did relatively quick, and the second album was kind of a pressure, because I had decided, man, I want to really make a definitive guitar record, so I really pushed myself hard to do that one.
Cliffs of Dover. Where did the inspiration for the title of that come from?
Oh, my friend Vince Mariani that I played in a band with. I played him the song, and he said, "Oh, you know how to call that the Cliffs of Dover?" And I said, "Really? Okay, I'll call it that."
And that was it, because you are aware of the, over the white cliffs of Dover.
Yeah.
And famous songs written by artists in the 1940s.
Was there? Okay, did they call it the Cliffs of Dover?
Yeah.
Is it called?
You've put me around the spot now. I can't remember, but the artist, it was somebody called Vera Lynn, who is no longer with us, and it was songs for the troops. Basically, did you, when you finished that, were you aware yourself that you'd written something special, something that was different to anything else you'd written?
Well, I thought it was one of the songs that people liked when I played live, but I actually wrote it years before I recorded it. We almost recorded it for my first record, but we ended up going, no, it doesn't really fit on the record. So I wrote it a few years before I put it on iView Musicom. No, it was just an idea that came to me in 5 minutes, and I just thought, oh, whatever, this is kind of cool. But I do remember playing it for my mom, and she went, "Now that's a good song." And I went, "Really? Oh, okay." So I guess she knew better than me, because I was like, "No, what about this one? What about that one?" "No, that one's a good song." Okay.
It is your Smoke on the Water. It is your Stairway to Heaven. It is, your Paranoid. You cannot do a show without playing it, can you?
I tried. I did a tour where I didn't play it for a while. It didn't go very well. So yeah, I play it every night. I play it when I'm on the road. Yeah.
So that brings us to G3. How did your involvement in the original lineup back in 96 come about? Because it was a very different concept at the time. Joe said in the past, having the original idea and getting people to buy into it is not easy. You have to convince a few people. So how did you become involved? When was it first put to you that this was?
Well, Joe called. Yeah, Joe called, and I had done a couple of tours with Joe, warming up for him on U.S. tours. So I knew Joe a little bit, and he calls and said, "Hey, I'm thinking about doing this thing with, 3 guitar players, Steve and you and me, and we'll do this combined thing." And I thought, well, that's cool. So yeah, we did like 3 tours together, the original lineup, I think. I made a record.
But I remember him saying part of the reason why he put it together was when he first started out in the music business, he thought that it would be fabulous. You do a record, then you go out on tour, and then at the end of the night, you'd all sit down and swap stories and talk guitar. And he said the reality was completely different. You'd do a record, you go out on tour, you'd finish the gig, you'd sit in your hotel room on your own, you'd be talking to nobody, and it was a very solitary existence. Yeah. And so this was part of it, to get together with friends, so there could be a camaraderie that brewed between the 3 of you.
I think so. I think you're right. And people like seeing that. They like seeing that language and that communication between people. When you go see, when you used to, I remember seeing like Pat Metheny with Lyle Mays, playing counterpoint piano. It was so beautiful. It was doing this thing, or Wayne Shorter with Joe Zawinul. There's that thing that happens when you get more than one person focused on. And I think it's really admirable of Joe. Joe has consistently put himself with other guitar players that he's very secure in his playing. I mean, he's a great player. He has every reason to be secure, but a lot of players maybe would not want to just jump in and have all these other guys that are really good, like that he's done over all the years, but he's cool with that, and I think that and people appreciate that. I think they feel that and like hearing that.
And so many of these super groups, if you want to call it a super group, will be put together. They will, if you're lucky, they'll last a tour and an album, and then it will be musical differences. It will be they fall out and whatever. But it has never happened with GT in any guise. And again, so on this particular version, the original, and then when you came back, and then when you've done it again, you seem to feed off each other's genius.
Well, we're inspired by each other, and it's nice to listen to those guys and hear stuff that oh wow, that's cool. Maybe I can learn that. It's nice just to be in that atmosphere where you're being inspired and stimulated and that kind of thing.
And so, as I said, you've been together before 2-3 times then. Was this just a question of you picking up the phone, answering, say, yeah, oh, I'll be there, and you walking into the room, plugging in, and you pick up where you left off? Is it that easy to do when the three of you get together?
Not quite. I mean, Joe said he wanted to do a couple of dates. We were going to do a few dates. I think he wanted to film, and his son Zizi, who's a cinematographer in Los Angeles, does really well with it. They wanted to make a documentary of the original G3. So we were going to do a couple of dates, and then the couple of dates turned into a 3-week tour. And that's how that happened. But we did get together. We decided what things we do for the encore, and we all tried to design our set around what people might like for that would come to that show.
You said having the desire to push the boundaries of what can be achieved is still there. I mean, listening to all 27 tracks on this album, there is no going through the motions here with any of you. It is literally, each track is attacked literally as if it's the last time you're ever going to play a track. I mean, it is very, very intense. It's not something you're going to be putting on and letting it go in the background. It requires you to sit and listen in full with no disturbances.
You don't think like that record for like a really chilled, romantic candlelight dinner?
No, I don't think so.
It's it's kind of it's a celebration of guitar and rock guitar, and just come out and have fun and play with friends that inspire you.
They've done a brilliant job of packaging this now in an era of downloads and streaming. To actually get a hold of these things that are a work of art. I mean, this obviously comes in the CD collection. Then you have the gatefold sleeve, which is always fabulous to open. And then you have the 4 LP set in the different colored vinyls, with each of you having a different color. Did you actually pick your color?
No, I think the art designer picked it.
And also, there's a great book as well with some amazing photography in it. So, all in all, when it's been put together, there's obviously been time, effort, craft, and consideration about the whole product.
It was. There was some really wonderful people involved that was really trying to make it as first class as they could on all different areas.
And just go back to that '96 debut, because there's a really great piece in here. And Joe said that there was a 4-year-old kid called ZZ back in '96 who was on his first tour with his mum and dad, and then this time around he actually takes to the stage and plays with him for the first time ever.
Yeah.
I mean, what a great moment.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah.
And so, where does that leave you? Do you see you guys doing this again? Is this something that, you're expecting the phone to ring, but you never know when, and it might be in 2 years' time or?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know that Joe will continue doing the G3 in some iteration, because that's something he's designed and he enjoys doing, in all sorts of different variations. So I'm not sure how it'll turn out and when it'll turn out again.
And what about you? I mean, again, you are very quotable. There are lots of quotes of yours out there. Yeah, I'm trying to find somewhere or something different, or a reinvention of the guitar. Is that still you every day? When you wake up, you get out of bed, you come into the studio, and you think, right, today's the day.
Well, yeah, I keep trying to do that, and I think the best thing that can happen to you is you can become aware. You don't just go into automatic pilot or just go through the motion. You go, oh, I'm aware that I'm replaying everything I normally play, because you can't start entertaining or pushing the envelope or trying to come up with something new or change your vocabulary without being aware. If you're never aware of it, then it's never even an issue. So I think the first step is becoming aware, conscious that, I'm just playing the same licks. And then you think, wow, what if I tried something different? Which is the same thing we do when we first started any craft we learn. When we first start, we have to garner the new alphabet. So who's to say that at some point, well, I'm going to quit collating an alphabet. I'll just keep using the same alphabet for 60 years. It's like, well, we made that decision. I'm not fixed to that decision. I go, wow, maybe I could treat it like I did when I was first learning and keep learning, and keep challenging myself. And plus, it invigorates yourself. Otherwise, the liquid can turn into solid, and you freeze yourself,
Is it really the case when you say, if I take a break from the music for one day, then I notice it. If I take a break for 2 days, the audience notice it. Is that just one of those throwaway comments?
No, I think that's really true. I think it's absolutely true. The only thing about that sometimes you can take a week off and it's really good, though, because it helps you have another perspective. You're not so attached to your old perspective. So there is a good value to it. But physically, yeah, I mean, it's like for me, I do acoustic records and touring sometimes too, and it's a totally different technique. And so if I don't play acoustic for a while because I'm playing electric, I'll pick up the acoustic, and I'm just like, it's terrible. It's like I have to relearn how to play because it's a whole different thing, like finger picking and stuff. But yeah, definitely.
Is perfection attainable in your craft? Do you believe that it is possible to create something that is perfect?
Well, I guess it depends on what you no, I don't think so. I think what you define as perfect, and that perfect can really change, I mean, perfect isn't about the mechanics of it. It's about whether it delivers that emotion, Like I think about certain Stevie Wonder songs, they're so perfect, They're absolutely so perfect because I get this fantastic feeling from it, and it's just so full of verve and emotion from him, that, God, every single note that isn't perfect is perfect, But you don't want to change it.
From one of your, the NFL, I don't know, are you an NFL fan?
A little bit, not a whole lot.
There was a coach. There was a guy called Vince Lombardi who was very, very, very famous.
Sure.
And he was the one that came out with perfection is simply not attainable. But if you chase perfection, you'll catch excellence.
Yeah, and really, if people, I mean, it's a matter of where you use it. I mean, sometimes it gets a bad rap, somebody's going for perfection. Well, it depends on where you use perfection. I mean, nobody could tell me that, I'm sure Ishtok Perlman had his perfecting moments when he was rehearsing, or Ling Ling the pianist, or John McLaughlin on guitar. I mean, they're being perfectionistic just to get that good. It's just they don't utilize it on stage. They let go and they play music on stage. But when they're rehearsing, when they're learning their homework, when they're running through those pieces, their benchmark's pretty high. I mean, how could it not be? You listen to the results. So I think that perfectionistic streak is a great tool, but you got to use it in the right place, in the right lineage of the evolution of what you do.
So just before we conclude, what is there left that you would like to achieve as a guitar player, or even a human being? Is there something that you would like to do?
Well, to become more awake, and realize, just all, everything we see and hear might not be as pervading as what we don't see and hear, and that's all that consciousness and all that inner dialogue and stuff. But I think that reflects in whatever you, that will reflect in what you do. But what I think, you know, right now I'm working on a record where I just plug a guitar basically straight into an amp. I'm just like, you know, stop the presses. Let's just go back to the simple. And I think for me right now, if for no one else, it's very timely in this day and age with option anxiety. I mean, it's overkill. There's just so much. I mean, you know, that's the 5 million amps, 5 million pedals, 5 million in the computer. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to just go back to just brass tacks, just, you know. And so, and my hopes in doing that is to discover some of the stuff that I hear in older music, even before the 60s. You know, you listen to the 30s and 40s and 50s and all these guys, and you might very quickly go, well, that's old music and we got new music. But then if you look a little deeper, you realize that old music, they've already done what we do now. And it's just the tonality of the instruments they use. In other words, if I took Benny Goodman's horn lines and I put them on guitar, all of a sudden people, Eric's come up with this new thing. It's like you've never heard, you know what I mean? It's already been done, but it's just a matter in the way it's been done and the tonality how it's been done. So, I mean, if you start listening to that stuff, you just discover this amazing heart and this amazing emotion and musicality. And there's a whole ocean there, I think, that we can continue, as well as modern music too. There's a lot of great stuff. You can, I think, just staying open, staying awake, and keep learning, you know, and try, because you want to try to make, whatever you do, you want to try to do a more contributive, heartfelt job of it, you know, and that's really that's what I want to try to do more of.
And when you put a guitar down, you know, is it still just water skiing and ping pong? That's it?
Oh yeah, really. I don't get to play ping pong much anymore. Water skiing's only in the summer, but I like to go to the lake and stuff, or hike. You know, I like to hike around and stuff. But somebody asked me the other day, said, "What do you do when you're not playing guitar?" And I say, "Well, usually I'll just sit around and play guitar." That's what I do when I'm not playing guitar. I'll be playing guitar.
Now, Greg T. Walker grew up in Jacksonville at a time when it spawned a generation of talents that went on to appear on record and on stage with Lynyrd Skynyrd, the Allman Brothers Band, Molly Hatchet, 38 Special, and Blackfoot. Greg's latest band is called Two Wolf. It's been around for a few years, but with all the issues surrounding COVID, everything was pushed back until now, that is. They finally released their debut album. Live dates are being added, and a follow-up is already being discussed following the success of this release. I met up with Greg at home this week to talk about the new album and to look back of those incredible successes that Blackfoot had between 1979 and 1985. So let's talk then about the band Two Wolf, and firstly, the name Two Wolf, because this is actually your tribal name, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
And there's actually a story as well, isn't there, about the whole Two Wolves thing, which has been handed down through the generations, you know, the grandfather telling the grandson about the two wolves. Yeah, basically the fight between good and evil. So did you have this story told to you when you were young?
I did hear that story, but actually when I was given the name Two Wolf, that was because of a vision that I had up in
the Rocky Mountains of Montana, kind of what they call a vision quest. And
sure,
you get in a solitary place and let your mind wander, and you see certain things, and that's how the name came about. Prior to that, it was Lone Wolf, for many years. And then through my vision,
right. So the project itself has been in existence. This is Two Wolf for what, over a decade now. And obviously we had COVID, which delayed everything. But one of the objectives when you started the band, you said, was to keep the style of Blackfoot alive.
That was the natural progression, is to do what I had always done, as Blackfoot did. Stay in that vein of what we now call classic rock. At the time it was current, back in. Just kind of that real hard, strong rock and roll. In your face, no pretense, just, go for the juggler, as we say. Hard and heavy.
And in order to keep that Blackfoot spirit alive and kicking, you've got to have the right band around you, get the right personnel. It's obviously evolved a bit, but what has completed this, undoubtedly, was getting Lance Lopez to sign on finally. This was all down to Tommy Curiale, wasn't it?
That's correct, yes. He introduced us to Lance. So Lance was the first guitar player to come in, and he had a lot going on at the time, so he didn't stay around very long. He had some dates to fulfill. So Chris Bell came in. Mm-hmm. I had known Chris at that time about 5 years already. So Chris came in, and the same thing, he was very busy. So he left, so we went three-piece for a while. And then I got Chris and Lance both back in the band at the same time, and I said, now I've got the dream band. That's what I wanted. Great guitar players and great vocalists. Thank God for that, because I don't like to sing.
Oh. Although you do a bit of singing on the album, but he is such a versatile player, isn't he? He's played with so many people.
Yes.
Jeff Beck was an admirer. He was a great friend of Prince. There are so many projects. Supersonic Blues Machine was another one. Last year's solo album was also fantastic. So he's very busy. So to get him to focus and get in and on board with what you're doing was a great piece of work on your front.
All the cards fell into place, and just grateful and blessed about that all the time. You couldn't have planned this and made it any better.
Alongside him then, Rusty Valentine on drums, Chris Bell, guitar and vocal. And if you don't know him, and people might not know him, then his bio gives a great line, and it says simply, he's a guitar-slinging force of nature.
Yeah, I like that.
It sums him up, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. And we were fortunate to find Rusty because we went through a couple of drummers in the early formation of Two Wolf. And when Rusty came into the fold, that completed everything. Previously, every version with the different lineups was a great lineup, but you hit that magic moment where it all comes together. And you can't predict it; you just know when it's right. And then we had that magic. This takes me back to all the years before. Like Blackfoot, we were a cohesive unit, and we had that mental telepathy thing going on. We could read each other's minds, so to speak. And that's what happened to Two Wolf once we got the lineup solidified. So lucky us.
People like to hang labels, don't they, on the band and the type of music. But let's tell people here, firstly, what this isn't Southern rock. It is far more aggressive sounding blues rock with a much more modern feel to it. It doesn't sound like anything that has been rehashed from the 70s.
Exactly. Being from the South, when you're raised up in that environment, that's natural. So, of course, there's those overtones a little bit. But it's the same with Blackfoot. We were a harder edged band than all the other bands from the South. And we're all friends. A lot of us had known each other in our youth, literally. And we just wound up in different bands. But yeah, we were the harder edged, more rock band of all the Southern rock, so-called Southern rock that came out. We were more of that in your face, as I say.
So the Southern rock blues or the Southern rock metal thunderstorm shows up on the first track on this album, which is Keep On Moving, which, after all you've read and you've heard about the band and its personnel, is exactly what you want to be hearing belting out of your speakers. It's the perfect start.
I actually wrote that song a long time ago and had never recorded it. And I had a demo version of it. So when the guys heard it, they said, "We need to cut that song." And I said, yeah, it's just a song. It's nothing special. And they said, yeah, there is something special. But it was because of the lineup that made it so strong. The demo was not quite that aggressive, though I hoped it would be. And it did turn out, thanks to the band. It's a group effort, and they made that song just crank.
Now, as well as the originals on this 11-song album, there are 3 Blackfoot classics. We've got Too Hard to Handle, which came from Marauder. We got Fox Chase from Tomcatty, and we have Diary of a Working Man. Now, out of all of the catalogue of songs that you've done, how did you boil it down to those 2? When you decided you were going to include them and do some, modern updated versions, why did you pick those?
That's more Chris and Lance, because they love the Blackfoot or Attack. And I would have been happy just to do maybe one Blackfoot song, but they wanted to do 3. And I said, really, 3? And they said, we just love these songs so much. We want to pay honor to it. I said, well, let's try it. And it came out great. I mean, we never played Diary of a Working Man live in Blackfoot one single time. Never. So we have been doing
Wow, that's a story.
Yeah, I don't know why. We just never played it live, even in our club days. And when Chris and Lance, when the band got to be what it is now, that's the first thing they said. We need to do Diary of a Working Man. I said, I'd love to, because we never did it live. And it's effortless. And thanks to Chris and Lance, because they love that.
They didn't fancy doing Train or a Highway Song. I mean, the 2 big classics.
Right. Yeah, you kind of dig into the past catalog. There's a lot to choose from, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, that was Chris that picked those 3.
There was a dark story, wasn't there, behind Diary of a Working Man? I remember Ricky Medlott telling that story, that he'd been sat watching a movie at 2 or 3 in the morning about this guy who'd lost his wife and his kids and jobs money. And at the end, you just see this face, which is contorted in anger. The screen goes black and you hear a gunshot, but you don't actually know whether he killed himself. I mean, it's a very dark song.
Yeah, the last line in that song is, "So ends the Diary of a Working Man," and it leaves it open.
Yeah.
So, did he take it? I mean, you don't want to commit to that ever. You hope, no, he did not take his life. Maybe work things out.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's a typical story. It's a working class lyric that talks about heartache, and your girl runs off with another guy, and We've all been through that in our life. If you're over the age of 20, that's going to happen. Yeah, it's kind of based on. And we had and played cello on that. On the record, I used a mellotron, and I couldn't get a cello sound, so it kind of sounds like a flute. But I always, in my mind, heard it on a cello, which I can't play. And so we had a friend come in, Nick Nguyen, from the band Bone Pony. I sent him the track, and he came to the studio, and boom, I mean, within 30 minutes, he had it done. It's not a real featured part, but it really warms that track up. If you listen, you can hear the cello in places.
The other thing that is worth noting here about the album is that you were all in a studio to record it. Now, how much do you think that enhances the quality of the end product, that you're all together as opposed to sending each other, files and recording at home on your own?
That will never happen. It's always got to be all at once in the studio. Yeah, we're all in the same room with the drums. You can see the amps behind glass doors because obviously it was really loud to record. But it gave us the feeling of the way we would play live, because we're all in the same room with eye contact. And you've got the energy of the drums acoustically, because Rusty doesn't play light. He plays very hard. And that turned out to be a blessing. We had done that in past recordings, even back in the day, but not to this degree. It was really a great experience to be in that same room. We were just bouncing off each other, feeding off of each other. And the energy was off the chart.
And it tells in the end product, I can tell you. And it also tells, because you read the reviews of the album, from multiple sources, and everybody says exactly the same thing. It's a great album. It's exactly what you want to hear. There's nothing pretentious about it at all. What it says is what it does and what it delivers.
Well worded. I like that. I'll have to borrow that from you. Yeah.
So live then worked to promote this. You've got a selection of dates coming up in the diary. Any potential full tours being talked about? Are you looking at maybe festival appearances for next year?
Yeah,
because obviously we're nearly at the end of that. But are you looking at any of that?
Yeah, we do have some days into the fall over here, and I get asked this a lot. Why don't we come over to the UK? I miss it. I love it.
Oh.
Because we actually went over in 1979 for about, I think maybe 4 weeks. And I don't remember. It seemed like we were doing some shows with Scorpions at that time, because they had been opening up over here for us with Ted Nugent. And so then in 1980, we started going back, 3 times a year for extended tours. And I said this to somebody yesterday. The feeling that we got when we went to UK first and then all the European countries, the crowd embraced us. They're like, you are our new adopted sons. So any city, any country we played, it was always the same reaction. It was a nice feeling that people love the music. So we really miss it.
Well, there would certainly be plenty of people that would love to see you back. But I want to just look back at your career, which literally from the day that your mother brought home that ukulele and then you did piano and you played sax, music has been there right from the beginning. I mean, there doesn't ever appear to have been a time when there wasn't a musical instrument or anything involved with music in your life.
Exactly. It literally started at 5 years old. So I don't remember a life, without music. It's just always been part of my life. And not everybody can say that. I mean, I can't even think about what life would be today without music in it. You know, I'm going just as strong now as I ever did. I can't even imagine not being on stage somewhere the rest of my life.
So you grew up in Jacksonville at a time when it spawned this generation of talent, the Allmans, Leonard Skinner, Molly Hatchet, 38 Special. You were obviously at school with Ricky Medlock, who bizarrely was on this program last week, and Jackson Spires. I mean, when you look back now, an incredible moment in music history to be growing up when you literally will be bumping into a future, you know, major star, a major act almost on every corner of every day.
Yeah, I mean, some of us, some of the guys in Skinnerd, Allmans, we were casual friends before we were in any of those bands individually. We'd bump into music stores. We played the same teen centers and non-alcoholic places back then because you had to have work permits if they served alcohol. Like they were Navy-based in Jacksonville. So we were all in the union and we had the little cards and all of that. Nobody could predict this. And then fast forward to 1969, all of a sudden, like, this is the Second Coming that now have changed their name to Allman Brothers. So we had been friends with a couple of those guys then. Dave Lubeck and I from Hatchet, we'd been friends since the 8th grade. Leon Wilkerson, about the same time. We were musical friends in different bands. Then when I joined Skinnerd in the end of 71, we were already friends. So my time in there was a great experience. And I simply left to reform Blackfoot because I really missed Blackfoot. People ask me, did I ever regret leaving Skinnerd? I said, no, not at all. It was a conscious decision. I wanted to reform Blackfoot because I started it along with Ricky and Jackson and Charlie, and I wanted to get back to that and pick up where we left off and take it as far as we could. And we made a little bit of a impact, in the music world after that.
I love the band name, by the way, that you had for what I think was your first band. They were called the Rockin' Aces.
Yes.
Brilliant name.
Mm-hmm. I've still got the bass drum. To this day, it's out in my storage.
Fabulous.
It's a wooden bass drum with 4 lugs. That's it. Just 4 that holds the heads on. And they're calfskin heads. That's all you had back then. So we took a ruler and a pencil, and carefully, this big block letter says The Rockin' Aces. I've still got that bass drum.
Love it. So you were at the Gator Bowl Stadium, September the 11th, 1964, to see the Beatles. What do you remember, if anything, about that day? I mean, obviously there was the controversy around it about the segregation issue, and the Beatles said they wouldn't play unless there was none. And it was also, I didn't know this, it was the day after a huge hurricane. So Ringo's kit literally was nailed to the stage. But what do you remember about what was obviously an amazing day?
I was reminded of that segregation issue recently, but I don't remember that being an issue. Probably wasn't open to understand it anyway. I can tell you that looking down at that stage and all the screaming girls around, I don't know how many tens of thousands of people were there. It was total pandemonium. All you could hear was screaming. You couldn't hear a damn note or a word that the Beatles played and sang. It was just crazy. And Roy Orbison was on the bill. And I already knew who he was because he had some hits as well. And I just remember looking down at that stage, and the girl I took with me, I think I mowed yards to buy those tickets. They were $5 a piece. That was a lot of money, when you're like 12 years old. And I said, that's what I want to be when I grow up. And she said, what? And I kept pointing to the stage. I said, that. Because what is that? I said, that. Be in a band like that. And she says, you've been in a band since you were 10, with Ricky and Jackson. I said, I know, but I want to be that, like, meaning big time as a career. And, 20 years after graduation, she sent me a note and she said, you stuck to your goals and you achieved it when everybody else wanted to go to college. They said, what are you going to do? And I said, play in a band. It's all I've ever done. I have no desire to get a degree in anything, though I did years later. I just did that because I wanted to learn other things about, life. But what a life-changing moment. I've got a clock over here with a friend made me with a vinyl, the bottom half is a real vinyl record. And it's got a little plaque and it has it's a special gift. Yeah, huge Beatles fan, number one.
73, the classic Blackfoot lineup emerging after your time in New York. Now, the name Blackfoot, again, first up it was Hammer. They existed. Then you were going to be Free and Paul Rodgers releases All Right Now. Blackfoot is actually a plural, isn't it, of black feet, which is, again, goes back into your heritage that the Blackfeet Indians actually existed.
Yeah, that's a Plains tribe, out in the northwestern plains, that whole Plains culture, the Cheyenne, the Crow, and others.
Yeah.
But we were watching a Johnny Cash variety show in New York City on a Sunday evening. And, we had to change the name of the band, as we had just done, as you said. And Johnny Cash always featured tribal leaders from different tribes around the country on his once-a-week variety show. This happened to be the Lakota Sioux, and it was a Blackfoot band. There's like many bands of the Sioux. And he said, these are the Blackfoot Sioux. And Jackson said, Blackfoot, that's what we should name the band. And it's like, yeah, it sounded bold. Jackson, Cheyenne, Cherokee, and French. I'm Muskogee Creek. So it's like, why not? We're not either one of those tribes, but we're native. So it stuck.
So you sent your demo to Muscle Shoals, the producers up there who knew you from your time with Skinner. So David Hood and Jimmy Johnson, was it, who did those 71 sessions, and they were so impressed. They offered you recording facilities for free.
No, not exactly. We met when, Ricky and I were in Skinner, and we went to Muscle Shoals and did what became, I think, Skinner's First and Last and part of Street Survivors that came out later. And then when we reached Blackfoot, we did send a demo to Jimmy and David. And they liked what they heard. It was an 8-track tape back then. And said, if you get down here, because we were up in New Jersey at the time, we'll split it 50-50. So if we can get you a record deal, we will recoup our money. And we're like, let's give it a shot. So we went down and recorded it. They found us a deal on Island Records, the first album, No Reservations. Next year we went back and we were on Epic from CBS. And then we went 3 years without a label until Strikes came out. But Strikes is the one that, kind of put us on the map. But No Reservations is still my favorite album to this day. Partly because it was the first.
Oh, wow.
A lot of energy on that. So, yeah, I love that. I listened to it a while back for the first time in years. I said, I forgot how much I love that record.
As good as the album is, obviously, it was always a lot about the live performance, the live event with you. And one of those moments of fate was New Year's Eve, wasn't it, in 77. Ali Nyali, manager of Brandsville Station, was there, saw a gig, took you on, got the deal with Atco Records, and then along came Strikes. Train, Highway Song, and the rest is history.
Yeah, his sister, Al's sister at the time was I think vice president of ATCO and wound up president later on. So that gave us a foot in the door, as they say. And so it was at least listened to and fortunately liked. And then, yeah, it led to a deal. And yes, that was Strikes.
You were, as you said a few times, always lumped together as Southern rock, but it was a bit more Southern metal. And you were always heavy. It was to do with the influences, your influences. Jeff Beck, Yardbirds, Kinks, Peter Green, and the Beatles, obviously.
Uriah Heep, Wishbone Ash, Deep Purple, we were listening to them when nobody had heard of them over here yet, 1969. And people thought that was our original music. No, it's a band from England. Most of them was UK. And here I am, still friends.
The tours that you were on in these times, in the 70s and the 80s, incredible tours with just about every major act. But the one thing that stood out, there was a lot of international acts. And I don't know whether it might not have been you that said, hey, look, the only guy that would touch us in the US was Ted Nugent.
Yes.
He was the only guy,
I was hoping you would bring that up. Actually, we talked a few weeks ago, he and I, because we've remained friends since that time. And he was asked at one point.
Wow, yeah.
Some interviewer asked him about, he noticed that he took the Blackfoot guys out quite often to do shows. And he asked how that worked out. And Ted said, I'll take those Blackfoot boys out with us anytime because they make me work. And I thought, wow, what a compliment. So they make me play. I got to be on my toes, I can tell you that. But we stayed friends. Like I say, we just talked a few weeks ago and had a great catch-up conversation. And I hope we do some shows with him maybe next year. He's pretty much done for this year. It's hunting season, so he doesn't.
Sure.
Yeah.
Now, over in the UK, there was this thing called the new wave of British heavy metal, which saw this explosion of festivals. And you did Monsters of Rock at Donington Park. It was a huge crowd, 65,000 people there. AC/DC, Whitesnake, Slade, who were back on form as well. What was it like for you to appear at this event? What were you expecting? I remember you said you flew in low over the crowd. You had a plane hired because you were off to Germany the following day. But
right.
What was the day like? What do you remember?
I'd never seen anything like that. And when we got up and played, the trend back then, people would throw like plastic bottles at you. Not as an compliment. We didn't know that at first. Like, hey, hold on. And we found out later that if they do that, that means they really like you. But, it was a sea of people deep, as far as you could focus. Everybody was rocking. And it was a great lineup of the bands you mentioned. What an experience. And then we did that, in other countries with other festivals also. We did some with and Def Leppard and of course Scorpions. That's the main three of the British bands. What an experience.
Yeah, I was going to say, because you were back. I mean, it went down so well, and you're touring a lot, as you've said, in the UK from 1980 onwards. And you did Reading Festival in 82, which deserves a mention because, again, this was almost all rock festival at that time, and it was headlined, your day was headlined by Iron Maiden with Bruce Dickinson. They were doing a number of the Beast thing here. Right. You came on after Dave Edmunds. Do you remember Dave Edmunds?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, we all hung out.
And did you get to meet? Did you meet Bruce?
Oh, yeah. We did shows together. That's when they had, Eddie, the big giant mechanical walking monster kind of thing. And yeah, over here.
Still there.
Yeah, here as well as in Europe. Yeah, we did a lot of shows together. We did tours together here and over in your part of the world. A great time.
And one more I will mention was one of the big events of the 1980s at its point was the return of Deep Purple, because you were at Nebworth, which has got this incredible history and tradition.
Yeah.
Dad Skinner had played there, of course. Led Zeppelin was their final performance there, but it was all about Deep Purple on the day. So another huge event. But do you remember the weather? It rained a lot.
Well, it did in the UK a lot. That's the first thing we noticed when we went over in 1999 and from 80 on. Yeah, it did rain a lot. But we lucked out most of the time. You know, that show with Deep Purple, that led to us doing a U.S. Canadian tour a few years later. Did like 45 shows over here.
And the great thing about it is all of these bands that we're talking about, they're all still going. Iron Maiden doing the 50th anniversary. Ted Nugent's still out there.
Yeah.
Deep Purple are still doing it.
Yeah, and I'm so happy for all of them that they're able to tour like that. I wish we could get into that circle.
So I was going to say, it was an incredible period for you. This, from 79 to 84, you've got these 5 huge selling chart albums: Strikes, Tom Caddy, Marauders, Yoga, Vertical Smiles. It's an album a year, and the festivals and the world tours. How did you avoid, firstly, exhaustion and not getting into this whole substance abuse and arguing and it all falls apart and everything? I mean, you seem to navigate it okay. I mean, obviously what came afterwards is different, but in that period of time, it was well navigated.
Yeah, I'm proud to tell you and whoever listens that I never did a drug in my life. So I went all through that unscathed. That was kind of that whole era from late 70s into mid 80s. Most bands did the same thing that we were doing. Everybody worked a lot. I think we worked a little more than some because that's all we knew how to do was play music. Like, you would go out for 6 months and then have a week off, and then 3 days you're calling each other like, hey, what are you doing today? Nothing. What are you doing? Nothing. We don't go back out for another week, and it felt like a month that we were off. It was just so ingrained in us to play and tour. The bus became our home once we got into buses, and that was our rolling hotel. We just lived to play every day, and 6 nights a week.
So go on then. Is there anything left for you to achieve that you haven't done yet? Something that you'd like to record, somebody you'd like to record with? Would you like to get you and Ricky back together and do Blackfoot with the pair of you again? Is there anything that is just on the bucket list that you haven't done?
Ricky is still with Skinner and doing very well. Jackson left this world in 2005. Charlie still plays great, but he's got really bad back problems, so he can't stand up for very long. One song and he's got to sit down. It wouldn't be the same, without Jackson and Charlie, for sure. As far as future plans, I want to do one more record, and then one more record after that, and another one after that. I always want to be working on the... I can't imagine not doing that. In fact, when we were in the studio recording the one we just released, we were already talking, wow, as soon as we finish this, can't wait to start on the next one. And we still say it now. It's like, when can we get back in? That's just what we do. Write and record. There'll always be another record as long as I'm living, I hope.
I wanted to start right back where it started for you, because you've been fairly unequivocal over the years in the statements you made about how your career began. And you said you were 7 years old when I realized I needed fame. So how did that come about? Why did you feel that you needed it and wanted it at age 7?
It's probably because my mother took me to see The Sound of Music about 7 times in a row. And I can virtually quote frame by frame every bit of that film because of that. But that opening sequence of Julie Andrews running up a mountainside and the helicopter pulling away, I mean, that was the beginning of rock videos for me. That was, exactly what rock bands were going to go on and do. I love performing. I've always loved performing. I love singing and I love acting. And I believe I was born with that. My mother was a dancer. She became professional at the age of 12, which was during the Second World War. She didn't really learn to write or read, but she learned to be a ballet dancer. And she toured until she was 19 when she got married. And I think I just inherited that DNA.
There was plenty of complex things going on in your life when you were growing up, but there was also a degree of simplicity about things and about what you enjoyed and what you not craved, but you wallowed in, your favorite childhood memory. And the reason I mention this, it's because you were driving to Bristol in a place called Clifton, where they had balloons flying. Now, just this weekend gone was that actual festival. And it was you driving to the Balloon Fiesta and stopping to eat Mr. Whippy's at 9 o'clock in the morning with your dad.
Well, I mean, my parents always had or hired a bungalow in Rock in Cornwall for our summer holiday. And on the way down, Dad would always stop at a car park that looked over Clifton Suspension Bridge. And there'd always be an ice cream van there, even at 9 in the morning. And one of my fondest memories was him running to buy us all Mr. Whippy ice creams. So that was a very extended part of my life. And then towards the end of my parents' lives, we would take them to the Tall Ships Festival at Bristol.
Right, yeah.
And we would also take them to the Balloon Festival. And I remember pushing my father up through the cliffs on that staircase in the cliffside up to the conservatory.
Yeah.
But again, he wanted his Mr. Whippy ice cream. But I remember when we saw the Tall Ships Festival, we only walked around for 20 minutes. And then we went and bought Pick and Mix at a Woolworths and sat watching telly in the hotel room for the rest of the weekend. My family life, when it was in tune and when it was working and when people weren't stressed, was very, very simple. We enjoyed eating. We enjoyed each other's company. We would go on holiday together. But it was when we got home that it was less simple. My mother loathed domesticity, and she let us all know that. But there were some very happy, very simple times, which in a way I miss now. I mean, I don't eat sweets like that anymore. And I really miss it. I mean, Robert and I often talk about the times 20 years ago when we would do exactly the same. If I was away working on a theatre tour, the highlight was eating lots and lots of sweets in the hotel room before I went to work. We just don't do that anymore.
So this career, which has spanned, 6 decades, you can pinpoint the exact moment that this incredible journey began. April 76, Birmingham Old Rep Theatre. You knew these directors coming, but you didn't know that they were coming to see you specifically. It was to potentially play in this play called Glitter. Yeah. And ironically, you end up at the audition with Phil Daniels. So this is the moment that you pinpoint where it all began.
It all began, and it was such a stroke of luck because up until 1976, for the previous 2 years, I'd been a hair model. So I'd always stood out. My hair had been every colour under the sun. This is pre-punk in Birmingham. I toured the country, lied about my age. with a group of hairdressers doing shows in Blackpool, up in Scotland, where I just would walk on stage and show my hair. And I was also doing extra work at Pebble Mill, and I didn't realise that people were talking about me a lot because I made my own clothes, I stood out, and these two brothers, the BCAT brothers, just could not find an actress young enough and also who hadn't had stage school training to play a very rough diamond who breaks into the Top of Pop studios to sing a song. That's the whole premise of the play. They heard about me. They came up to my drama school in Birmingham to see a dance lesson with all the students, and then the next day invited me down to Wigmore Hall to do an audition with Phil Daniels.
Amazing.
And I got the part.
And you sang Life on Mars.
Yeah, that's my lucky song.
That isn't the easiest song to sing.
Especially to just piano accompaniment. I have this problem with auditions anyway, where the audition pianist, ding, 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 and you think, well, there's nothing you've played I recognise. I didn't do it well, but I did it with determination on that day. And then when I got the play, the BCAT brothers needed me to write 2 songs.
Oh, wow.
Within this play, which I did with a band called Bilbo Baggins, who were delightful. Absolutely. Everyone was so delightful and helpful and kind. And I would say it was one of the best 2 weeks of my life. It was amazing.
Fabulous. Your musical influences and that Wild Streak evident early on. You know, you're seeing legends play Black Sabbath. You saw Hawkwind, which had a bit of a profound effect on you. This is when you were around the time you were breaking into the top rank in Birmingham, but elsewhere. Brian Ferry, Alice Cooper, Mott the Hoople, Mark Bolan and David Bowie, of course. I mean, it's a fabulous collection of rock icons.
And there was a wonderful simplicity back then. You just bought a ticket and went to the show. There was no queuing up. There was no being in an internet line. We just bought the tickets. But when I saw Black Sabbath, Hawkwind, Uriah Heep, I broke in. I was only about 12 years old and very, very confident about lying about my age. So it was so romantic and it was wild and I was breaking all the rules. And at the time I was going to an all-girls school, which didn't suit me. I'd rather have been at a boys' school. And, you know, those moments, I mean, standing watching Black Sabbath, it was so loud. We were all pinned against the wall. And all the men, and I must say, I was only about one of 5 women in the audience at that time. All the men with their long hair just headbanging. It was glorious.
Even then, you can actually see, before you get this foothold in the music industry, that your actions basically underline your beliefs, which were always, I always need to walk away from the predictable.
Yeah, I was educated in the predictable. I wasn't very academic at school, but I'm severely dyslexic. I have an incredibly high IQ, but I have to work at how I communicate because dyslexics just communicate differently. I'm a visual communicator, which is why I think, you know, I've ended up doing movies as much as music. I can remember the headmistress saying to my extremely concerned fee-paying parents, "Don't worry, she has a nice figure, she'll have children. And she'll, you know, get married and have children." It horrified me. I knew I just needed to break away from this control. And I was very controlled from as far back as I can remember. And I didn't like it.
First gig, June 77. Then after you had this little spell with Ninth Illusion, another great name for a band, the Toyah Band begins at the Duke of Lancaster pub in Bonnet. How many bands around this time began their careers playing in a boozer, an old-fashioned pub? And you're going to gigs as well, not in a transit van, on a motorbike. So that's how you're getting around.
Back then, the pub circuit was incredibly important. It's how you broke.
Yeah.
And that first gig was fine. We had about 300 in. But give it another 2 years, we were having 2,000 people turn up.
Yeah.
And you could no longer ignore who and what we were. It was very exciting going to a pub to play, and the whole town would be closed down by the volume of people trying to get into the pub. And it was punk, and the PA systems always could have been better, and it was challenging, but it turned into these wonderful events. And in a way, I'm quite fond of having started that way, of not starting in rock clubs, of starting in these very organic places all over the UK. I mean, tens and tens of pubs, right up to the thousands of these venues that were available to play in. And we worked incredibly hard.
Yeah, you're filming Quadrophenia at the time when you get this call from a place or record company that you'd never heard of before. I don't think anybody had, which was Safari, which were set up by Deep Purple's former manager, Tony Edwards, who got in touch. And you've got to leg it from the studio down, and you do a performance, and they're so impressed they sign you up right there and then.
Yeah, I mean, I, at that time, it was one of the most remarkable experiences of my life, because I was not only making Quadrophenia, I was also in the remake of Quatermass with Sir John Mills. And I was doing day and night shoots on 2 different projects. And I was moonlighting. We didn't tell anyone. And I remember saying to Sting, who was in Quadrophenia, who was incredible to work with and very, very friendly, I got the showcase with Safari Records, and he just said, stay calm, do your best songs, just present yourself as a singer, break away from the acting for that moment. And I went up to somewhere near Uxbridge, or I can't remember where the venue was, but it was in a lunchtime, and then did the showcase, literally got signed on the spot, and went back to filming Quadrophenia. And again, moonlighting.
How do you keep it together? I mean, you must have wanted to sort of get out and start leaping up and down and celebrate, but you've got to go back and get into character. How do you keep that under wraps?
Well, it was pretty wonderful making Quadrophenia. I mean, we were all celebrating 24 hours a day. And it was a wonderful time in my life. But it was really nice going back to Sting saying, I got a contract. And he was genuinely happy for me. And I was just, it's one of those really proud moments.
Yeah, yeah. Sheep Farming and Bonnet. You said you wanted it to be obscure, this first title, and you couldn't have got any more obscure than that. But you're writing some really interesting stuff here. Computer, in particular. This song where you have this fascination about binary codes, creating potentially digital worlds where things could be kept together. And I mean, this is way ahead of its time, as we know now.
The interesting thing about that, Tim, is that everyone I knew and was working with at that time were moonlighting as computer programmers. Everyone, the roadies, everyone. And it gave me the opportunity to tap in to what they were given the insight to, is that this binary world. And I believe everything in existence to some extent is binary. It's 50-50, positive, negative, simple as that. And they gave me an understanding of the binary world that they existed in, and the dreams that they all had, and the future tech that everyone dreamed of. But what I never ever believed was one day our lives would exist on something like this. I could never have conceived that would become reality.
Don't think anybody could. And then you have this run of extraordinary form, the albums, the singles and everything. You've got It's a Mystery, which turns into this almost career-defining, which ironically doesn't start as a 4-minute single or a 3.5 minute single. How did you manage to get this down from 20 minutes into 4?
It was really interesting because I was great friends with the author, Keith Hales, and he had a band called Blood Donor, who were a groundbreaking synth band. And I'd often guest with them on tour. And he had this song, and Anthony Edwards loved the song and wanted me to release it as a single. And we had this dilemma of, I think it was like a 12-minute vocal intro, and then live, it was a 28-minute instrumental. So we also teamed up with the producer, Nick Tauber, who was just brilliant for me. And we turned it into the ABC format, which is intro, verse, bridge, chorus, even though I think It's a Mystery doesn't have a bridge. And then you have the middle eight. And I contributed the lyrics to the second verse. We demoed it. And that original demo is on Chameleon. We found it, and it's featured on Chameleon. And then we left it at that. I didn't have confidence about this song at all. I felt it didn't represent me at all, because I felt that sheep farming in Bonnet is one of the most brilliantly visual, expressive, musical things I've ever done. And it's powerful. Blue Meaning was quite an angry, out there feminist album. And suddenly there's It's a Mystery, which is very vulnerable, and I had no confidence about it, but everyone fell in love with it, and it seemed to be the catalyst I needed for people to see who and what I was.
Good PR moves. There were some very good PR moves in your career. There was a lady called Judy Totten, who decided to get you in every parish magazine. Now, for people that are listening to this, they think, what's a parish magazine? These are church magazines, basically, for everyone that wanted to actually talk to you, of which there were many. They got you in there, and it then got the parents and the grandparents talking and passing on this information of this amazing performer to their kids.
Yeah, it was very clever, because even though I'd made 2 Derek Jarman movies, I was in Quadrophenia, I still wasn't a big star that the main media wanted to talk to. So Judy Totten realised that there were hundreds and hundreds of parish magazines, like fanzines back then, that were printed locally and went through everybody's letterbox. And what she did was she created an artist whose parents talked to their children about. So
incredible.
I was literally introduced to a very young audience, pre-It's a Mystery, via parents taking an interest and thinking that their children, who were feeling slightly ostracized and separate from everything else around them and not understanding who and what they were, their parents could say, read about this woman.
And you say that you used to get fans writing letters, which is, again, another sign of the cultural times. These kids writing to you, telling you how they've been either suspended from school, they're in permanent detention, they've been locked in their bedrooms and not allowed out, all because they dyed their hair.
Or bleached it with domestic bleach, or crayoned their head in with permanent marker. I was in so much trouble. So 10,000 letters a week. My mother hates you. These letters would start with, but this is how we communicated back then. I'd stay up all night replying to them. It was just such an extraordinary time of connection. And when you did connect, you connected in a really big way.
Let's talk about this box set. So your motto is never look back, but there's such a great joy in wading through this hugely impressive Chameleon box set from Cherry Red. So the music, the artwork, the live performances, the DVDs, the promos. It's been put together with a great deal of thought and care. There's too many of these that are just shoved out with a load of demos that mean nothing. But this has been beautifully put together. So how much fun have you actually had sitting down, not only listening, but watching those videos, which are fabulous?
Well, the videos I just love. I really love music and video together as a complete form of expression. I have an incredible archivist called Craig Astley, and I first met Craig when he was 4 years old, and his mother brought me into my dressing room at a show, and said, "This is your biggest fan." And he gave me a tiny little thing with a Toyah t-shirt on and a Toyah bomber jacket. And I stayed in touch until he went to college, and then he ended up being very instrumental in running the Baltic Mill Arts Centre in Newcastle, and he's now my archivist. And he went into Cherry Red when Cherry Red bought all of the Safari catalogue.
Yeah.
And there were about 40 boxes of unfiled material, and he went through the lot.
Oh, it's amazing.
It's amazing. And he put this together in permanent communication with me. And then he'd say to me, "I know a demo exists for this, and I know I have my own archive in a room adjacent to this kitchen bank vault." He said, "Can you go into your archive and find a cassette tape of this?" And 100% of the time, yes, I could. And this is how it all came together.
What is clear here is that you can believe it when you say that you don't believe in this culture that says as you age you lose power and you lose relevance, because all of these experiences are generating inside of you. And this box set takes your career from the early 80s or when it begins right the way up to now. So there's as much of a relevance in what's happening and what you're doing today for you as well.
How can I explain it? I think because I'm dyslexic, I think in 3D. So I don't think in flat timelines. I think in really 3D mega. Everything has so much multiple meaning. So today I'm 67 at the moment, but I can really see this very 3D, very eclectic picture of my life forming, which will happen through AI eventually. When, I'll be long gone, but my social
avatar
media, internet presence will be vibrant and it will be alive. So I think the reason I really hold on to this pride of heritage is because it's going to live on beyond me.
That's a great point.
It's a great point. And I just don't think age matters anymore. We're moving into a time where I think the new rebellion is saying, I'm a complete person. I'm not an age. I'm a complete person. And this is my new rebellion. I'm not falling foul of being told I'm a pensioner and you have no use.
Two more quick questions. You have, it seems, really made time stand still to a degree because your voice is still in very good condition. You're looking, well, frankly, incredible, really, as you know, on all of these Sunday lunch videos that are coming out over the last years. So, what is the secret? You know, how have you managed to stay fit, healthy, looking great? You know, I mean, I know you became a vegetarian during lockdown, but it's. I mean, have you had a particularly clean living life? Have you shunned the booze?
I don't drink at the moment. I would really like to, but I don't. At 4:00, I cannot stop myself eating some form of sugar. I don't eat after 6 p.m. And I think you will find this is quite a consistent thing among very healthy pensioners. I just don't eat late at night. And I think for me, it's really important. I allow myself 12 hours in the 24-hour cycle to fast, thus the word breakfast in the morning. And I don't eat meat. And believe me, I want to do everything. I want to eat meat. I want to eat pistas and newt. I want to eat sugar. I want to eat butter. I just don't.
And lastly, then, what do you think the teenage punk princess would have thought or said if you could have offered her a look into the future of what you've become today?
I'd have enjoyed it more because everything has just been, I have to do this. I have to do this. I am tenacious. I will not let go. I will not let you ignore me. And if I knew that I was going to have longevity, I'd have enjoyed it more.
The Boys, put together by Michael White, who had an interesting career, it has to be said. Mick Grand, you, Monty, Zufel. This was in the 70s, and you were beginning to make some pretty big waves around that time. I mean, Gene Simmons hearing about you and the showcase setup, along with, of course, Van Halen. But, you know,
yeah,
making...
Yeah. And hey, listen, I don't begrudge anybody. I don't have any regrets. I mean, we ended up okay, but, you know, listen, we're all huge Van Halen fans. I mean, and they were a catalyst band. I mean, they really motivated the rest of us and drug us, a lot of us along with them in their, you know, in their tailwinds, you know, so to speak. They opened a lot of doors for a lot of the Southern California musicians and bands that followed them, you know, like Quiet Riot and Dokken and Rat and others. So, you know, that was another one of those worldwide phenomenons that you get to see maybe once in a lifetime, like we're mentioning the Beatles earlier.
Did you know him well? Did you know Eddie well? I mean, when did you first come across him?
Mean, I didn't know him like Terry Kilgore did, where they grew up together and went to school together, and you know, they were like this. You know, I was more like, I knew him by just being in the circuit, being in town, playing shows together, running into him over at Carl Sandoval's or over at Charvel, or you know, we'd have communications here and there. And then later, in the later years, you know, we hung out. There was a period of time we were hanging out. We did a Monsters of Rock tour together, and we would hang out every night, most nights, a lot of nights, and jam and things like that. That was pretty cool. You know, he gave one of my sons, a series of guitar lessons for a while. That was pretty cool. So, but no, we weren't like on, you know, we weren't texting or calling each other, or hanging out and going to family functions or anything. But, you know.
Every Cinderella story, there's a moment that you can point to in the years gone by and say, that is where it all began. That's when it became real. And that was when Sammy Hagar, pulling out of the event in San Antonio, you step in last minute, you know, you had your own guitars, but it was all hired in kit. And from that moment on, you never looked back. That was it. It was the touch paper had been lit. Everything from that moment on was just 100 miles an hour. But what a moment.
Yeah, Tim, it was incredible, really, because we were not ready for prime time. I mean, we were still, you know, like a fledgling band playing, you know, at that point, the biggest thing we'd ever play is probably like 1,000 seats or 1,500 seats or something like that. And the Municipal Auditorium was 5,500. It's burned down now, but, you know, that was a big leap. Plus it was a leap into Texas where we'd never been. And, you know, we were thinking, oh, well, there might be a lot of ticket refunds when Sammy, he bailed out on the promoter. I mean, he did us a huge favor when he did that. He went to open for Kiss at Madison Square Garden. The promoter called us because we were getting all this airplay. And it's a fairy tale story. And he said, well, you come down here. And I said, we were like, well, won't you have to give a bunch of refunds? And they were, we don't think so. Like, your record is just like knocking it out of the park here in San Antonio. We think that, you know, we may give a few refunds, but we also get some uptake. It's hard to say. The darn thing sold out clean. There wasn't one seat available. We went down there. We're scared to death because, like I said, we're way over our heads at this point. But from the minute we walked on stage to the minute we left stage, it was like two different bands, because when we're in the dressing room before we go on, we're kind of scared to death. Well, we've never done this before. I hope we don't screw it up. And then when we came off, after the place was going crazy and encores and everything like that, and we're in the dressing room, this is the first time we ever played a big venue, or biggest at that point it was. And we realized it worked. Suddenly the proof's in the pudding, just like that in one show. And then all of a sudden your confidence level goes through the roof. And all of a sudden, you know, playing, venues of that size, let's say, didn't really mean much. And it was just like rinse and repeat. We can do this. And then, of course, it's a very easy leap from 5,000 to 10,000, 10,000 to 15,000, and then, to festivals and 100,000. It's a very, very easy leap. The hard
that is exactly what you did, isn't it? Because you went back to Canada, and within what, a month, Massey Hall has gone, and the old art centre, the Performing Arts Centre where you were, those venues are now out of it because, for a start, none of them would allow you to use pyro. And then you said, well, let's just go to Maple Leaf Gardens then. And the promoter turned around and said, well, you must be, are you sure? You'll never sell it out. But you did, and more.
Yeah, I mean, there was some trepidation on our part there because, again, that was a leap into a major hockey arena. But we did it.
Tell me, what happened to Jackie Burns, who obviously was the subject in the Wanderer? He was the Wanderer. So did he know, first of all, that song was written about him? Did you ever tell him? And whatever happened to him?
I think he's gone now. I think he passed away. But Jackie Burns was kind of like he was bigger than life. He used to walk down the neighborhood with his tank top and his curls drooped in front of his forehead, with his tattoos, Flo and Janie and Rosie, and just, he had this gait, and he attitude. He was worth the song, But you want to know, I don't think he ever knew the song was about him,
Bruce Springsteen said about that song that if people get it, if people really get what that song was about, then they'd find out what a man should be. What did he mean? I mean, I know that the lines in it's basically about going nowhere. It's not a song that glorifies anything, but it's about going nowhere. So what did he mean by that, about what a man should be?
Well, a lot of people think they listen to the verses. It's like, I'm the type it's one of those bragging rights songs. It's so over the top. It's ridiculous. I got Flo on my left arm, Mary on my right. Janie is the girl that I'll be with tonight. And when she asks me which one I love the best, I tear open my shirt and I show Rosie on my chest. Yo, I'm the Wanderer. And then Springsteen got the lines, I roam from town to town. I go through life without a care. I'm as happy as a clown with my 2 fists of iron, but I'm going nowhere. And then he goes right back into being a jerk, but the Wanderer, he for one moment, he sees himself, he knows he's going nowhere. And, it's not that happy, back then, I guess if somebody did it today, they would do it in with a different arrangement, not in a major key, but back then everything had to be happy and up, so, but yeah, he was onto it. He thought if you see yourself accurately, that guy, the Wanderer, is a thin veneer of a man.
Are there any specific venues then and cities in the UK that have any special significance for you? Not necessarily with the Daisies, but when you look back at all of your careers, are there any places where you think, yeah, I remember that, and this is the place that I loved more than any other?
I'm honestly, like, I'm still a bit of a music history buff-ish, whatever. So, I still, every time I come to the UK, I still think of my first trip with the Scream. And I was just I just remember the plane ride over. It's like, oh my God, I'm going to the place, the Beatles, the Stones, Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, Queen, like David Bowie, like all these great bands came out of England. So coming over there, you know, is always a high for us. You know what I mean? And to boot, as I said early in the conversation, you know, the UK has really embraced everything the Daisies have ever done. So again, I know it's the simple things in life, especially after the COVID thing. You know, I love getting together with my brothers again and coming over to England, playing for the fans. And then it's, you know, it's just cool at the end of the night to belly up to the hotel bar and sit and bullshit with Doug and David and talk about the show and just have a cold pint of Guinness. You know what I mean? It's, you know, it's awesome.
Do you remember the first time you played in the UK, Doug?
Oh yeah. The first time I think was with Dio, and it was nerve-wracking because of, like what John said, all these bands, and Ronnie was kind of I would say Ronnie was a wannabe Englishman. You know, he loved England, he loved Britain, and so everything felt, I mean, like everything about Ronnie was about that, and coming to the UK was very important, and I felt a little bit of pressure, and so I'll never forget that. And then, of course, you know, we spent a lot of time with Whitesnake in the UK. That's one of David's biggest strongholds. And I just think about, like what John said, you know, we've been coming there for a long time, and it's always something, it's always special. The UK is just different than anywhere else in the world. There's no place like it. Just like Japan, you know, it's really very unique. Even though we speak the same language, it's very unique. And the culture is definitely different. It's really cool. The tea time, all that stuff is like traditions of England and the UK is awesome. So yeah, can't wait.
Ronnie was big into it, wasn't he? He was big into the Guinness, the beer, the curry. He loved all of that. Were there any specific aspects of English culture which you took to? I mean, I know you mentioned bangers and mash.
Yeah, I mean, I'll let John tell you after. I just want to say one thing. It's from being in England that I actually got an appreciation for soccer.
Oh wow!
And I really didn't understand it for many years. Even when I'd been coming to the UK for quite some time with Whitesnake, and on a day off we'd go, and you know, it'd be England, I remember we were in Wales once, and it was England versus somebody, I forget. Maybe it was England and Wales, if that was possible. I don't remember.
Yeah, possible.
But it was just like the English were so into it, and I was trying to understand. I didn't know what offsides was or any of this stuff. And you know, and it was, now I get it. Now I've learned about it, and it's my.
Just before we conclude, I've got to mention the retirement of David Coverdale and Whitesnake. A bittersweet moment, really, because I thought we might see one more album out of him. But you must have some fantastic memories of being involved with what was one of the all-time greats. I mean, he just was. He had it all, really. I mean, you joined up in 2014, didn't you, when they were prepping to go on the Purple tour. So
recording the album, this is the earliest. So yeah, it was like joining the band and then go right into recording the album. Yeah.
I mean, what was it like when you walked through I mean, you were coming out of what a great band in Night Ranger, but Night Ranger were primarily an American band who, the coverage around Europe and so on was maybe not as it should have been. But Whitesnake was a real different animal, and the catalogue, and you're walking straight in to play all these amazing Deep Purple classics, and it was the first time you went out on tour as well in Europe, wasn't it?
With Whitesnake,
Def Leppard and Black Star Riders. So what was it like for you meeting the DC for the first time?
So I actually met David one time where Night Ranger opened for Whitesnake. So we met very briefly. Just said hello. I forget. I must have been introduced by Doug Aldrich because Doug and I have always been friends-ish. He's been a very friendly guy over the years. We've kept in touch. And I think when we did that show together, he maybe introduced me. But then as far as joining, DC and I clicked right away. I felt like he was just looking for talented, inspirational people that were going to show the proper respect and show up and be professional and whatnot. And I feel like I got a lot of that out of my system by that point in time. But we clicked right away. I can give you like my favorite like magical moment with David that I feel like I had during the making of the Purple album. Most of the acoustic stuff went down to me, playing the version of Sail Away that's on there, or Soldier of Fortune. And so when I went to do the basic guitars for Soldier of Fortune, like the initial pass, the foundation track to layer upon and whatnot, David also sang. And most of what is on the record is what he sang right there in that pass with me. So it's kind of a cool moment, it was just two of us playing, me playing acoustic guitar and him singing, and that was kind of like a moment where I went, you know what, this is special right now. He's a legendary guy, and to have the opportunity, and then even as it would turn out, there was a mix of that later on that came out that was just the two of us were shown in the video with string section. So there is like a video that's out, that's Soldier of Fortune with just Joel Hoekstra on the Hook City strings, I think, with David. So, that's the kind of thing that I just go like, I mean, would I have ever seen that as a kid? No, absolutely not.
Welcome back, everybody, from me, Tim Cable, to the Rock and Blues Experience. And coming up today, put simply, we have one of the greatest guitar players of the generation. Now, when Rolling Stone or any of the guitar magazines puts together a list of the greatest, the most influential, the top 100 all-time guitar players, a name that is on all of those lists is that of George Lynch. Now, his band Lynch Mob are back with a new album this November. It is called Dancing with the Devil, and it is out on November the 28th. We're going to be talking to George about the album and his extensive career, including his time with the Boys at the back end of the 70s, and of course, Dokken. Also from Lynch Mob, we're joined by the bass player Jaron Galino. Now, he grew up listening to George in Dokken and indeed in Lynch Mob before he fulfilled every kid's rock star dream by being on stage alongside the man that he hero worshipped growing up. Just a reminder before we get there that you can catch up with all of the latest content on the website www.therockandbluesexperience.com or on YouTube and Facebook. And if you missed some of the latest shows, there's some really good features with the likes of David Ellefson and Jeff Scott Soto. Steve Hackett is on. John Lee's founder, member of Barclay James Harvest. And last week, Ronnie Romero, who's just released his excellent new album. It is called Backbone. So then, moving on. Talk to any fan of rock music who grew up listening from the late 70s onward. And when the subject gets to the greatest guitar players, the name George Lynch is high up on everybody's list of favorites. From his time with the multi-platinum arena band Dokken in the 80s, rising from the ashes of its collapse with Lynch Mob, George has continued to thrill audiences worldwide. Now Lynch Mob are back with a brand new album out November 28th. It's called Dancing with the Devil. I met up with George a few days ago to talk about the band, his career, and of course, the new album. to go back to your beginning, that house where you grew up with your dad, who was the audiophile, if you like, listening to these reel-to-reels, and you listening to classical jazz and flamenco. Was there any rock and pop in there? Or was this, the instrument of the devil, I think you said?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I grew up in the era of the British invasion and everything that came after that. So it all led to rock and roll, sure.
So have you grown up in the 60s? It's Ed Sullivan, presumably, Sunday night, the show with the Beatles, Beatlemania. What did you feel the first time you saw the Beatles?
Well, I don't know how old you are, but I'm 71, and I was, in my maybe 14 years old when Beatlemania, they dropped that bomb on the universe. It was unbelievable. It was like nothing you've ever felt or seen before or since. It was such an insane, universal, worldwide phenomenon. I mean, it was just, you can't even describe it. So it was very exciting, and I think it moved a lot of people to play rock and roll. It certainly did me. I mean, that was my first guitar, music hero.